silently trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winter's again, the unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! 爆元手一 Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! 气贯长龙! My fist is Unrivaled!
Chocket here. Who needs shoot?
I'm magic, and this is my soul sword.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. We're about to kick it off with the NA broadcast here. We're getting towards the round of 64. I'm joined by Hank the Tank. Hank, how are you feeling so far in the tournament?
I'm feeling good, Jake. We've seen a lot of good matches so far in this tournament, and as it keeps progressing closer to that top 32, that top 16 later on in the tournament, right, it's just only going to get better and better, right? We're going to see some new names coming to light, and if players are built for the spotlight, right? But the matches, they've been really good, right? We've seen a lot of different compositions, different use of the team ups as well, very strategic picks and bans. I love the ban system as well. I hope you've been enjoying it as much as I have, Jake.
Yeah, you know, in comparison to the Marvel Rivals Invitational last week, rather, that Nightmare was able to win, we've seen like a lot more different strategies coming out, a lot of you know, creative play. I think Bucky has looked more popular, as well as characters like Magic and Psylocke. You know, I think it's really exciting in the Marvel Rivals Championship with that open qualifier, you know, that anyone could have just qualified, you know, on the game client to play in. There's tons of different strategies coming out, and sometimes these comfort picks are really working.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with the comfort picks being on top, especially when heroes such as Hela or Psylocke, like the strong dive heroes, are banned as well. I've been becoming more of a fan of Bucky as well. I was more on like the Punisher train instead of Bucky, but these, I feel like the pulls and then like the shift to like dive them even more back into your team gets your team a lot of value, and a strong ultimate to go along with it. But you guys have got to check out the Venom Snow Symbiote skin in game and the Magic Frozen Demon skins as well. They are available in the shop. Absolutely fire. I have made sure to cop both of these myself as well. Jake, these skins are absolutely beautiful. Marvel Rivals and the NetEase team have been doing an amazing job.
Yeah, they have, you know, and like just after the game release, it's exciting to see all this passion from the fans, and it's cool to see the devs, you know, putting in work, putting out these awesome winter theme skins for us. If you haven't checked it out, also the Jeff's Winter Celebration game mode's a lot of fun. You saw a little bit of that in the pre-roll video that was on before we came on. You know, paint the town as your team's color for Jeff, and you could also earn that new costume for Jeff just by playing that game mode, doing the achievements.
Yeah, gotta hop in that 4v4 Jeff game mode, get that new Jeff skin. You can't be seen lacking without the Jeff skin. Let me show you guys the schedule one more time. Today is December 29th. We are done with the ignition round and rounds 2 through 5. I believe we'll be finishing up a little bit of round 5 and getting into round 6 today, and then we'll be getting all the way to round 9. Then we'll pick it up on January 3rd with round 10, and then January 4th, rounds 11 through 13. And then we're getting to the finals on January 5th, where the best of the best teams from the open qualifiers, after winning 14 rounds, will be going head-to-head for that $15,000 prize pool.
Yeah, Hank, 256 teams in each region came out of the qualifiers. They're all fighting for this almost $15,000 cash prize. And more than this cash prize, I feel like this tournament is all about staking your name, right? Like proving that you are one of the best players in Marvel Rivals. Like we've seen so much passion from the community, so many players hopping on, grinding up the leaderboards, hitting those eternity ranks, hitting that one above all, and so much passion in the streaming community as well. So many people have been playing. So exciting to see NetEase, Marvel Rivals putting up this big cash prize, starting off strong in the esports scene for Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, gotta love big cash prizes at the beginning of a game's launch for sure. Doing an amazing tournament like this, even in the beta as well, right? Even the invitational, so many tournaments immediately out of the Marvel Rivals and NetEase team. Absolutely love to see it, and just being allowed to qualify from home, right? I feel like that's amazing, right? Just allowing you and your friends make a team and qualify, go against the best of the best, get your name out there. It's amazing, Jake.
I agree with you. I think that's the most important thing, right? Like a lot of game titles just haven't, you know, invested in the development resources to put together these in-game, in-tournament clients, and just being able to just hop on, play with your friends. Like the fact that it's truly open, that anybody can qualify. I feel like this is kind of the heart and soul of esports. So I'm really happy to see that Marvel Rivals has gone this direction. I'm excited that, you know, NetEase has prioritized this esports scene. And it looks like we're going to be able to jump into the first match. It's going to be Deadgamefans taking on Jitbugs.
Wondering if we're gonna see some Jeff and Black Widow gameplay here. That'd be pretty sick. It looks like we have a Psylocke gamer on the team of Jitbugs. Eric not being allowed to play the Psylocke, being banned. We're gonna protect the Doctor Strange for Deadgamefans.
Pretty standard Hela ban coming out from Jitbugs. No surprises there. Hela and Psylocke have been two of the defining duelists of this tournament. You know, if you don't ban them, you're very often playing them. It is going to be a Hawkeye protect. Another character that's been just explosively powerful in Marvel Rivals, really dangerous. However, at the highest level, we've seen some teams not use Hawkeye and just feel that, you know, they can jump on top of him, they can punish him, and deny that value that he could otherwise get. But I mean, in the end, Hawkeye, if you're on point, hitting those headshots, those one-shot kills are really scary to deal with.
Yeah, you don't really see a lot of the Hawkeye Protect, though, in this tournament, actually. We know he's a super strong hero, but we haven't been seeing him play that much. He is a little bit... I wouldn't say he's easy to deal with, right? There is ways around it, just like playing your team around like a dive and fully focusing him because he doesn't have the resources to get out. But he is such a strong hero that could just one-shot as well. And it looks like a Loki ban out of Deadgamefans. I do like this a lot.
I'm not judging.
You know, Loki hasn't been the most dominant character, but I do feel that, you know, like the top Loki players who really can utilize all of his various tools in the kit, you know, can get a lot done on this character.
Yeah, Loki, I feel like Loki is very strong anti-dive, and he also has his shift ability, which just straight out counters Psylocke as well. The Psylocke already banned, so wouldn't have to worry about that anyways. But it looks like we will be seeing the Adam Warlock, Star-Lord team up, along with the Hulk, Iron Man, Strange, Gamma team up for Deadgamefans. Very overpowered team up we've been seeing a lot.
If there's a meta in Marvel Rivals, this has been it. You know, triple team ups, everyone in your whole team benefiting from some kind of team up value. And it's pretty nice value, right? For the Iron Man and Doctor Strange, they can do a lot more damage with that team up with Hulk. And then getting the self-reses, individual self-res on Star-Lord, Mantis, and Adam Warlock, very powerful. It means like even if you get picked off, right, you're just right back into the team fight. And that, I mean, those are just very flexible, very powerful tools. See if Jitbugs, if Hawkeye is just enough raw value, enough raw kill threat to overwhelm that kind of team synergy from Deadgamefans.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, the difference maker, I believe, for Jitbugs would have to be, can the Hawkeye and Star-Lord and the rest of the team, of course, just deal with that Iron Man with the Gamma, right? That hero just gets so much value with that team up.
And already Deadgamefans moving forward, holding this choke point based on the TP. But Chemicals opens it up. That's exactly what he needed. Star-Lord could elect to self-res, but he's not back into the team fight just yet. And space really being taken for Jitbugs. They're charging forward. TPR strikes back with 1-2 kills. Jeff Days with the self-res. And the attacking Star-Lord trying to get something done, but it feels like too little too late. His teammates are falling like flies around him. TPR does go down, and Star-Lord potentially looking for a cleanup. Hulk grabs Strange out of the air. Big catch by Gentle Giant. And that's going to be a kill. Point control going towards Deadgamefans.
Yeah, that's just absolutely sick with Hulk as well, right? If you're a Hulk player, you just constantly want to be holding that space bar, jumping around the map, being able to take heroes out of the sky as well, I think is a very cool feature. But TPR and the Iron Man just getting so many eliminations right away with that hero, just opening it up for the rest of his team to secure that fight. Something needs to be done about this hero, I'm already knowing.
Yeah, the Gamma team up with that beam is just ridiculously powerful when it comes to focusing down single targets. Right now, Deadgamefans looking to just forward hold this choke, not letting the enemy in. Feels like it's kind of going against them. They're very awkward here, right on the edge. Star-Lord jumps in with the link from Adam Warlock, and with the help of Arrow, they are starting to clean up, starting to find a few kills. It's a tenuous fight, though, with Deadgamefans. Low HP on many players. Chotten trying to hold on to that Mantis ult. Seems like he might be able to get away with saving that for the next team fight as Deadgamefans clean up.
Yeah, only both strategists remaining for Jitbugs, trying not to stagger, just falling back, saving those respawns. Mantis all on board as well, but a lot of ultimates on the board for Deadgamefans. It looks like Bruce Banner is out. He should be able to get back into the Hulk form, as we can see.
That's big. He's able to stay alive. And I mean, we've seen on this map many times, the ability to forward hold is really powerful. It looks like Jitbugs are going to flip the map with the Strange TP, gets them out through the choke. Still many ultimates available for Deadgamefans as they start to get stuck into this team fight. Chemicals finds one. Adam Warlock down is a big pickoff. Jeff Days, though, starting to turn it around. Finds a kill from outside the Mantis ult. The rest of the Legendary seems like it's being countered for now. Jeff Days just trying to stay alive at this point, but TPR with the maximum pulse shuts down that defensive ultimate, and Deadgamefans starting to press forward, starting to attack. Low heals available on the other side. It's going to be a self-res for Mantis. Is she able to get back into this? Just barely. Seems like the fight is starting to tilt towards Jitbugs, but TPR striking back, keeping this one in contention. Players are dropping like flies. This is the final fight, so Deadgamefans want to close it out here, want to find the win. Chemicals is back in, needs to find a kill, needs to find a connection. Does get Mantis, finds a second, and Chemicals, the hero his team needed.
They both rezzed.
Seems like it's potentially turning back against them, but still, it's such a chaotic fight right now. Deadgamefans, though, with the Ultra Hulk is providing so much value, so hard to get through. And TPR, he's cleaning them all up from above. with the Iron Man focusing beam. That's a massive team fight for Deadgamefans to win, and Jitbugs committed heavily to that fight. Very few ultimates going into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, as well, the Hawkeye got 2 eliminations right away, right? And then just the enemy team just being able to revive themselves as well. Iron Man just cleaning things up. A very strong performance out of Deadgamefans as well. Like you said, not many ultimates on board for Jitbugs, burning the Eye of Agamotto without a Morlock res as well. It looks like we're going to maybe see some Thor gameplay out of them. They were running the double shield. The composition didn't really work out that well there. I'm wondering if we're going to see some other switches as well.
Yeah, you know, we've seen the double shield look pretty effective on some of these longer range maps, and I don't hate it in that condition. But I think on domination, when you're, you know, brawling at close range, feels like Hulk, the distraction he creates is so incredibly valuable, right? It creates the opportunities for the Iron Man to slip in and pick off the backliners. And when you're running something like a Hawkeye, getting disrupted is kind of the worst case scenario. You would love a nice front to back poke fest, but Deadgamefans aren't giving you that. They're constantly attacking you, and they're going to start it off here with a TP. See how they elect to start this team fight.
Oh yeah, definitely as well. Not only is the Gamma team of just so strong between Iron Man and Hulk, but just the synergy between them, right? Hulk taking the attention off of you so that you can just thrive and get those eliminations. And as I'm saying that, down goes 3 of Jitbugs members. Make that 4, leaving only both Vanguards. Down goes Magneto, and out of Morlock, you might as well just save that res. You don't even want to burn that. Deadgamefans off to a great early start.
Yeah, they're so aggressive, so fearless. I thought for sure, you know, they wouldn't go through the choke point, but they just absolutely dive in with Hulk with no fear, with the Iron Man as well, and showing the power of aggression against something like a Hawkeye. Jeff Day is trying to hold forward. Looks like he's going to slip out with just his life. Adam Warlock is forced to use Link, but Deadgamefans have some powerful ultimates. They're pushing forward, driving right on top of the Hawkeye, and it's a triple kill for Arrow. Massive frags from the Doctor Strange, and that, I mean, that's just disgusting. They're just running over them with the point capped already. Deadgamefans, their aggression is looking flawless. Jitbugs is just caught flat-footed every single team fight. Feels like this Hawkeye is going down first. I mean, this is the playbook that a lot of teams have run to shut down that sniper.
Yeah, you rarely see that as well, right? I feel like Hulk and Iron Man overshadow the Doctor Strange in that team up, right? He got a triple kill with the E, just being so much stronger due to the Gamma as well. But I feel like maybe switch up the Hawkeye here. Yeah, they're just getting a little bit ran down.
Yeah, both legendaries pop, Mantis ult as well. But the maximum pulse, the perfect counter to the Mantis ult, and TPR cleaning up with the rest of the squad. He is grabbed out of the air by a Hulk, but it's too little too late. The rest of the squad is already down. Hulk last alive, getting cleaned up. Star-Lord trying to stay alive. Jeff Days needs to clutch this out, does. Find the knockout. Able to stabilize now, our Deadgamefans. And Jitbugs, just every fight feels like it's going against them right from the start. The aggression from Deadgamefans is just constantly catching Jitbugs off guard. They're not ready to deal with this. They're making a bunch of swaps, bringing out the Hulk, the Iron Man, but the composition looks so fractured, so flawed, where Deadgamefans are so on point.
Yeah, Deadgamefans is just running it to perfection, right? We know both of these 3 teams are super strong, right? I feel like maybe Jitbugs could try to mirror match it. Oh, it looks like it's working out a little bit. Getting both strategists eliminations immediately on the Iron Man now.
Big damage from the attacking Iron Man for Jitbugs, but the double self-reses come in. Deadgamefans still fighting this out, still bringing it back, and the Iron Man on the flank is cleaning up with the help of Doctor Strange and Mantis. Charlton looking insane on the Mantis. He was great yesterday, and it looks like an easy cleanup now for Deadgamefans. They just fight so well in these engagements.
They definitely are. Bruce going back into the Hulk form. Only a few seconds remaining. They're going to get Jeff Days, but down goes their Iron Man.
Eye of Agamotto over the top, and Arrow wants to end this here and now. No one left to touch the point. Clock is ticking up, and Deadgamefans take map 1.
Yeah, that just looked like very extremely dominant for Deadgamefans, right? Did the enemy team even capture the point once in either round?
Yeah, I think they flipped it for a second there in the second round, but really, I mean, they never won a fight, right? Like, they never properly had map control. You know, that's a pretty tough way to lose, right? Like, mentally going into the next map, feeling like you didn't even really win a team fight is a pretty terrible way to feel. And great performance across the board from Deadgamefans. You know, running this composition, executing it well. I think being willing to take risks, to get super aggressive. That's what you've got to do to shut down a Hawkeye. And Chemicals, you know, he put out big damage. He got that SVP, top damage in the lobby, but what was it worth? You know, like, what did it cost? Everything, I guess.
Yeah, Chemicals did get some good eliminations to kick off some fights, but as a team, they just weren't able to really convert. Like that Hulk pressure in the back line, just not being able to deal with the Iron Man in the sky as well. Just playing as a unit, Deadgamefans, they just got it done, right? To perfection.
Yeah, we've talked about how difficult Hulk can be to play, that a lot of players like aren't confident on the Hulk, they don't want to bring it out. But we see some of these really strong Hulk players just getting a ton of value on the character, not only in just the raw damage or knockouts they're able to achieve, but also in the amount of attention they draw on themselves, right? Creating space for Iron Man and Doctor Strange with those team ups to really deal that damage, find pickoffs, win team fights, showing that, you know, I think the team play ends up being the most crucial element in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, I feel like that's not talked about enough, actually. Hulk just he's a big distraction, right? Just diving, harassing that backline, taking the attention off of maybe heroes such as like Iron Man or Star-Lord, just allowing them to thrive, get those picks right away. While the enemy team is not really looking at them, they're focused on the Hulk and their backline.
Yeah, exactly. All right, before we get into the next map, we're going to jump into the highlight package, see what happened in that last map, how Deadgamefans got it done. Then we're going to throw to a short break and we'll be back with map 2.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. We see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. I'm Jake, joined by Hank. If you're just joining us, we're in the middle of a series between Deadgamefans and Jitbugs. Looks like Deadgamefans off to a very strong start, up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, they were definitely looking a little bit maybe unstoppable in that recent match. They tried to whip out their own Iron Man Hulk, I believe, as well, to see if they could do something about it. It looked like they got a few more eliminations, right? But just still not able to even capture the point. Deadgamefans was looking very dominant in that last match. I'm wondering if we're going to see some targeted bans towards the Iron Man and the Hulk. Usually that is what you would see after something like that. Just such a dominant performance, not being able to deal with that. But I feel like maybe they could try to mirror it, maybe run their own composition very similar to that, just see if they could do it better, right?
Yeah, we have seen a lot of teams, choose Bruce Banner to get target banned, not only because Hulk himself can be such a distraction and so hard to deal with diving the backline, but also because that really powerful team up, the Gamma team up with Doctor Strange and Iron Man, really takes those heroes to the next level. So I wouldn't be shocked to see that team up potentially banned as well. There's the Adam Warlock team up with Star-Lord and Mantis you got to consider. So it's kind of pick your poison for Jitbugs. We'll see when we get into that hero banning phase, as we are now, how they elect to take a different approach.
Yeah, nothing new here. The Hella ban right away. We did see that in the last match. Deadgamefans banning the Hawkeye. I'm wondering if they, even though they dominated in the recent match, if they did think the Hawkeye was a little bit of an issue, or if they're just doing that because they feel like Chemicals is too comfortable on that hero, making him want to switch it up. I'm wondering who they're going to protect here. Maybe the Hulk or the Iron Man, maybe Adam Warlock, Luna Snow. That's an interesting one. Maybe just fully switching up the team comp here.
Yeah, maybe bringing a different strategy, right, that we're coming to convergence. Jitbugs are going to get their Psylocke comfort pick, though, protected now in this game. So that could be the change-up they need. They also ban out the Bruce Banner. Don't have to deal with the Iron Man team-up. But I think you're right, Hank. I think these bans and protects from Deadgamefans signal that they might be looking a little bit of a different direction when it comes to the team comp this time around.
Yeah, I think Jitbugs could potentially be running Panther Psylocke. I feel like that would maybe work a little bit better here, like a pretty divey composition. I'm not sure we'll see the Iron Man without the Hulk for Deadgamefans. Definitely a completely different comp, I'm sure. Looks like maybe you're going to see some Wolverine gameplay. The Rocket Raccoon team up with Bucky as well. Maybe not one of the stronger ones, but I feel like we've been seeing a lot of good Bucky gameplay throughout this tournament as well.
Yeah, I think the power of Bucky to pull an adversary in and then push them even deeper into your team, kind of kidnap them away. Wolverine can kind of do that same thing, right? Like grabbing an enemy hero and pulling them deep into your formation where it's easy to pick them off. Also, the double shield comp being run for Deadgamefans. So this is a complete 180 from what they were running in that last game. But I could see the idea here. Wolverine, though, is a character that we just have barely seen in the competitive scene. I think there's a couple people who have been running the Wolverine and are starting to, make waves, at least in the rank scene. But we'll see if Gentle Giant can replicate that.
Yeah, I think Jeff Day is on the Magneto as well. I think they can bubble the Wolverine, right? Or kidnap someone, bring them into their backline. Bucky can pull them back in even deeper and then just shift them even deeper into the backline. It's going to be pretty hard to get out if you get kidnapped by either Bucky or Wolverine. That'll definitely be very interesting to watch. Looks like we're going to see some Magneto Strange on both ends as well. The double shield composition.
Yeah, see if Doctor Strange with this TP kind of changed the game. They're just going straight to that attacker high ground. I like this move for attackers, get past the choke point for free, but the portal blocks them an arrow with a beautiful counter TP. He was so ready for this play, and it's just fallen all apart, effectively wasting the Strange portal, right? Not just winning the team fight, but also denying that value. So the attackers are going to have to take the conventional approach to the choke. Really well done by Arrow.
Yeah, like you said, not only wasting the enemy Strange portal, right? 2 crucial eliminations, wasting a lot of time for them, but Chemicals as well, getting an elimination on the TPR, will be revived by the Rocket Raccoon respawn. Won't have that for another 45 seconds. Beautiful snipe from Chemicals.
Chemicals on this high ground would love to find some damage, but not able to connect with too much as of yet. And Doctor Strange getting up in his face, pushing him off the high ground. The Bucky team up starting to put in work from the low ground for Deadgamefans on this defense as they're kind of stabilizing after a couple picks went against them. Double shield tank pushing through in the front. Wolverine taking a lot of attention. Struggling to get so much, but the tank trade is looking dangerous for Jitbugs. This double shield tank really pressuring both of them. Eric would love to get into the backline, love to find some kind of a kill here. The Cosmic Guard Amplifier comes off, kills going both ways, but Deadgamefans with the first ultimate deployed, and it's Arrow mixing it up in the backline. That damage amp proves to be just a little bit too much for the attackers as they're sent back to the spawn.
They will be going back to the spawn, trying not to stagger here as well. Luna Snow ultimate built up on both ends. And the Psylocke ultimate as well for Jitbugs. If played to perfection, maybe forcing out the Luna Snow ultimate, they could win this fight right here if used properly afterwards.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Psylocke really pressure those Luna Snows, force the ultimate off early. But the fight is starting very aggressively, and it's a big kill by Chemicals on the TPR. Is going to be rezzed by Rocket Raccoon to get back into the team fight. Both Luna Snow ultimates online. Or rather, it's Luna Snow versus Mantis ultimate. Pints, wait, drop low, got bursted, didn't get the Luna Snow ultimate off. That's a worst case scenario here. And Jitbugs are getting cleaned up. They were going to rely on that better Luna Snow ultimate, but it didn't come down in time. That's a critical error. It's going to be a really costly one as they're sent back to spawn in a fight that almost looked like it was going to go their way, right? Like with that Luna Snow ultimate in the bank, felt like you have good chances to win that team fight, but Jitbugs weren't able to get it done. Deadgamefans brawling really well in these engagements.
Yeah, Deadgamefans just looking like a strong team as well, like you were saying. Jitbugs did have... Wait, okay, it looked like Arrow was AFK for a second. I was tripping, but it did look like they forced out the ultimates. They had the Luna Snow and Psylocke to clap back, but just a little bit of a malfunction there.
Agamotto comes in, and it's enough here with the help of Eric and the Luna Snow ultimate. So just an overwhelming dump of ultimates for Deadgamefans. Or rather, for Jitbugs, and it gets them over the line here. Gonna get them to cap first point. TPR also lost that Armed and Dangerous ultimate, was trying to pop it to clutch, bring the fight back, but it wasn't to be. And so Jitbugs already with a bit of a more competitive look in this map too. Eric getting the comfort pick on the Psylocke. Deadgamefans chose to not ban the Psylocke, right? They focused Hawkeye. Felt like they could deal with Psylocke on this map. We'll see if they end up regretting that choice. As Chemicals starting to really put some pressure down on the front line on these shield tanks.
Yeah, I don't know how I felt about the Hawkeye ban, especially if it wasn't really a problem for them. Maybe they forgot, oh, we banned their Lord Psylocke immediately in the first match. Down goes Focus BF immediately, and Arrow just cleaning things up. So is TPR. Down goes both strategists for Jitbugs.
Yeah, TPR going to the mirror on this Namor, a really important character to put down that damage in the fight, and also to potentially answer the Psylocke a little bit more effectively, right? She doesn't love, you know, clearing all these little squid turrets. You also got the Luna Snow team up online. Beautiful burst by TPR. Turrets finishing it off, but finding those double connections with the left and right click. Jeff Day's dropping super low, and Namor's striking back on both sides. TPR needs to find something on the flank, but right now it's all Chemicals just charging forward in the front line, taking space. And the cart really rolling for the attackers now. Looks like they're going to be able to get it around this crucial corner. Deadgamefans regrouping, but with a massive bank of ultimates, this next fight is scary for Jitbugs.
Yeah, Jitbugs looking to definitely build some momentum here, winning a few team fights in a row. Doctor Strange is in trouble as well, managing to get out. A bit of a switch here for Eric, hopping off the Psylocke pick as well as comfort pick.
Gentle Giant jumped into the backline, but just got team focus fired down. The trades come back, and the power value of this Rocket Raccoon res is really great for Wolverine. He's not scared to get into the fight. They're trying to block the Magneto Meteor. Looks like they will be successful. Eric back on the Punisher, trying to bring a little bit more frontline damage. Agamotto coming in over the top from Scrumpy. Finds a connection on one. Can he get the follow-up on Luna Snow? Just barely can't get the kill, and that's a massive team save. Really well done by Chotten, keeping his ally strategist alive. And Jitbugs just aren't able to find the team fight closeout that they're looking for. Deadgamefans starting to reassert map controls. TPR is just absolute alpha male right now, swinging wide, fearlessly pushing on the Namor.
Yeah, TPR doing an amazing job on the Namor right here, holding Punisher at the doorway, not able to get through as well with the turrets. The turrets provide so much extra damage as well, especially with the Luna Snow team up too. Only 50 seconds remaining for Jitbugs, and they've got to get it together here. They got to win a few team fights.
Magneto putting a lot of pressure down from the front line, and TPR just uncontested on the flank, right? Hitting them from behind. This is a huge threat that they're going to have to deal with. Magneto Meteor shuts down the Punisher ultimate. Judge, Jury, Executioner completely deleted, and an Agamotto over the top as well. Maybe a little bit of overkill in terms of the ultimate commitment from Deadgamefans, but in the end, that was the Punisher ult committed for the attackers. Arrow looking to potentially TP block the spawn right now. He is going to TP block the spawn, but I think the enemies maybe have already gotten out. Maybe not, just a little bit late. TPR on this off angle, if he's not scouted, he could really put in the work. Builds both turrets, starting to attack this backline, and the Whale as well online. This is a terrifying position to be against. Namor just cutting into pieces from the flank. They had to clear this angle. They didn't see it coming, and that's going to be a defense hold for Deadgamefans. Pints dancing all alone on the payload. Maybe they can't kill him through the Luna Snow ultimate, but with the 6-man focus fire, even the Luna Snow ultimate sometimes cannot be enough. Desperation running to the car for Jitbugs. Hold on, they have a Mantis ultimate, so this could still be a winnable engagement. They need to find some kills. They need to get some teamfight connection. These Vanguards very close to ultimates for the attackers for Jitbugs. They're TPing in as well. Doctor Strange and Magneto need to find production with the ultimates, but so far, they're just dropping like flies. They can't quite get these last few percentage points. Magneto is popping the meteor, but it's too little, too late. They get off the payload, and Deadgamefans make the hold.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful flank to kick that off right there from TPR on the Namor, right? Just getting that high ground, getting those turrets up there as well. Even the big Whale just coming in afterwards. Not really anything you can do about that unless you're aware immediately. Deadgamefans continuing to look dominant, right? Eric is going back to the Punisher as well, hopping off the Psylocke.
Yeah, I really like the way TPR is playing the Namor in this series. Like, this is the play style that I found a lot of success with in ranked, right? Like, sneaking up on the flanks, getting on high ground, and then dropping 2 turrets and just start bursting down backliners before they can react. And, like, pretty soon, the enemy team's just overwhelmed, right? It's too hard to turn and clear your turrets while you're constantly pressuring them. If you picked off, like, let's say a strategist early, like, the enemy team can just fall to pieces. So I really like the way TPR is, pushing through these flanks and going for the enemy backline rather than just, holding passively, as some Namor players do elect to do against, like, divier strategies. So I like that TPR has made that adjustment. It looks really solid. And now a clear win condition has been established for Deadgamefans.
Yeah, I feel like most people think strictly of Namor as like a anti-dive character, which he is, right? It's pretty hard to dive him and the octopus turrets as well, especially with the Luna Snow team up, right? But you can get super aggressive with him, get the high ground, get those flanks, and then, as you were saying as well, they're just overwhelmed, right? So much damage has already been done immediately, and it looks like they're gonna block the spawn with a Doctor Strange portal. Gonna have to go the other way.
Scrumpy went for it, took the risk to try to defeat that TP, but that's going to mean Arrow. He knows this TP is safe, uncontested, can't be countered by an enemy TP, so the attacker is going to take the backside of the map here for Deadgamefans.
Yeah, always good to take that high ground with that Doctor Strange portal. Gonna have to be dealt with here. Punisher turret with the Doctor Strange shield, definitely a good strategy as well. Get some early damage. Not really any not really much value here though. Oh.
Wolverine tried to grab the Penny Parker on the flank, but can't get connection, and going to the point looks like a fraught proposition, right? The Punisher team up is really putting in work from the high ground, and Eric moving in, sensing blood in the water, keeps pressuring, finds TPR. Wolverine alone on the point, does try to grab Penny Parker, just barely gets back to his team and gets saved. Penny Parker struggling, and the point is being pressured very effectively here by the attackers. Still, Chemicals on the high ground, starting to really pour in that damage. Deadgamefans need to find something. Cosmic Yard Amplifier, very quick build of the ultimate by Chotten, and it's amplifying the damage of his whole team. First ultimate on the field ends up being really high value as Wolverine is just starting to tear things apart on the point, fearlessly charging forward into these Vanguards, and there's just no one left to deal with him. Judge, Jury, Executioner, though, might be the answer from Eric Manic. We'll see if it's enough to close out. Seems like it might just be. Does drop, but gets a ton of kills before doing so. Deadgamefans going to be sent back to the spawn, but not for nothing. I mean, 2 ticks on the point. They force some powerful ultimates. Eric is going to be a little bit late back to the team fight, coming off spawn here. So Deadgamefans might try to press the issue. They do have Luna Snow ultimate online. Looks like Eric was able to hit that rollout very quick there. Able to be back in the engagement. Really important here to be spamming as the enemy team walks in.
Yeah, you can definitely do some good movement with the Punisher zipline as well. Just pressing spacebar to jump off of it. You can go flying, and then the smoke as well. Wolverine just looking to absolutely shred, but down he goes.
Yeah, I was able to kidnap the Penny Parker, and they're able to kill her through the ultimate. Trading for the Penny Parker is not too bad. Nice meteor straight into the backline by Jeff. Quick connection on 2, which is insane for the Magneto meteor. Just what you're looking for, and this should be a cleanup. Looks like the attackers are going to be taking control here. Strategists all gone for Jitbugs. There's no one left to stabilize this team fight. And with that 2 ticks already captured, it's a quick cap for Deadgamefans. And now this map feels like a foregone conclusion. Jitbugs really need to bring themselves together here and make a miracle hold. but Deadgamefans don't want to let that happen. They want to charge forward. They want to get some stagger kills here. Worst case scenario for Jitbugs, and it seems like it's coming true. Deadgamefans staying very aggressive, not electing to force the payload, just having everyone forward, everyone fighting. But if they can keep getting these stagger kills, it might just be worth it here.
Yeah, you do not want to be staggering when the enemy team has 4 minutes to push this cart. Out comes the Judge, Jury, Executioner as well. Arrow getting shredded, but a bit of a trade there.
Big Eye of Agamotto, though, into the back line. Beautiful flanking TP by Jitbugs, and it's going to get them the team fight cleanup. Hold on. Arrow commits the Eye of Agamotto, but he's all alone. Yeah, no hope to win this team fight. I think a wasted ultimate there. Beautiful TP by Scrumpy to come in from behind and get that team fight win. So Jitbugs snatching back a chance to stabilize here in this game. But it looks like maybe a one-fight scenario here. They can't really afford any kind of mistakes. Gentle Giant brawling on the high ground, but gets cut down by Chemicals, who's slipping through that flank. Shades of TPR, as he also very aware of how important this high ground is.
Yeah, I don't know how I felt about that Eye of Agamotto. Definitely a little bit of a waste. They still do have 2.5 minutes remaining, though, so they can definitely make up for that, building up ultimates as well. Not even needed. Gentle Giant just taking down Magneto, and now the Judge, Jury, Executioner is on board. They can just secure it right here. Take a lot more
he's
space
gonna go up
as well.
to the flank, maybe popping the ult here, thinking about it. Wants to just maybe save it for that final touch on the payload where the enemy can no longer retreat. They have the Magneto Meteor as well to protect it, but Jitbugs do have the Meteor, right? That could defend them from the Judge, Jury, Executioner, block a lot of this oncoming damage. Maybe Gentle Giant, aware of that, wants to see that Magneto Meteor come out before he commits. Yeah, very aware. I like that decision from Punisher. Everybody dodges away. Great move by Chocket on the Rocket Raccoon, and now Deadgamefans pops everything. Quick burst, though, onto the Punisher. Wasn't in the support ultimate. It's a critical mistake for the attackers, but will it be enough here for Jitbugs to stabilize? The res is coming in. Gentle Giant back in the fight off the back of the Rocket Raccoon. Whale into the back line by Nimor. Takes down his counterpart, also pressuring the Luna Snow in its final fight. Looks like Deadgamefans are cleaning this one up, taking the map and the series in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, just Deadgamefans, an absolutely dominating performance in the first match that we witnessed. This one looking a bit closer as well. Beautiful gameplay out of just the entire team in general. Some amazing Namor, Punisher gameplay as well. Arrow MVP on the Doctor Strange. Definitely very well deserved. Doctor Strange, I feel like one of the stronger vanguards in the game, if not the strongest. 35 eliminations as well. Look at TPR.
Yeah, I think some of these vanguards are really slept on for just how critical they are in the team fights. You know, with something like Strange and Magneto, I think are both great examples who can absolutely find kills and just massive damage of their own. Sure, maybe these like core duelists like Namor and Punisher are going to output a little bit more like raw damage from a stats perspective. In the end, I think a lot of times these big burst kills come through from Strange and Magneto, right? And sometimes that burst is more important than the sustained damage over time.
Yeah, Magneto and Strange definitely work well together for sure. Double shield composition as well. Magneto definitely a very useful ultimate as well, wanting to hold on to that as well to absorb ultimates such as Punisher or Star-Lord, just absorb all of that damage, basically making them waste it, for example. But definitely very well played for Deadgamefans moving on in the tournament. The gameplay it's just been getting better and better so far, Jake. I've been enjoying it, man. It's a amazing tournament so far.
I mean, as we get deeper into the tournament, right, only the strongest teams are going to be surviving and continuing on. So we're going to see more and more competitive matches, stronger and stronger teams going head to head. That's what this tournament is all about here at the Marvel Rivals Championship.
Yeah, Deadgamefans looking very versatile as well in the first match. I know we saw a lot of the Hulk and Iron Man and then the Mantis, Star-Lord, Atom team up, right? Just completely switching it up this match, right? Just going with the Namor, the Luna, the Magneto and Strange, just a completely different composition, right? If you want to make it far in the tournament, you do have to be versatile, right? I know I've said that a lot, but you're gonna get target banned a lot, and you have to be comfortable running very much different compositions at a high level, not just in general, right? And they are showing that they can do that.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's really important that you know you're not just a one-trick pony that you only play one strat, because as we've seen, right, with the hero bans, that can be quickly countered or responded to. Teams can bring things back even if you start off strong with that. You show your hand and that's what you've got to play. But I think a lot of these teams, like, they don't even wait to be countered, right? They just come out with another strat on map 2, so it's so difficult for the enemy team to anticipate what you're going to play, how you're going to approach the game. So I like this a lot from Deadgamefans. Definitely speaks to their versatility, their ability to potentially go farther in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that was very interesting, seeing Deadgamefans just thrive with that first composition, as I was mentioning, right? And then just coming out protecting Luna Snow, going with a different strategy immediately, right? The other team just didn't know how to counter that right away. Definitely some strong Namor gameplay as well with that team up too.
Yeah, I really like the Namor team up with Luna Snow. Luna on her own is just such a fantastic support, putting out a ton of healing for the squad. Of the strategist cast, I think her ultimate is probably the best in terms of so effective for healing, also provides damage amp if you need that. So you can be, if you're totally safe, you don't need the heal, you can just start damage amping everyone and like putting out insane quantities of damage. So it can be a really powerful ultimate to use, and then you get Namor, that extra turret team up is really powerful. The additional slow really helps Namor land all of his shots. It's just a very nasty combo. I think one of the underrated team ups right now this season.
Yeah, definitely some very strong extra damage you can get with that Ice Octopus turret as well. If you're running certain dive heroes that are maybe harder to deal with that compared to, like, I feel like Psylocke is like one of the dive heroes that can deal with it, right? Just being able to put out damage. But say if you're, for example, running like Magic or Black Panther, you can't really deal with those Octopus turrets as well, right?
Yeah, and even something like Psylocke that's a little bit better at dealing with it, still like just that annoyance factor and the power of Namor to just maybe kill you while you're distracted, while you're looking at the turret. The Namor really does put out that damage. But this match is complete. It's a 2-0 for Deadgamefans. We're going to jump into a quick highlight package, be able to see what happened in that last map, and then throw to a quick break before our next series.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 나를 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 한도 믿어 내배까지 세계 운명
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. If you're just joining us, we've got 256 of the best teams qualified out of the game client in North America alone, now competing. We move on soon towards the round of 64 today. I'm joined by Hank. Hank, how are you feeling about the tournament so far?
I'm feeling good, Jake. We're seeing a whole lot of diversity in team comp-wise, just player-wise as well. So many different team compositions and play styles. I've been enjoying it so much, man. Going from the Hulk team-ups and the Adam Warlock team-ups to whipping out Namor and Luna and the Magneto. Just so much versatility hero-wise in this game and strategy-wise as well. A very good performance as well from Deadgamefans, winning 2-0 in the previous match, advancing throughout the rest of the tournament. And I'm excited to get into this next match as well, Jake.
Yeah, the next match we're going to be casting is going to be Intergalactic taking on Chung. And honestly, you know, one thing I've noticed, Hank, is just that the level of play is getting higher and higher. I think not only because only the stronger teams, of course, have survived to this point, you know, staying alive in the tournament, right? We're down, by the end of today, we're going to be down to 1/4 of the teams that we started with as far as teams still alive, still competing for that prize pool. But also because I think people are learning. I think they've been watching each other. People have been practicing and scrimming. And remember, the game is so fresh, so new. I still think all of these players are learning and improving as they go.
Yeah, definitely playing a lot of back-to-back games, looking at those VODs, trying to learn, trying to spectate, see how your opponents are playing as well, figure out how you can adapt to that. We're going to kick off the first match between Chung and Intergalactic right now with two very strong team-up bans, right? I was just talking about this, the Bruce ban or the Hulk ban immediately out of Chung, but Intergalactic taking out the Adam Warlock ban as well. And the Hella Protect for Chung, definitely a very strong hero that can carry as well, get a lot of crucial early eliminations too.
Yeah, I think you know, that's the interesting thing, right? If you ban Adam Warlock, you ban the Hulk, you know, you're blocking some of the strongest meta team ups. These bans make a ton of sense, but that means Hella comes through. Strange as well. So like, these are, I mean, two of the strongest characters in Marvel Rivals right now, Hella and Strange. A lot of people have been putting them at the top of the tier list. a lot of emphasis on these individual players, we can almost certainly expect to see mirror matches from both Doctor Strange and Hela. So there's going to be a real opportunity for the diff to open up. You know, if you're just gapping the enemy Hela or the enemy Strange, you know, you really do have a huge influence on the outcome of the match here.
Oh yeah, definitely. You do also want that Doctor Strange shield to be able to just fly up and counter out that Hela ult immediately. And the Morben, usually don't see that too much. I know we're expecting to see some Luna Snow gameplay on both ends, most likely with the Atom ban. I'm curious who Chungite will target ban here. 1 second left, and they could not make a decision in time. A bit of a throw right there, but there's still time to recover, of course. Gameplay will speak for itself.
Yeah, you know, if you really just have no idea what your opponents play and you yourself have a ton of flexibility, I think it could be reasonable sometimes to not make a ban. But it definitely, you know, you'd probably rather have a bit more knowledge about your enemy team and be able to approach things a bit more strategically. Nonetheless, though, regardless of the bans and protects, both teams, right, like after the ban protect phase, you all have the same characters available to each other. You know, there's no difference, because since these bans are global, it's not that you get the hero for just your team alone. Everybody can play it. So there's always the opportunity to mirror match. Right now, these teams are queuing up very different strategies, though.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen this team composition, actually. But before I get into that, I feel like since they're not running a Hawkeye of their own and they didn't really know what they were going to ban, the enemy team is running a Hawkeye. Maybe that's just one of those heroes you could just throw out there and ban for sure if you're not planning on running it. Okay, it looks like they are going to run a Hawkeye. Never mind me. I was expecting to see some Iron Fist gameplay, which I don't think we've seen once throughout this whole tournament. But the Captain America Thor team up as well, and the Hela Loki team up. We haven't seen much Captain America gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting, right? So Thor is going to get a lot of team up value, can get rezzed by knockouts that Hela is able to find, also gets a bonus working with the Cap. So I'm curious to see how Intergalactic, with a more conventional double shield team up as they push in, you know, how do they deal with these tanks getting aggressive diving on them?
Senior Hoff and Absolute on the Hela and the Hawkeye on both ends, actually. Taking down Captain America right away, giving Intergalactic the upper hand right now. Just so much raw damage coming out of the Hela. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you know, I think this strategy from Chungite, like, I don't think it's impossible to win with these really aggressive dive tanks. However, I think wouldn't it make a lot more sense to have a duelist that just gets in the mix a little bit more, that dives on top of the backline and assists those tanks? Looks like Hela being assaulted right now, but the support is so quick to help her. Absolute is playing with total confidence, faith in the squad, and you can see why. I mean, he's able to execute on such a high level on the Hela and really starting to this match off right, especially with the double shield tanks in front of him. Right now, he's like doubling up when it comes to the ult charge on the enemy Hela.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like the team composition, especially with the Vanguards, works a little bit more in Intergalactic's favor. It looks like Snowjake did switch up. Maybe he was listening to you for sure. Definitely would have wanted someone to be able to dive the backline as well with the Captain America. Absolute taking out the Loki right away. A huge pick.
Yeah, but it's the Thor who goes Spider-Man, so they're gonna run triple duelist, but now this feels really awkward for Chungite. They've got 2 snipers, but not much of a front line, and look at Magneto. He's just smells blood in the water, charges forward. There's no one who can stop him pushing through the front line. Mitosis wins the 1v1 on with Hela on the flank. That'll be a critical pick-off. Maybe he can snowball into some more damage. Yes, he can. Mitosis fighting critical kills, but Magneto is striking back. I mean, this is still a competitive team fight, even with the Hela winning that fight. Spider-Man overextended to get cleaned up in the backline with no support, and Chungite are trying to get the regroup here on this final fight on defense, forced to use an early defensive Mantis ult. Mitosis charges forward, finds yet more picks, been a crucial performer on this Hela. Magneto, while protecting the backline, is blocked with a beautiful shield, but it's not quite enough. Still Intergalactic charging forward, Hela Unleashed deployed, focusing down the enemy Hela first, cleaning her up after the ultimate, and the map is completely in control right now for Intergalactic. Able to get capture on this cart, charge forward again. Cap runs in, but yeah, he's all alone. Can't stay in for long. It's going to be very difficult to touch the objective. Vanguards for Intergalactic, holding forward, charging the front line. Cap comes to contest. He's all alone, taking a ton of damage. But the defensive ultimate from Luna Snow for Chungite, keeping them alive. Senior Hoff, though, finds the one-shot kill through that support ultimate. So impactful on the enemy Hawkeye. And the Luna Snow ultimate is about to time out. They've got to make something happen. Got to find some knockouts here on this card. But the Eye of Agamotto is going to stun the entire back line. It's beautiful from window, and Intergalactic surely are cleaning up here. Absolute on the high ground, just wreaking havoc on the defenders.
Yeah, in all honesty, I really don't like the composition that Chung is running, right? They don't really have a frontline presence for these two snipers they have with Hela and Hawkeye as well. They have one Vanguard in just Captain America, right? They don't have anything to counter out the enemy Hela ults as well besides the Luna Snow ultimate, right? Like, Intergalactic has the Magneto ult that can absorb it, or the Doctor Strange shield that can block it as well. I just feel like Intergalactic overall is playing better, and they have the better team composition as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. It feels awkward for Chung. They're going to go to the Black Panther, but they're just swapping in spawn while the Cap's in the front. I mean, the coordination's not there. Mitosis has found a lot of kills, and Kulin does shut down the enemy Hela, so the individual performance ends up being enough to potentially slow this down. But the attackers, I mean, the card is still rolling forward, right? Maybe this next choke point will prove to be too much, but Doctor Strange on the flank starting to really work his magic, and the lack of a Vanguard frontline is really being punished right now. Feels like Magneto and Strange are just making the most of the situation, becoming duelists in their own right? Just pressuring, constantly finding pickups of their own, showing what this Vanguard roster can do. And look at Cap, just cut to pieces, can't get any kind of a dive off. Chungite, they do have the Mantis ultimate, but they're all dying. There's no one left alive to use it. It's just going to be a solo Mantis ult to stall the car, but that's kind of the worst case scenario here. Water wants to wait for the last second. It's got to be careful here. Okay, is going to pop Mantis ult, but instantly bursted. Too much focus fire from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I just feel like there's nothing else to say. They were just stomping through. They were actually running through. Just no front line for the enemy team. They were allowed to do whatever they wanted. As you were saying, the Vanguards just even being able to flank, just secure early eliminations as well with the Doctor Strange and the Magneto, right? They're just playing mystery heroes a little bit as well. I don't think they've found the answer. Mitosis with a pretty good individual performance as well, but I feel like they should go to two Vanguards most likely, get a little bit of a frontline presence maybe, or
yeah,
maybe or they could have played a little bit more around the dive, but I feel like the two Vanguards would have worked better.
They are queuing up for duelists. I'm not sure about this one, Hank. I am not sure about this one.
Yo,
YOLO.
I don't know what to say. I'm actually left speechless. I've never seen this, and this late on in the tournament. I feel like,
yeah.
I feel like we gotta be better. We gotta be better, Chung guy. We made it this far, not to troll this much.
Yeah, this is rough, right? Like, how are you gonna get? Okay, they are gonna bring back the Cap, but honestly, this comp just feels so awkward. Even with Mitosis finding some duel wins, like finding some victories on the flank, the Cap has just really struggled, right? Has never really gotten a solid dive off on the enemy team, and Absolute, though, almost dying, almost getting picked off, has to back off for heal on the Hela, so lucky to stay alive. That would have been a massive pick to find for the attackers. SnowJ on the Wolverine can maybe be a bit of a pseudo Vanguard, but excuse me, it could be hard to get in on this map.
Bless you. Wolverine could be the answer, possibly. I don't really think it will be, though. Down goes Koiger for Chungai, and down goes Mitosis as well, leaving them in a 4v6, never mind a 5v6. Raccoon with the respawn, but a bit of a Wolverine trying to escape for his dear life, just being hunted down by the Hela, and down he goes.
Eating him, man. Wolverine against Hela is a really tough matchup. I think that's one of the reasons we don't see so much Wolverine, in particular when Hela's on the field, because that stun, I mean, her raw burst damage with the headshots is a little too much. Overconfidence, though, from Senor Hoff. However, Absolute on the flank, making the most of this distraction, starting to just cut up backliners, and this is getting really scary. If he doesn't get killed or marked, wait, maybe overextended just a little bit? No, slips out. This is really nice play from Absolute. Could have been in trouble from SnowJ, but manages to stay alive. And yeah, these Vanguards for Intergalactic are just running rampant on the field. Oh.
Yeah, I think Shungite is just struggling to find an answer right now. Using the Raccoon respawn again to get Cap back into the fight, but down goes their Mantis, down goes the Raccoon, leaving them with no strategist left. Captain America hanging on for his dear life, and Shungite is still just struggling to find the answer.
Yeah, Absolute is just frontlining on Hela. It's just fearlessly charging forward. I feel like Intergalactic are just so confident right now. They're willing to take any kind of risk. Golan over to the Jeff. Maybe Jeff is the answer. They do grab the Magneto, but gets saved by his allies, gets the bubble on himself. Absolute, once again, diving forward into the back line, looking for some quick picks. Does have ultimate online. Yeah, if he does drop low, baits his life a little bit before deploying it. I really like that move. Punisher on the high ground. She can see you through walls, buddy. Got to be careful about that one. And the raw damage from this ultimate, almost chopping through even the Mantis ult.
Yeah, that is a very aggressive Hela and Magneto out there, just playing very close to the enemy team spawn, staggering now. Down goes land on the Mantis. It doesn't look like Jeff was the answer unless he can maybe get a huge ultimate to help them capture this point here. They have the Hela ultimate on board as well.
Can he throw them off the map? Did he get anybody? Let's see. I don't know if Jeff throwing them off the map is kind of your last hope, but it doesn't go that way. Hela, you tried to dive Hela, and she just ate you for breakfast. Water, focus down. It's a one-man Eye of Agamotto, but I think that's just enough in this spot. Absolute, really managing resources incredibly well on the Hela. Not only crushing the duel, but the rest of Chungite alongside them. And oh, they're touching the spawn door. This is brutality, Hank. Surely there's some kind of mercy roll, right?
I don't know. After watching this, there probably should be a mercy roll. You usually don't see people being held in spawn on this map specifically. Only 45 seconds remaining. Captain America doing everything he can to try to touch this point right now by himself.
Yeah, they do win the duel. So once again, Mitosis being kind of the hero for the squad. Jeff's coming out on both teams. Nuck taking the Jeff mirror. Cap dropped low, has to fall back a little bit in the engagement. Now it's time for Mitosis to start pushing forward and start finding maybe even a little bit more value on the Hela. It's going to be crucial. Absolute pressured on the flank, but so threatening. Sends the enemy Star-Lord packing and straight back to the spawn with a knockout. Now Absolute walks out on this high ground. Looks totally uncontested here. Playing the cover incredibly well, and with the help of Star-Lord, does pick off Mitosis. And with that, maybe the last hopes for Team Chungite. Judge, Jury, Executioner out for water. Maybe can make something happen on the Punisher, but being flanked, Hela focusing down that target first, and Absolute has just been lights out this entire map, and he's not stopping now. Getting these cleanup kills, Cap in the back line, but cannot touch the point. Too busy taking down everyone's favorite shark.
Jeff is my favorite shark. He was not the answer for the enemy team there. Intergalactic will be going up 1-0 in the series. I'm very curious to see how many eliminations Absolute had. Just an insane stomping. I feel like Chungite tried almost every wrong composition in an attempt to try to find the right answer. I feel like the right answer was maybe just 2 Vanguards, get Luna Snow out there instead of Jeff again as well. So much value in that ultimate too. Mitosis with a pretty good individual performance, but Absolute just doing it even better. An insane amount of final hits, an insane amount of damage from him, and his team overall just, they played better as well.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing Mitosis' name in the War of the Realms tournament, and you know, the Hela Protect came in. You can see why Mitosis is definitely the hero for the squad. But in the end, it's not enough. Absolute is matching the Hela, also having a fantastic game, but just the across-the-board team play out of this world right now. Not super close map 1, it's fair to say, Hank.
Yeah, that was surprisingly very fun to watch, actually. Mitosis, definitely, I do like the Hela Protect for them. He is the hero for the squad, right? But Absolute, he just did it better, right? He was unstoppable, right? I feel like Chungite tried so many team compositions, right? I don't think we've seen a match where so many team compositions were tried, right? But it was so many different strategists, so many different duelists, right? But the only Vanguard they had out there almost the entire time was Captain America, right? And we don't see too much Captain America, right? But they didn't have like a frontline presence at all, which is why Absolute was able to just do whatever he wanted the entire match, I feel like, as well, right?
Yeah, you know, honestly, for Mitosis, I feel like from like an individual skill perspective, looks pretty even, still able to win some of these duels. We'll jump into a quick highlight package and see, you know, if there's any bright spots for that team who lost map 1, if they can start to bring it back. Before then, we're going to a break.
Double kill. That's 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Hank. We're cruising towards the round of 64. So teams starting to get eliminated now. We're moving closer to the cash prizes. Of course, on Sunday, today we're going to be closing out that round of 64. Next week, we'll be playing from the round of 64 to finding the champion. So be sure to mark your calendars. Be ready to watch next week.
Yes, and we did just watch Intergalactic go up against Chungite, right? Just an absolute stomping for Intergalactic, right? On the Hela, enemy team Chungite protecting the Hela. A good individual performance, right? But just Intergalactic absolute, just doing it better as a unit, as a team. They had the answer, they had the team comp, right? And they played it to perfection, right? And I feel like Chungite, they were trying a lot of different answers, couldn't find the right one. Definitely good to experiment, right? But I feel like they gotta make some switch ups with the bans first of all, but I feel like they gotta get 2 Vanguards out there, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is one of the few times I've seen a team lose the first round to Hela and not wanted to see the Hela ban, but I feel like Mitosis is like the one player who can really hang in the 1v1, so I kind of wouldn't mind seeing, you know, a continued protect on the Hela, like allow that character to come out. I'm sure Absolute is going to be confident, but I think your only hope for Chungite really is Mitosis on the Hela, like just playing a better team comp around him, supporting him a little bit more effectively, give him a chance to carry, but it really does feel like there's a big gap between these teams.
Okay, Chungite choosing to ban the Doctor Strange. He definitely was a problem out there. It looks like maybe they're just not a fan of playing Vanguards. I'm not too sure about that. Protecting Groot Intergalactic, maybe bit of a troll, or they just don't want to show their cards. Groot is an extremely strong Vanguard, but not seen in the recent match. Chungite choosing to protect the Hela after Absolute just dominating. I think Mitosis can be the answer, right? We saw a strong performance out of him as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was the best performer for his squad. I don't actually disagree with the Hela Protect. As good as Absolute was, Mitosis did win some 1v1s, right? Like, did find the opening picks. I feel like Mitosis was kind of the only one creating opportunities for the squad, and so I don't mind continuing to see the Hela on the server. But you're right, I really think the triple duelist, the execution is just not there for Chungite, and the Intergalactic Vanguards, when they were on Strange Magneto last map, they were just eating. They were diving into the back line, finding huge kills, just felt like they were uncontested throughout, and really at any point in the last map, those Vanguards. It was only when they were touching the enemy spawn door that they maybe overextended a little bit and got punished.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Chungite's composition here, right? Definitely a bit of a struggle match, the previous one. I like this composition more, even though they just have 1 Vanguard. Maybe the I feel like they still don't know themselves what they want to run, so that might be a little bit of an issue. I like the Magneto pick here, actually. Being able to bubble the Iron Man. The Iron Man could have the Snowflake from Luna Snow, and he gets the Gamma team up as well from the Hulk, and then with all of that chaos going on as well, Mitosis might be able to thrive a little bit more, right?
Yeah, I think compositionally, I like what Chungite is bringing out a lot better than the last map, especially. This comp makes a lot more sense. I think Mitosis is going to have a bit more of an opportunity to work. However, Intergalactic, we'll see. I'm assuming Absolute is going to roll out on the Hela. I think Groot could be a really devastating frontliner. For Chungite, it's going to be on their ability to navigate through the frontline fight, not get picked off by that enemy Groot and Magneto charging over the frontline. I think Groot is pretty solid on this point as well.
Yeah, I definitely love Groot. I love playing Groot as well, just being able to get so much damage as well with the walls, just being able to hold down the point, wall off the enemy team as well. We're gonna get into the second match right here. Intergalactic looking to go up 2-0 and advance in the tournament.
Yeah, and Absolute is going to be on the Moon Knight, so not playing the Hela. Interesting choice, but the frontline damage really overwhelming with the help of the Groot, and the team up, not a team up rather, but the ultimate combo between Moon Knight and Groot is a pretty monstrous one. Iron Man duel on the flank, interrupted by Impunity, who gets that cleanup, and the value of the Groot walls, you know, just so difficult for Team Chungite to navigate, right? When you push across onto the corner of the point and Groot just walls you off, very scary proposition, especially with Moon Knight pumping damage from those arms.
Yeah, the Moon Knight Groot combo is extremely devastating. Intergalactic already extremely close to 2 crucial ultimates. Moon Knight already with his somehow. Koiger looking to take down a Vanguard in window immediately. This could be what Chungite needed.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates available for Intergalactic if they want to keep this fight in contest, though. Seems like they will. Moon Knight does drop one ult. Kulin getting in with the Luna Snow for Chungai, but Fidel has the counter. They're responding well, and they managed to find Iron Man in the chaos. Was outside of the ultimate. Maximum pulse at point-blank range from Senor Hoff inside the support ultimate. I love that positioning from him, getting all the way down to the ground so his Luna Snow can keep him alive, and then just no chance to dodge the maximum pulse. And a nice small delay on the Hulk as well, running the clock down a little bit more. Intergalactic switching up the composition, letting Hela into the server and not choosing to play it. Very unconventional choice, but it's completely paying off.
Yeah, it looks like Absolute has a Lord Moon Knight on him, so definitely very comfortable on this hero. The Moon Knight group combo is on board as well. Could use that, save the Mantis ultimate here potentially. Senor Hoff, though, I like the low ground maximum pulse play in the Luna Snow ultimate. Don't really see too much of that, but it's definitely a 5 million IQ play.
Groot almost jumped off the map. Wolverine, though, getting focused, getting punished. The Moon Knight ult comes down, combos into them. And once again, Chungai back to the spawn doors. And, I mean, they're getting spawn camped right now. You can't deal damage to them there, guys. Just fearlessly peeking the spawn, though. Intergalactic asserting dominance on this first round of control. Mitosis does find one onto Absolute. So maybe a bit of hubris can land, make the touch on Hulk. Seems like too little, too late. Magneto diving into the spawn. Oh, it's so scary. And, yeah, no touch comes in. Intergalactic are putting on a show for us, and they're about to clean this up with extreme prejudice. I have a hard time seeing how Chungai gets back in with how well Intergalactic are playing.
Yeah, not to be that guy, but it is looking like there is no answer right now for Intergalactic. I mean, they're just looking absolutely so strong right now. Great ult management as well. Great just gameplay in general as well. Such a strong team. Not even needing the Hela, allowing Hela to get through. Don't really see much of the Hulk Wolverine team up as well, just curling Wolverine up like a little baby. Throwing him in favorite team.
You just throw Wolverine like
yeah, he's just like he's your little baby, bro. Throw him in there
this
and try to kidnap someone.
Like, I really hope this becomes a meta where this is like the strat, because it's too funny. I actually hope they run this. With how well Intergalactic are playing, you know, why not mix it up, have a little bit of fun. Looks like they're going for it. Oh, he's just walking around with him. He's like a little baby.
He is, bro. Hopefully impunity so and absolute.
Oh my god, they're sending him in.
Hopefully they can hit a sick little duo combo right here.
Oh, he's in deep. Oh, couldn't get the Luna Snow. Almost caught him though, and Wolverine just chopping it up in the front line. Taking a lot of pressure, gets the Magneto shield though, so Wolverine getting enabled pretty well in this comp. And Senor Hoff putting in the work on the back line. Long range maximum pulse is going to get blocked by Magneto's shield. But Absolute taking the resources really well there on Wolverine, rather. Being a huge thorn in the enemy side. Senor Hoff going to fall back, capture the point while the rest of the team holds the choke point. Chungai with a big bank of ultimates though. This could be an opportunity for them to get into the fight. Fidel pops that dance forward. Luna Snow keeping the engagement in contest. But Chungai has all the ults they would need to respond if they want to commit to this fight. Intergalactic with point control. Going to be feeling good about a long fight here. But Chungai wants to end it very quick. Maximum pulse is blocked. No, it's not actually. Rather find two. Maybe shielded, but just not enough. Little, too late. And Chungai finally get the cleanup they were hoping for. Hulk stalling the point, dying as late as possible. Still 19% on the board for Intergalactic. But Chungai are going to be happy that they were able to win that with only the Mantis and Iron Man ultimates, right? That they're able to hold on. They have point control. When it comes to just like, everything is really pointing toward Chungai right now in the round. Like, they look like they're in a way stronger position. However, Intergalactic have just been executing so well, and Mitosis burned down the Gamma team up from Hulk, so threatening the amount of raw power he can put in. Magneto ult doesn't find a kill connection. Both teams popping support ults, so probably everyone going to be staying alive. It's going to be all about how the teams come out of this initial engagement. They do somehow find the kill onto Nuck, though, and Fidel, so that's all the strategists dropping down. So Chungai continuing to fight well in these small rooms. Intergalactic maybe overconfident with the Wolverine pick. It hasn't worked out so far this round.
Yeah, it really hasn't worked out for them, but it also does look like SnowJ appears to have found the answer, or SnowJ and the rest of Chungai, right? Just the composition around the Iron Man, right? The Luna Snow Snowflake on him, bubbling Iron Man, Hulk in your backline, right? SnowJ just good ult management as well. Mitosis being able to thrive as well with this team comp, taking the attention off of him. Chungai's looking a bit stronger right now.
Oh, nice move by SnowJ, charging in on this Iron Man, getting a ton of value off the Gamma team up, putting down that damage. I think Chungai's got to be careful, though. Coming too close to the enemy spawn is not what you want to do. You don't want to throw anything away. Absolute is going to go back to the Hela. Feels like it might be a slightly stronger choice than Wolverine. And that's a big pickoff, though. Senior Hoff finds Kulin. And that's an unforced error for Chung as they were cruising towards an easy victory in this round of domination. Now Intergalactic have a real window back into the map.
Yeah, now they're running an exact mirror match as well. Absolute back on the comfort pick of the Hela. Trolling is over. No more Wolverine. Hela taking to the skies, looking for some eliminations. Being absorbed, I think, by the... Oh, no, I don't think Magneto popped ult, but down goes Senior Hoff.
Yeah, Magneto trying to brawl on the point. It's a big pick on the Senior Hoff. Intergalactic have a couple ults if they want to commit to this. Finding one seems like maybe they will go for it. Magneto with the Meteor. Able to get the stoppage. Shuts down water, and it's going to be a cleanup. Intergalactic going to have another lease on life in this map, although Magneto trying to strike back. Koiger, though, it's a little too late, right? With so many teammates down. Hulk dying a little bit late after the flip comes through. And Intergalactic back in control of the map. Chung gave everything trying to clutch that fight. They deployed all of their ultimates, and they might really live to regret that, right? Especially with Absolute back on the Hela. The comp really looking a lot stronger now for Intergalactic overall. Now I wonder, Chung with no ultimates available, it's going to be hard to get back in and cross this choke point.
Yeah, this is a very strong team composition both teams are running. Now it's all about who can do it better. And we saw Absolute in the previous match just so strong in the Hela, getting the Element to Luna Snow right away.
And Iron Man's brawling. Senior Hoff, though, with the Gamma team up, getting the bubble from Magneto, just pouring damage out on the Iron Man with the help of the rest of his squad charging forward. And once again, Intergalactic in firm control of the match, looking very stable now. Window on the Magneto, even farming a little bit of ult so deep, so close to the enemy spawn. Absolutely taking a huge risk there, being in the corner. Might need to block his way out as the enemy Iron Man slowly moving towards the point. Senior Hoff, though, is very aware, needs to not get caught off guard. Maybe he will. Yeah, enemy Iron Man right on top of him. He just flies away, tries to turn it around. Iron Man all alone now, wasn't able to find a kill. Turning back and forth, pulling a ton of attention. But Mitosis went down in the chaos, and Intergalactic still have ultimates to deploy. They do double support ult, though. Both teams double support ult. Every ult being deployed all at once. Maximum Pulse doesn't find anything, but Senior Hoff turns around with a much bigger Maximum Pulse. Finds 3. That'll be a cleanup. Intergalactic should be winning this, should be closing it out now. Feast for the Crows indeed. Absolute finishing the series off as he started it with total dominance on the Hela. They got a little silly. They gave us a little bit of a Wolverine team up to work with. I appreciate them for that, but in the end, they close it out swiftly in 2-0 fashion on domination. Well played by Intergalactic.
Yeah, Intergalactic definitely giving us some giggles there in that match. Senior Hoff with the MVP on the Iron Man. Very well deserved. We saw a lot of the low ground maximum pulses in the Luna Snow ultimate. I haven't seen much of that combo, but it is extremely strong, as we were seeing a lot of final hits for Senior Hoff and Absolute with the eliminations as well. 20 and 2. So much damage out of the both of them, but just this team composition, right? Playing around that Iron Man and allowing the Hela to just get a lot of damage in as well. Just very well played from Intergalactic. A super strong team as well. Just very hard to deal with them, right?
Yeah, Chungite, you know, they brought it back a bit in map 2. They brought definitely a better team comp overall and acquitted themselves well on it. But in the end, I think Intergalactic is just too clean, too consistent across all their characters. Really on the strategist role, I felt just a big difference from Intergalactic being so much harder to pick off in that backline.
Oh yeah, only 2 deaths for Nook and Fidel on the Mantis and the Luna Snow. Both of them definitely were positioning themselves very well. Hard to eliminate them, right? But overall as well, just an amazing team performance out of Intergalactic. I'm very curious to see how their next match in the tournament goes. Getting closer to that top 64, top 32. Just advancing throughout this tournament, right? They're going to be going against better and better teams, right? I'm curious to see how that goes.
Yeah, and Absolute was just a weapon on that Hela. I think that's going to be really a key attribute for a lot of these top teams, is having a monster Hela player who probably forces the enemy team to be banning Hela first, allowing you to get some of these really strong team ups protected, whether you want to do like Hulk and Iron Man, or you want to go with a, you know, Star-Lord and Adam Warlock and Mantis comp. Either way, I think having the better Hela player kind of gets you there strategically. Before we jump into the next series, we're going to show you the highlights from that last map and then go to a quick break.
어두워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 승리 완명해 The fate of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. Up next, we've got a great match. It's going to be Mutants taking on INF Esports. Mutants is a team that had early success. I believe won the first tournament ever for Marvel Rivals on NAPC. So they look to be certainly a force coming into the Marvel Rivals Championship today.
Yeah, Mutants is definitely a very strong team. I don't think we've seen INF Esports on stream yet, but I'm sure this could be a very good match. I'm curious to see how the bans and everything work out going into this, and whether Mutants will just keep dominating, right? I believe in the last match I saw, they just were an absolute force to be reckoned with. Like they were looking unstoppable almost. But the previous match was definitely very interesting. Not sure if we'll see another one like that going on right now. Just an absolute stomping, right?
Yeah, as you know, as we get deeper into the tournament, there's just not too many teams left who aren't strong, who aren't competitive. So we'll see, if INF Esports can put up a better fight here against Mutants, who have looked really scary, looked really effective at this level in the tournament. They are going to first ban the Hela. I think that makes a lot of sense with how good Mutants have been with the Hela.
Yeah, and then Mutants not looking to run any Hulk Iron Man team-ups in this match. It looks like INF Esports protecting the Psylocke. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a dive, maybe, but Mutants protecting the Groot. I think Groot is such a strong hero, right? But you don't really see people banning Groot much.
No, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think it's showing real confidence from Mutants to protect the Groot, feeling like this is a priority, or for in terms of how strategically they want to approach Spider Island's convoy. I wouldn't normally think of this as like the best group map, but I gotta think now, like some of these choke points, Groot seems like it could be really powerful, just holding down the payload, denying progress. And if you're duelists or winning their duels elsewhere, and Groot's just an immovable wall on the payload, that's a great recipe for success here for Mutants.
So Mantis already being banned. Maybe the enemy team having a Star-Lord player, and then Adam Warlock being banned as well. The team up Anchor. So definitely don't think we'll be seeing some Star-Lord. It looks like TTK and Skullus both on the Lord Strange. Definitely going to be seeing the Groot gameplay as well. Maybe some Wolverine action. We got to see a little tease of it in the last match. See if that'll work out here.
I don't mind this at all with Delana on the Moon Knight comboing with the Groot ultimate is a pretty massive team wipe potential. Luna Snow and SJP on Luna Snow, Harvey on the Loki, going to really give you that backline damage and healing respectively. Curious if the Wolverine really does come out. I think there's a possibility, especially we were saying that like in the break that like, in the Groot matchup, I think particularly Groot as a Vanguard really struggles when he gets pulled out of position. So I think there is some room for Wolverine in that matchup. However, INF Esports are not going to run that. They're going to go with a more conventional Doctor Strange plus Venom. So they've got Doctor Strange for the front line, Venom to dive the back. And Era's on the Psylocke, I think really could make big plays here. Definitely going to be pressure on the Psylocke and the Venom to find some kills. But against Loki, it could be hard, right? Loki has these really powerful saves for his teammates.
Yeah, Loki's shift just fully canceling out the Psylocke ultimate as well. As a Psylocke player, you definitely want to try to force that out, but as well, it is pretty hard to force that out of the Loki, focusing them. And the Moon Knight Groot combo is just so strong as well.
Hawkeye going to be able to pressure a lot on these frontliners. Also wanted to find some pickoffs. Big pickup onto the lane. A quick headshot. That's a massive one. And Vinny really struggling under the pressure from this Hawkeye. Groot can really, relies on just tanking through the damage, but can be really difficult. Wolverine tried to get a kidnap, but Eras is aware, able to burst him down. And so Mutants running into a little bit of trouble despite being, a really strong team that a lot of players have their eyes on this tournament. So far, the hold has been good for INF Esports. They got some players dropping low, though. Got to stabilize, got to regroup, as Mutants are managing to fight well despite the kills going against them.
Yeah, Aprisy realizing immediately that maybe Wolverine is not the answer here and switching over to the Star-Lord. I like just being able to switch there immediately. And Mutants has maybe found the answer, getting two crucial elims right away. But down goes Aprisy.
Yeah, and Delana on the Moon Knight really getting big value. These last players trying to escape, but they're kind of caught in. They don't have the mobility to get out of this, and so Mutants are going to chase these down, try to find the finished kills, and it seems like they will be able to get them as the cart rolls forward. Vinny blocks off the choke, and Crimson has got to get out of there on the Cloak and Dagger, worried about it, trying to get back in the fight. Are INF Esports, so they're popping the Cloak and Dagger ult. Hawkeye as well ults. Responsive by Vinny. but the combo wasn't there. Delena died, wasn't able to rip that combo ultimate with the help of Vinny, and so Mutants potentially struggling in this fight. They do still have some powerful support ultimates, right? They got that Loki copy, could be potentially a second Luna Snow, as a big Eye of Agamotto from TTK tries to get one, does find the Psylocke. See if they want to commit to this for Mutants, and TTK finds 2 more, finding the absolute Gary performance on the Doctor Strange. Eye of Agamotto available for Skullus. Does he want to commit this? Does he want to look for some kind of clutch team fight? Seems like the answer is no. There's too many players against him. The frontliners are back for Team Mutants. SJP did drop low on the Luna Snow, but looks like he was able to get out, able to survive. And Mutants, it was hard fought, but they're going to be able to get this first capture point.
Yeah, TTK really popping off with the strange Eye of Agamotto there as well, just getting 3 picks immediately. Aspects, getting frozen by the Luna Snow, trying to stop them from capturing that point, but definitely too late right there.
And the building coming down around him. Hawkeye is a big threat, but also could be vulnerable sometimes to these dives, to the combos. Vinny close to his ultimate. Remember that Groot and Moon Knight ultimate? I always have my eyes on it. Firstly, gonna take the mirror on the Hawkeye and does win it out here. This massive katana into the backline. However, Harvey, as you mentioned, counters that with the immortality runes, right? Keeping everyone alive. Eras can't really get any value out of that on the Psylocke. And now, Firstly is just free to work, and look at him go, raining down headshots. That's a quad kill. Finishes off a ton of knockouts there, and Ara is cleaned up by Delena on the flank. The cart rolling the entire time. It's a beautiful fight for Mutants.
Yeah, Afrasy just making the proper switches as well, right? Getting 4 knockouts right away with the Hawkeye too. And I feel like with the Psylocke pick into the Loki, right? You might think like, oh, I want to ult now, get it out. But you really have to just force out the Loki shift immediately. Otherwise, you get 0 value. It's pointless.
Combo comes in from Vinny and Delena. The follow-up comes in as well from Afersi, who's just cleaning house once again. Another team fight, triple knockout for the Hawkeye. Delena with the Ankh on the ground. No one can come touch the card, and Mutants really starting to build momentum with Afersi on this Hawkeye. He's starting to take the game over.
Yeah, Afersi is looking like an absolute monster right now. A little stagger for Ares on the Squirrel Girl now, switching off of the Psylocke, not seeing like they can get much value against the Loki on the enemy team. But Mutants have so many ults built up as well right now, and Afersi is just looking unstoppable too.
Yeah, he's playing with so much confidence here in the corner, and Vinny's holding this choke point. They're doing fantastic, not allowing these defenders to take any kind of good position on the high ground, and the cart's going to roll this entire time. Squirrel Girl pumping damage down the front line, though, does win one trade, and a big Eye of Agamotto on 3 in the back line. TTK once again with a triple kill. The hero his team needed, and a beautiful shield kiting back to the immortality rune from Loki. He's going to get out alive once again. TTK has just been a hero on this Doctor Strange.
Yeah, the duo of TTK and Afersi, they're just looking like absolute monsters right now as well. And Vinny being able to take space with the Groot Walls too. Afersi looking to get an early knockout with the Hawkeye against Gross Stampede coming out. Actually finding value, taking out Afersi as well.
SJP, though, popping that Luna Snow ultimate. Delena looking for the Moon Knight combo on the payload. There it is, comboed by Groot, set up beautifully. Moon Knight eating them alive now, straight to the backline with an Ankh. Forces the responsive Luna Snow ultimate. It's just the strategist alive with Skullus trying to keep each other up, tank through all the damage. But look at Vinny setting up this strangling prison, denying them. As soon as the support ult ends, they're going to be in real trouble on the payload. And another Eye of Agamotto is online for TTK if he even needs it, just ripping it over the top on the payload, denying the touch. And Mutants cap with 240. Another huge performance from this squad that we expect great things from.
I mean, yeah, I was saying it as well. We've already seen how strong of a team Mutants is, popping off in previous tournaments as well, and even in this tournament too. Afersi just finding the answer with the Hawkeye, getting so many knockouts immediately to kick things off, just back to back to back, right? And TTK getting extreme value out of the Eye of Agamotto. Three or four knockouts every single time, right?
Yeah, TTK is a huge difference maker. Feels like the MVP right now on Doctor Strange. Harvey and SJP, though, on the strategist, really impressing me with their consistency. Firstly, I mean, he's been playing the Wolverine a little bit, maybe, you know, looking for some value on the first point. But when he went Hawkeye, man, he just started eating the enemy team alive. Still valuing the Wolverine, maybe feeling like this character has some potential. And I honestly don't hate the idea, especially on defense, right? You can kind of hang on a corner on Wolverine, the enemy Vanguard walks up, and you kidnap them into your team. I mean, I think there is real potential, actually, for this character in a really highly coordinated, organized team that's working together.
Yeah, there's definitely potential for Wolverine, right? You have to be going against the correct team composition as well. You have to be maybe strategic with the bans, as you were mentioning to me earlier as well. But yeah, you have to have the correct team composition around Wolverine to really make it work as well. Looks like INF Esports going with the Raccoon team up with both the duelists as well to go with him, Bucky and Punisher, seeing if they can get value out of this.
Yeah, they're going to have a ton of frontline pressure to break down these group walls. They won't be lasting long, but will the team up be enough? Mutants, I think, are really going to emphasize playing this corner, looking for kidnaps. Wolverine hiding in that corner, just biding his time, waiting for the key moment. And Delana doing the damage into the front line, right? Ensuring that they can't walk up for free. At first, if he finds a quick pickoff here, things could go from bad to worse. He does charge in, tries to kidnap one, pulls Doctor Strange into the middle of the team, catches him with some assistance as well. Skullus went down, is going to get a quick res from Rocket Raccoon, sort of a soft counter to that kidnapping strategy that Rocket just gets them right back into the fight, even if you do find a kill. Bucky's dropping low, taking tons of pressure in the front line. At first, he's looking for another kidnap on this Wolverine, see if he can find something, but Mutants fighting so well, sharing the pressure across the whole team. Vinny on this off angle, you see how he protects the group. Vinny's been really solid on the group, does get hooked in, but has the ability to wall himself out, saving himself. At first, he once again hiding in the corner, looking for something, grabs one, and it's a quick pickup on a duelist. That's massive onto Ares. And Wolverine just straight cycling right back into the backline, looking for more. Mutants trying to clean this up. They do find a Percy in the chaos, but the combo is online. Delana and Vinny, those ultimates are available. And look at them coming in on the flank. Beautiful Grudo, comboed by the Moon Knight. Is it enough? Yes, it carves through the Luna Snow. Ultimate wasted, and that's a beautiful performance from Mutants. They were very ready for that combo. They saved their ultimates and deployed them to perfection. Well done by Vinny to set that up and Delana to get the cleanup.
Yeah, very well played from Vinny and Delina. You want to make sure not to waste that Luna Snow ultimate when getting comboed by the Groot and the Moon Knight. Kabi getting no value out of that, just wasting that. You gotta realize on the enemy team going into that combo, you do not want to pop that, right?
Yeah, and TTK has the Eye of Agamotto. That's a fearsome prospect with how well he's been playing on the Vanguard in this game. And yeah, Aversi just holding this corner, proving to be so difficult. The strategists in the backline for Mutants have just been free, uncontested. Great catch on the Doctor Strange into the enemy team formation, and they have no hope to fight this. Aversi just charging forward on the Wolverine, pushing with a lot of confidence here. And once again, INF Esports sent packing. They are going to pop the Judge, Jury, Executioner, but it doesn't really get any value. Ares onto the flank, dives in with the Armed and Dangerous, but the support elements are available to counter. SJP keeping everybody alive, stabilizing through that ultimate. And now it's time for Mutants to really push the aggression. Wolverine pops the ult into the backline, cleaning up, showing what can be done, putting on a masterclass on this Wolverine, showing how to make it work. Vinny with a beautiful strangling prison denies any kind of exit. And the Mutants building those walls, denying any kind of progress for INF Esports. They're going to switch to Iron Man to Wolverine, but it feels like they're grasping at straws right now in the offense.
Yeah, I feel like as a Wolverine, it's a little bit harder to deal with the Iron Man for sure. Only a minute remaining for INF Esports, but Aphrosi is definitely showing us how to play Wolverine.
Oh, a solo Eye of Agamotto on the Iron Man? That's brutal, but it gets the job done for TTK. Finds a knockout elsewhere from the strategist where they weren't able to support. And everyone's going down right now for INF Esports. They're getting cleaned up by the Luna Snow ultimate. And once again, Delana and Vinny, right? The last two ultimates are exactly the two you'd hope for in the ultimate team fight of the map. Right? They've got exactly the combo they need to clean up. And look at Vinny on this off angle, hiding away. Delana gonna hide in the same position. TTK holding very aggressive, very forward. Might run into some trouble if he gets caught, but he is gonna fall back, maybe baiting the engagement. Delana and Vinny rip the ults, combo comes in. It looks like it's just enough, and into the backline as well. 3 knockouts. The rest of Mutants, though, they're down Delana. They need to clean up, and a res did come in under more. Close to the attacker's spawn. It's still winnable for them, but it seems like things are falling apart. The Wolverine drawing so much attention in the backline finally goes down, but he did his job. And Mutants with a very dominant map 1 going up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, Mutants is just such a strong, dominant team, right? As well, just saving that Moon Knight Groot combo for the very end, right? Enemy team with the Luna Snow ult too, just nothing they can do. There is no counter to the Groot and the Moon Knight, right? Unless you just space out so that they can't get all of you at once. But just an overall insane performance from everybody on the Mutants. Vinny, 40-0 on Groot is absolutely insane. But also, even though he's not the MVP, as Vinny is. TTK, just so much value out of the Eye of Agamottos as well. Afrisy showing us that the Wolverine can work too. Delena popping off on the Moon Knight, and an insane performance from both strategists too. Luna Snow 20-0, Harvey 25-1 on the Loki, just preserving their lives too, getting so much value as well.
Yeah, this squad, Mutants, they look like one of the best teams in the tournament. You know, the execution is so clean. The ultimate combos always on point. Everyone individually kind of gapping their opposition. Mutants, I think, are one of the key teams to beat. One of the teams that I think has the best chance to upset Nightmare, who's been the champions of the last 2 tournaments. I think Mutants are a team I'm really excited to see as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, I know when we casted the Invitational and got to watch Nightmare just absolutely dominate in that, right? Euphoria, they were looking like a strong team that could compete with Nightmare, but Nightmare still just endlessly just rolling everybody. Such a strong team, right? Mutants, I feel like, is looking like one of those teams that could definitely compete with Nightmare.
Yeah. All right, we're going to throw it to a quick highlight package. Watch how Mutants put that work in on the last map. Then we'll jump to a quick break before we continue with the series. Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. If you're just joining us, we are watching Team Mutants versus INF Esports. Right now, Mutants just dismantled the competition in the first map. INF needs a strong response in map 2.
Yeah, the Mutants, they have been looking like a very strong team that can even go all the way in this tournament, right? We've seen them pop off in previous matches. We know that they have dominated in previous tournaments as well, going all the way to the finals, I believe, and even securing that in the first beta tournament. But they are up 1-0 in this series right now, looking extremely dominant, even pulling out the Wolverine, showcasing that it can work, and also showcasing the strong Groot Moon Knight combo. TTK getting so much value on the Doctor Strange as well. The strategist just doing their job. And
Vinny getting the respect ban, first Groot ban off the rip. But that means the Hella Protect does come in for Mutants as well as the Hulk ban. Curious to see what else Vinny can play. I mean, he was putting on a performance on Groot. I feel like a player like that is not going to be just a one trick. But you got to respect INF Esports putting that respect on the Groot to first ban it.
oh yeah, I feel like none of these players are one tricks for sure. I'm curious to see who Vinny is playing as well. And we're going to see a Mantis Protect here. I know I'm pretty sure Adam was banned in the last match. I'm wondering who INF is going to ban here, actually.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as they progress into the bans. They're going to be banning the Loki. So, I mean, respect bans on Harvey and Vinny. They were super successful on these characters in the last map. But something tells me Mutants has a deeper strat pool. I'm kind of excited, though, because I want to see more of what this team can do, especially with a team like Mutants. I expect them to go very far in the tournament to potentially be one of our top squads. I think it'll be really good to test them on different comps and kind of see what different looks they can bring to bear. They are going to ban the Psylocke, which kind of makes a lot of sense for me, you know, given that the Harvey is banned out on the Loki, which can kind of deal with the Psylocke well. With Psylocke, if you don't have that counter on the field, maybe just don't deal with the Psylocke. Maybe have a little bit more space to work with on the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, I definitely like that ban from Mutants, just clapping back at the Loki ban. If Loki's not on the table, definitely get rid of that Psylocke. And it looks like Harvey's going to be switching over to the Adam Warlock here, and the Mutants will be going a little bit divey with the Venom and Wolverine. I'm curious if we'll see another Vanguard here out of TTK, probably going back to the Doctor Strange, and Hella is also on the table here.
Yeah, sort of an odd comp for Mutants right now. I'm curious if this is actually what they roll out with. They're not really leveraging any team-ups, which would be surprising for this squad, you know, as well as they've played. But we have seen a couple teams, you know, go with non-team-up based strategies and just execute really well. You know, that's been enough for them. Vinny, that's a nice rollout on the Venom. I feel like something like that makes me feel, okay, this guy knows what he's doing on this character.
Oh yeah, he definitely does. So Vinny having his Groot band going with the Venom pick here. I think this will be very interesting. Wolverine and Venom. It looks like might be doing a little bit of kidnapping again. Yeah, no team ups like you were mentioning as well, right?
Yeah, especially with the Star-Lord team up available, Mantis as well. Mutants valuing the Luna Snow over that team up with Harvey's. It means Harvey's not going to have the normal room for error, no self-res available. INF Esports are going to deploy, of course, that triple team up. At first, he went in alone, getting hard focus. He's not going to be able to get out of that. Yeah, going 1v6, a big mistake for a first. See if he's able to get back to the fight. Mutants starting off on the wrong foot, but Delena on the Hella. This guy is a monster. We've seen him in previous tournaments. He's been that hero his team needs. Does get caught, though, dropped low, and the dive comes in really well. So INF Esports really clapping back here in map 2. Venom straight to the backline. Would love to get some cleanups here, but TTK, maybe that's an overextension. Doctor Strange on the point, starting to put a lot of pressure on. Star-Lord dropped low. TTK pushing in fearlessly, charging in at enemy Strange. Wolverine is back as well, tried to kid up the Strange, but got slept, got bursted. Focus fire beautiful from INF Esports as they're really battling back in map 2. Mutants need to find something. Hella getting back to the fight. Would love to find a pick somewhere in this engagement. But the point not yet being capped for INF Esports. As the stagger comes out, I feel like this gets better and better for the defenders. First, he's going to go over to the Hawkeye, come back in an engagement. Delena finally getting pressure, but that creates opportunity elsewhere on the map. Skullless does shut down that Hella. Mantis Ult as well deployed, chasing down a Vanguard on the flank, but TTK is getting saved by his allies. Spexy back on the Hella, and finally the attackers feels like they're getting some purchase, but the kills are going back and forth. Mutants aren't allowing the opponents to get this done easily, and finally they're going to rip the Luna Snow ultimate. They're going to charge forward and potentially clean this fight up. TTK getting healed back to full, and INF Esports are lucky to escape with their lives here. Seems like they won't, though. Delena on the case. Spexy, he's in deep on the flank. finding value, gets a knockout. But, oh man, Delena with a couple crisp headshots on this Hella. Such a critical factor. And the walk-up looks so difficult in INF Esports. They've got a good bank of ultimates, but Mutants are so hard to fight in these brawls. It feels like they're always finding trades.
Yeah, Mutants are just such a strong team. I like Accuracy realizing right away, hey, the Wolverine, it's probably not working here, especially on this map as well, and against Venom too. Just switching over to the Hawkeye, finding a lot more value there. I feel like that's very crucial.
Legendary pop, but there's no targets for him. Everyone's hiding inside. Beautiful positioning from Mutants. We're ready for the possibility of this ult coming in. Vinny drawing a ton of attention in the backline. Both Venoms blocking each other's backlines. First he drops low, tries to pop the ult. The heals are just barely enough. Mutants had so many players drop to low HP. They're all caught in this room though, and Hella is just raining punishment down on the choke point. Vinny has to come in, take the contest. So Mutants, as much as they weathered the storm of those ultimates hiding in the small room, it ended up kind of biting them. INF Esports took the map control and were able to snowball, getting that first cap. Portending potentially a more competitive map too.
Yeah, INF Esports looking to build some momentum here. Looks like they're looking to take a lot of space as well, pressuring all the way out here. And Aspexy looking to get a lot of damage in as well. Down goes Aspexy.
Duel against Hella. And Star-Lord in too deep. Does have the self-res, but are you even going to be able to deploy it right now? Mutants starting to push forward, wanted to clean up on the cart. INF Esports are still here, still potentially looking for a fight, but they're down 2. This is a very risky move. Seems like Vinny is happy to take the engagement, happy to take a ton of attention. Okay, INF Esports are going to be backing off. Finally regroup, maybe ready to make the push. But big ultimates available for Mutants in the next fight. And TTK already opens onto Eras. The fight's already gone bad here. Defenders looking very solid.
Yeah, Adam Warlock with the res as well onto the Doctor Strange. Everyone's back in the fight here. Wow.
Man, at first he's so clean on this Hawkeye. Such a big thorn in your side. You know, you think you're worried about the Wolverine, and now it's just Hawkeye in your face. Delena jumps to the high ground. Has used the flock, though. Potentially could be vulnerable. Does have ultimate in case anything goes wrong, and now starting to put pressure in on the tanks. Does have to pop the ult to survive the dive from Star-Lord. Oh, enemy Hella, though, not aware of his position on the ultimate. And even though the Mantis ultimate is down, there's 2 attackers that are knocked out, waiting on the respawn. So INF Esports aren't really able to get as aggressive as they would like to. TTK now holding the front line. Delena starting to swing wide, pushing with a lot of confidence. Enemy Doctor Strange is incredibly low. Delena maybe has overstepped the mark, so going to fall back with the flock. And INF Esports fighting really well here, but the TTK is just too strong in the front line, finds a pickoff, and with the enemy Doctor Strange down, really a lot of freedom to continue to push forward. No shield to stop the Hawkeye, and he knows it. He's pushing deeper to the spawn.
Yeah, Mutants have so many ultimates built up as well. So is INF Esports. Down goes Kai on the Adam Warlock. No revives for you, and they're going to be down to 1 strategist. Down goes the Star-Lord as well. Accuracy has been absolutely sick on the Hawkeye so far.
Yeah, this Hawkeye is such a performer, though. Maybe has overstepped the mark. Maybe, but not even. The Strange pushed in, got baited past the choke, and TTK was quick to strike. Saw that window of opportunity and completely seized it. A beautiful Eye of Agamotto. I mean, TTK has just been, I mean, maybe one of the best Doctor Stranges we've seen all tournament long. So quick to find those opportunities with the Eye of Agamotto. Feels like he's always winning team fights off the back of that. Star-Lord tries to take down Delena, but Delena's got the support, stands and delivers. And Aspexy does trade it back onto a Firsty, but already forced to flock back to the spawn. And Skolas is kind of out on his own, potentially in a bit of trouble here. Vinny on the off angle, proving to be such a nuisance on the Venom, such a distraction. Scooter doing the same in the enemy backline. Ults as well to just keep the pressure going, but feels like Vinny's getting the best of this trade. Still has that adaptive shield. Gonna have to back out and take the reset. But that forced the Luna Snow ultimate, legendary as well online, and SJP looks like countering 2 ultimates for 1 right now. Great value for Mutants on the defense with that Luna Snow. Hella forced the ult for Aspexy. And KY does find something, so there's some kind of opportunity. Skolas getting it with the Eye of Agamotto, and it's just what the team needed, but oh, it doesn't connect actually. Still, the damage follow-up is massive in the small room. Harvey reses Delena. The mass res is getting big value. Beautiful by Harvey. Saved it for the perfect moment. And now a Percy starting to repush, starting to charge in. Rez is getting everyone back in the engagement though. But TTK has the Eye of Agamotto. We've seen this story enough times before. Trying to touch the payload, a fruitless endeavor, and Mutants are going to get the hold here.
Yeah, it's just like we see an MVP performance out of TTK every single match, even in the previous matches I've seen on the tournament. Wait, it looks like the Star-Lord had a little bit of a touch. TTK was taking a bit of a nap as I was gassing him, thinking things were over. They basically were, but a little bit of a jump scare right there.
Yeah, man, so good on the Strange. I think, like, we talk a lot about duelists and we give them a lot of love, but I think Mutants is really showing how much the depth of skill across the whole roster makes a huge difference, right? TTK, I mean, his performance speaks for itself, finding so many pickoffs, constantly winning the frontline trade, constantly bullying back the enemy vanguards. Vinny drawing tons of attention to himself on the Venom, like proving to be a huge annoyance in the back line. And then SJP and Harvey are just perfect when it comes to the ultimates, right? I feel like these strategists just don't make mistakes so far in the game, and that's really what you need, is that stable back line, never getting picked off, perfect decisions with the ultimates. It gives the rest of Mutants so much latitude with which to work.
Oh yeah, Harvey's been using Res at the perfect times, just as you've been mentioning, and SJP just responding with the Luna ultimates perfectly as well, preserving their lives too. TTK just, I feel like as you were saying, the Vanguards, they definitely don't get enough love. Just having such a solid Vanguard, just preserving their life as well, taking space, just getting huge value out of the ultimates as well. I feel like I haven't seen a single ultimate where TTK has not converted. He's just been doing such an amazing job, and Mutants is just looking like such a strong team that can go far in this tournament right now.
Yeah, let's see if there's any TP shenanigans. First, you're going to start with the Punisher here on offense, trying to break the walls, right? Like, open up that angle to the left side. We've seen a lot of attacking teams take this approach. Vinny looks where he starts to get aggressive. As a First, getting pretty deep on this flank. I wonder if they're ready for the Punisher to kind of show up here and start putting down that damage from an off angle. Arez putting all his focus into the front line on Star-Lord. TTK maybe has overextended himself, gone a little bit too deep. Does get punished, but Delena struck right back in the meantime, keeping this one in contest. Star-Lord could be in trouble, could have overextended. Delena on the case, does grab the pack, but still, it's a crucial duel to win, and Arez does clean it up. That's a massive pickoff, keeps in solid on the defense, and with so many players having dropped for Mutants, surely this is a reset for them. Surely they're going to be headed back to the spawn. The two strategists are just fighting together, though, proving to be a little more difficult to take down than I would have expected. The rest of the teammates are back into the engagement with the help of a Strange Portal, and the Mutants have stabilized this. They've brought that back into a respectable fight. Really impressive navigation of the mid-fight.
Yeah, as you were saying, the strategists is just doing an amazing job holding their own, but as I'm saying that, Accuracy going down to the hands of Ares, but Delena clapping back, taking down Scrooter on the Venom as well, making it a 5v5.
Yeah, INF Esports are fighting really well in these engagements, not making it easy for the attackers, but Harvey and Delena, I mean, they're just such difference makers when it comes to these raw individual kill potential. KY caught alone, does trade back onto Delena. That's a massive kill, especially with self-res available. That team up really paying dividends right now. Ares resed himself, popping legendary, wants to get a cleanup, but they're using the Doctor Strange shield so well. Seems like the shield is dropping low. Harvey is going to go down on the Adam Warlock, but at first he found two in the meantime. The Punisher on 1 HP maybe is still cleaning this up regardless. Finally gets the support from the squad. And even pushing forward into this room, maybe inadvisable for a First. He's pushing so deep. Does go down, maybe that overextension. Looks like a mistake right now. Crimson with the dance floor, keeping the team engaged. But SJP with a much better dance floor. Mutants have a lot more staying power into this engagement. Mass res deployed to get a First back into the fight. And TTK with a beautiful Eye of Agamotto just as the support ult ends. There's nothing to defend. Mutants surely going to be capping this. The mass res comes off huge for KY, but all those players are low. Are they going to be able to restabilize, get back into the team fight? It seems like not. Delena in control. Eye of Agamotto deployed, but too little too late with the First back in the engagement on the Punisher. Raining down damage, and the cart is rolling. Mutants, it was a hard-fought battle, but they get it over the line on first point. And remember, they only have to push 90 meters here on the Streets phase.
Yeah, only 90 meters with 4 minutes. It's looking like the Mutants have the upper hand right now, and TTK has just been getting so much perfect value out of the Eye of Agamotto every single time, waiting for the perfect moment right as the Luna dance floors go down as well, kicking off that fight with early elimination. It's just very well done for the Mutants.
Oh, Delena, an opening pick onto that Hawkeye. It's not what you want here for INF Esports. Trying to cross this open sight line seems too difficult at first. Just pumping out damage on this Punisher, being a heavy frontline pressure. Just what the squad needs, especially with the player advantage. So many skills being deployed for INF Esports, trying to stabilize the team fight. but Delana just isn't taking no for an answer. Both duelists finding 3, 4 knockouts, and now INF Esports aren't going to be able to make this. It's a closeout on the map and the series. Mutants, after a hard-fought .1, they sweep through the streets phase, sweeping the series 2-0. This is certainly one of the teams to beat in the tournament.
Yeah, Mutants is definitely showing us that that we will be seeing them later on in the tournament. And TTK, extremely well-deserved MVP. Just so much conversion with the eye. Just that he's showing us how to play Doctor Strange, right? So much damage, most damage in the lobby on Doctor Strange. Just well played overall from his entire team as well. We saw situations where SJP and Harvey just keeping each other alive when they were the only 2 remaining. Delena getting a lot of early eliminations as well. Accuracy popping off too with the Punisher, switching over from the Hawkeye to the Punisher too. Just their team is so strong. We will be seeing them later on in the tournament.
Yeah, and in Esports, I don't think they were a weak opponent. I don't think this was just an easy match for Mutants. Honestly, INF Esports fought really well. They're like winning a lot of their duels, trading against these strong players. It's just that Mutants are so strong across the board. It feels like where one person falters, somebody else is going to step up twice as big. Just so much performance. I love this the strategist, super low deaths, SJP and Harvey, very clean with their deployments of ultimates. And look at that heal stat from Luna Snow, 33,000 heals. Big performance on the Luna Snow, constantly having those ultimates available at the perfect times. And you got to give credit to Mutants. I mean, honestly, now I'm just looking forward to, like, when can we see Mutants take on Nightmare, take on Euphoria, some of the strongest teams in previous tournaments. I feel Mutants could really put them to the test. They look as good as they've ever been right now.
Yeah, I'm sure we will be seeing them go against one of those 2 stronger teams as well. And another person I didn't talk much about right now was Vinny. He had to switch over to the Venom, getting target banned with the Groot, still holding his own as well, doing an amazing job. And the Luna Snow, 33,000 heals as well. Gotta love strategists having super low deaths. Just 2 poor deaths. And we will be getting to the highlights of this match right now, showing you guys Mutants' pure dominance. And then we will be taking a short break and getting into the next one.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. We just watched Mutants put on a masterclass, looking like one of the best teams in the tournament right now, and playing a lot of different comps doing it. What did you like most in that last series, Hank?
They were just absolutely dominating as well. Their way to adjust with the group ban, switching over to the Venom, but TTK, I've been gassing it up so much, right? Just the value he's providing on the Doctor Strange. It's just, you don't really see that out of too many teams, right? Just being able to dominate and change how the game is played on a Vanguard. It's just, he's been absolutely doing amazing. And so same with their duelists and their strategists, preserving their lives, finding great value out of their ultimates too, and the duelists just getting those early knockouts too, man. They're just such a strong team. I would love to see them go against Nightmare. I'd love to see how that would play out. But speaking of that, our next match, we're getting into Euphoria versus Euphoria versus Euphoria, which will be a very interesting match to watch, right?
Yeah, we'll do our best from a caster perspective. Maybe we'll call them like red team, blue team. Why do two teams in this tournament have the same name? Well, at least they're playing each other, and there can only be one. I'm not sure if this is an upper bracket or lower bracket match, but I need one of these teams to be eliminated. I do not want to cast Euphoria v Euphoria in the grand finals.
Bro, that'd be pretty crazy, right? Just, oh wait, I actually know one of these players on the fake Euphoria, I believe. So I believe red team is the real Euphoria, blue team is the fake Euphoria. Looks like we'll be seeing a Luna Snow Protect and a Magic Bin, which is pretty targeted, I would say, right?
Yeah, Magic's been a character we saw a lot of in the Invitational, but not so much of here in the Marvel Rivals Championship. Not many teams have really been running the Magic, but it looked super effective when it did come out in those other series. So maybe blue Euphoria sees something we don't as far as the Magic. They are going to protect the Hulk for Spark Chief. This does enable that team up, and a ban onto Groot. So curious to see if blue Euphoria want to take down maybe that Iron Man team up, maybe Doctor Strange. Yes, it is going to be the Iron Man.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of dominant Iron Man gameplay out of the real Euphoria. So Adios and Light, just the dynamic duo of the duelists, looks like they're going to be going with Psylocke and Star-Lord. Still running the team up with Zelos and Ares on the Mantis and the Adam Warlock. We know how strong that is, but Euphoria not really taking advantage of any team ups here, right?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I think red team's comp, you know, for me makes a lot of sense. You got this the classic triple team up with the Star-Lord, Mantis, and Adam Warlock getting their self-reses. You know, Hulk and Iron Man are going to be able to work together using that Gamma upgrade. And then Adios on the Psylocke, not necessarily getting the team up value, but is going to be able to get into the backline with the help of Hulk and Star-Lord and cut up those vulnerable characters. However, blue team with this defense comp, right? They're getting just the team up, I guess, from Rocket Raccoon and Punisher, which should help them a little bit as far as dealing that raw damage. But the choice to run a Loki, I think, does give them a pretty solid defensive tool against Psylocke, maybe allowing them to stay alive. And with Euphoria's double shield comp, they should be outputting more raw damage. I think red team, the attackers here, they do need to find kills with this Hulk. However, if they do find those kills, I think things could fall apart for the defense.
Oh, I thought Stolly was actually going to switch back over to the Luna from the Raccoon. I thought he was just doing that for the health pack right away, but it looks like they will be running with the Raccoon Punisher team up after protecting Luna Snow as well. Definitely interesting right now.
Yeah, and the floor got broken. Magneto fell down. Highway going to be forced back on the Punisher, taking a more defensive angle. See if he likes to go for the turret. Not yet, as the attackers, red team, have just really taken map control in a great position. It's a beautiful sleep, though, by Araris onto Kuna, opening with a pick off right there. Kuna is going to get res. So Rocket Raccoon providing value. The team up committed. Punisher just pumping damage in the small room. Can really do a lot in this situation. Forced Spark Chief back. Got knocked out of that Hulk form. And Kuna striking back, keeping this engagement in contest. Both Psylocke's dueling on the point. This is a critical fight, maybe for the future of first point. Kuna drops low. Had to kite out. Had to get back. Hulk, though, does go down. Bruce Banner not able to return to that Hulk form. Attackers pressuring the point, but it seems like the defenders are regrouping right now. Highway back on the Punisher, looking to get stuck into this engagement. And with the help of Loki, it seems like what we thought were the real Euphoria have been pushed back. Fake Euphoria want to stake their claim and take this team name. There's a special prize for the winner of this match. Who gets to be the real Euphoria?
Yeah, not only are they fighting to advance in the tournament, they're fighting for who will take the name of Euphoria, potentially. And Punisher and Psylocke Ultimates coming on board as well. definitely find high value out of that Punisher shot. He's just running them down.
Yeah, and the support ultimate's forced right now by Kuna. Happy to just get in, get out. Judge, Jury, Executioner, though, from Highway, coming onto the point. Very low HP, needs a bit of support from his team, but he gets it, and the damage comes out. Highway with some beautiful tracking on this Punisher, mechanically looking very, very effective. A lot of these flying characters, he's just kind of cutting them to pieces as they move. Hulk trying to get out, would love to get out alive with that Hulk form. Being chased, but it seems like he's done enough. Getting back to this team is Spark Chief, and this Team Euphoria, I mean, this is our second place team from the Invitational. Rather, the Red Euphoria is our second place team from the Invitational. A team we expected to go potentially far in the tournament. But the team that copied their name is showing them up right now with a beautiful defense, not relying on teammates, just individual execution from synergistic heroes.
Yeah, what we thought was the fake Euphoria is actually doing an amazing job holding down the real Red Euphoria right now. Only a minute 20 remaining right now. They're looking like they could maybe be the better Euphoria. Oh my goodness, down goes Clone Man, and Kuna is popping off in the Psylocke. Out comes the Adam Warlock res as well. Don't even think that... Oh, it does reach the Strange.
Agamotto, though, into the air, onto the enemy Star-Lord. Looks like he just barely dodged away from that Mestre Press, trying to make the hero play, but it did force Light back. Kuna did drop in the chaos, though, and Highway needs to find something. A lot of pressure on this Punisher to bring things back. Hulk already knocked to his Bruce Banner form for Spark Chief, though. Spark Chief is in a bit of trouble here on the flank. Res Beacon's still available, so definitely a winnable position for the defenders right now. Adios would love to find a catch. Big Eye of Agamotto by Clone Man. Looks like it catches absolutely everyone in the back line, and the punish is immaculate. The attackers looks like this should be enough to close out. Rocket Raccoon trying to finish off Doctor Strange, but he gets the support he needs, and the cap should be coming through momentarily.
Yeah, that was definitely what Red Euphoria, shall I say, needed. It was getting very close for comfort right there. Don't want to lose the name of the title of Euphoria right there. Definitely gotta fight back. And they were able to capture that first point with the help of Clone Man's Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, and this comp with like no team ups is really working out for blue team, right? Like so far, that was a pretty solid hold on first. We'll see if they can make it work. I think second is a pretty good spot for them though with all this long range damage. Highway has that Judge, Jury, Executioner online. Rocket team up comes in first though, and they're just pounding the front line, really sending them packing. Kuna spots a solo strategist and a beautiful pickoff by Kuna. Highway though is traded back, and the attackers are trying to mix it up, trying to get stuck into this engagement, but they have nothing left for the katana. Kuna just barely getting focused down though, not having enough duration on the ultimate to close out. Highway is res back into the fight with Judge, Jury, Executioner. Seems like the attackers are just waiting this out wisely, not challenging into the Punisher ultimate, but there comes Hulk and Doctor Strange over the top with the help of a legendary by Light, and the Star-Lord is uncontested. He's just eating them alive right now. Pushing forward for more stagger kills even are the attackers. And finally, the defenders have just been routed. The aggression, the dives are really starting to come together for Spark Chief. Clone Man doing a spawn block TP here. See if that messes up any of the defenders. See if they're unable to escape the spawn. They would love to get a proper engagement here. Time is running a little bit low. Highway over to the Namor, maybe feeling like he needs a little bit more survivability from that self-save. Forced to use an early defensive ultimate, though, is Protocol on the copied Luna Snow. And the attackers are kind of happy to just wait this one out. They feel pretty good about this considering the big ultimates they have online could get very aggressive, especially with that Psylocke ult.
Yeah, I like Stolly switching over to the Luna Snow here that they did protect as well so that they can counter out a bit more of their ultimates. A big Eye of Agamotto out of Mr. Press, taking down, oh my goodness, the res from Adam Warlock as well, bringing 3 back into the fight, and Spark Chief taking down the duo of Namor and Luna, and Audio's taking out Kuna as well. That is a
beautiful
big
Adam Warlock res.
shift for Red Euphoria right there, thanks to the Adam Warlock res, right?
Yeah, what a competitive match between two teams with the same name. Zelos, though, beautiful timing on that res. That's one of the biggest values I've seen out of the Adam Warlock res, and it gets them over the line at a crucial spot. You know, getting stopped at the end of second point is a really tough place to take an L, so it's pretty massive for the attackers. They're able to get that fight over the line. The dives have really started to look clean from the attacking Euphoria. However, this time they're going up against Stolly with that Luna Snow ultimate, so it's going to be pretty difficult to find a kill. They're going to have to get in, force the ultimate, and then take the reset. But it seems like the defenders want to force the issue with their own katana. does come out. Herreras responds. Stali forced to ult, and Adios still held on to the katana. So if the attackers are able to get a nice soft reset here, they're going to be really happy with the way this engagement went. Spark Chief takes a ton of punishment, does get traded out. Have the defenders step too far, though. I think the attackers could try to strike back. Looks like they are pushing it even down one. The katana comes out. It's starting to cut them to pieces. Huge value from this katana. But the low players aren't being finished off, and it's actually Adios who goes down first. Light trying to pour on the pressure with the legendary. Is this enough to clean up? It's a big risk to be committing ults this late into the fight. The Loki value with that immortality rune really being shown right now, as Light over the top, taking a ton of attention, putting in massive damage. The attackers really wanted to get aggressive, really wanted to close this one out. Defenders look like they are going to give this one up. Going to the cart is Dr. Strange, just dying and taking the reset.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining here for Red Euphoria. What we thought was the real Euphoria protocol. A little bit of a stagger. Oh no, down he goes to the hands of Clone Man. But Light also goes down, and I believe the Adam Warlock res came out, but okay, he gets Light with it.
Big catch by Hulk, though, into this backline. No one can deal with him, and no one can touch the payload. The fight going way too well for the attacking Euphoria, and they get the full cap with 15 seconds on the clock. And this is a map, Hank, that's often full held. You got to be feeling pretty good about this for the attackers after what was starting to look kind of rough on first point.
Yeah, even though you get to the very end with only 15 seconds, at least you did it. Definitely would rather prefer that than getting held throughout the map. Don't think we're going to see many comp switches, at least for Red Euphoria, sticking true to the Bruce and Strange team up and the Star-Lord Mantis Adam team up. Definitely wouldn't want to switch that up. It looks like Euphoria themselves looking to maybe pull out the Adam Warlock and the Star-Lord here.
It is just such a powerful team up, and I feel the attackers, once they got off that first point where it's more of like a hard hold, like the defenders just sitting back, kiting in when you push them and then retaking the point. On that street stage where you got to constantly defend the objective as a defender, felt like they were so much more vulnerable to the dives from Spark Chief, Light, and Adios. So many more fights were just starting off with a quick pick on that Hulk dive. Clone Man as well had some big engagements with those Eyes of Agamotto. So I think that attack on first point probably was the toughest spot for the strategy that Red Euphoria are running. Blue Euphoria, though, going to pretty much be taking the mirror here going into the next round. They are preferring, though, the Luna Snow over the Mantis, even despite that Adam Warlock team up.
Yeah, I feel like Luna Snow is... She has her own place, right? Very similar play style to Mantis, right? I feel like you don't need that res. Luna Snow is just very strong as well, can counter out a lot of ultimates such as the Psylocke and the Star-Lord. But yeah, this is just such a strong composition, right? Hulk, Star-Lord, Psylocke just being able to dive in the backline and just fully taking the attention on them.
Yeah, and this TP is allowing a lot of pressure to come in. The attackers aren't really able to use that. Adios scouts out the enemy Psylocke on the flank. This is a crucial fight to win. No invis available, and gets the trade with the help of his teammates. Very aware. Blue attackers struggling to get in here, and the defenders are starting to push forward, right? They got a player advantage there. Hey, like, let's take the fight right now. And it's starting off beautifully. They find one pick, send Hulk back to Bruce Banner form. Pretty happy with the way that engagement went. And I mean, this is what happens with this team. You give them an inch, they take a mile. It might have started off a little bit rough, but there's a reason this is one of the top teams in Marvel Rivals right now.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw in that invitational tournament as well, Team Red Euphoria, just such a strong team, just owning this high ground on the right, making it very hard for Blue Euphoria to approach this.
Yeah, and look at Spark Chief, just waiting and ready on the Hulk, ready to jump in and dive on top of that backline if they ever make a mistake. It's like attackers building a TP, coming in from the flank angle. It's going to get them onto the point, at least uncontested for now. But actually capping the point's a different proposition, and Spark Chief is in the enemy spawn here, contesting the other side of the portal. Seems like he will go down, finished off by the Psylocke. And Highway on the Star-Lord of his own, continuing to trade. Kuna does end up cleaning up that Bruce Banner. And multiple players dropping down for Red Euphoria, especially with Herreras too late on the Mantis ult, didn't have it online to actually save the squad. So many players dropping, but Herreras finds a kill despite using the ultimate, still battling. Red Euphoria, I mean, despite the cap starting to go against them, this looks kind of winnable. Forcing a quick Mantis ultimate off the legendary, Light wisely just backing off. Attackers getting off the payload to continue to chase this fight, and it seems like it is going decently well for them, especially with Kuna hitting from behind, cleaning up absolutely everyone here in this backline.
Yeah, Kuna looking to get the final elimination onto the Mantis here, but wait, the Adam Warlock res comes out, and so does Star-Lord and Mantis, all three of them being revived, but just going down to the legendary of Highway, and Blue Euphoria has capped this first point, and Stolly did switch over off of the Luna over to the Mantis, maybe looking to get more value out of that with the revive as well.
And with the mirror match, it's been very competitive. These teams seem to be very closely matched. I wonder if they really are something like scrim partners or friends with the same team name.
I feel like they could be it. They could be it. I feel like it's no coincidence.
I don't believe in coincidences. Highway on this off angle, putting in big value. Spark Chief really getting focused down, instantly popped out of the Hulk form. His teammates weren't able to fight inside the room. Clone Man pops Eye of Agamotto. Does put a lot of pressure on Exponent, who got knocked out of the Ultra Hulk form, focused down even through all that massive health bar. Kuna on this high ground, though, seems to be slowly starting to win the trade for the attackers. And Adam Warlock with the mass res online. Looks like it wasn't enough. We got cut down, couldn't even get the res off. And Red Euphoria is absolutely sweeping them. One quick mistake turns into a team wipe here. And Red Euphoria fighting so well in this high ground, right? Like in and out, over and over again. And finally, once they get a decisive advantage, they push with absolutely everyone.
Yeah, Red Euphoria is really just playing as a unit right now, just owning the height up here, fighting as a group.
Yeah, the room can be pretty chaotic, right? Fighting inside here with all the broken walls, you know, being hit from different angles. Blue Euphoria electing to just go pressure the cart. Kind of like this move. I don't think you want to do anything too crazy at this position, but this is where the defenders can really get a nice hold. Light on this high ground, taking a lot of pressure, though. Needs to be careful. Enemy Star-Lord swings in with some help from the Psylocke. Kills off the enemy Psylocke. Katana cutting up the back line, getting both of these strategists. So many low players as well. Kuna is just cutting them apart. So hard to stop in this side fight. Just barely, though. Gets traded out, and Red Euphoria are going to be pretty happy about this, right? They're close to their own spawn, so any of these crazy trading fights are good. Eye of Agamotto plus Legendary, though, is a brutal combo. And Highway's starting to find more. Needs to close out this fight. Needs to win the duel, and he does. Gets healed up. Takes down the enemy Star-Lord, and Red Euphoria maybe have fallen to pieces here. Seems like the defense might be too little too late. Hulk out of the Ultra Hulk form, getting pressure down. Highway is exiled, so maybe Hulk is going to be able to get a last-second contest. They do have a couple ultimates, and Light from behind. They didn't see this one coming. He was set up for the clutch, and he's performing masterfully, dodging absolutely everything, and then there's nothing to answer this Legendary. They are eating the attackers alive, rather. Red Euphoria getting the stabilization at I would say, the most crucial point of the map here.
Yeah, that's just absolutely perfect timing from Light, right? Blue Euphoria, they were only, what 1 meter away from securing the capture, right? Off of such a beautiful combo, the Star-Lord Legendary with the Eye of Agamotto, right? And then just Light just finding the answer to clap back. Only a minute remaining for Blue Euphoria. This is for the title of the real Euphoria. They gotta lock in.
Yeah, and straight to the back line with the butterfly tans. It's enough. The rest of the team follows in. They really were aware that the attackers had no ultimates there, nothing to really deploy. A couple trades coming in, but the defenders are certainly not going to mind this, right? So close to their own spawn. Low numbers engagements are always going to favor the defenders in this position. Attackers sent back, sent packing. They're trying to hold on to this high ground position, which I like for Blue Euphoria, keeping a little bit of control. But look at Spark Chief. He's thinking about getting in there, getting into the fight, maybe waiting for the engagement to start, ready to contest that back line. Legendary comes in, Light getting focused, trying to just kite out and survive. Protocol with the mass res deployed, but maybe not getting any value here. Blue Euphoria, they do get one res value. Highway into the back. Didn't get anything with the Legendary, but trying to dance in. And the butterfly dance over the top. There's no defensive support ultimates online. Only Zealous with the mass res, but he can't get it off. He goes down to the katana. Stolly with the Mantis holding as well. Should be closing out this point for the attackers. It is overtime, but they get it over the line. Mass res comes in from Zealous. It's a 5-man mass res, though. Hold on. They could still be into this engagement. With such low HP, though, maybe they're getting cleaned up one by one in overtime. Red Euphoria trading a couple kills here and there, but it just seems so difficult. Spark Chief is going for it, though. So is Areris. Takes the self-res. Spark Chief popping the Ultra Hulk. Wanted to get a trade. Wanted to find kills. Remember, this defender spawn is right here. Red Euphoria, with just a couple more kills, they could be doing this. Light with the Legendary. We've seen this at Tails' oldest time. He comes in at his team's most crucial moment, getting the cleanups, keeping the team alive. And what a miraculous defense off the back of a 5-man mass res from Zealous. It's incredible from Adam Warlock. I thought there was no hope for Red Euphoria, but here they are winning the map in point 2 after a masterful performance. Zelos down to the wire. What a play.
That's just an insane clutch right there. That was so hype. The enemy Psylocke just getting 3 eliminations right away, right, with the ultimate, right? And you think all hope is lost if you're Red Euphoria, and then out comes the Adam Warlock mass res, and then Light clutching up with the legendary. It's just absolutely insane. 50 eliminations for Light, MVP. But Zelos with that huge mass res to help them just clutch and secure that 1-0 lead. Very well played from the Red Euphoria.
This is something we've only seen from the very top teams in Marvel Rivals, how good they are, even in these incredibly chaotic engagements, even when the fight goes against them, especially playing around this Adam Warlock, really utilizing the res as well. I don't think I've seen a 5-man mass res before. I think that's honestly the first one I've seen, and it just creates so much value. I think they got like 1 pick in the last fight, even though they got team wipe, right? They get the whole squad back together, the mass res, everybody's linked up with Adam Warlock, so they're all getting tons of heal, proving to be so tanky. And Adam Warlock is just a miracle worker when it comes to clutching out these fights. On top of that, Zelos, 10,000 damage in the Adam Warlock, only 7 deaths, a very clean performance from him.
Yeah, Kuna on the enemy team for Blue Euphoria, 20 final hits, popping off as well on the Psylocke, and a loss, sadly, but just Red Euphoria was looking so strong.
Yeah, Clone Man found some real big Eye of Agamottos too in some of those crucial team fights, especially on the defense, really stifling the attackers. I think the fact that a couple times they're able to clutch out with Light coming from the flank with the legendary or the Psylocke being ready with her butterfly dance. I mean, those powerful ultimates, if you can really sync up with the team, you hit hard together, they become just exponentially stronger than they would be on their own.
Yeah, Light was just looking absolutely sick, and perfect clutch timing as well with the legendaries, and especially even comboing it as well with the Doctor Strange Eye of Agamotto just increases the value even more, because there's nothing they can do. There's no fighting back. You can't deal with the Star-Lord in this guy. It's just an automatic team wipe.
Yeah, really well done by Red Euphoria. I hope they're the same colors next map, or I'm gonna lose my mind. But before we go to that next map, first we're gonna check out a highlight package and send you to a quick break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship North American region. If you're just joining us, we are watching a match between Euphoria's Team A and Team B. Team A came out on top of map 1, but it was a hotly contested affair. That was an insane clutch at the end of that map.
Yeah, Red Team A with that 5-man Adam Warlock mass res, right? Just into the legendary, into the clutch, right? Just being able to secure with just Adam Warlock being the sole survivor, right? Bringing your entire team back into the fight, winning the fight, and holding them, what, 1 meter away? That is just an insanely huge clutch, and he is built for moments like these.
Yeah, I mean, this is Marvel Rivals, right? Like, this is the intensity of the game. You know, these are teams who have been scrimming, who've been putting in that work, and it's really showing in terms of the strategy with their execution. Both teams appearing to be very closely matched. The B team put up a really nice hold on the first point with an unconventional non-team-up based strategy, just holding it down with the Punisher, Highway putting up numbers there. But it felt like once the A team, you know, got control of that first point, their offense was really strong. And then on defense, it was just time and time again so effective in these clutch engagements.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Light popping off as well with the Star-Lord going, what, like 50 and 9. Just such good value out of the Star-Lord Legendary as well. And just the flanks, and they're owning high ground as a team, should I say. They've just been working together as a unit and absolutely performing, showing why they are the Euphoria team, absolutely popping off.
Yeah, I think this is like maybe more competitive though than the A team would like. Like that took everything to clutch that one out. I think this series very easily could go to 3 maps because these two teams seem very closely matched.
Oh yeah, both of these teams are absolutely insane, which is why they have the name of Euphoria. The blue, or oh no, I believe the team colors switched. So the A team is blue.
The A team is up 1-0 right now. If you're confused, welcome to the club.
Yeah, so the A team is blue. They're up 1-0, and the red team is now the B team. But this could definitely go to 3 maps.
These matches in tournaments, it feels like an A team versus a B team, just so high stakes, right? Because as the B team, you know, you don't want to be the B team, right? You want to be the A team. You want to be top dog. And winning in a tournament match could kind of flip that on its head. And so I think there's a lot of stakes here, right? Even though we're still, you know, far from the top placements where people are really worried about the cash prize. For these two squads, I think this might be one of the most hotly contested matches in this round of the tournament.
Oh yeah, both teams are fighting very hard for the title of the A team. If you're the B team, yeah, like you were saying, you want to show that you can be better, that you can play better than the other Euphoria, right? And for the protects and the bans, right? Luna Snow protected once again for the B Euphoria team, now red. And the group ban, which is interesting. I don't think we saw any group gameplay in the last match, did we?
Yeah, I think it may have banned out. I'm not sure. Clone Man gonna go over to the Venom. So once again, the A team here focusing on a dive-based strategy. You know, running that team up with Star-Lord, Mantis, Adam Warlock, getting those individual reses. And once again, the B team going for a strategy that's less dependent on team-ups and really is emphasizing much more just the raw poke damage, the raw pressure that they can exert on the enemy squad. They got double shield tanks in Magneto and Doctor Strange. And also, with Hawkeye slipping into the pool, this could be a threat. I think the A team, they have a very aggressive dive comp. They should be able to jump on top of Hawkeye and punish him. But if that goes wrong, I think the B team really could open this up.
Yeah, I don't know how I always feel about the Rocket Raccoon team up. It's rather one of the not as strong teams. I was looking for a Doctor Strange portal here, maybe to get them to walk into it, separate their team. I don't think we really see this.
They're using it just to poke them from the back here, try to get a pick off, but it seemed like the other team was ready, and Highway punishes onto Zelos, who is going to have the res here, but one opener has come in, and Adam Warlock goes down a second time. Kuna in a nice wide angle here on this Hawkeye. The enemy team really does need to get on Hawkeye. He's very aware of that as he's starting to put that damage down range. Venom dives in, but look at the focus fire onto Venom, especially with the Rocket and Punisher team up. Kuna putting in that work, and now HP very low for A team. They got to fall back. They got to try to stay alive here and reset. Remember that Adam Warlock isn't quite back to the fight yet. And so B team really putting a ton of point pressure on, but there's the dive onto the Hawkeye, and it's beautiful from the A team. It took them a long time, but they finally get the connection they were looking for, focusing down players one after the other. And it's a very scary team fight, but one that just barely comes off well for the A team. And honestly, the first fight maybe is the most difficult when you're playing this dive composition up against a very pokey, high damage composition. Typically, the ultimates, I think, are going to favor the dive team. Like, yes, you can have the Punisher ult and the Hawkeye ult. They help you do even more damage. But the dive team, when they get their ults online, they become so survivable. They can really stay in the fight for longer. It's harder to burst them down. Attackers are going to go for a TP this time, taking a different angle, maybe trying to pressure from the TP.
Yeah, the first fight is definitely the most scary. Infinite ammo Punisher shotgun on the high ground highway, just taking down Light, making it a 6v5, giving them the upper hand right now. Looking for more eliminations is Kuna right now.
Rez comes in, and the butterfly dance is beautiful. Support ultimate's not available on time. Adios with that first ultimate is going to be the difference maker for his squad, despite the poke pressure that came in from the B team. Adios got the job done, and once again, it's a cleanup. The attackers have such a long road into these engagements. Late deaths are going to be really punishing. Light not going to be able to get any more, but that was just one ultimate from the defenders. That's exactly how they want to be winning these fights. Protocol going to make the swap over to the Loki, valuing that defensive tool. I like this choice, honestly. The Immortality Rune, so powerful at defending your teammates when the dive comes in. I think Loki has looked like a bit of a sleeper hero, as we saw from Mutants in the last series.
Yeah, I think Loki Luna is actually extremely strong as well. Being able to essentially have 2 Luna ults is insanely strong. And also Loki into the Psylocke, I feel like, is very necessary.
Big kill by Kuna onto Spark Chief. Without the Strange, it's going to be much harder to hold on to the point. Immortality Runes have been forced. Right now, ults all coming out from the defenders, trying to clutch the mass res as well. Highway wants to get up in their face, wants to take the trade. Luna's Snow ultimate does come out for the attackers. See if the B team's able to get into this, and Kuna starting to find the damage that he needs. They can all turn now, focusing the back line. Hawkeye with the ultimate online. Everyone has to hide from this, but a beautiful Eye of Agamotto by Clone Man stuns everyone. The Immortality Rune is just enough to keep the attackers alive, and the counter Eye of Agamotto from Mr. Press maybe is enough to overwhelm. Light trying to clutch with the Star-Lord, as he's done time and time again, but there's so much health to get through. So many tanks with the Doctor Strange in his face. Now Clone Man feeling the pressure, running low on skills. Light still making this interesting, still making it possible to clutch, dancing around the point incredibly effectively, pulling a ton of attention to himself, and Adios is 90% to that ultimate. Luna Snow comes out from the copy Loki with the point pressure coming in. The attackers, defenders have to contest. They can't get off this point, and ultimately Adios can't make the connection, can't finish off his ultimate charge. Defenders still coming back in, still keeping this in contest as the clock runs down. It's going to be final fight for the attackers. Stali coming in with that Luna Snow ultimate. Finally, this could be the clutch they needed. Double strategist ult had to be deployed. Adios trying to clutch, but Luna Snow still online. Immortality Runes on the ground. Yeah, that's going to be the perfect defense from a Psylocke ultimate.
Oh, that's why that Loki Luna is just so strong. And Kuna looking for more eliminations right now, taking down Ares as well, giving them a little bit of breathing room here to push forward.
Still, you don't feel bad about that as a defense, right? You got 4 minutes off the clock. The attackers had to burn a ton of important ultimates just to close it out. I think defenders are still looking great in this map.
Definitely Kuna looking to get a little bit of an angle here. Light getting some poke damage in.
Big Venom dive by Clone Man slows down everyone. They can't escape the symbiote. And the attackers, yeah, like with no ultimates, right? They're just getting swarmed over by the dive. Araris using that Mantis ultimate, and everybody else getting aggressive on top of that. The aggression from Adios really paying off, especially with Light and Clone Man getting in there, assisting it. And look at all these players hidden in all these corners, coming from different angles. Attackers have to walk up, but they're walking the gauntlet right now, and there's no way they know about Adios.
Yeah, they definitely don't. Psylocke is one of those pesky characters that you can just hide, and then you have 2 dashes as well. You can go invis, and then you can reduce the cooldowns as well by simply just doing damage. Getting 2 eliminations right away is 18 blue Euphoria, but stunned out of the sky by the Eye of Agamotto. Can Mr. Press clutch?
Expin and Mr. Press are trying it. They're trying to commit, but they already have so many players dead, and Light is just going to self-res. So it feels like that attacking Eye of Agamotto may not have been worth it in the end. Audio, Spark Chief, get the cleanups together. Attackers finally have a bank of ultimates, right? Finally have some good tools to work with coming into the next fight. But these dives from Clone Man have just been so phenomenal. The attackers are staying grouped up, trying to work together, but that makes them so vulnerable to this Venom.
Yeah, only 35 seconds remaining as well. A lot of ultimates on board. Loki can copy the Luna Snow ultimate, so they get 2 Luna Snow ultimates here. But the Judge Jury shut down right away.
Yeah, the dive is just too explosive. Strategist going down. Magneto Meteor does defend the teammates decently well, but Light still gets around it, still finds damage, and now everyone's turning on to Magneto. He's being attacked from all sides. Shield not going to be enough to protect him. And the B team is really struggling, really falling apart here in the final moments. They copy Luna Snow, go for an aggressive dance floor just to start the fight off. Audio's trying to get a kill. They're desperately trying to burst the real Luna Snow, but she just survives 90% of the ultimate. Really needs that last little bit of healing to get her own ult online, but Kuna has already found Adios. Potentially stabilizing here are the attackers. They have that Luna Snow ultimate. They're going to pop it. Kuna wants to get another kill, wants to snowball into the Adam Warlock. Zealous with the mass res could look to go for another clutch, but that's down. Doesn't actually provide enough value. Adios, this 1v1 in the flank could be everything. It's a big win for Adios. Defenders very happy to see that. And Light with the legendary. There's no defensive ultimates online. He's going to cut them entirely to pieces here. Nothing left to stop this legendary as he just attacks them from the sky, from behind. And the defenders swarm all over the payload, and the A team makes the hold halfway through Streets phase.
Yeah, well played for A Team Euphoria there. They just had to wait out both Luna Snow ultimates, the Loki copy and the real Luna Snow ultimate, and then just nothing the B team attackers could do to prevent that Star-Lord legendary to clean things up right there.
Yeah, and you know, as good as some of these poke strategies look, especially at this like level of the tournament, right, where some of these teams, they look so amazing on the Hela and the Hawkeye, pouring out so much damage. When we watch teams like Euphoria A Team play dive, I just start to feel like you can't get away with these Punishers and Lokis. Like maybe we can see a team like Mutants show us how it's done. But right now, it just looks so difficult. You know, Clone Man comes in on the Venom, takes tons of attention. Adios and Light are hiding in corners, hitting you from the off angles. It's just overwhelming amounts of pressure. And it's, you know, you lose a player or two quick into the fight, and it's just all over, right? Like, your greedy heroes aren't really worth a thing if they've already lost their strategists.
Definitely, and it looks like Euphoria will be sticking with the Adam Warlock Manta Star-Lord team up as well. Euphoria B Team Euphoria trying to do that as well, switching off of the Luna Snow Loki here, maybe thinking that the answer is the Adam Warlock and the Mantis. Don't think the A team will be using a Doctor Strange portal to approach the high ground here. Oh, they will actually. It looks like Clone Man will be going back off of the Venom to the Doctor Strange. Maybe going to teleport to the high ground, which is a pretty common thing we see to kick things off on this map.
Yeah, the first fight approach is a pretty important one. Defenders now on full mirror match, both teams running the same comp. So A team versus B team, it's a raw test of execution. And Clone Man going to go with a very defensive TP. I like this. Just very hard to counter. Very difficult to see coming. Light on Captain America? What is he thinking about? Doing a little trolling.
A little bit of
they are going to come through the portal, though. They've got time, and so they will get a normal team fight. Bit of an odd situation. Adios, though, got bursted. Maybe thought his team would be fighting a little bit more quickly. And that off-sync is going to cost them. Defenders want to force the issue right. Popping the Link as well from Adam Warlock. But hold on, they don't actually connect on the fight with the Link out. Still a 4v5, maybe just too much right now. Defenders looking really solid. They know just one player advantage really means a lot. They push with so much confidence. Spark Chief does trade it back onto Luna, but Light died again after the res, and now Highway on the off angle, defending this. So hard for the attackers to move through.
Yeah, Light did burn the res there as well, and I feel like, yeah, that's definitely a bit of a miscommunication going into that fight, right? Audio is just getting picked off right away, getting in by himself, maybe thinking his team was through the Strange portal with him a little bit earlier. But Protocol doing a very good job just one-clipping him with the Adam Warlock right-click, just very strong damage output as well.
Clone Man back to his diving ways, but takes so much pressure right off the dive. And the trade comes in. Spark Chief not getting the support he needed. His backline was rotating away, and now both Vanguards died on the rotation. Attackers thought they could get greedy, thought they could split up, but they got punished for just a moment of split, and that's really well done, really well executed against them. Light doing what damage he can, but defenders are holding strong, and the B team is really making this difficult. The double shield tanks are proving to be just unbreakable, and every time the attackers split, they're getting punished. This is such an aggressive defense out of the B team.
Yeah, ultimates being built up for them and the enemy team as well. Definitely going to be a battle of who can press Q better here. But yeah, as you were saying, the double shield, it's definitely very hard to deal with as well. No Luna Snow ultimates here on board to counter the Psylocke or the Star-Lord. So it's all about the use of the Mantis ultimate, I feel like, going into this fight here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a key difference maker. This is a fight that could change everything. Clone Man dives in, takes a ton of attention. Adaptive Shield also gets that bubble from Magneto, and Areris finds one in the Chaos Highway. All of this damage is getting absorbed by the Meteor, and it looks like this Katana is just a little bit too much. Butterfly Dance into the backline for Adios, and the attackers, the A-Team, getting massive value. Hold on, though. Protocol, Mass Res, keeps the engagement online, and a Meteor as well, getting them out of the choke point. Defenders still fighting back, holding strong. Protocol was ready for that, even with players around him dropping like flies. He gets the huge value Mass Res, and with only a minute on the clock, the attackers are going to be in rough shape coming into the final engagement.
Yeah, only a minute left in Euphoria. They did manage to burn 4 ultimates there, but they still have Eye, they still have the Psylocke Butterfly Dance. 50 seconds remaining. Time is cutting close. Only 1 tick needed for the A-Team.
We'll see what Kuna can do right now. There's no defensive support ultimate. You have the mass res for Zelos, but he could so easily get cut down by Kuna. I feel Kuna's ultimate right now as well, Mr. Pressed. I mean, an Eye of Agamotto, a Butterfly Dance, either one of those could easily be enough to just wipe the attackers. And with so little time on the clock, there's no margin for error. Coleman with a big opening dive, comes in with the Venom ult as well. And the conversion is there. They get the protocol very early into the fight. Kuna pop Butterfly Dance. Hasn't found any kills off the back of it. Zelos pops Mass Res, getting Light back in the engagement. See if Adios is back too. Looks like he's outside of the range. Light with the Legendary, though. Looks like the trump card in this engagement. No resources left for the defenders. And finally, the attackers clean up. The A-Team exerting dominance here in this series. It looked incredibly close. It looked like we were going to go to a decisive map 3. But the attackers' A-Team has a new lease on life.
I feel like it's just so many times. I feel like it's just so many times we see Light clutching up with the Legendary, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's really wise. He's constantly saving it for when the enemy team is just out of resources. Legendary is that like ultimate cleanup tool, right? And Kuna just got absolutely smoked. You don't want these hands. Thought he could come test Adios, but that test was failed. And now with a +1 player advantage, you're curious to see if the A-Team wants to get in, wants to start this engagement off aggressively. Cloneman looking for a dive into the backline, goes for it. Legendary is popped by Highway, though. But Areris, the defensive Mantis ult, doesn't enough to protect Zelos, or Light for that matter. The fight is just a little bit too split. And Adios, even with the Butterfly Dance, can't really find much. However, Rez's come in, are going to keep the attacker engaged, and oh no, a C9 from the B team. Their hopes and dreams dashed against the rocks as they failed to touch the objective. Oh, what a painful way to go out in this series.
That's actually funny. I believe when me and Dustin were casting the Invitational as well, we called it a U9 because Euphoria C9 twice, but now it's the B team doing the U9. Unfortunate, but very well played for the A team. Absolutely just clutching it up right now, advancing in the tournament. Light, very good usage of the Star-Lord Legendary as well, but just well played in general from the entire team. Clone Man, only 3 deaths, 34 in 3, so much damage as well on a Venom. I feel like that has a big impact, right?
Yeah, I think when you run these, double diver duelists in the Psylocke and the Mantis, I like the high mobility tank comboed with them. Just having someone like Venom who gonna get in there, he's gonna slow down the enemy backline, he's gonna put a little bit of initial burst on them for some of their skills, but also just be so tanky and so hard to deal with. That gives a lot of time to work with for Star-Lord. Just to continue to cut things up. And that's kind of why I think we see Light getting all these big clutches in the fight, right? I think Clone Man deserves this MVP. Like, a lot of those big legendary clutches come from the fact that Clone Man and Adios on the Psylocke have drained the resources of those enemy strategists, and then Light can be the one to really feast and just finish off all the kills.
Yeah, just in all entirety, just very well played from the entire team, right? And we've even seen from Zelos, right, in the previous match in the first round, right? Just an insane res and then just securing the team fight. Clutch. Everyone on that team deserves their flowers, right? Just such a strong team. We've seen them pop off in the Invitational as well. We'll be seeing them advance throughout the rest of this tournament, right? They could compete again against Nightmare. We saw them play against them in the Invitational too, right?
Yeah, in the end, the A team stays the A team. The B team is going to have to lick their wounds, go back to the drawing board a little bit. But I feel even this B team is a squad we could see more of in the future in Marvel Rivals, potentially even further in this tournament if that was an upper bracket match, if they're still alive. And honestly, I think both of those teams are going to be fearsome opponents for a lot of squads to go up against. I heard from Euphoria that apparently they're not able to put any more characters in their name. So unfortunately, they can't actually differentiate themselves. They're just both going to be Euphoria. It's just our unlucky draw as casters to have them both play each other this soon in the tournament.
Yeah, we just have Euphoria playing Euphoria, switching from blue to red, just trying to do our best to cast that. But yeah, I definitely feel like the B team, they can definitely compete against the A team there, right? We saw it come down to the very last second in overtime, trying to capture that point at the very end. They had it, and then just the A team came out on top, showing why they were so dominant, why they are the A team, holding on to that. We will see if the B team can come take the title of the A team maybe eventually later on in the tournament.
Yeah, curious to see how that potential rematch goes down later in the tournament. For now, we're going to throw it to a highlight package, check out some of the awesome plays in this series before going to a quick break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. And if you're just joining us, we have a real treat coming up for you next. We are going to be watching Nightmare taking on Nova 6 in the next match. And Nightmare have been our champion team from the last 2 tournaments in North America. And honestly, they've been winning with extreme prejudice. I don't know if I've seen... When's the last time they lost a map? Have you seen them lose a map? I don't even remember.
I don't even think they lost a map when we saw them in the Invitational. I know they won the recent beta tournament as well. And I mean, today we've seen teams such as the Mutants that maybe we think could compete against Nightmare, but all in all, Nightmare is just what seems like the strongest team at the moment in Marvel Rivals. Gotta love Jeff all across the screen. Maybe we'll see some Jeff gameplay out of them. Probably not, but Nightmare has been looking unstoppable, right?
Yeah, I mean, unstoppable is the only way you could put it. No one has even really challenged them, really pushed them to their limit just yet. And so far, strategically, they've shown so much diversity, right? Like a while ago, Nightmare was this team that would just always first ban Hela. But I think Rye Amazing has really been grinding the Hela, and meaning that, you know, they're not going to first ban it. They will take the Hela mirror. And that gives them a strategic edge, allowing them to ban Doctor Strange, who I think a lot of teams really rely on the Doctor Strange. A lot of teams basically play it in every composition. So I think this is further for Nightmare, just flexing their ability to play a lot of different strategies, not needing one of the most core heroes to the top level metagame.
Yeah, I definitely like the Doctor Strange ban for sure. He is necessary in a lot of team comps, whether it be the double shield or whether it's with the Hulk or just playing aggressive with the Doctor Strange, right? You can get big value out of the Eye of Agamotto as well, and just the shield banning the Hela. As we were just saying, Rye Amazing grinding the Hela doesn't need it, especially after Nova 6 banning the Iron Man as well, thinking that they would run the Hulk. It looks like they're not going to go with the Hulk because Strange and Iron Man are banned.
Okay, we are going to see the Moon Knight and Groot comp looks like come out from Nova 6. This is something that Mutants ran to great effect that I saw Nightmare run in the Invitational. Nightmare, though, for their part, are queuing up a very aggressive strategy, right? Even with Iron Man and Star-Lord banned out, they're going to run Rye Amazing on the Magic, Super Gomez on the Psylocke, and Hogs on this Venom. On top of that, Gaskin and Magneto can give that bubble, give that damage block to any of those divers as they get in, as they start the fight aggressively. So Nightmare... I think are set up to play super aggressive, although, hold on, Sangura, are they DC'd?
Yeah, that's a bit of an hopefully they can reconnect before the match starts, but us knowing how strong Nightmare is, maybe they could pull off a little 5v6 action.
Low-key, I actually don't hate their odds in a 5v6. I know that's like insanity, but I just kind of feel like maybe Nightmare's the one team I'm like, you know what, 5v6, maybe it's a fair fight now.
Yeah, maybe even, sadly, it being a strategist hero as well. I don't think Adam Warlock by himself can just hold things down with the healing. Maybe make a swap. Somebody
you need to have
the 5v6
very fast
work.
fights, right? You need to just explode the enemy team, instantly win the trade. If it goes deep into the fight, the lack of a second strategist is really going to bite. Even the poke right now from Nova 6, right? It just doesn't get healed up so quickly. Adam Warlock's going to be doing his best, but there's just so much to do, especially if the dive comes in. Super Gomez getting pressured. Kurova dropping super low. Oh, but they do get that first trade, evening the fight up. And so Kurova getting re-healed. Hogs, though, slept and focused down. The player advantage is going to make this so difficult for Nightmare, although Sangura looks like maybe they are going to be able to pick a character. Looks like they've reconnected. Super Gomez trades back, and oh my god, there's Nightmare. I feel like they're going to do this somehow. Hank, I don't want to believe, but I am believing. Sangura is coming back as well. The player advantage gone. And Nova 6 trying to close this out, desperately hoping to snowball that advantage. Super Gomez on the flank, winning that trade. Kurova does finally go down. Okay, and it seems like the attackers did get the stabilization they needed off the back of that 5v6 advantage. They won, but that was way too close for comfort considering you're up a player from the start.
Yeah, it's definitely too close for comfort. I mean, we know how strong Nightmare is. Even, yeah, just only Adam Warlock heals, literally holding it down in the 5v6 situation. That in itself is very impressive, even though they did lose the point right there. That is to be expected this late in the tournament in a 5v6 against another good team, yeah.
Yeah, they've got this Moon Knight ultimate online. The combos aren't quite available yet, but Nightmare finally fighting at full strength. They come into the backline dive. Gaskin, though, got focused down. Even with his Meteor online, Roderick's forced to pop that defensive ult very quickly. They almost get the Psylocke off the back of the sleep, but it's just not quite enough. Nightmare, though, their players are still alive. They're regrouping on the flanks, ready to hit again. Nova 6 ready, trying to tank that dive, coming in from all angles. Hogs gets focused, takes a lot of pressure, but he's the one that you're not supposed to look at. The backline being cut up right now with Rymazing and Super Gomez hitting from the flanks. Nova 6, though, despite the challenges from all sides, they're playing well around this Penny Parker mine. But a big combo from Groot catches a lot of the divers. The Moon Knight ultimate as well gets the cleanup. And Nightmare are really starting to struggle in this map. You know, the momentum being snowballed by Nova 6 is just what they needed to do. Kurova finds a triple mass res. Roderick's, though, with 2 quick counter kills. Big frags from the Luna Snow. Exactly the knockouts the team was hoping for here. And Angular really just pouring in damage from the Moon Knight. Hogs looking for his window to get in, waiting for the call from the duelist that they're ready to dive. Straight into the backline is Venom. Does have ultimate, but Zapata already takes down Kurova with the butterfly dance. Trades going both ways should be pretty decent for the defenders, but Hogs slept, focused, bursted down, and Nova 6 are making this interesting.
Nova 6 is definitely making it interesting. They've been showing that they are a super strong team as well, finding great value with the Moon Knight and the Groot ultimates as well. Looking to secure this point right here, storming forward with the Luna Snow ultimate. And out comes the Psylocke Butterfly Dance from Super Gomez, finding 1 elimination on the Roderick. Down goes Penny Parker as well. This is what Nightmare has needed, as it's been looking like it's been going in the favor of Nova 6 so far.
Yeah, and it's a big place to stabilize, even with Moon Knight finding 1. Groot super low, trying to just get out, trying to take the reset. And that's the place you need to win the fight as a defender, right? All the way down to the end of the point. The attackers have a long way back. And that whole area, you're going to have to fight through, right? You're going to have to battle through these choke points with the threat of a magic hitting you from the side. And Nightmare just looking to attack from the off angles here. Hiding on this corner, trying to set up for their engagements. They have a couple powerful ultimates, but it is that Groot Moon Knight combo coming up for Nova 6. Definitely something they can be looking for. Even through the Luna Snow ultimate, we have seen this combo work. Gaskin pops the meteor, tanks a ton of damage, sends it way deep to the backline. Doesn't seem like it's going to get a connection here. But still, Angular is down, so that combo piece not available on the Moon Knight. Hogs does get traded. Super Gomez taking some mines from Penny Parker, though. Needs to get healed up. Can't quite get into the engagement. That's going to break some of the synchronicity from Nightmare, who are really having to get scrappy in this engagement. Much more competitive than we normally see teams challenging Nightmare. But there's Kurova with a beautiful headshot knockout. Pressure onto the cart. The combo's available. Strangling Prison into the backline. They have the support ultimate, but it's not enough, of course, with the Moon Knight combo beautifully executed by Nova 6. 2 more knockouts coming in from Moon Knight. It's a beautiful play by Angular, and it seems like this is a cleanup. Nightmare staggering back in 1 by 1, trying to make this possible, trying to keep this in contest, but even Kurova falls down. Players coming 1 by 1 to keep the card in contest. Kurova going to get the self-res, has mass res online, but you need to actually find knockouts at some point to stabilize this. Maybe Super Gomez can provide that with the butterfly dance, but the Penny Parker spider mode dropping mines absolutely everywhere on the card. Zapata with his own butterfly dance, and even Kurova from the backline just cannot get enough done. Nova 6 really making Nightmare sweat. This is a team that destroyed almost every opponent who's tested them. They've got to be sweating now.
Yeah, Nova 6 is doing an amazing job, right? Going up against Nightmare, former champions, invitational champions as well. They know they're such a strong team they're going up against, and they are performing right now. They've been getting so much value out of the Moon Knight Groot combo as well. Not really any counters to that, and just overall playing so good together. 2 minutes remaining still, looking to push this thing forwards right now.
Nightmare, if you can't beat them, join them. They're going to take the mirror match with the Moon Knight Groot, so at least evening the table there. But attackers still have 2 minutes to work with. They've been very successful so far. Rymazing, though, does have his ultimate online. Hogs trying to bridge the gap. Rymazing goes down, though. Angular wins that battle. And an early Luna Snow ultimate as well from the attackers. They want to make this very clean, want to be very aggressive. But that Magneto ultimate is huge. Defends the whole team and finds connections. Kurova with the mass res keeps Nightmare in this defense. They're all caught by the strangling prison of the defenders. Hogs, what a perfect connection there. Angular, though, still fighting through it with the help of the Mantis ultimate from Davian, keeping the engagement in contest. Strangling prison comes in. Moon Knight ults coming in from both sides, but Rymazing finds 2. Maybe that's enough knockouts to secure this. Defenders are regrouping. It's going to be a desperate touch to the cart. Rymazing has to touch first, but not the character you want to be doing it. Hogs getting pressured, walking to cart, can't make it, gets frozen on his way.
Yeah, frozen and web. Just a lot of CC right there. Impossible to touch. 1:26 remaining against Nightmare, the former champions. If I'm Nova 6 right now, I'm feeling on top of the world.
I will say for Nightmare, right, having a strategist disconnected, the snowball starts against you, that's a really bad start to the map. But honestly, Nightmare have been in the tough situation before. They've lost fights before, and they bounce back, and they clutch, and they just dominate. Nova 6, to even continue the snowball and still be winning those fights, I mean, deeper into the map, the fact that the way the game started like that, it just doesn't matter anymore. Nova 6 are still crushing through the map, so Nightmare really being put to the test right now. Gonna have to dig deep in the strat book. This is our champion team, the team that we expected to win it all. And Nova 6, I don't think I've seen these players before, but they're putting on a beautiful performance.
Yeah, I believe I did get to witness Nova 6, one of Nova 6's earlier matches in the tournaments with Dust, and I believe Zapata was popping off on the Psylocke for sure. And it looks like Super Gomez will be pulling out the Wolverine. Now, Wolverine is a tank shredder, right? Going up against a Groot and a Penny Parker can definitely harass them, kidnap them, bring them into your backline. Nightmare, we know they have a lot of compositions they can run as well, trying to mirror the Groot Moon Knight that we know they're very comfortable on as well. Ditching the Adam Warlock, it looks like, going with Luna's Snow Mantis.
Yeah, maybe just valuing this double defensive combo. Zapata gonna have his work cut out for him on the Psylocke. Could also be a potential kidnapping victim. I kind of starting to see this Wolverine appear more and more, even with really strong teams. It's proving that, you know, there actually is a place in the metagame for Wolverine. Let's see how Super Gomez likes to utilize it. I think finding those Vanguards would be awesome. Anyone to catch. Zapata gets caught first. Beautiful catch by Super Gomez. That's just what Nightmare needed on this offense. Angular backing off, trying to regroup back to this defensive corner in the side of the point, but retaking through this choke point seems so difficult. I like this from Nova 6. Backing off, taking the other angle, gonna give up some cap time to Nightmare, but still trying to get stuck in, still trying to get an opportunity to get in this fight. Super Gomez looking for a catch here. Would love to get one, and it's Groot straight into the back of the formation, shredded by Wolverine. He's cutting them to pieces. Full charge for that Wolverine as he just chops up anybody who dares contest the objective, and it goes the way of Nightmare. That's just the offense they needed after a tough defense to get this momentum rolling and to keep this map in contest. Remember, 1:26 on the clock for the other squad from the attack. You've got to force an overtime round if you're Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare, that is what they needed, right? Capture that point immediately. And as a group player myself, I can say going up against a Wolverine, especially at Super Gomez's level, right? I feel like Nova 6 is going to have to make some sort of changes, whether it be the Penny Parker or the Groot switching over to a Duelist or a more mobile Vanguard. I just feel like Super Gomez is going to get a lot of value on that Wolverine right now.
Yeah, Wolverine, look at that kidnap onto Penny Parker. Instant burst. The follow-up is so clean. Nightmare showcasing their potential with the coordination. They look fearsome, even on the offense with this Wolverine. Super Gomez all the way up in the front line. Just absolutely no fear, no respect. And File has to just run for the hills. Even with the player on the cart, Nightmare happy to fight 5-on-5, happy to keep pressuring them in this engagement. Defenders, Nova 6 looking to get a regroup here. They're coming up on that combo. Both teams with the group Moon Knight combo. Going to be really decisive in this team fight. Gasklin pops the meteor. Big ultimate dump coming down, and it looks like the connection is just too big. Nova 6 weren't able to get their combo off in time. Nightmare struck first and struck hard. Davian comes down, doesn't even pop the Mantis ult with late deaths onto the cart. Nova 6 are trying to come back into this. Zapata, he's going to go over to the Squirrel Girl. Interesting choice, maybe trying to lock down that Wolverine, but look at Nightmare, so aggressive, so far off the cart, not even allowing the defenders to walk forward. They need a very early Mantis ult just to get the contest off. Sungura with the slightly better Mantis ult, going to be big value. Strangling Prison comes down, but support ultimate's online. There it is, though. The Khonshu coming in from Angular just in time, just building up that ultimate, and the combo came through when it was most needed. Masterful clutch from Nova 6. It's a very expensive one, though. Costs them almost everything in terms of ultimates. They have to Mantis ult just to get to the cart, and then to close the fight, they need the Spider Time, they need Strangling Prison, and the Moon Knight ultimate. Interesting choice of the Squirrel Girl. I can kind of see the idea against characters like Moon Knight and like Wolverine that can struggle to hit these high ground characters. I think Squirrel Girl provides some inevitability with her constant amount of pressure that she's going to put in on the backline.
Yeah, Squirrel Girl can definitely output a ton of damage, and we did see Nightmare burn the Groot ultimate with the Moon Knight as well. Nova 6 responding, doing it themselves. Out comes the Squirrel Stampede right now from Zapata. An ultimate you don't really see that much value out of.
Yeah, no connections. Looks like not enough. Nightmare starting to push forward. They're close with their own Moon Knight group combo. Something you have to watch for. Rodrix with the first ultimate comes off. Kurova just a little bit too late on the trigger, though. Lets Hogs go down before we get that Luna Snow ultimate out. They're trying to kidnap the group, trying to chop through. Super Gomez, insane damage, killing through the Luna Snow ultimate. The focus fire is fantastic from Nightmare. Super Gomez on super low HP, though, does get cut down. Amazing has to consider, does he want to try to clutch with his ultimate? Does he want to wait for Groot to return? It's a tough call to make. Maybe not necessary, though, with Gaskin getting those cleanups in the back line. Penny Parker cut down. Davian popping the Mantis ult, right? Making this fight still some sort of a possibility. Luna Snow Kurova drops low, does get finished off. Nightmare being greedy, trying to hold on to their ultimates, but they end up throwing the fight away. And that's going to be another defense for Nova 6. Surely they're going to be happy about this. Maybe not, though. Super Gomez trying to make the fight a possibility. But Amazing and Hogs are certainly going to regret, I think, holding on to those ultimates. Thought they could maybe get the cap off without them. But they get heavily punished. And Angular and File found the combo a little bit too quickly this time.
Yeah, that Groot Moon Knight combo is just so strong. But speaking of it, Nightmare does have it on board. They can pull it off here to secure this capture. Minute 30 remaining. They definitely want to secure rather sooner than later and force that overtime.
Yeah, Hogs pushing forward, wants to find a good connection. Kidnap onto Penny Parker, and the burst coming through. Absolutely massive. Super Gomez shredding through those tanks, and there's the combo coming through. Doesn't seem like it was even necessary here, but Nightmare, they've been scarred before, losing some fights that they should have won on this point. Here comes the second cap for Nightmare as they cruise forward on the third point with 2:50 on the clock. Would love to find a couple stagger kills here, but it looks like Squirrel Girl is kiting out well with the help of the strategist, and her constant pressure has definitely slowed things down for this Wolverine offense. Will it continue to work on third point? I imagine this is a good spot for Squirrel Girl with a lot of these enclosed corridors. Great position to spam. But I really feel Super Gomez is getting a lot done on this Wolverine.
Yeah, I feel like Nova 6 is in a little bit of a tricky situation, right? Yeah, Zapata going over to the Squirrel Girl. Oh my goodness, Angular just absolutely shredding Gasplin with the Moon Knight right now. But Zapata, I feel like, yeah, they can get a lot of value out of this Squirrel Girl, just sitting back, letting all the spam come out, especially in this little bit of a hallway right here. There's not really much you can do about the Squirrel Girl.
Squirrel Stampede could get some pretty decent value here, actually, in these enclosed areas, just bouncing back and forth. And this spam from Zapata is exactly what they need. Amazing going down. Hogs as well dropping, and yeah, just the aggression. Super Gomez does find File trying to just get out with his life. Wolverine's so tanky, but wasn't quite enough there. Although these trades going back the other way should be good for the attackers with their spawn just a little bit closer here. Defender's going to fall back and hold the final choke. So it's a decent fight, but it looks like just good enough for Nightmare to make objective progress. And we are coming to a potential fight with, right now, 10 ultimates on the field. A lot is going to come down to the combos, though. And Hogs being the ultimate that Nightmare are lacking could be painful. Definitely available here for Nova 6. File and Angular wanted to get something done. Magneto opening it up first, though, and it's a huge meteor. Still gets the connection. That combo not able to come in right now. Nightmare may need some support ultimates just to stabilize. Hogs is super low, under a ton of pressure. It does come through from Kurova. They bend, but they don't break, pulling back just far enough, and now they've got a lot of time to work with, pushing forward with the help of that dance floor. Spider time from Poke isn't enough. He's under so much pressure, has to just back out and reset, and it's Gaskin starting to continue to push forward right now. Conchu comboed here. Both teams just trading each other's Groots out, and now it's Gaskin starting to eat, but it's a low numbers engagement here. Defenders should be in a decent spot unless Super Gomez can just put it over the top here. So tanky, getting so much heal on that Wolverine. Gaskin really would love to clean this up, would love to shut down that final strategist, cut off some of these heals, but she's dancing so well, and now he's in trouble. Although Super Gomez pulls in Poke straight to the backline, the Wolverine is proven to be the hero in this final fight, and Nightmare get it done. 30 seconds on the board. They go to an overtime round.
Yeah, and you definitely needed that if you are Nightmare. You definitely a little bit of a momentum shift now, starting off the previous round with a disconnect and being able to clap back right now, get it to overtime. I think Wolverine is definitely the answer. Both teams running the group Moon Knight. Definitely very strong combo, if not the strongest combo we're seeing in the game, right? But I feel like the Wolverine, it's definitely got its place in the meta, like you were saying, right? For situations like this, when the other team is definitely, you know, they're gonna run a group because they like the group Moon Knight combo, right? You could just constantly kidnap him and bring him back to your team.
Yeah, and Penny Parker, I think, is kind of vulnerable to the same thing. She wants to be a really dominant close-range hero that can bully duelists, but Wolverine just flips that dynamic on its head, and Wolverine's the one bullying you. I feel like Super Gomez was instrumental in that final fight, finding so many crucial pickoffs, starting the engagements off right. And meanwhile, Gasklin, I mean, I think it's something really slept on for Magneto, that he has this really powerful ally save ability that, like, even if somebody is caught, maybe by, like, the root from Squirrel Girl or caught by like a web from Penny Parker, Magneto can save them and just output so much range poke damage. On top of that, the Meteor is a pretty big difference maker in these engagements, sometimes able to find kills even through a strategist ultimate.
Yeah, the Meteor is a very strong, underrated ultimate, right? It can counter things such as like Hela's ultimate or Star-Lord Punisher, absorb the damage, but also kill through things such as Luna Snow's ultimate, right? And also Magneto can maybe, for example, bubble the Wolverine when trying to kidnap people. Don't think we've seen too much of it, but there's a lot of useful things you could do with Magneto's bubbles to save your team.
Yeah, and Amazing struggling under the pressure of the spam. Zapata doing really well in the Squirrel Girl, really showcasing how, even characters we haven't seen so much in the meta have a spot when they're played really well. The spam pressure making it very awkward for Nightmare to walk up. I like the use of the Moon Knight and the Squirrel Girl. Just an overwhelming amount of spam on top of navigating the Penny Parker mines. Looks like Super Gomez has navigated it well, grabs the group, pulls him into the team, and absolutely shreds through that massive tanky hitbox. It's nothing in the face of Wolverine. Penny Parker does web him, but it's just not enough. Wolverine is just overwhelming, doing so much damage. Super Gomez showing a real mastery of a character that we've barely seen in the meta. Nightmare's flexibility has been their calling card, and it seems little has changed.
Yeah, capturing that point, now reaching overtime, 0 seconds remaining. I feel like this is where we will see Wolverine forced into the meta, right? Especially if the team is not going to switch off of that Groot, just being able to kidnap. Oh, it looks like they're going to switch over to the Magneto. Maybe able to counter against the Wolverine a little more by bubbling yourself, and then you have the shield as well.
Yeah, that bubble onto Groot really made a difference, but hold on, the ultimate advantage for Nightmare is maybe just too much. Super Gomez on top of the dance floor is absolutely fearless, knows that there's really nothing that can threaten him. A better dance floor for Rodrix, though, so Nova 6 gonna have the opportunity to stabilize and start to turn this engagement around. See if Super Gomez wants to rip the ult, wants to get in the engagement, steals Groot again, once again, bubbled by Magneto, protects the group, keeps him alive. The Khonshu doesn't get any connection there, but maybe just enough with the help of the Super Gomez. I thought Nova 6 was going to be able to back out of that, but it seems no. It turned against them. They didn't want to commit ultimates, didn't want to go for it. And Super Gomez snowballing in for more. Very late kill onto Davian. It is overtime, but I mean, there's so much progress being made already. Nova 6, even if they have the ultimates, surely they should clutch this fight, right? With the amount of ultimate advantage they have. But Nightmare have done a lot of damage, made massive progress on this overtime offense. Remember, they started with only 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, only 30 seconds on the clock to be able to push it this far, especially after a disconnect in the beginning. The Meteor coming down from Poke. Can he find any value? Karova, 1 HP in the backline, but can't secure the elimination.
Looking for the Strangling Prison. It's not found, but the Khonshu is onto the backline. Hold on, though. I don't know if it's finding just enough. Nightmare so low on so many players, but they're fighting miraculously well in this engagement. Maybe not enough, though. Rodrix with the dance floor. Kurova does have your own dance floor on Luna Snow, but the damage is overwhelming from Squirrel Girl, cutting through even the Luna Snow ultimate and the helping heals for Sungura. Nightmare getting closed out right now. It was a massive attack. They made it very far. Dance floor stalling a little bit on our way. Hold on. Amanda's ultimate to keep it going even longer. Surely not. Surely this is too much, even for the double support ultimate. Nightmare coming back on Fast Heroes. Rymazing is here. Oh my, no way. What did Super Gomez and Rymazing just do? I don't believe it.
Did he kidnap someone and bring them into the Unk, and then Rymazing just burned them down with the Unk as well as
killed all 5. We need to see the replay on that. I don't know what happened. How did they kill the whole team? It was only, at some point it was just the 2 strategists dancing on the card. I thought it was over for sure, and Nightmare somehow get it done, and they have the ultimate combo. Hogs are amazing, ready to continue this snowball. They're not done yet. There's absolutely no margin for error. They cannot get off the cart for even a second. But with this combo, we could see a continued snowball. Strangling Prison does come out, but it's so big from Rymazing and Hogs. It's enough of a connection. Keeping the cart fight, though, in contest is critical. You cannot leave this checkpoint. Nightmare, though, strategist doing the work, ensuring that no mistakes are made. Nightmare making so much progress in this overtime, and Nova 6 has got to be hurting right now, not only emotionally, but physically. This is getting painful. Pushing into last with just 30 seconds on the overtime. Hogs back in the Venom, just going all in with a fast character. They expect to see a very aggressive fight from Nightmare. They don't really have the tools to take a longer engagement. So far, they haven't been able to get in. There comes Hogs, though, getting onto Angular, forcing him back. Squirrel Girl, Zapata doing what damage he possibly can. Meteor comes out from Poke, denying all the damage on the payload. Doesn't find a connection for kills. And Super Gomez is still in this brawl. Kurova extremely close to the dance floor. Does get it online. See if she likes to pop it. Has a much better dance floor for the attackers. Nightmare still in contention to potentially win this fight and actually even close up the map in overtime. There's Gaslit onto Zapata, cleaning up on the Ankh, and Sungura very close to her own Mantis ultimate. That would be just what the Doctor ordered here in the fight, and there it comes. That could be backbreaking Nova 6. They need to find some way to get kills through it, but they can't, and it's Khonshu onto the cart, the Moon Knight ultimate. Nightmare with the full cap. Unbelievable.
Time to switch things up.
I don't know what I just witnessed.
What happened on second point, Hank? What happened?
Hey, that was insane. And then the team wiped that one fight as well with just Rymazing and Super Gomez eliminating everyone.
They just killed 6. Like, it was only them. How did anybody die? I don't understand. The combo was unreal.
That's just the power of the Moon Knight Unk with Super Gomez just kidnapping people on Wolverine. The overtime push from 0 from the very start when they captured the point all the way to the very end. Can Nova 6 even clap back after that? Are they able to do this?
Honestly, man, that was backbreaking. You've got to feel so bad right now as Nova 6. This felt like your map to win, and now you have a mountain to climb. Yeah, you got 2 minutes of overtime, but I mean, we've seen teams full held on this first point with 4 minutes to go, much less having to cap the entire map in overtime. I mean, what Nightmare did is just miraculous. And what an amazing show of resiliency, despite starting the map down a player. Oh, I love that wall build from Hogs, right? Like, you can't normally stand on this roof, although Super Gomez is just surfing on the high ground. But they build that group wall so that Rymazing can be up there and maybe put some forward spam pressure down. This is great innovative moves from Nightmare.
I feel like a huge difference maker I would love to see is maybe Nova 6 pulling out their very own Wolverine and trying to kidnap the group, but definitely don't want to force that if you don't have anyone who's experienced with it.
Exactly. Like, do you know how to play Wolverine? I don't know how to play Wolverine. I don't understand what these guys are doing. There we go. Super Gomez immediately in, kidnaps onto Bucky, just absolutely all in, committing with all skills, going YOLO into the backline. Big damage potentially into this corridor. He's willing to charge forward with that full charge. And here comes Wolverine just really cutting up these tanks, thinking about diving the spawn, but thinks better of it. Super Gomez. They know that this series could turn into something close. They got to put some respect on Nova 6. They are going to back off. We've seen teams die trying to chase down spawn camps. Nightmare too smart for that.
Looks like Zapata pulling out the Storm pick, a hero you don't really see too much of. The other flyer to Iron Man. Iron Man being the stronger one. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of burst damage for Rymazing right there.
Yeah, Mystery Hero certainly coming out for the attackers, and being on this low ground under a Moon Knight is a really scary place to be. He's just pouring down damage on them with Abandon, and 45 seconds on the clock. Seems like the attackers are struggling to get into this. Super Gomez attacking in, does force the Luna Snow dance floor, pulls Groot away. Luna Snow quick to follow though, keeping him alive. Leave them to Khonshu indeed, and it's all the Groot in the absolute sufferfest there, getting full comboed with 30 seconds on the clock. Kurova did pop ult. It's a great dive in though. Super Gomez knows they're up advantage. Players want to keep the fight going. Gonna pop ult and snowball forward. Here comes Super Gomez with the ult, getting a further cleanup, and with so little time on the clock, Nightmare could start fighting on the spawn here. I'm not sure how Nova 6 can even get this touch. Maybe Storm, but Storm is so far from the objective. Groot can't make it. He's dropping low. Does trade onto Super Gomez, but this fight is so scrappy. There's no one coming to touch the objective. Nightmare win map 1 off of a miracle overtime push. Beautiful resiliency on the defense, and a masterclass in Wolverine by Super Gomez.
That was... I feel like that was like a match you'd see in the finals of a tournament, right? Nightmare being taken to overtime. The enemy team just feeling like that's your chance to give Nightmare their first loss I think I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen Nightmare lose, and I feel like even though Kurova got the MVP, extremely well done by both supports, 64,000 healing as well. I feel like a huge difference maker is just Super Gomez on the Wolverine, right?
Yeah, I feel like Poke got completely forced off the Penny Parker. you know, still made it competitive, still made it interesting. But Nightmare, the fact that you start that match off down a player due to a disconnect, they come back in, you know, it's snowballed against you. A lot of teams would be in just such a tough spot there that the map would be a write-off. You'd be like, well, maybe we can come back in a best of 3. We can win the next 2 maps. Korova as well, putting on an MVP performance, putting the team on their back. And Nightmare, I mean, there's nothing that gives you more confidence than somehow clutching up after that start. I mean, this is the dream start to a series. Honestly, even maybe I guess you could look at a really weak opponent and just, you know, finish them off 2-0 super quick. But to have the start go against you and then to just steal all that momentum away from your opponent, that's got to bite for Nova 6.
Yeah, definitely starting off with no momentum in a 5v6, and then the enemy team capturing that point at the very end, and then forcing overtime, getting it all the way, having some very sick moments as well, like we witnessed both DPS with the Moon Knight and Super Gomez on the Wolverine, just getting in a very sick team wipe as well. They've definitely had a ton of momentum throughout that entire match, and I'm feeling on top of the world if I'm Nightmare, just defying all odds right there, going from 5v6 over full overtime push from 0. That was pretty sick.
That was just unbelievable. The second point overtime, completely insane. We've got to go to the highlight package. There's so many amazing moments to show you. And after we come back from that in a short break, we'll be on to the next map in the series. Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship North America. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Hank. And if you're just joining us, we're in the middle of a series between Nightmare, our previous champions, and Nova 6, who made them sweat, but ultimately fell in map 1.
It was definitely a bit of a sweat fest. The full overtime push from Nightmare after starting the match off with a disconnect, bringing things back. Full overtime push from the start, right? Only like 30 seconds going into that. You just gotta feel on top of the world after that. Just starting from no momentum to having so much momentum. I feel like the Wolverine was a big factor in that match. I'm wondering if we'll see a bit of a Wolverine bend because maybe the enemy team is not too comfortable running it themselves. But we saw a whole lot of Groot Moon Knight combo as well, just looking absolutely unstoppable. It's all about how you manage that too. But Nightmare just overall, as a unit, as a team, they were so strong, right?
Yeah, it's a tough challenge because, okay, you can ban Wolverine and take that off the table, but this is Super Gomez we're talking about. I mean, it's like he's looked impressive on the Psylocke. The Star-Lord, I think, is probably the most comfortable for him. He looks super strong on that, especially when they have the Adam Warlock team up available. So this Nightmare team, it's so complicated to ban against them. Are you really going to be banning a Wolverine first ban? Like, that just, like, we've barely even seen Wolverine this tournament. It's just that Nightmare can kind of play everything. They've always got the answer for you because they have the flexibility, really bringing that lesson in and making it hit home against Nova 6 right now.
Yeah, Nightmare definitely can play everything. That is the problem for Nova 6. It's a little bit hard to deal with the bans when they can just play everything at such a high elite level. And just every player on Nightmare is just so strong right now. They're going to kick it off with a Doctor Strange ban. Nova 6 not allowing the Star-Lord to get through.
And Nightmare bringing Aramori back in. Looks like she's able to play this round. She's the normal starter for this squad. So that was Nightmare even playing with the sub on support. Pretty big deal that they're able to bring that map back, stabilize it. And I think, honestly, if anything for Nova 6, I don't think you can overreact. Like, banning the Wolverine would just be a little too crazy for me, especially as we go to Royal Palace, we go to Domination. I think there's very much still an opportunity to make different strategies work. However, I feel this Groot and Moon Knight just looks more and more dominant the more I see it in the tournament.
Yeah, Groot Moon Knight is just so strong. If nothing is done about that, I feel like both teams just have to run it. Luna Snow Protect coming in from Nova 6 and Adam Warlock Protect for Nightmare. I know they were alternating a bit back and forth with the Mantis Luna and the Atom as well. And we're going to kick it off with an Iron Man ban as well. Not letting Nightmare run the Hulk Iron Man team up as well.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense for Nova 6. I think these are like the scariest duelists that Nightmare look the best at, that they have the high mobility, but also massive damage output. So now you make Nightmare choose, okay, do you want to run the Moon Knight, who can still put a ton of spam pressure down, but he's not going to be able to like dive the backline the way Iron Man and Star-Lord can. And the Moon Knight ban comes out. I kind of like this, right? So like you allow Hela into the server, which does shake things up, but I feel Amazing has to be confident on the Hela. If this is a team that isn't going to first ban Hela for Nightmare, you got to expect a lot of squads will be protecting Hela, will be forcing the mirror. So I think for Nightmare, getting more reps in the Hela mirror is probably good for them in their long-term goals in this tournament.
Yeah, I do like banning the Moon Knight and allowing Hela through, even though they were popping off with that composition. It looks like Hulk will be running the Thor here with the Hela so they can get that res going. Angular, we know we saw him on the Moon Knight as well, and Amazing also switching over to the Hela.
30 seconds before you attack.
Uh-oh, this is the test. How do you remember? Do you remember the players' names?
Yeah.
All right, here's my test. It's Amazing is Hela, Aramori is Mantis, Karova is Luna Snow, Hogs. Oh, there we go.
Oh, no, you're cheating.
Passed. I'm cheating.
You did pass, though. You did
Nova
pass.
6, though, going to go with a Thor comp around the Hela team up. I don't hate this. While I don't know if Thor is necessarily the best character, if you can get these reses off, it can be really clutch. It's just sometimes hard to do because you need to get a final blow with Hela, which is like, well, you're always trying to get final blows with Hela, so you can't exactly get that on command when your Thor dies. So it could go against them. Super Gomez going to keep it rolling here on the Wolverine. Worked to great effect in the last game, but will it work as well against Hela? I mean, Hela has been that character that's countered a lot of these conventional aggressive characters. You know, the threat of that stun and insta-burst. Super Gomez has got to watch out. Look at that beautiful kidnap. And immediately kiting out. I like that, knowing that he can't actually force the issue and get the kill. It's a reset in and out. Amazing wins the duel. Does start this fight off right when it comes to the Hela mirror. and it's a beautiful movement as well by Groot. Nightmare getting a big cleanup. Groot really getting a lot done here in the final seconds of the fight. Nightmare going to fall back, take that point cap. Amazing. This Hella duel, we talked about how important it can be. It's only going to continue to matter as we go deeper into the series. And Amazing putting in a lot of pressure at long range, farming that ult up. He's 40% lead in the ult charge. We could see a really quick push in if Nightmare get these ultimates faster than Nova 6 are expecting.
Yeah, Nightmare building these ultimates extremely fast. Hog's already about to have the Groot ultimate. Same thing for Rye. Amazing. And both teams choosing to run the Groot still without the Moon Knights. Definitely like that. But Super Gomez can still just kidnap you. And I do like him choosing to disengage in that previous fight as well. Knowing he can't convert, definitely need to know when to disengage as a pro player. And Rye Amazing going down right away to Anglar. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it does get flanked and bursted. Still trying to win this, though, is Nightmare, who are going to commit Gaslin's Meteor. Rodrix has the Luna Snow ultimate, but slightly better ultimates coming right now for Nightmare. Kuroba with the later dance floor. You might have one, but they've got two, and the second backup ult coming in from Armory blocks through that butterfly dance. And now Wolverine really starting to cut it up. Support ults are down. Wolverine really taking over. Does get slept. That's massive, but the rest of the knockouts have already come through for Nightmare.
Yeah, Rye Amazing with ultimate as well here. Nightmare not giving this point up, already at 60%. I feel like Nova 6 maybe not, because we're not running the... Yeah, I like the switch to the Venom. Going up against the Wolverine, you definitely want to be on a more mobile Vanguard now that you're not running the Moon Knight Groot combo. I definitely like that switch, but will they be able to make a difference with it?
Still, I just don't love these Vanguards together, you know? I think Thor and Venom, it's going to be tough. You're going to have to, like, dive into the back line, and then you do become vulnerable, right? Here's Thor getting chopped up. Thor, God of Thunder, is popped, trying to get something as well. Angular with the ultimate online, trying to get a connection desperately, but it's not quite enough. Hell unleashed by Amazing, who's sending everyone else packing, getting the cleanup that his team is hoping for here. Hella as well drops in the final second, and Nova 6 committed a lot of ultimates to this last fight, but there's no way they're going to touch the objective. Can File really make it? No shot. And it's 100-0 despite a close start to the series on map 1. Nightmare in firm control. Amazing, I'd say stopping short of dominant in the Hella mirror, but definitely coming out on top here.
Yeah, Rye Amazing is definitely looking amazing right now. Absolutely popping off. And as you were saying, yeah, I definitely don't think I like Thor and Venom together. Looks like they're going to go to Penny Parker here, trying to find the answer for what Vanguards to run against Wolverine. But still, as you were saying earlier, I don't think Penny Parker is the answer either. I know maybe you could try one Vanguard triple duelist into the Wolverine, but just overall, Nightmare is just such a strong team. It's very hard to find the answer to. They can play every composition. They're very strong players. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, Nova 6, I think it all starts with just their own strategy being really well thought out, you know, executing it super well. But right now, they kind of look out of sorts. They're not really deploying any team-ups at all. And I think that could come back to bite them. As I say that, I guess neither are Nightmare, so neither team really relying on team-ups. But in the end, I just don't love this comp. I mean, Squirrel Girl plus Penny Parker just feels like everyone's going to their comfort hero, which could work, but it also kind of reeks of desperation right now. And Nightmare is just not a team you can beat by being desperate. You've got to be tactical, you've got to be focused and working together. And I'm not sure I'm seeing that out of Nova 6 right now.
Yeah, you have to play... I know it's a lot to ask for, but you do have to play near perfect up against Nightmare. As we saw in the previous match, just the overtime push all the way. Just such a strong team that can make anything out of nothing.
I mean, this is the Marvel Rivals Championship. You don't get anything for free here. The strongest will survive. Continuing on in the tournament, Super Gomez looking to kidnap, pull someone out of this flank. Angular trying to go wide on the left, maybe get some kind of angle opening up. Takes a lot of pressure as soon as she peeks, though. Amazing did get pressured low. Does get healed up quickly by the strategist. Support ultimates deployed. Zapata as well, popping the Squirrel Stampede. But Nightmare pretty unbothered right now. Both strategists holding on to their ultimates very deep into the team fight. This is really going wrong for Nova 6. They're popping ultimates, but they're not really getting anything. Kuroba with the much better strategist ult. They have a lot of time to work with on this Luna dance floor. Absolutely fearlessly charging forward. Two more ultimates come out. Nova 6, Mantis and Magneto. Neither is really getting value in Armory with the final trump card ultimate. Last Mantis ult. Few seconds of almost invulnerability. And there's Super Gomez with the ultimate, cutting them to shreds. And no one survived for Nova 6. Bangalore headed back to the spawn. A little early trip. Oh man, Nightmare are just putting on a clinic. They're playing so clean. These team fights, they aren't really close right now.
Yeah, they're not close at all. It's just a bit of a stomping for Nightmare right there. Great ultimate usage as well. Burning 3, but they still have 3 on board as well.
Dive comes in, 4 pokes, see if it's enough, but the Strangling Prison on top of that, amazing damage follow-up from Wolverine. One trying to send back to the spawn, but is she even going to make it? Hogs doesn't want to let her. She has to go to the corner to take cover, but can't make it to the spawn door. And Hogs is going to get out. No punishment for that. Very late death for Hela is really going to slow down the offense. And walking up into this high ground can be so difficult, especially lacking mobile characters. Right,
Yeah,
amazing.
I don't even think they
going
can
into the
touch.
spawn. Yeah, they're getting dove in the spawn here. What do? Just fall. Just let Nightmare continue on in the tournament. They are undeniable. Amazing. Sweeping forward. Someone came to touch the point. I guess it's a Venom. Amazing could go down to the Hell Unleashed. No, the strategists are too aware. They keep Amazing alive. Venom's trying to 1v1 Wolverine, and 1v1ing Wolverine as a Vanguard it's a tough place to be. Even the Iron Fist comes out, but a Hell Unleashed from Amazing cleans up the map and the series. Nightmare with some initial hiccups in map 1. They get their full starting roster in on map 2, and it's a very dominant showing.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it a lot. Like, Nightmare is just proving again and again and again that they are the team to beat in this tournament. Back-to-back MVPs for Korova. I don't think we talk about him enough. Yeah, you don't see the Luna Snow MVP enough. Oh my goodness, just look at the healing. 21,000 healing. Just doing an amazing job keeping his team alive. And
70%
just
accuracy is pretty bonkers too.
that is also insanely bonkers on Luna Snow. Very well done, but just an all-around amazing team effort. Only 2 deaths as well.
Nightmare, just such a team, you know, putting on this full court press, like everybody fighting together so effectively. They really just know their limits as a unit, and it just feels like, you know, they are the team to beat, right? There's a reason they're the reigning champs right now in NA for Marvel Rivals, having won our last open qualifier tournament, the War of the Realms. They won the Invitational we played last week. I mean, if Nightmare aren't in the grand finals, I'll be pretty surprised.
Yeah, I mean, after watching Nightmare in the Invitational and throughout this tournament, even in the last beta tournament that they did win, right? It doesn't look like anyone can stop them. They have every composition possibly imaginable down, right? They have the counter picks. They're just such a strong team. They have the chemistry. They scrim all the time. Like, they got it down, man. It's very hard to beat them. I mean, the enemy team here coming very close in the first match, right? And still just falling short, letting them push all the way in overtime. They're just such a strong team that I would be very scared to go up against them.
They're so good in the clutch, you know, in even these fights, I'm kind of calling it like, oh, this is over. It's completely done. There's no way Nightmare can win this fight. And they still bring it back through miraculous performances. They really never give up as a squad, and that's great to see. Another thing I enjoyed this series is, you know, we saw this first from Mutants today, running the Wolverine, making it look really solid. Now Nightmare bringing out 2. Could be seeing more of that in the meta. First, we're going to jump to a highlight package and then a short break before we jump into the next series.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 운명에 The fate of both the worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. We just got treated to a great series with Nightmare, our current reigning champion in North America for Marvel Rivals, dismantling their opponents, Nova 6, who put up a solid fight, made it interesting, but ultimately couldn't get over the hump. That was an incredible one, Hank.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare was just tearing them apart, man. It doesn't get better than that, and it was extremely fun to watch. I don't think I've had more fun watching a match throughout this tournament. It's just the level of gameplay that they play at is just absolutely insane, right? Their ult management just making Wolverine look so unstoppable, as well as the Groot and Moon Knight combo with Amazing, even banning Moon Knight, going crazy on the Hela on the next map, right? That team is just absolutely unstoppable, and the strategists to go along with it, just amazing positioning, great ult management, just unable to take them out as well. They're just such a strong team, and it's why they won the previous War of the Realms tournament and the Invitational. It's just they're unstoppable.
Yeah, and we'll be jumping into our next match here in the lower bracket. So teams fighting for their tournament lives here. It's EXN Impact taking on Tribal.
Yeah, so I don't think we've seen much from either of these two teams, so we're not too sure what they will be banning or protecting right now. Hulk ban, that's a pretty safe one to go with. Get
Panther
that team
first
up
ban.
out of there. Yeah, maybe they did their research on Team Impact. Maybe they know they have a Panther main. Panther, I've been saying, I feel like he's the strongest dive character just because he's so hard to really get rid of. He keeps refreshing his shift, his dash, and it's pretty hard to put him down.
This is maybe one of the greatest player names I've ever seen in esports. Died for our sins. So good. The Mantis and Luna Snow Protects coming out, so both teams prioritizing the strategist. Opportunity to play the, double defensive support strategist comp. Hella banned as well, so taking that off the server, always a dominant choice when it is available.
Yeah, Hawkeye being taken out as well. Hawkeye and Hella, the ranked warriors in this game, just being able to carry, get so much value out of that. So we saw the Panther ban. Only fair to assume that Impact does have some dive in their pocket. Seeing Sleepy maybe pulling out the magic, going back to hover over the Panther, maybe a bit upset the Panther is banned, you know what I'm saying? But they could go crazy on magic maybe.
Yeah, we have seen Panther get a lot done. Oh, hold on. Is this a Black Widow? It's going to be the first Black Widow we've seen in the tournament.
I think we saw... We might have seen some Black Widow gameplay. I think we're getting baited.
Yeah, I don't believe in anything. EXN Impact are locking up right now. The Spider-Man Venom, I think Spider-Man is kind of interesting. We have barely seen any Spider-Man, but I think for people who are really experts on the character, especially with the Venom team up, I think there's like something possible for Spider-Man. I'm not sure he's like a tier 1 character, but I think people who really do emphasize it in terms of their practice, maybe they can make it work.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually... Yeah, Necros is just absolutely crazy on the Spider-Man, but it looks like they're gonna have second thoughts about it and switch over to the Psylocke, a dive hero we see a lot of. We're seeing it on both ends here, actually, as well as the Luna Snow and the Mantis, the Doctor Strange on both ends too. I like Groot on this map, just being able to wall people off, wall through the doorways as well, maybe separate people.
Yeah, and basically the only difference between these teams is the choice of second Vanguard. Namor pressuring through the portal. Attackers want to flip the map, right? Want to approach from a different angle here. I like that Namor's playing the spawn from this angle so he doesn't take any damage. He can stay alive and come in a little bit late. That's a nice way to use the portal. And it seems like Tribal are starting to take a bit of position on the high ground. EXN Impact could be in trouble. They're splitting apart on the point, trying to stay alive. Brandon pulling some attention as well, and the Psylocke wants to get right back into this engagement. Tribal, I think the attackers smell a little bit of blood of water in the water, rather. They want to get this going and actually start pressuring the objective. So far, it's just mostly a poking phase, but Mango Beast finds the opener.
Yeah, Mango Beast taking down Sleep on the Namor, died for our sins, taking down Rise, leaving Impact at a disadvantage right now. Out comes the Luna Snow dance floor, maybe popping their very own as well to fight back.
Yeah, better dance floor from the attackers. They're continuing to pressure the point. Seems like defenders maybe want to back off. They're thinking about coming back into this, but it's not decisive enough, and they are going to give up the point control. EXN Impact now trying to fall back, but it seems like Tribal doesn't want to let that happen. They want to get this chase on. Looks like it's potentially a difficult corridor to do so, though I like the EXN Impact staying alive, keeping the fight going, not giving up too much map control. But hold on, Magneto, blue FPS, gotta be cautious. Tries to take this fight onto the car, almost, and they do find Mango Beast on the Mantis, who just overstepped her mark. A little bit too aggressive. Now Pinnacle getting in, and with +2 player advantage, opportunity for EXN Impact here. Could strike aggressively, could try to get the cleanup. It's a beautiful wall by Groot, though, just saves him. I think that aggression could have been bad, but hold on, Groot didn't back enough, even with the wall. Needs more strategist support to come in and save him. A last second sleep as well. Veg Mobile Truck on the Namor. Does get chased down. Can't quite make it to the pack with Pinnacle on the case with the bonus from that Luna Snow. And Pinnacle's just cutting them to pieces. Has ultimate. Doesn't seem like she needs it.
Yeah, I don't think we needed to pop the Luna Snow dance floor there. Just in their head, better safe than sorry. They didn't expect Pinnacle to pop off like they did there, but Pinnacle went absolutely crazy. And the fight before that, Blue FPS just being able to single out the Mantis immediately as a Vanguard, just absolutely amazing from him as well.
Yeah, no fear really from the defenders taking this engagement right on the payload. Groot trying to get stuck in, trying to brawl there in the close range. Brandon over the top on the right with that buff up from Luna Snow. It's a little bit of a 1v1 on the flank there. Connections come in, but so far not enough. Blue just barely surviving. Does need the Mantis ult. It comes down late, but the Namor Whale is overwhelming, and the damage gets poured on from Tribal. Absolutely wiped through the Mantis ultimate. It looked good for EXN Impact, but they just got one shot.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. Still 3.5 minutes remaining. Tribal pushing this thing forward. I have Agamotto on board as well as the Mantis ultimate. But Impact has their very own to clap back as well. Looking to put a stop to this right here. The more owning the high ground as well. Getting extra damage with the turrets. And a lot of ultimates coming out right now.
Yeah, it's a big cleanup right now. The attackers snowballing over the top. Died for our Zins with a disgusting Eye of Agamotto. Truly impressive stuff for Tribal, who have really got this ball rolling now. EXN Impact, they've got a few ultimates, but they're not going to be able to get to the cart to deploy them if they don't hurry. Very little time left for the contest, and I don't think it's going to come through. So once again, a point just goes the way of the attackers without so much of a response. I think EXN Impact would have loved to have a more solid ultimate trade, but it just goes against them so quickly right now.
Yeah, Tribal looking... Tribal looking very strong right now. 4 minutes remaining still, just continuing to push this thing forward. His group maybe looking to wall them off, create some separation. Brandon forcing out the Luna Snow dance floor right away, and still finding an ultimate on Blue FPS, or finding an elimination on the Blue FPS.
Rice, though, does trade it back. Brandon still brawling, still fighting on top of the dance floor. EXN Impact trying to stabilize. Nice block from the Namor. Dodges that Eye of Agamotto. Drops the whale as well onto Dr. Strange, who's getting a ton of care, though, from the strategist. EXN Impact trying to keep that front line alive, and seems like just barely going to do it. Namor super low, does escape through the fog gate, and it's too scary for the attackers to pursue. They're going to have to be happy with the fact that the cart is rolling, which in the end is pretty good for them, right? Getting it up to that final choke with 3 minutes on the clock. Meteor deployed very early for Blue FPS. Wants to just get in, go straight to the back line, cuts down Mango Beast, taking out some of those strategist support, and it seems like maybe the defenders have finally gotten the stabilization they've been hoping for. Charging forward, wanted to clean up these knockouts rather, see if they can get more. Pinnacle, though, maybe sensing that that's as far as it's going to go. Holding on to the skills really well, I think, on this Psylocke. Not overusing them, not deploying them. Enabling the fight to stay and stay in these engagements. Veg Mobile Food Truck going for the off angle, flanking push. Attackers, they swept through so quickly, they flipped the map.
Out comes the butterfly dance as well. Not really finding any value right there because too many enemies grouped up. Out comes the enemy butterfly dance as well, forcing out the Luna Snow dance floor. No value out of that as well. Just trading ultimates back and forth. No one yet to get an elimination. Rise finding one onto the Groot for EXN Impact.
Died for our Zins, Eye of Agamotto, and it's frozen! Loses the ultimate, half of the charge goes against them. EXN Impact, though, with the Mantis ultimate, gonna continue this fight. Strategist really performing admirably, not letting anything through. EXN Impact starting to put a little bit of pressure on, and they find one. That's Brandon going down. See if they want to continue to push in. Tribal, though, they do have an ultimate combo with Groot and Namor, so you've got to be cautious for EXN Impact. Overextending into this ultimate could be disastrous. Seems like they're going to think better of that. Going to just continue to hold this defensive position, and that Groot and Namor combo, it's nothing to be shy about. I mean, that can absolutely crush you if you get caught up in the Groot ultimate. Definitely a lot of pressure on Null M to get a big Groot ult, catch a lot of players in. But it's an immediate butterfly dance all the way in, straight to the back line for the defenders. And really well done by EXN Impact. They were up against a very scary ultimate combo, but they just take the initiation first, and there's just no opportunity for Tribal to start the fight.
Yeah, that is a huge butterfly dance right there out of Pinnacle for EXN Impact. Like, very good hold right here as well. I know we talk a lot about the Groot Moon Knight combo, but yeah, as you were saying, the Groot Namor combo could be absolutely devastating here if used properly. Only 50 seconds remaining. Tribal has got to get it together right now.
Yeah, that they do. EX and Impact, though, they have some pretty powerful tools to work with of their own. Cartier Sky with an Eye of Agamotto could get into the backline. This is going to be a big fight with a lot of ultimates for both sides. Eye of Agamotto into the backline. Dodged by Namor, but it still gets a connection onto Mango Beast. Double support ultimate, though, for Tribal is going to stabilize them through absolutely everything. A much better dance floor, though, for the defenders. EX and Impact thought they could stay alive, but the burst from Namor gets through even the Luna Snow dance floor, showing that there are some limitations to the survivability that ultimate provides. Luna just goes to the payload, wants to die on the cart, stall whatever time she can, come back for the next fight. And now it's died for our Zins. All the pressure on him. Does he have what it takes to find the Eye of Agamotto? It's going to need to be perfect. EX and Impact have a big ultimate advantage, 3-1 in the next engagement.
Died for our Zins. Hopefully his death will not be vain here. Trying to find a big Eye of Agamotto right now to clutch up for his team.
Pinnacle just putting in really great tank pressure on the front line, making it difficult. Died for our Zins, does get in the back line. It's enough to take down Pinnacle, but there's no follow-up on Luna Snow, and the Mantis ultimate stabilizing for the defenders. Namor Whale comes out for Sleep Eye. Does get enough done, seems like, on the Namor to close out this offense and stall out here on third point. It's been a back-and-forth affair, but it looks like just enough for the defenders to hold out.
Yeah, the Eye of Agamotto just not big enough for them to clutch up right there. Still a good push, if I do say so. Definitely a good push, right? Could still win here, could get a big hold. Curious to see if there's any composition switches here. It looks like Pinnacle actually switching over to Mr. Armed and Dangerous himself. I don't think we'll be seeing any use of the Raccoon team up along with that. Definitely like the Luna Snow and Mantis out there. It looks like Pinnacle's having second thoughts, maybe. Pulling out the Loki. Maybe they thought the Psylocke was a bit of an issue. Pinnacle was definitely popping off. I do like that a little bit. But they're going to be going with the Raccoon Punisher as well. A big team composition switch here for Tribal. And EX and Impact staying true to what they were running.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a win condition, but you're going to have to get very deep into the map. I feel both teams can be, reasonably satisfied. We're looking at mostly a 50-50 proposition. But I don't mind this idea of like the defensive holds with the Loki, the Punisher, the Rocket. I don't hate this concept. It's a very different look than we see most of the time. But I think when you are just going to defend a point, having that maximum spam pressure, relying on like the res beacon, the immortality field that Loki can provide, can save you from something like the butterfly dance, or even like a Namor whale. Like I kind of like this Loki. I think it's a little bit slept on at this level of the tournament.
Wait, are they... Oh, they're actually... they're going with the triple support here. Raccoon, Luna, Loki with the Punisher infinite ammo team up. That's a lot of pressure on the Punisher to find those eliminations and get a lot of damage output.
Yeah, still, I don't hate it, though, because I feel Loki can actually do pretty solid damage when it comes to pressuring shields, pressuring frontliners. And they are up against a Namor who's pretty much only going to brawl the front line. So having that extra support could be hard as well for Namor and Pinnacle to find the connections they need. And look at Punisher. I mean, cycling those two shields, getting so much value. Heck, even Rocket, the damage isn't completely negligible. Team Up comes in. It's not enough to find any actual picks, but many low players for EX and Impact as they rotate around. Tribal doesn't want to let them take this position for free. They're just continuing to pressure down those Vanguard frontliners. Seems like the fight in this room could be hotly contested. Both teams committing a lot here. Died for our Zins, frozen in deep. Just backed off enough to stay alive. Magneto on the off angle. Tribal, in the end, are probably pretty happy, though, that the clock's just running down. Attackers forced to come to the low ground and touch the point, but not the strongest move. Magneto does come down to contest the point, not giving up any objective pressure for free. Needs a lot of help from his teammates, though. Needs support on the objective. You can't be dropping the Magneto, and he does go down early. Pinnacle as well. Splits them apart, hitting them from multiple sides. And it looks like the lack of a second duelist really just wasn't enough damage coming out from Tribal. Everything looked good for their position, but in the end, the Luna Snow ultimate came out too early. The pickoffs came too fast, and the damage just wasn't quite enough for the defense.
Yeah, it's definitely very hit or miss with the triple support lineup. It does look like Brandon going to be making the switch over from the Raccoon to the Psylocke. Even having the ultimate, I feel like Rocket Raccoon's ultimate isn't strong enough to hold on to. And down goes Died for our Zins to rise on the Mantis. You just can't be having that right away.
Yeah, it's a painful death. It's going to stagger you back. And we'll see if EX and Impact can continue this reign of terror, right? Rolling into second point. Would love to get some high ground control. Brandon would love to stifle this. Getting a quick pick off on a strategist would do just that. Needs some save from the team, though. Can't quite get back, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Sleep Eye on the flank with the Nomura. Has the whale, looking to potentially get online. Getting contested by Punisher, though. It's a duel on the high ground. Ult's being traded on the cart. Mango Beast with the dance floor. Pinnacle with the butterfly dance. So far, nobody dropping. Both teams, though, have a few players on a little bit low HP. Gotta be careful. Tribal pops the combo, the Loki copy on the Luna Snow for the second Luna Snow ultimate. Judge, Jury, Executioner as well. And Tribal are kind of ult dumping here. Attackers are kiting out really nicely, wasting all of these ultimates for the defense. And even Punisher overextended, overconfident in his position, got cut down. And this is the dream scenario for the attackers. Seems like they're winning this fight even with a minimal ultimate commitment. Big Eye of Akamoto straight into the backline here from Cartier Sky. Just the attack they needed. Died for our Zins. Definitely just died. Full blue FPS as well. Magneto Meteor looking to potentially get a connection on the more all the way deep into the backline. Clears the turrets as well. Fantastic Meteor from Magneto. However, I feel Tribal, maybe they've died just quick enough that they're still going to get a retake.
Yeah, not too sure if they are going to get a touch here. Nice Kobe right there with the Meteor out of blue. Oh no, died for our Zins, died for nothing right now. He just burned the Eye of Agamotto, not even coming out. And they touch as well. 4 minutes remaining. Died for our Zins, died for nothing.
Yeah, EXN Impact really getting a lot of momentum on the offense. Feels like their confidence in this double shield comp is really high. Pinnacle's been a big performer, and the ultimate management just hasn't been there on the same level for Tribal. That big wasted dump of ultimates really looks like it cost them second point, and it could be costing them a game. Pinnacle going straight to the back line. Tyloo just a little bit too late. Had the Mantis ultimate online, but just didn't quite pop it. And now everyone from EXN Impact swarming over the defenders, not wanting to let them regroup at all, not wanting to let a single player survive. Everybody knocked out, sent back to the spawn. Psylocke cleaned up as well, and Pinnacle is just on a rampage.
Yeah, Pinnacle is just absolutely barbing right now. Psylocke is just such a sick hero, man. You could just get in the back line, get out, you have 2 dashes, you can go invisible. Just pretty good damage from like medium range as well. It's such a strong hero.
Yeah, not bad even when it comes to just that raw tank trade. Died for our Zins, trying to build up to that next Eye of Agamotto, but Cartier Sky has the first one. It's an early butterfly dance, countered out by Flamme with the dance floor. So Luna Snow pretty happy with this trade, starting off decently well. Cartier Sky and the Eye of Agamotto is enough to connect to 1 onto Brandon. Namor drops the whale, can't quite finish up on the Luna Snow. And it's a big strangling prison comboed with the Namor whale. That seems like Tribal have done just enough to make the defense. They also, though, dumped the Luna Snow dance floor, and that's exactly the ultimate you would have loved to have for the next team fight. But it's wasted now. Pinnacle is going to have a huge opportunity in the next engagement. Butterfly dance with no strategist ult to counter it.
Yeah, EXN Impact, honestly, just better usage out of their ultimates, not really wasting them. Tribal doesn't really have anything to clap back here besides the Eye of Agamotto. It would have to be a big one right here for them to build up their strategist ultimates so that they can make this 2.5-minute hold, right? But EXN Impact just kicking things off with the butterfly dance after Magneto already finding an early elimination. Down goes 2 members of Tribal, and this is what EXN Impact needs.
Still fighting our members of Tribal, but in the end, they're falling like flies. Just not enough support from the strategist, and a couple instances of poor ult management, and the game just completely crumbles around their ears.
Yeah, very well played. Pinnacle absolutely popping off on the Psylocke. I would not be shocked if they did get the MVP, but EXN Impact will be going up 1-0 in the series. Flamme with the MVP on the Luna Snow. We don't talk about the strategist enough in Marvel Rivals. Oh my goodness.
48,000?
50,000 heals on the Luna Snow. Oh my god.
The strategist having such massive impact there. And honestly, I mean, that was really the biggest difference between these two teams was the ultimate management. And I think a lot of that credit has got to go to the strategists who have the toughest decisions to make when it comes to when to pop the ultimate, when to get aggressive, when to, you know, kite back. And that was, I think, really the biggest difference between these teams.
Yeah, you don't want to. You have to trigger discipline as a strategist, right? You have to know when to hold on to it. You don't want to get too greedy, burn it too early. You have to think, oh, if I burn this now, will we be able to win the next fight without this, right? You need to know when to hold on to that. And I feel like Flame and the rest of their team as well, just doing an amazing job.
Yeah, EX and Impact with honestly some high level plays. That's the type of play you need to have just to compete at the highest level. And getting deeper into the tournament, we're starting to see more and more of it. Teams with a better macro understanding of the game. Pretty much anybody who qualified to this tournament probably has pretty good mechanics. Maybe they play a couple of heroes, but it's the top teams who have that perfect team play and they see the game more than for just the fight in front of them. They can look a little bit deeper into the future, have those more complex strategies and plans. So really well done by EX and Impact to secure the map.
Yeah, definitely a big skill gap between the top 0.1% in Marvel Rivals. All of these players are very, very skilled though. And we're going to show you guys the highlights of the previous match right now. Take a short break and then get into the rest of the series.
내가 좋아지려면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해. The fate of both the worlds is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명. 한껏 더 높이 날아올라. 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. I'm Jake and Dustin. Welcome to the show. We've been having some pretty great matches so far in this tournament. Excited to get back into this next one.
Yeah, excited indeed. I mean, I just watched you guys, have that first and that map in that series, and it was so close. I mean, it was really just a absolute grind of a match, I think, specifically on that conversions map. So, I mean, I think we're going into a series that is so back and forth. And Jake, based on earlier in the tournament where we see a lot of these stomps, it's quite surprising to see two teams just duke it out and, go back and forth. As we get on later into the tournament, it really does feel like we get those closer games.
Yeah, I think like at this point of the tournament, a lot of those weaker opponents have been eliminated, and only the strongest teams are going to stay alive and stay here in the upper bracket, trying to, of course, fight their way towards the top, getting a better placement in the prize pool, but also, as we've been talking about throughout the tournament, like making your name here in a new game in Marvel Rivals, that has a lot of impact on the community. It
really does. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these we were talking about yesterday, a lot of these players are building their brands, on the outside of the game, obviously outside of the tournament. A lot of them do stream on Twitch and on YouTube and other platforms. So they're trying to, just play the game, compete for prize pool. But I mean, you talked about long term. I mean, it means a lot for these players to do well.
Yeah, and they want to have a future here in Marvel Rivals, and starting it off, with this tournament, to have a great performance is definitely the way to do it. EXN Impact are up 1-0 in the series over Tribal. And really, it was EXN's team play, their ult management, that put them over the top in that last round.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they can maintain the momentum. They do seem to be, like we said, it was a bit of a close game, but if they can maintain, that momentum moving forwards, if they can stay coordinated and have that good team play, then they'll obviously progress. They're going to lock the Luna Snow Protect in, obviously the Hulk, to get rid of that Higher Man team up, and then the Psylocke on the side from Tribal. Obviously don't want to play against that hero, then the Mantis Protect. So both strategists being prioritized by EXN and Tribal, Jake.
Yeah, the double defensive support ultimates, I feel they were used better, frankly, by EXN Impact, and having both of them online. Tribal needs to, kind of get it together when it comes to the ultimate management. There was that was such a clear difference between these two teams, and EXN Impact just really had the better of it. It felt like, sometimes these fights are just like a foregone conclusion against them when they're coming up with just no ultimates for the final fight. It's not a scenario you can let yourself be in if you want to stay alive in this tournament and want to be one of the top teams here in the Marvel Rivals Championship.
I'm trying to recall, Jake, Hela was banned previously, right? It was the name war that went through. Now it's the opposite, right? Tribal obviously banning the name war and then keeping the Hela going through. So, I mean, that is interesting because obviously EXN, they were able to take advantage of that name war, right, in the previous map.
Yeah, it was good for them. Both teams used the Namor pretty well from my perspective. Now it's going to be the Hela duel coming out. If anything, I think Tribal should be pretty happy to get a shakeup. Right, bringing the Hela into the server does tend to change things, makes the game kind of more about her than any other one character in the lobby. So a lot of pressure on Veg Mobile here. See if they can deliver on the Hela, can start winning some of these duels. That would be just what Tribal need to put some win back in their sails and get them to a decisive map 3 here in the series.
Yeah, and what better map to do it on? This one, Shibuya, right? Both teams probably more experience on this map than the previous one, simply because this is one of the first maps introduced even back in the playtest. So
yeah,
both teams have a lot of preparation work, and we see, Jake, you see Nightmare specifically in other teams as well take that left flank instantaneously, just taking high ground and stuff. You see some very unique strategies because all of these teams are so well practiced here.
Brandon going to bring out the Black Panther. We haven't seen much Black Panther, but what we have has been pretty impressive to me as the Strange TP comes in.
Yeah, counter portal. Ground take. It is defensive portal as well. Just onto the portaling Doctor Strange. Luckily, Tribal seems to be aware of it, Jake, and now they obviously want to give up on their TP strat.
I like that move from the EXN Impact. Deny the opportunity for the attacking Strange to properly use their portal. Really innovative right there. Brandon tried to go on the high ground, tried to challenge Sleep Eye, but it looks like he won that trade. And a quick pick off the focus onto the Hela. It pays off. She's not able to get the flock off, gets punished. Now even the Vanguard's potentially in some trouble. EXN Impact starting to push forward, starting to clear them out. Seems like Tribal are going to just take the reset.
They're playing it slow at the current moment. Obviously a Black Panther going for that flank, but he's really caught out. I mean, you need to try to play on the health pack. Looks like he gets back to the rest of the team, but the cooldown's already used. I mean, that's tough to be in situationally for Black Panther, who really utilizes those cooldowns for damage.
Yeah, and it's hard for Black Panther to really get into this, to get across these long angles, to get on top of a Hela who's just comfortably sitting back, poking away, and think, honestly, the Star-Lord feels a little bit better in that type of a scenario. Both teams popping the Luda Snow ultimates just a little bit better right now for EXN Impact. A little bit of a later ultimate. Gonna have a small time advantage here, but Brandon finds one on the Pinnacle, and without Pinnacle, the damage rate could really go against them. Cartier Sky pops the Eye of Agamotto, but didn't find any connections on that. EXN Impact, after a great start to the fight, seems like it's going against them now. Sleep Eye gonna pop the Legendary, try to clutch, try to make something happen. That's one strategist down, wants to find a second, but no. Veg Mobile Truck stands and delivers on the Hella, and Tribal just looks like they're cruising towards a map 1 cap, or sorry, a 0.1 cap.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in if you're Cartier Sky. I mean, obviously, they actually got 3 people with the Eye of Agamotto, but because of the Luna's ultimate still lasting to the very end of that, I mean, you just couldn't find the follow-up. Everybody else not really there. And then, like you mentioned, Jake, Veg Mobile, you know, he's been playing so well so far. Tribal in a good spot now on their attack.
Yeah, Pinnacle really needs to be producing in this Hella duel. Otherwise, you're going to really regret letting the Hella come onto the server and change the game so much. Brandon also found a pick off on that enemy Hella on the Black Panther, despite struggling in the first part of the map, right? Eventually, he did get the job done. Here he comes. Brandon, the Black Panther dive once again. Works out perfectly. And Black Panther just cutting up the backline. Everyone retreating, everyone trying to deal with him. But that's leaving no help for Dr. Strange, who gets punished away from the Mantis ult. And Tribal building real momentum. After a tough map 1, they're really bringing it back. Making a statement here on Shinshibuya.
Yeah, Brandon's pacing is making EXN Impact double check. Right, obviously, like you said, Jake, that Mantis having to go back, peel for the duelists and other strategists. Meanwhile, leaving the Dr. Strange behind. Great work from Tribal. And yet again, Brandon finding the opening pick. Value in the kill feed and without it.
Pinnacle got frozen, forced into a very early Hell Unleashed, trying to put damage over the top of the Strange, but it's not happening. Now it's Veg Mobile's opportunity to get in there. Big ultimate, Eye of Agamotto, dive for our Zins, forces a big response, and now Hella popping the ultimate. Hell Unleashed would love to find some damage here. Still some support ultimates online. Flamme staying alive. Strange up in the face of Veg Mobile. But Veg Mobile still gets through, still gets enough done, and Brandon into the backline, does get slept, is taking a lot of pressure. That duel in the backline, so important. Brandon gets healed, and the tank trade on card going heavily in favor of Tribal. Magneto, uncontested. Black Panther dancing around, doing absolutely whatever he wants, chopping the backline to pieces, and it's a cleanup for Brandon and Black Panther.
Yeah, you got to do something now if you're EXN. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in. Obviously, now we go into third phase. Brandon with the stagger. But Tribal, Jake, I mean, they have the ultimate advantage. EXN, you know, they're getting a little snowballed right now. So for them, you know, you want to take that fast reset, regroup. Now you have the ultimate advantage. And again, Tribal, without those strategist ultimates, you would hope that Sleep A and the rest of the crew can get the job done.
Yeah, this is a good time for a fight, but in the end, there's 4 minutes on the clock for the attackers. They don't really care if they lose a fight or get reset. They've also got Magneto ultimate, potentially deal with that legendary a little bit. I think Cartier Sky would love to find a nice Eye of Agamotto connection right now. Legendary does come up, but instantly sedated. So beautiful from Mango. And they're able to get the follow-up onto Sleep Eye, who got no value. Maybe the distraction was enough, though. The rest of EXN Impact were able to push over the top, coming in and cleaning up the front line despite that quick kill coming in onto the Star-Lord.
And that was
EXN
nasty.
Impact want to make
Mango.
the most of this, though. They want to finish off even more kills, chasing very deep into the spawn here. Tribal gonna need to take a nice clean reset here. But well done by EXN Impact, despite a beautiful sleep by Mango. Onto Sleep Eye, denying that legendary. Still, they were able to win the team fight based on their team play.
That's big moving forward. Tribal, though, now have those ultimates in the bank, Jake. This is going to be a big fight on both sides. Armed and dangerous early from the Winter Soldier, and then slept.
And once again, instant sleep. And a quick Eye of Agamotto comes out. Mantis ulting just in time to protect the teammate, but it's a double support ultimate for EXN Impact. And this was what we saw from them previously in the last map, right? They win some fights, but now deploying so many ultimates so early. Tribal are kind of happy to make this fight go long. They have some really powerful ultimates. Brandon on Black Panther has that ultimate online. Now diving into the back line, diving over absolutely everyone, but gets stunned out of the ultimate. No value out of that. Brandon shut down by the Winter Soldier. Pinnacle gets the job done. Wedge is... Ooh, Hell Unleashed, but not able to see anything. Too deep on the flank.
Yeah, too deep on the flank. Pinnacle absolute carrying at the moment. You know, Winter Soldier, I think I underrated this hero, Jake, but I mean, obviously, countering entire ultimates is huge. But no, wait, people are getting staggered on EXN. They lost Sleep A, they lost Blue, and now Pinnacle gets staggered. That's so brutal. Eye of Agamotto to try to turn it. But I mean, Tribal are in such a good spot at the moment. EXN, they would need to find more if they really want a chance here.
Yeah, Brandon back on the Black Panther. Just slips out, pulls a ton of attention. Legendary pop, but Mango Beast is very aware, ready with the Mantis ultimate, and they're just still fighting over the top, forcing big responsive ultimates. Fillet with the dance floor. Tyloo, though, has a much stronger dance floor very late into the engagement, able to pop that dance floor, able to get back into the fight. Tribal with 2 Vanguard ultimates as well. Magneto with the meteor does shut down Brandon, but it seems like Tribal still want to get into this, still want to fight. Armed and Dangerous being delayed as long as possible. That Luna Snow ultimate is almost out. Love to get executes, and the snowball coming in right now for Pinnacle, able to continuously recharge that ultimate again and again and again. And Tribal are stifled at the last moment.
I mean, Pinnacle is absolutely nasty. Amazing job with that engage. I mean, you talked about how Tyloo popped the ultimate perfectly timed. However, they had nothing else to really follow up besides that meteor, and Null not finding the value that you kind of need. It's very tough versus Winter Soldier. I mean, that's one of the best ultimates of the game. X Impact at a good spot with a minute left.
Yeah, we'll see if Veg Mobile can bring this back into competition. Mixing up on the Winter Soldier, taking the trade. Look at that flank from Sleep Eye, though, pulling a ton of attention to himself. And Pinnacle looking for a pickoff of his own. Brandon, low HP, can't quite get the ultimate off, does get shut down. EXN Impact in a very stable position, holding on to the Mantis ultimate in case any variables come out. Looks like it may not be necessary. Magneto found one, but that's not going to be enough for Tribal on the offense. And the strategists are really getting into the mix, getting a lot done here in these contested team fights.
Yeah, we've seen it throughout the tournament, but these Mantis players in the neutral game, Jake, is just so clean. Reyes with the opening pick onto Black Panther. That's the tough part of playing Black Panther. You're so squishy. Even though you do get some HP back, some bonus health, it's always going to be tough versus really good strategist players, like you said.
Yeah, it's all about dodging things, you know, like rather than tanking through them. And that's a tough ask when you're up against some of these really strong players. A great kidnap, though, from Veg Mobile. Been a much bigger Eye of Agamotto right now. Pinnacle popping that Armed and Dangerous again and again. It's a huge cleanup. Once again, EXN Impact just crushing through the attackers. It took them a while to find their footing, but this third-point defense was immaculate. Still with ultimates in the bank for the next round.
Dude, Jake, Tribal's so pissed right now, dude. They're so mad because they had 3 ultimates. And guess who delivered an Eye of Agamotto to their backline? Veg Mobile. He grabbed the Doctor Strange, booped him towards his team, and then he's just like, okay, I'm just going to pop Eye of Agamotto into your backline and destroy everybody. Mango's like, well, dude, what do I do? Like,
you kidnapped the wrong guy. I mean, that's the challenge of Winter Soldier.
That was just amazing. Oh, my God. Tribal, man. I don't know. How do you recover from that? I mean, it was a really good hold from EXN, right, Jake? They just did everything that you would like to see out of the team. In that third phase, and you know it kind of does suck for Tribal just to, especially for Veg Mobile Truck, to put his team in such a rough spot.
Yeah, I mean it's hard on you know Bucky. You're constantly looking to like kidnap those vanguards, put big damage on them, but you know that's the experience that makes the difference. Do you realize like, oh, this guy is not a safe target given that he could just rip his ult on us and keep the fight going?
30 seconds.
Jake, I want to pick your brain real quick. I mean, Veg Mobile was playing very well on Hela throughout the series, but then swapped to Winter Soldier. Do you think on this third phase, is there some merit to swapping off the Hela and onto that Winter Soldier pick? I mean, we saw it get work done, but I mean, do you think that's actually worth it, off swapping off one of the best characters in the game?
I mean, if there's a place you're going to do it, maybe that third point is it. It's so congested and so awkward. I still think Hela probably there's a way to make it work. But in fairness, yeah, it is probably pretty bad geometry for Hela, not having really the range to work with. However, most of the map, I really like Hela. I think this first point in particular is a beautiful, you know, sniping ground for Hela. EXN Impact looks like they're setting up for a portal. See how they elect to approach this on the offense.
Yeah, I think going for that portal play, but you have to always be worried about counter Doctor Strange portal plays. Meanwhile, portal on the top right, Jake. Both teams sort of looking through the window, but not really much found just yet. And just both teams sort of staring at each other like dogs through like a gate, sort of just barking through the portal at each other.
Yeah, all bark, no bite. Now some bite, though, comes out as the attackers actually come through the portal, full committing with the help of Brandon on the Black Panther. He's trying to get some eliminations, trying to start this snowball rolling, but so far no one has fallen for either team. Players very low on both squads, though. This fight rests on the edge of a knife, kills going both directions, and Brandon, I think, could be a big difference maker right now. Black Panther really gets a lot done in these low numbers engagements, you know, but you're not able to take him down anymore. Strange, extremely low, being sent back. The last shot, oh, it can't quite connect. Cartier Sky managing to live miraculously. Tribal, though, looks like they're coming out on top of this engagement. EXN Impact weren't able to get quite enough done. And here's where, honestly, the lack of a Hela strikes me as a really big mistake for EXN Impact. I think this point, Winter Soldier is not going to be able to have the same impact, just a much longer range engagement.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, everybody was so low, but no eliminations found because they're missing that Hella. Meanwhile, Mantis ultimate popped early. Obviously, Jake, when we see a lot of strategist ults committed to counter each other.
Yeah, both Mantis ultimates come down, both dance floors available for both squads. EXN Impact trying to hold on to theirs as long as they possibly can. But Veg Mobile Food Truck takes down Doctor Strange early. Now Flamme, do you even want to commit to this fight, throwing good money after bad? Blue FPS strikes back onto Brandon, so there's still something to be had here, still a possible contest. Oh, that's a beautiful Magneto bubble onto the Hella while she makes an aggressive move on a Star-Lord, clearing out that flank control. EXN Impact with a big ultimate dump, ready to come in. Meteor online. Can you actually take down the Luna Snow? Not quite enough, but Sleep Eye in the meantime was able to shut down the Hella, wasn't able to get her ultimate online. Pinnacle pulls in Magneto, tries to push him even deeper. He has that self bubble. Flamme's ultimate running out now. Strategist ults drying up. It's time for the knockouts to come through. Tribal into the back line, seeing if they can get some cleanups. Legendary being popped, potentially enough here for EXN Impact to get it over the line. Legendary now up in the sky. Strange forced to just hold that shield, but it's too little, too late. EXN Impact, it is an absolute knockdown, drag out dogfight, but they get it done in the end.
I feel kind of bad for the strategist players of Tribal. They're playing so well, but in the other team on EXN Impact side, Blue FPS just constantly putting pressure towards that backline support duo, and Tribal constantly having to deal with not only the Vanguard pressure, but the duelist of Sleep Beta's going for those flanks. So at the moment, EXN Impact kind of playing the space so well. And look at it again. I mean, Cardi or Jake just going aggressive, really just making sure Tribal never feel comfortable and making sure they're always on the back foot.
Yeah, I have Agamotto available. Cartier would love to get this in. Probably hard to find it now with both shield tanks in his face. But he's creating a lot of zoning pressure right now, allowing the card to just roll forward constantly.
Sleep 8 is wall in this left flank, making sure he's marking that Black Panther. As long as that Black Panther's marked, it's always really tough for Black Panthers to really get a lot of work done because, you know exactly where they're coming from, right, Jake? You can always avoid those resets, avoid that incoming damage, and play as long a sight line as possible.
I have Agamotto into the back line, does connect on the Mantis. Double support ultimate force from Tribal, though. In EXN Impact, both teams double support ulting. I can't imagine anyone's going to die for the next few seconds. Tribal still with some duelist ultimates as they want to continue this engagement. Blue FPS with a meteor over the top. Nothing left to stop him. Slips it past the shield. Not only takes down Luna Snow, but also splashes onto the Magneto and Veg Mobile Food Truck. Tried to get some damage done, but was focused down through the ultimate, and EXN Impact looks like they're getting the better of this engagement. It's extremely competitive, but it's not quite enough for Tribal, who haven't really been able to get stuck in with some of these ults. And Blue, what a shutdown on the Black Panther.
Yeah, for as good as for strong as Black Panther is, I think that if Star-Lord is unbanned, this character kind of feels unplayable, especially with the composition they're running, Jake. It's not really a dive comp, it's very pokey, so this Black Panther kind of left out to dry consistently. But Veg Mobile Truck, if you're hitting shots like that, you could bring your team back into the series.
Yeah, Hella always that character who can make magic happen in these contested engagements. And EXN Impact, they're struggling. They're trying to fall back, but Black Panther's into the back line. Pop's ultimate getting in on the strategist. Needs a little bit of help. So many low players on the back line. Does drop there in the end, but maybe he's done enough. EXN Impact sent packing to the spawn. Brandon, curious to see if he elects to stay on the Black Panther, finds an opportunity to swap. It is going to be the Punisher coming out. And I don't hate this concept, especially up against the Bucky, right? Like, you know, EXN Impact are really looking for picks when it comes to the Star-Lord, the Bucky. They really need to find pickoffs. And Tribal are going to be really happy to just stand and deliver breakdown Vanguard shields. However, the Strange TP over the top, this could be your worst nightmare for Tribal. They're relying on stable engagements. Being dove from the flank is not really what they want.
And it's a weird spot, too, because he's so close to the Agamotto, wants to build it. So in this case, just going to poke on through. Both teams even in terms of ultimates, Jake. You got Mantis and Luna Snow for both sides, except Tribal, you know, obviously only 85, 90%. They want to build it up first. So if EXN Impact can kind of set the pace, they might be able to cap out this point quickly.
Yeah, the Luna Snow ultimate coming in just barely enough to save Bucky. Trades going in both ways. Tribal trying to fight this out. Eye of Agamotto's available for both squads. Doesn't seem like too much of a connection there for Cartier Sky. Maybe died for our Zins. Can get a bit more done. Goes into the backline. Finds a strategist. But she's saved by the Magneto. The rest of the team coming back into Peel. Hell unleashed by Veg Mobile over the top. Trying to pour in damage. Trying to get the cleanups here. It may not be enough, though. Spawners are coming in. Attackers just barely getting it over the line. And there it goes.
I thought that Veg was touching, but obviously not. But it didn't matter. Obviously, I mean, everybody's already backing him. But there, EXN playing this back and forth yo-yo very, very well right now, playing back for the team for that extremely fast-paced dive from Tribal with both strategist ultimates. But with a minute and 30 seconds left, I mean, Tribal's looking decent, but if they get picked off now, then it could spell disaster.
Definitely no margin for error here on third point. Brandon does have that Judge, Jury, Executioner online, but Blue FPS has the response in the Magneto Meteor. Another kidnap onto Magneto. He's really struggling, but the burst down, they weren't quite ready to stop the Punisher in time. EX and Impact, though, they've been smart with their ultimates before, perhaps electing to just back off, take the reset. Punisher only finding one in the end. Not the end of the world here for the attackers. Sleep Eye just runs out of there on the Star-Lord, and it's a clean reset for EX and Impact. Potentially a final fight scenario. Tribal would love to fight early enough to get a second engagement. We'll see if they have the opportunity to do so. No ultimates available for the defenders. They got to make this work with just raw skill, raw pickoffs.
They're trying to right now. Sleep Eye's movement, by the way, was so good. Just getting away in that previous fight. Both trading out. I mean, ultimates coming up here. Jake, AXN have the ultimate advantage, and they take that advantage by taking out 2 and then immediately 2 more. Oh my gosh, Jake, that's terrible for Tribal.
Yeah, and even through the support ult, the Magneto's Meteor with the help of Bucky is just enough damage. Double support ults available, though, really going to stall things out, but the Eye of Agamotto enough to just spam headshots, get the knockout despite those support ultimate heals, and this is going to be EXN Impact, getting it over the line, maybe a last-second touch coming in, but with the Legendary over the top, it's hard to imagine them winning this fight, and it goes against them. EXN Impact with a 2-0 finish to the series. It was close at points, but EXN Impact were the stronger team, and they advance.
A stronger team indeed, Jake. My God, EXN. I mean, the clock was against them towards the very end, right? I mean, obviously, you know, they had 15 seconds left, but Jake, it seemed like similar to some of the top teams in the tournament, EXN don't really crumble into the pressure, right? I mean, it seems like when the time's against them, they just manage to, you know, secure that ultimate advantage, secure the positional advantage, and just constantly put their team on the back foot. Sleep A always trying to poke and prod. Everybody's sort of poking and prodding. It's like the space creation from the team, just in terms of positioning, is kind of insane. And there's a lot, I think, that people could learn, you know, lower ranked players or players in general from said team. If you're just starting out playing Marvel Rivals, check out pretty much every single one of these players' POVs, because, I mean, they played that so well. You know, mechanical prowess aside, just constant positional advantage. I think Blue was like an unsung hero, just where he was playing all the time. And Magneto, 4 deaths with how aggressive he was playing is kind of crazy.
Yeah, he was really like pushing the limits on Magneto, but still getting away with it. I liked how you mentioned earlier, Sleep Eye on the Star-Lord, really pulling a ton of attention to himself, creating opportunities elsewhere for his team. And then Pinnacle playing Winter Soldier into Hela and out-damaging her. That's not something I've seen before. Consistently, when Hela's in the lobby, the Hela top damages. It feels like that's like the law of high-level Marvel Rivals. But Pinnacle is breaking the law and coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that was just like through ultimate damage or just consistent, you know, damage to Winter Soldier. I mean, obviously, like you mentioned, Jake, that he could do so much on it. And I think, if anything, the tournament so far has proven to me that Winter Soldier just can do so much damage, and like you mentioned, can match the Hela. So, I mean, I think you talked about it as well, at least off broadcast when you've discussed this. Like, every hero has their purpose, has their time to shine. And, you know, right now we're seeing it in the tournament. Obviously, you saw it earlier, like in that Nightmare matchup, we saw Squirrel Girl be played at points. So, really, you can play whatever you want, it seems, even at the top level.
Why are the teams not playing Jeff? Make the teams play Jeff. Dustin, make it make sense.
You always got to make it
Jeff
about
is
Jeff,
viable.
man. You always got to make it about Jeff.
It is. It's Jeff's world. We're just living in it. We're gonna send it to a quick highlight package from that last map before a quick break for the next series. Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. Pretty great map we just watched in the last series. Excited to get into the next one. Dustin, how you feeling so far?
Pretty good, Jake. I think you and Hank obviously started the series off pretty strongly, and I think that they as well, EXN started off and ended quite well as well, because obviously for a team such as that to maintain their aggression, maintain the continual push of the payload in these convergence maps. I mean, that means a lot. Obviously, they played 2 convergence maps in a row, so I bet that it feels good playing the same map, getting some practice in the same type of map rather over and over again. But I mean, they kind of just on all fronts outmanaged Tribal, and obviously they won the match, so that's kind of huge for them.
Yeah, this is the point of the tournament where it's all about stability and consistency. You have 2 lives in the tournament, essentially. It's a double elimination bracket. So you could lose one series and stay alive. But at this point, you really don't want to be doing that. You don't know what kind of monster teams are lurking in that lower bracket, ready to eliminate you. And as we've been talking about throughout the day, it's all about staying alive to those later rounds. I think especially if you can make it to next week, you can get into that solidly into the top 64 teams. That's going to be a big difference in terms of all the eyes that are going to be on these players and teams.
Yeah, more and more players checking out these games. And by the way, looky here, Jake, I think Dart Monkeys, by the way, so we're gonna see Dart Monkeys versus 6 X guns. I mean, obviously it's just probably 6 guns, but already into the protect ban stage. Hella removed, Hulk is well removed. Meanwhile, Psylocke protect for SK. I know you've talked about it. Well, SK has been very good on the Psylocke, pretty much a Psylocke one trick for Dart Monkeys.
Yeah, and with the early Hella ban, that's going to enable SK to get the protect off on Psylocke, ensuring she can bring it out. These teams, though, they are in the lower bracket. They are fighting for their tournament lives, so this is really the true test of their resiliency in the face of opposition.
Luna still banned for 6 guns, and actually Storm Protect as well is quite interesting. By the way, Jake, did you know Dart Monkeys UTXTJ7? That's actually Linkser. That's veteran hero shooter player Linkser on the side of Dart Monkeys.
I used to play with Linkser many moons ago in other titles. So excited to see what Linkser can bring to this field. Curious to see Dart Monkeys. They looked amazing the last time we saw them. I'm really surprised to see them here in the lower bracket, but there's a lot of strong foes in this tournament, a lot of tough teams. Wanted really impressed us last time around as well on the strategist. Some really strong players across the board here.
Yeah, Wanted has been a fantastic strategist. Obviously, we haven't seen 6 guns yet, so I'm sure they've played quite well. Actually, wait a second. I know Legola. He comes into my Twitch chat every now and again. That's kind of hilarious that he's competing at this level with Dart Monkeys. So, obviously both of these teams full of talented players. Not biased, obviously, not biased. But for 6 guns on their side, Jake, we've seen a lot of Winter Soldier. I don't know if we've seen too much of this Winter Soldier and Rocket Raccoon team up. A lot of teams prioritizing other strategists, but with strategists being the focal point of the ban system so far, I mean, it is a bit of a difference in terms of strategist compositions.
Yeah, I mean, the strategists do provide some unique utility to the squad. I think Loki is a particularly interesting one with his ability to copy, any ally, any enemy, and bring their ultimates to bear. Bortle on Jeff is going to swap off at the last second, doing a bit of baiting, and it's going to be a Loki mirror. Interesting. Haven't seen so many teams utilize it, but the most that have made it look good. Flats trying to build a TP, trying to get tricky. Maybe deny some of the attackers, send them off the map. Seems like this one didn't quite go his way. He's been really nice with the TP so far, though.
Yeah, you can definitely see he's got content brain with trying to get those TPs off 24/7, I bet. But SK, meanwhile, already in a good position to sit on the flank. Also has that health pack to play around. So, it's going to be a constant pressure you have to deal with the 6 guns. So they're going to want to move quick.
SK going to get out of the back line, regrouping with the team. 6 guns, though. Don't want to probably take the Vanguard face trade so much. They're trying to get around to that side, trying to clear off some of these Loki clones. Lynx are able to slip out. Does pop that Immortality Rune to keep Groot fighting strong. And now Thor trying to battle on the side angle. Riggsy, though, gets the first pick right now. Highway Fan goes down. No res available. So a +1 right now. See if Riggsy can continue to push forward into more. Thor trying to get into this fight, but taking a ton of pressure. Gets the shield from Magneto. Gets saved as well by the strategist. Now turning, though, onto Bucky with no Vanguards to assist him in the front line. He's going to go down. Magneto finds himself all alone on the flank, experiencing the full focus fire of Dart Monkeys, and he is going to go down in the end. Even with the help of the strategist, not quite enough in the face of the massive focus.
Yeah, you can notice how all of these destructible buildings are basically removed. I mean, when they came over to the right side flank, you could tell the Winter Soldier player was expecting the team to stay in a very aggressive spot, but they just couldn't based on that building going down. But oh no, Flat's kind of caught out. SK does trade it back at the very least, but that changes the dynamic of this next fight.
Yeah, down Doctor Strange, opportunity to get aggressive. Both butterfly dances being deployed. Actually, SK rather didn't have hers quite on time. Wasn't quite enough to be able to tank through with just Wanted's ultimate. They were able to focus fire and get those kills. I don't think Dart Monkeys were expecting it to go that way with the ultimate trade. Maybe just a little bit late in terms of responding with some of their old ultimates. Dart Monkeys going to be kicking themselves for losing that point so easily with 4 ultimates in the bank. And as you mentioned, right, Flat's going down early without the Doctor Strange. There's just so much less margin for error.
Yeah, that was super smart as well from Six Guns to commit ultimates into that fight over the top left with the copy on the Loki. I mean, just to get that through the Mantis ultimate was huge.
SK popping Butterfly Dance does force the Mantis ult out from Highway Fan. Now Dart Monkey's just trying to wait out that support ultimate. Here they go, the window to get aggressive. They do have this Growth ultimate online. Finds a pretty massive strangling prison. Armed and Dangerous comes out, trying to get kills. Does get 1, 2 knockouts coming through. And hold on, Six Guns, the attackers still finding a couple decent trades here. And with a closer spawn for them, they're probably not going to be too mad at this. Thor God of Thunder doesn't find anything, and Flats is able to turn it back onto Don Tony. Izanagi, though, getting a little bit more done here, making the difference on the Psylocke. And Dart Monkeys staggered back, trying to get back into this engagement. In the end, it looked like a good start for them, but in the end, the attackers continued things rolling. Big hook onto Star-Lord. He's able to slip out with his life, though.
It does feel like we've seen a nice sleep, by the way, out of the Winter Soldier. But it seems like we've seen so much Winter Soldier on Shin Shibuya, which is interesting that Wanted has made the full swap over the Strategist, over to the Mantis, considering he's known for that player. But immediately, we already have Linkster popping off early with that Legendary, and SK as well with the follow-up. I mean, that surely sets Six Guns back to the spawn.
Yeah, great use of the Loki copy. I think Legendary is so powerful of the ultimates. Able to continue to fight out against the Thor, pumping big damage. Would love to continue charging up towards that next ultimate. A lot of pressure right now on Izanagi. Love to open this up, but he is up against Wanted, who has that Mantis ultimate and has been so sharp on the sleeps, even diving in as it risk itself for Psylocke. Linkster, though, maybe just a little bit too greedy with the poking position. Does go down early before the fight really begins. Dart Monkeys wants to slow this engagement down, buy time for Loki to return. They do have the Strategist ult to do that, but Flats into the side angle, gets a big Eye of Agamotto onto both the Strategist and that Bucky. Are they able to get the cleanup? Yes, SK's here. She gets both knockouts, wants to continue snowballing forward, finishing off the rest of the players still attacking for Six Guns.
Yeah, it's a trade-off that you have if you're Dart Monkeys with, you know, obviously both the Strategist players of Dart Monkeys, previously known in the hero shooter genre for their duelist gameplay. You know, you have to kind of take their mechanical prowess with the aggression, you know, and maybe they'll figure out eventually. But, you know, Linkster obviously just wants to go for as much value as possible, so you can kind of understand how he got picked off. But Dart Monkeys showing why they can maybe pull off those aggressive plays with Flash on that flank with a perfectly timed Eye of Agamotto.
SK does have Butterfly Dance here. She wants to try to get in before the Strategist ults are online. Seems like they're going to just bridge the gap here. Highway Fan close to that Mantis ultimate. SK just slips out with her life. Now a regroup back to main. Big ultimates to be deployed for both sides in this fight. Looking for a hook is one, but just forces the Mantis ult as well as that Immortality field. So a pretty decent start for Dart Monkeys, forcing some powerful resources out. Now they're falling back, but they strike with the Strangling Prison. Support ultimate is on just long enough to maybe keep them alive. George, maybe a little bit too early on that. Now Six Guns starting to get the cleanup. Dart Monkeys really needs to find a couple pickoffs in this engagement. Really needs to stabilize things for their defense. But with so few strategists alive, it's going to be difficult. Wanted does have that ultimate online, but not going to elect to deploy it just yet. Maybe feels like the risk is not worth the reward. Wants to get this good fight at the final choke point. And Six Guns, they did impressively well here, but in the end, they don't have an ultimate to start this next engagement, and they're going up against the Dart Monkeys with Wanted, with the Mantis ultimate, ready to stabilize things. Flats as well, 77% to the Eye of Agamotto, and they TP straight to the backline already with a very early Mantis ultimate. They need to produce kills from this, though. Dart Monkeys need to win the fight decisively, because here it comes, the Butterfly Dance. There's no counter to it now. Izanagi was able to hold on a little bit later, able to find one, just get out in time. And with the cart pressure coming in, Six Guns wanted to close this out, wanted to clean up. Thor is just running through them on the cart. Dart Monkeys unable to stand and deliver. and it's Six Guns with a cap on second point, 1:30 on the clock. The defense is respectable for Dart Monkeys, but so far it just hasn't been enough to get the stoppages where they matter.
If you're a Dart Monkeys fan, you would like to see a little bit of foresight into that upcoming fight. Obviously, Flats probably calling for that play on the left flank, I imagine. I don't know the full comm structure that they're going through right now, but I think that if they just played it slower through main, you know, they probably could have used the Mantis ultimate more reactively against the Dance of the Butterflies. Nice sleep, by the way, but, you know, obviously, I think that lack of foresight cost them in that fight. Maybe they can come back now, though.
Agamotto got pushed in deep, but still, I don't know if it got much of a connection here. Does force the Immortality Rune. It looks like it's enough for Dart Monkeys. They would love to continue to push here, though, with this major player advantage. A lot of knockouts have already come through. SK's hungry. He wants to find yet more knockouts. Gets another. Now she's back on the flank, looking for a setup early with this Butterfly Dance. Support ultimate, 98% for Highway Fan. You've got to imagine that'll be online early enough, but SK would love to just force that support ultimate off early. Instant Butterfly Dance, ripping it very, very aggressively. Highway Fan, though, has held onto the Mantis ultimate for a few extra seconds, is back now. Portal, though, no counter for this. Legendary starting to cut these defenders to pieces. Would love to find just one more, gets it done. And Dart Monkey's trying to back out here is kind of a risky move. If you die really late here, we could be looking at the final fight. Linkser dies super late, very far from the objective. It's kind of a big mistake. Six Guns weren't forcing the objective at this time, though, so still an opportunity here for Dart Monkeys to get the regroup they're hoping for.
Yeah, I love how Six Guns are playing this. They know Dart Monkeys, you know, so telegraphed. It seems like every time Dart Monkeys wants to go as aggressive as possible constantly. And because of that, they're using all their ultimates for peel. You saw the Legendary utilized in that instance. Also, you see Legola committing Thor ultimates in similar situations. So Dart Monkeys, they're kind of one-dimensional right now. We'll see if they can close out on Six Guns in overtime.
They do have some ultimates, and they're going to go with everything. Strangling Prison in, straight onto that, and there's no Immortality Rune to defend it. The Meteor just goes a little bit wide. That was way too close for comfort for Rigsy Chu. Linkser coming out with the copy as well. Izanagi with the Butterfly Dance. It's not enough, and he's all alone, getting absolutely focused down. And it will be a stoppage on third for Dart Monkeys, setting themselves up with the possibility to win in the next round, but too close for comfort. I think both teams, it's probably about a 50-50 engagement from here on out.
I mean, you've harped on this more than anything. And also, Jake, I think you've coached a few like content creator teams. Isn't it kind of tough to manage the egos of a team potentially in this such case? Because obviously, for me, at least looking at Dart Monkeys, it seems to me like they're a team that is incredibly mechanically skilled, trying to always make a play, but it seems like they don't know when to turn that off. I mean, how do you manage these egos in such a way, right? How do you control people constantly trying to make plays and maybe reel them in to make them a bit more stable?
Yeah, it's a big challenge, right? Because on the one hand, I don't think you want to take that away from people. When people see the opportunity and they know they can make a play, you know, you got to have that confidence in each other to just go for it and to have trust and faith. But like you said, you know, I think with more time and experience playing together, teams can and do become a little bit more disciplined, a little bit wiser, as it were, you know, with time, with progress. Dart Monkeys, see if they have what it takes to find that stability, find that stabilization. Six Guns are running a very unconventional composition here with the Thor, with the Loki, the Winter Soldier. So this is probably throwing a lot of elements that I don't know if Dart Monkeys are as prepared for. But Six Guns, despite this being a little bit off meta, they're just executing it really well. And as we've talked about a lot, I think that ends up being more significant than anything else in Marvel Rivals. It's just your ability to execute the team strategy that you go for. You understand like what you're supposed to do.
Yes,
TP from Flats. Okay.
He repositioned it a little bit, but I mean, you mentioned, Jake, I think Six Guns, you know, despite what happened, obviously only getting 92 meters, they are playing it well. However, the other side, the flip side of the coin for Dart Monkey's aggression, right, because they take so many fights, Jake, I mean, they easily have some great efficiency with the time bank, right? I mean, they can constantly take these fights, constantly put pressure on Six Guns, and if Six Guns aren't there to answer, I mean, they're able to match them in terms of time bank for sure.
Yeah, and Groot loves the fight in this kind of a close range. Gets a beautiful wall onto Highway Fan, caught in way over aggressive. Groot absolutely dominating them in these small corridors. And Dart Monkey's playing their comp to perfection. It's going to be an instant cap on first point. That's really the dream start.
Yeah, I don't know if for Six Guns, you know, they wanted to play aggressive there, obviously trying to collapse onto Dart Monkeys. But Dart Monkeys, they seem to be the team that you don't want to do that against, right? They're always in position to counter you. They're always in a position to go aggressive. So they will match you whenever you go first. I think Six Guns, they need to fall back onto their more, maybe passive playstyle, maybe more reactive. And in this case, Inazagi finding that opening pick sets them up to be a good start. But 5 minutes and 14 seconds, that's so much time in the bank for the Streets phase.
Yeah, and Dart Monkeys with a bit of an ultimate advantage after winning that first fight so decisively. See if they're able to actually convert that in. SK got absolutely smoked, hooked, and responded to by Winter Soldier, ALW. What a clean pickoff right there. And Dart Monkey's going to have to consider, do they even want this engagement now? Immortality Rune forced. This is a beautiful off angle by Izanagi. Pops the butterfly dance. Wanted 1% off the ultimate. Just didn't quite have it in time there. And Dart Monkey's getting wiped and reset. So despite a very beautiful first take, Six Guns have really started to stabilize things. Izanagi, I think, is a key part of that on the Psylocke. Has been very comfortable, very confident taking these duels.
And you got to feel good on it
barely
too.
Gonna live.
But Jake, he gets those Magneto shields as well, so it's going to be a harder matchup in terms of that Psylocke duel, and we're already going into the next fight as Riggsy Chu gets picked off, and same with George. So quick early fight by Dart Monkeys, but they also commit the Mantis ultimate, which is tough considering, you know, this was already a lost team fight off the rip, Jake, and Six Guns. They still have ultimates in the bank. Flats also getting staggered. Oh no, that's brutal. Two pretty much lost team fights in a row, but because of the bank they built up, Jake, now they're in a decent spot regardless of lost team fights. You still have 4 minutes left.
Yeah, they just need to get like a proper reset. They have a lot of ultimates to work with, but so do the defenders. Six Guns have been doing a magnificent job after that first fight, really keeping it in contest. SK diving in, but so is Bucky. Already destroys Wanda, gets the execute again and again and again. He's just constantly popping off on this Bucky, really making it work, and Dart Monkeys just cannot really get into an engagement. However, Six Guns, have they gone a little bit too crazy when it comes to the ultimates, right? That was 3 popped all for just one team fight versus only the 1 from Dart Monkeys. So Dart Monkeys aren't going to be too upset about losing the fight that way. Immortality Rune already used. Could be an opportunity here for Riggsy Chu if he wants to get into this.
Yeah, he could definitely reap the rewards of his early aggression to force out that ultimate, but no, it's actually going to be the Psylocke player of SK trying to take advantage. Roll goes low. No deaths just yet. Everybody's still alive. Forces the Eye of Agumon to come through, and the Legendary. A lot of ults committed in this fight. I mean, surely it's a win for them. Six Guns trying to come back with the Meteor, but I mean, it's just a lost team fight. When Dart Monkeys finds the opening pick and then also commit 3 ultimates into that one.
Yeah, the Magneto really trying hard in that fight, trying to hit the Kobe onto Riggsy out of the air, but it's not quite enough. And Dart Monkeys, having gotten past that really devastating choke point where they were really struggling, have a bit of a new lease on life here. Linkser with the copy in the next team fight. Both Lokis with the copy have a big decision to make. Hard to say what the most obvious copy choice is. Izanagi, though, would love to get into this fight before Wanta gets the support ult online. It's very close.
Yeah, you're going to need to live, like you mentioned, Jake, in Izanagi's ultimate. That's going to be a difference maker leading into this fight.
And the trade comes in onto Linkser, who copied onto the Psylocke, but wasn't able to get the ultimate off in time. Wanted, though, potentially could support this all on his own with the ultimate online. So Dart Monkey's still going to keep this fight going. Mortal with the Meteor just gets blocked by the shield, and now Riggsy into the backline is starting to just feast upon them. No one's able to look at this Star-Lord. Nobody's able to clean it up, and George, another key element in the frontline trade. Thor goes in, but it's just a little bit too far. Yeah, he's all alone, getting just full focus fire. Maybe should have looked for more of a regroup there. Six Guns trying to get back into this, but Riggsy doesn't want to give them the opportunity to regroup. Continuing to just attack them from above. Has to be careful, though. Don't want to lose your own life right now on Star-Lord. No res available. Riggsy so low, just barely jukes out, but into the butterfly dance. That's not what you want to be. Izanagi cutting up the backline here with the help of Loki in the immortality field. Six Guns starting to get the cleanup, but hold on. George has something to say about that. Still battling, still brawling. Wanted, elected not to commit the Mantis ultimate, so it seems like Dart Monkeys are going to just take the reset.
Yeah, with a minute and 15 seconds left, Dart Monkeys now in a dicey spot. I was going to say Riggsy's feeling it, but maybe feeling a little bit too much there as he went that aggressive. But Dart Monkeys, Jake, got to feel good if you're them, sitting with 3 ultimates, coming up on 4 with the Agavaro soon. Meanwhile, Six Guns, you know, you're going to need to see a big play out of LW right now if you want to pop off.
Yeah, legendary available for the attackers. I think Loki is definitely a key player right now. That immortality rune is probably your best defense against some of these ultimates. Can't be wasting that. ALW looking for some kind of hook, can't find it. Legendary now. Thor, God of Thunder as well into the backline, getting a lot of focus fire, and the Meteor's down now, so there's a big window here for Dart Monkeys, and it looks like SK is going to jump right through it. 2 already with the butterfly dance, coming in for a 3rd, and now it's all SK in the feed, just absolutely cleaning up, finishing off the last stragglers for Six Guns as Dart Monkeys looks to push the cart through and cap the 2nd checkpoint.
Yeah, I would have loved to see ALW maybe hold on to the ultimate a bit longer. Another case of Six Guns committing a bit too early. Same thing with Dart Monkeys on their side. They have similar issues, but, you know, they were able to deal with ALW committing the Mantis ultimate, maybe not even necessary considering they just zoned it out, waited out that ultimate, and then they came back through. That was the difference maker for Six Guns. They needed ALW to have the ultimate, did not have it. Now they have a minute and 30 seconds in last phase, though. Six Guns have some ultimates in the bank, and what are you going to do against that when Izanagi's waiting over the high ground is invisible?
Portal popping the legendary from the Loki copy, trying to snowball forward and absolutely finish this fight. Remember, Dart Monkeys have to push quite a little bit more, and there's only a minute 10 on the clock. So getting hard reset here does fight pretty hard. Six Guns, though, are committing a lot to get this done. I mean, they are getting all the knockouts, but once again, this is pretty close to the attacker spawn. You know, I don't think this is like the most painful thing in the world for Dart Monkeys. Flats flying out of there, trying to get back to the spawn, but can't quite do it. And the clock's now under a minute. So Six Guns, they fought really well, but once again, I mean, no ultimates now for potentially the most important fight of the game. If they fight this early, though, they have an opportunity for more, and Izanagi gets one pickoff that's so critical at this spot. The team had no ultimates. It had to be heroic. Izanagi delivered and finds a second as well. Things are getting really out of control right now for Dart Monkeys. They're hoping to stabilize. They're hoping to regroup, and Six Guns just aren't letting them. They're keeping the pressure on relentlessly right now, wanting to close out on Shin Shibuya.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, Six Guns, you know, obviously committed ultimates into that fight earlier, need to play this aggressive and if they want a chance to win and also to get another fight in case they do lose this. So doing quite well. Yes, you go in with your Armed Dangerous, but you force out both support ultimates for Dart Monkeys, and maybe you just come in for a dry fight here, Jake, at this point, fighting on the payload.
Yeah, they're going to try to commit to it, though. Not wanting to give up anything for free. Strangling Prison, though, pretty massive. Looks like it's going to be getting enough done. SK goes down, but willing to drop. Doesn't want to commit ultimate. It is overtime, but it's a pretty decisive fight win for Six Guns. These long spawns are going to kind of hurt for Six Guns. They're going to be coming back in, trying to get the recontest going. But it's not obvious how you force this fight. Yes, you've got the Meteor potentially to deal with Riggsy Chu's Star-Lord ultimate, but it looks like kind of a tough one for Six Guns. A bit of an ultimate advantage for Dart Monkeys, and Flats setting up a TP perhaps for SK?
And maybe SK's ready to go with that. I mean, I'm not a fan of Highway Fan committing the Mage's ult the previous fight because now this might just be free low for Riggsy and crew.
Yeah, and the Eye of Agamotto available in the backline. SK and Riggsy Chu starting to find pickoffs. Flats, Eye of Agamotto in. Looks like it got a lot here in the backline. Wasn't able to keep Flats alive, though. And Don Tony still trying to fight this out, still trying to ball, but Groot, so much value, holding down this choke point, cutting off the Vanguards as they pass through. Riggsy needs to finish this off, needs to get one more pickoff onto the support, does find it, dodges that sleep, and it's desperation mode for ALW on the Black Panther, running low on the skills, needs to get focus fire down. Dart Monkeys snatching the victory back. It's overtime. Hold on, Butterfly Dance on card from Izanagi, but through the Immortality runes, it's not quite enough, and George is really putting in work with these walls, stifling the choke point, and securing a very close map 1 for Dart Monkeys.
Oh my gosh, that was so close. For Six Guns, I mean, I was kind of like you mentioned, you know, that was first of all, incredibly long last team fight, but you know, there was like 2 minutes there where they chewed off time banks from the clock. They're doing a great job holding the spawn, right? At first, I was like, okay, maybe committing too many ultimates here at such an aggressive point where, you know, the spawns are so close, but you know, if they do go through, if they do get that spawn camp in, you know, consistently get kills, maybe forced out ultimates once they get those KOs, you know, maybe you could make Dart Monkeys feel the pressure, feel a little bit tough. But once you commit, to me, it seemed like the Highway Fan Mantis ultimate, it just kind of went downhill, right? They committed so aggressively into that last fight. You know, obviously on Mantis, you need that ultimate, especially against Legendary, especially against the Dance of the Butterflies. Both of those ultimates can chew through a Mantis ultimate and even find those eliminations. So for Six Guns, I mean, I liked how they played until the very last little bit where maybe they let the limelight kind of get to them. Maybe they were a bit too aggressive, maybe too eager. Bortle did eventually get that copy off, got a nice one onto Highway Fan. But generally, I would like to see Six Guns reload in a little bit more. Both of these teams, Jake. I mean, they're playing so well. They're obviously both incredibly talented teams. If they could just get a little bit of coaching, maybe try to understand when to bring back that aggression, they could be some of the top teams in the entire tournament.
Yeah, Six Guns, I mean, it's kind of like I don't want to rein them in too much because their aggression is fantastic. Like when they're just really diving in, they put Dart Monkeys on the back foot. They were constantly, you know, staggering their opponents, like keeping them from really getting the fights they were hoping for. But you're right, in the end, sometimes it came at the wrong moments and not in those crucial ultimate fights where Dart Monkeys was able to get the win. Before we jump in to the next map in the series, first, let's check out the highlights from this map.
내가 좋아지는 면
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. If you're just joining us, we're off the start of potentially a very great series here. Dart Monkeys were pushed to the absolute limit. We're barely able to clutch it out. Six Guns playing with a really like a wanton aggression with strategies we haven't seen so much of, but they're making it work.
Yeah, they are making it work. We'll see if they can keep it up moving into the next maps. And, you know, it is back and forth. It is such a close series at the current moment, Jake, and it's nice to see games go this close or go to the wire, I suppose, for both teams in overtime. It was just so neck and neck. You know, I like you mentioned, 2 minutes on that third phase back for that payload for that convoy, but they managed to get the 2 time off the clock. They managed to make Dart Monkeys, you know, it put them in a weird spot. However, Dart Monkeys, they've shown as well, Jake, that they can really, you know, stand to the test. They can come back in these sort of fights wherever it may be in the time bank. They were obviously playing that so well, just with the ultimates, just with the mechanical prowess. Riggsy, I think he was the MVP for me on that previous map. I mean, just so many plays on Star-Lord. The movement phenomenal, the overall gameplay in Star-Lord phenomenal, and you can, I'm sure, have a lot of confidence moving forward for Dart Monkeys.
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of confidence that when we saw them previously in the tournament. They looked really solid against their previous opponents. But this 6 Gun squad, I mean, despite being down 0-1 in this series, I like the way they play so aggressively. I think you're right, though. They're going to need to find those timings, being ready for, like, winning the final overtime fights, maybe, like, making sure they have the ultimates in the tank to take it, you know, through that last fight of the map and not, you know, blow everything, like, 30 seconds before that. But if they can make that adjustment, when it comes to the aggression, when it comes to the individual skill, I really am not worried about 6 Guns. They are going toe-to-toe right now.
Yeah, they are going toe-to-toe. I mean, the only thing that you can maybe think of, Jake, is you talked about how they are running kind of interesting compositions, right? Obviously running that Thor and other characters alongside it with the Winter Soldier. Maybe that's more of an understandable pick, but the Thor is definitely unique in its own right, especially without the Hela to revive the Thor with a team up, and the same thing with the Loki. So playing those 2 characters without the Hela definitely makes a difference. And first ban for 6 Guns is going to be that Hela to put the pressure on Dart Monkeys to maybe consider some other bans. Obviously, they go for that Psylocke Protect probably, but do they even need to, considering 6 Guns haven't shown they want to ban it?
Yeah, seems like they're gonna not play the, or not use a Hela Protect here, which I think, or rather not the Psylocke Protect, which I think makes sense because honestly, Izanagi was the stronger Hela, had the better performance. It's gonna be 6 Guns that protects the Psylocke. I think SK's, I don't think they were gonna ban this. I think SK is probably happy to keep taking the mirror. Maybe a waste to protect, though, for 6 Guns. See what Dart Monkeys elects to take with their second ban. Maybe it ends up being impactful.
I mean, I've heard the comms before. I've tuned into the Dart Monkeys streams to see what they're chatting about, see what they're talking about. By the way, Luna Snow ban. But I know that's always a conversation. Hawkeye ban for the son of Dark Monkeys. That's always a conversation I know SK is having with the team. And that's exactly what you like to see, Jake. You know, having these conversations. Even if you are, you know, that one trick, even if you are that player that plays a ton of the Psylocke, has a lot of that skill, you have to understand when maybe you've met your maker. And Izanagi isn't necessarily dominating the Psylocke 1v1. It's definitely even on both fronts. But maybe on that last map, I think you could argue that Izanagi, like you said, Jake, maybe outperformed SK, right? So I think it's totally understandable to have that conversation, not even just putting ego aside, just being like, SK, you know, do you want to keep taking the Psylocke duel? Do you want to have that matchup? Obviously, we have faith in you in it, but, you know, maybe you want to mix it up coming into this next map on Domination.
Man, Domination is a map where I feel that the Psylocke 1v1 or just like what Psylocke can produce ends up being really important. Don Tony was fantastic for me on the Magneto, and now it's going to be a Groot mirror potentially going into this next round. I think a lot of pressure is on the duelist right now. ALW, like, can he find those hook pulls on the enemy Groot? I think Groot, with no Magneto as well for Dart Monkeys, if you get pulled in as Groot or Strange, you could really be in trouble. So I kind of like the Bucky pick in this spot.
Yeah, I'm with you in that boat. And, you know, I think for Dart Monkeys, obviously we haven't seen Legolas Groot. He could definitely be very good on it. And also, by the way, Doctor Strange being an available pick, but Don Tony not going for, that definitely speaks volumes to why he values the Magneto. I think you've got to be favoring George in this instance so far. George played very well on the Groot so far in that last map, Jake. Obviously, going into this one, you can tell George is heavily practiced on the Groot. 6 Guns, meanwhile, on their side, we haven't seen Legolas necessarily play just yet. Has been on the Thor. But I'm curious to see which composition will do better. Obviously, Magneto tries to play with the shields around Izanagi, whereas for Dart Monkeys, they're kind of playing more traditional frontline, front-to-back composition.
Sorry about that. I don't know if you heard that on the mic. My phone was giving me a nice alert there. Hopefully, no one's dying.
I didn't hear it.
I think we're okay. Good thing it didn't come through the mic. 6 Guns, though, starting it off. Going against them, though, Wanted finds the first pick. We've been talking about Wanted. His individual mechanical prowess really showing on the Mantis. The character can actually do quite significant damage, even in the strategist role. And Dart Monkey started off right. Comfort clearly on the Groot. It's both Groots really stifling up this choke. ALW would love to find a hook pick, but hasn't been able to connect yet. And you start to sometimes worry playing around these hooks. It's like, well, if we get one, it's going to be so great. But if we can't find those connections, time's kind of going against you. Got to make something happen elsewhere on the map.
Six Guns now deciding to walk in early, 23% of the board. ALW looking for the picks. Meanwhile, Esco comes to the back left. Looks like Izanagi was aware of that, but nice support from the strategist of Dart Monkeys. They peel back to the point where Izanagi's kind of just playing it slow. Meanwhile, everybody in Six Gun goes low, and everybody just falling instantaneously to Dart Monkeys. ALW popping the ultimate, but you can't help but feel it's in a weird spot considering the Mantis ult was popped to counter it. Dart Monkeys, Jake, in this case, they still have 50% of the board and climbing, trading 1-for-1 as well with the Mantis for the Winter Soldier ultimate. I mean, you're probably going to feel good about that as Dart Monkeys.
Yeah, Wanted is just stacking bodies right now on the Mantis, putting up big numbers here. And Dart Monkey's off to a very comfortable start. I mean, map 1 was anything but comfortable, but if this is how map 2 is going to go, Dart Monkeys are certainly going to run with it. I think George definitely looking a bit more comfortable on the Groot. See if he wants to get in with that early strangling prison. Bortle does have the immortality rune. Maybe that'd be enough to keep them alive. Don Tony, also a big performer for Six Gun. See if he can have anything to say about the trade so far. But, oh, the flank comes in. Linkser hits it hard on the left side. Flats was just holding the enemy team down, distracting them by himself, and that created opportunities elsewhere. Dart Monkeys up 1. Aren't electing to force these two just yet, but Riggsy Chu over the top. See if he wants to go for the legendary. SK got bursted down, though. Couldn't quite get the ultimate off. Died in the animation. That was beautiful from ALW, but Riggsy Chu maybe just doing enough here. Flats is extremely low. No support ultimates available unless Linkser elects to go with a copy on that Loki. But no, maybe not. Izanagi gets 1. Big Eye of Agamotto, though, on to 4. Hold on. Flats has something to say about this team fight. Still getting right back into it. And Loki even potentially holding ult. No, does rip the copy. See what he's got the copy out. Butterfly dance for SK. Secures round 1. ALW back on the Moon Knight. Too little too late for this round. And Flats, what a huge Eye of Agamotto. It's been a tough series for him playing against that Winter Soldier. Getting pushed and pulled every which way. Finally gets a statement team fight victory.
Yeah, that is indeed a statement. You know, I think if you're the side of Six, you know, Six Guns, gotta be honest, as much as I like Magneto, as much as I like how it supports the playstyle of Izanagi and allows Izanagi to win those 1v1s, it's not valuable enough, I think, to replace the best Vanguard in the game. I mean, I don't think it's a question right now. I mean, you talked about how well Flats is playing on this map. It's primarily because he's not matched in the side. Six Guns not really, you know, picking Doctor Strange, which is definitely curious. I mean, obviously, everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, but eventually, even after, if Six Guns manage to lose this series, I would like to see their Vanguards, at least one of them, pick that up.
Yeah, maybe they can make some changes here. Queuing up potentially a triple duelist, thinking about it with Bortle. Legola over to the Adam Warlock, so some very interesting swaps going in, multi-swaps across the squad. The Adam Warlock makes sense to me for this Mantis team up. Give yourself a little bit of durability if you lose those backliners. You got some reses to be used. We've also seen the Wolverine be really effective, but it strikes me as a very hit or miss type hero. Really requires an expert hand. See if Bortle has what it takes to bring the heat on Wolverine.
Yeah, to make the switch from Loki. Yeah, and he already lost the passive. That's already on a massive cooldown now. Bortle going all the way back to the team. And I mean, Dart Monkey's just taking full pressure, forcing out the Link. 2 cooldowns committed. If they don't lose anybody here, they're in a great spot.
Yeah, and the pressure continues to be poured in from Dart Monkeys, taking that high ground, not giving any quarter to Six Guns, who, with the triple duelist lineup, just really couldn't get anything going in that first fight.
You know, it is interesting to me that Dart Monkey is opting away from the Adam Warlock. I think you touched on it a little bit earlier, obviously prioritizing a Loki instead. I mean, I don't know. It's definitely up for debate. I mean, Adam Warlock res is huge for both Mantis and the Star-Lord, but, you know, people have talked about how maybe Adam Warlock lacks the throughput that some of these other characters bring. Meanwhile, trade back and forth Wanted for Izanagi. So it will be a 5 versus 5 entering this next fight as Six Guns look to make their engage.
Yeah, I like the Adam Warlock res. I think the team play is just so valuable, especially that mass res. We've seen it just almost win team fights on its own. but we'll see if Loki can still get a lot done. I mean, Loki on defense feels pretty good. A great kidnap onto Flats, though, by Wolverine. Bortle getting it done, and now charging forward onto SK, has that full charge. SK, though, has Butterfly Dance, maybe not even needing it, starting with 2 quick knockouts. Armed and Dangerous is deployed. Potential here for ALW to bring it back, but no, shut down by Wanted, who's been such a hero for Dart Monkeys.
Yeah, he's been able to play it back, be consistent force of damage for Dart Monkeys, who have built up 70% now, Jake. And this is constantly being fought from Six Guns. They want to win right here and now, in Dart Monkeys, understanding the ultimate difference in terms of which ones were used, they just play it back.
Yeah, but they're still going to recommit right now. Rigzy pops that legendary over the top. It's being blocked by the Magneto Meteor, but Rigzy still has a bit more to work with. SK's own Butterfly Dance found something, and so many low players come out. Six Guns pops the Adam Warlock res, but it's a massive Eye of Agamotto once again by Flats, finding just what he needed, and the follow-up is there. Rigzy is there. The reses just keep coming, but they're just being slaughtered off the spawn. Dart Monkeys, what a masterful cleanup, and holding on to the objective throughout.
Yeah, I mean, Rigzy, I think that this is Rigzy's series so far. I mean, just map number 1 popped off, map number 2. When you're popping off on Stolar without that Adam Warlock team up, you have the support from Linkster. I mean, Dart Monkeys probably has one of the most talented backlines we've seen in the entire tournament. So if they're able to keep Rigzy alive, I guess who needs the Adam Warlock support? They look amazing, Jake, to go 2-0 in this series. I mean, this is a team that's going to be terrifying moving forward, considering the amount of mechanical talent they have on the roster.
Yeah, I do feel that their opponents, showed that they could bleed, but in the end, they stay alive in the lower bracket, and it's Wanted, your MVP. We talked about this backline having a big performance in this map in particular, but you're right. I mean, talk about throughput. Look at that Loki stat line, 9,000 heals, top heal in the lobby by a pretty huge margin here. Well done for him.
Comparing the stats to look Wanted with 19 eliminations compared to Posey's 0. I mean, I don't want to call out specific diffs, but that might have been a slight Mantis diff for sure, as Wanted has put up insane stats. Like you mentioned, I mean, Six Guns, good team, all around the board. They played well, but for Dart Monkeys, they just look to be on another level. And, they want to win it all, right? I mean, that would be huge for Dart Monkeys, a team that really, are just coming into Marvel Rivals as amateurs in terms of this game in particular, maybe not participating in the War of the Realms as a unit. But now coming into this, they're looking good. They're looking like they're getting better every single game. And that's a terrifying sight to see if you're some of the, teams with targets on your back, such as Nightmare.
Yeah, a lot of the top teams, top performers, going up against like basically a full stream team is pretty much what we're looking at with Dart Monkeys. It can be kind of intimidating because I don't think Dart Monkeys is probably, scrimming a ton or having invested like as much time as some of the top competitive teams in Marvel Rivals. But as you said, like as they get each map, each match they play in the tournament, they get stronger and stronger, and they probably improve at a faster rate since they just have more headroom as a team. I do still think squads like Nightmare and Mutants could be a bridge too far. I think Dart Monkeys showed a bit of weakness with how incredibly close map 1 was, but in the end, they get it across the board. They stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, they stay alive in the tournament. Let's see how they get that. They got it done versus Six Guns. Obviously, we're going to look at a highlight package and then go to a short break before we have the next series.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. If you're just joining us, Dustin, how are we doing so far in the tournament?
At the moment, we're getting deep into this tournament. Obviously, around like the top 64 teams left in the Marvel Rivals Championship. At the end of week number 1, day number 3, right? This has been so far a lot of matches played, right? These players obviously playing not only that open qualifiers last week, but then coming into this closed sort of elimination bracket. Double elimination bracket that we have going on right now. It's been kind of a long journey, but we're not over just yet, right? Obviously, Dark Monkey just finished up their match, win that 2-0. Also, we've seen some Nightmare, some of the top teams in the tournament so far also compete. And, we've seen veterans, new players, all amongst these incredibly talented players playing so many different new heroes too. I mean, obviously, Jake, we saw so far in the tournament these new heroes being played a lot. I mean, people were speculating. There was a lot of streamers, a lot of content creators talking about how Wolverine was so bad, and yet we're seeing a ton of Wolverine so far, and that's a new character in the game. Same thing with Squirrel Girl. Even I've mentioned Squirrel Girl is not that great of a hero, but we've seen Squirrel Girl at the highest level. So every sort of hero is being played right now, except maybe like Iron Fist or something. Like obviously we don't play that guy.
Well, I mean, you never know, right? Like, I still think it's early days for Marvel Rivals. There's still opportunity for teams to innovate and find new options. Some characters have definitely emerged as pretty dominant. I think Psylocke is definitely coming to mind again and again, fitting in a lot of different comps, Star-Lord as well. But we've seen like Loki rising in popularity, sometimes replacing Adam Warlock, even though that could cost you a really powerful team up. Some teams just really prioritize the Loki, feel like you can just outplay and, clutch these team fights another way. So I kind of think there's still a lot to be discovered here in the Marvel Rivals Championship.
Yeah, I would like to see that sort of train of thought sort of against each other, right? I want to see that Loki and the Luna Snow or the Mantis versus Adam Warlock and, that Mantis. Meanwhile, Jake, we're going into another match. We're going to be going into Intergalactic versus Chocket in just a little bit. So this is just right now, rather. We're already going into the pick and ban phase, protect and ban phase. This Chocket want to ban Star-Lord first. Don't want to deal with potentially Intergalactic, who might have a player who plays a ton of Star-Lord.
Yeah, they definitely do. This is an upper bracket match, though, so these teams still playing with the house money just a little bit. Chocket, I don't know if I've seen this team just yet.
I don't know if I have
what
either.
They bring to the table. Intergalactic with a quick Hela Protect. Excited to see who brings out the Hela. I mean, Hela is this star-making character right now in Marvel Rivals. We see some of these top Helas take the game over, get a ton of resources from their team, and just feel completely unstoppable. So I'm curious to see who from Intergalactic takes up the mantle.
Yeah, Intergalactic, they have a lot of very talented players. We talked about how there was sort of like small grassroots tournaments kind of going on in the scene, just like one before this tournament obviously came out. As obviously it's only been a few weeks before the Marvel Rivals Championships came out. Intergalactic was a team that performed quite well, getting top 3 in one of said grassroots tournaments versus the likes of Nightmare, versus the likes of Mutants. So they're obviously a team that is on the rise and want to stick with that Hela, understanding that they have a good Hela player. Meanwhile, Chocket removing the Mantis on their side and protecting Luna Snow.
It's going to be Doomed, snapping up the Hela. I like the Namor ban. With Luna Snow protected, you could suspect that the team up with Namor could come out. We do see Hulk and Iron Man available. Both teams queuing it up. That Gamma team up has been massive. Doctor Strange also available.
Yeah, Doctor Strange, a character that some people like to get rid of first and ban. Adam Warlock and Star-Lord both being removed is quite interesting, Jake, because, it's like you already banned the Adam Warlock. Star-Lord is one of those characters you could probably play without it. I think with Iron Man, for example, it is hard to play without Hulk because of the Gamma team up, but Star-Lord doesn't lose any less of his DPS, right? Still does the same amount of damage. It's just, you don't have that extra life to come back immediately. So, obviously,
I do think it's pretty crazy that all 3 characters in that team up got banned. Like,
yeah,
that's been one of the most dominant team ups. But to see all 3 of them banned out, and to also see the Hulk Iron Man team up fully intact and both teams know it, right? They're both running that same triple team up. I've got to say, Chocket, if they don't run a Hela, they are asking for trouble. Doomed is a serious hitter when it comes to this backline DPS. So, gonna be pretty scary, I think, for Chocket. See if they can deal with this Hela, or if they suffer her wrath, as Doomed is even just poking from the flank, being such a nuisance right now.
That's the difficulty on offense on this map. Gonna have to deal with those off angles, deal with these duelist players that have pretty much perfect positioning in terms of where they're sitting. Meanwhile, Impunity sort of poking and prodding as Chocket walk in this left side. You see a lot of teams like to take this left flank. Meanwhile, Chen left alone with that guard, so no healers necessarily need to be on him. But right now it's Senhoff on the right side flank, just kind of left uncontested. It's the Hulk out of the air. Oh my gosh.
Can't follow up though, and maybe it's a little bit too deep. Senor ends up winning the duel here on the flank, getting support from his allies. I like that he's playing that low ground, and Hulk ends up overextending there. Now Doomed finds a headshot, gets followed up, and even Iron Man with the Gamma team up, getting pressured down. It's Window charging into the front line with full resources. Doctor Strange with that Gamma team up, so threatening. Wanted to even catch the Luna Snow on her way out. She just barely slips away. But I really like this comp from Intergalactic. You know, running that Loki and Luna Snow gives them that double Luna Snow ultimate if you copy your own Luna Snow. Very consistent, very easy, and probably one of the best ults in the game, frankly, for just how insanely survivable it makes you. Maybe the maximum pulse can cut through it, something you've got to be worried about in this game. But Senor is very much going to be the first one to that ultimate. And Chocket don't really have a great way of answering something like a max pulse.
No, not at the moment. They walk to this right side angle. Can they kind of get the pick off right? It's such a weird angle. You have to sort of burst out of here, but you're going to be against that maximum pulse, like you mentioned. Chen finally involved. Here comes that maximum pulse. Everybody bounces away. Nice job with the smoke to avoid that damage. And Chocket actually with the opening pick. Intergalactic now have to play it slow.
Fidel is going to pop that dance floor, trying to get in, trying to save Doom, who's super low HP, does get cut down by Vexy. And Chocket starting to stabilize. Seems like Intergalactic are in trouble. Nuck, though, does have that ultimate online. Is he going to go for a copy? All the damage being poured in right now. Judge, Jury, Executioner just barely cuts through the dance floor, but even Punisher does go down and is traded. Impunity looking to get something done, can't quite get the connection. Eye of Agamotto does come down. Intergalactic getting finished off potentially, but Impunity found two somehow in this fight. So Hulk brawling this back, and Doomed is here. He's got that Hell Unleashed, stabilizing the team fight. And even Hulk sent packing, turned back into Bruce Banner form. Doom gets the cleanups as well. And with all that fight, it looks so good for the attacker. Still no ticks found.
No, I mean, it's, at the moment, Chocket's playing so well. You can't really take that duel if you're Lancer. That's a brutal ego challenge. The BRB going to bring them back, but now that you don't have that, that's one of the benefits of Rocket Raccoon already removed. So Intergalactic on the defense, they can build up those ultimates yet again. Chocket, though, with the Hulk ultimate. Maybe they can open it up, but Intergalactic on the defensive hold, you know, they have all of the room to work with this Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, and Impunity holding down that off angle really well. Taking a ton of attention onto himself. Chen would love to get in. Oh, just barely dodges the Hulk jump, who's really wasting a lot of time on this Iron Man. Eye of Agamotto came in the meantime on the point, enabling Doom to get not one, but two picks, looking forward into the backline. First forces Rocket Raccoon away. So close to that next block, just barely slips away. 24 HP for Doom. No margin for error, but the supports get right back to him and save him. Impunity held so much attention that whole time. Can he just slip out? It's so close. No, he is going to get finished off. Should fall quickly in the Bruce Banner form. And Chocket with a +1 player advantage. Oh, it would have been, but both Hulks died late. Chocket, if they want to try and force something quick, maybe they could.
Definitely can. You know, they can go for that TP. Looks like Jalen Man's already set up that TP, and Jake, you called it. They're already on the top left high ground with the setup.
Yeah, and the enemy Hulk won't be back quite in time. Amplifier plus team-ups being used, but Ever from Intergalactic is hiding away well. They've got the Luna Snow ultimate for Intergalactic, stabilizing things, but Nuck gets bursted down, was just a little bit outside of the ultimate. Lancer popping Judge, Jury, Executioner with Hulk in his face. Senor Hoff, though, does trade onto the enemy Iron Man. Picks are being potentially threatened right now. Judge, Jury, Executioner throwing out the damage, but Doom over the top. With that Hell Unleashed, it's carving through it. Even the Vanguards don't have the HP to sustain through, and Senor Hoff with the Gamma team up. The Immortality Rune on the point. The attackers got a little bit of progress. Rocket dancing as well as he can, but it's just not enough. And Hella, I mean, not mirroring the Hella, Dustin. We've seen it before, and it rarely goes well.
No, yeah. It was just so hard. You got to match it. You just have to match it. But you know, that was a genuine masterclass from Doom, Jake. You talked about it before the series. You predicted that this guy was going to pop off, and he really did. I mean, besides just amazing positioning, you know, obviously I don't want to talk about one player too much because the entirety of of Chocket. Oh, sorry, it was Intergalactic. It looked very good. But you know, they just he played back so well. He was just always, in a good position with the ultimate. I mean, usually we see these Hellas just go very aggressive. They're like, okay, my ultimate maybe won't find any KOs, but I can at least use it to get a second life. But for Doomed, he was always in a position at the back of the map, just spamming out Chocket, making sure they couldn't get any space, and pretty much always found 2 KOs just in the ultimate itself. Usually you don't see an ultimate used in such a way, kind of like a pseudo Iron Man in terms of how he did damage with the AoE splash.
Yeah, Doom was really getting a lot done, finding a lot of crucial headshot knockouts, making it so hard for Chocket to ever really stabilize on the checkpoint. I mean, Lancer had a couple big moments on the Punisher, right? A couple big kills, but just felt like it was too hard for him to stay alive deep into the fight, especially with so many different threats hitting it from all sides. Intergalactic queuing up a very interesting comp. They're going to be on a solo strategist right now. Okay, no, Nuck is going to go over to the Jeff. They're getting wild and crazy, still swapping heroes. Doomed and Impunity on the team up. We'll see if they're able to throw in this guy, see if he can get a kidnap catch. Doctor Strange into the side angle, taking a lot of pressure, though. You got to be careful. He goes in alone, just barely slips out. No, can't quite get out in time. Doomed also dies elsewhere, and things are falling apart. This was your Strange TP, and you just got crushed by the Punisher.
I was wondering, I was like, where is that Wolverine off screen? Got KO'd. You know, Wolverine does seem to die a lot, but can always come back because of regenerative capabilities. So for Intergalactic, you know, they want to change it up potentially to get Senior Hunt back onto the Iron Man. Keep that matchup, keep that team up. Instead, you talk about team up power. I don't think the team up between Wolverine and Hulk is as strong as the one with Hulk and Iron Man.
No, definitely not. Iron Man's Gammaverse is so powerful. And oh my, super low. Doomed from the flank. Long range off angle snipe. Shuts down Iron Man. It is a quick res from the BRB. Iron Man wants to trade it back, but Doom just takes his head off again. And now he's in free position to just fire onto the point. So little margin for error. Doomed headshot after headshot, raining them down. Someone's got to stop this hella, but it's just not happening. Chocket are falling to pieces. Doomed is cutting them up. Coming in from behind as well. On top of that Rocket Raccoon in the final seconds of the match. Another pick up by Doomed. See if he can get another. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. What is the odds Hella is banned first in the next round, Dustin?
I'm thinking because of what we've seen from teams, 0. No, I'm just kidding. 100%, dude. There's no way.
No,
There's no way they don't.
There's a good chance they just inexplicably don't ban Hella and let him play it again. It's possible, but I feel like with the performance this guy put on, you cannot let this hero through, especially if you don't intend to mirror it. That is crazy.
I mean, you could like, I don't know, man. Like, that's pretty brutal. I mean, people in the chat are like, oh my, but the Punisher did more damage. It's like, I swear, Punisher damage is like sort of fake, right? It's just like the Punisher does do a lot of damage, but you know, like you mentioned, 6 deaths, you know, didn't really do a good job staying alive, unfortunately. You pump out all that damage, but for what? When Doomed can finish off the eliminations himself, right? You're right. I mean, you got to match that Hella to a degree or ban it. I mean, one option or the other, just letting it go through is just such a detriment. I mean, you're just going to lose the series at this point if you keep that up.
Yeah, especially with a player like Doomed, who's shown such proficiency, you know, finding so many of these headshots, whether he's just like chopping through tanks or finding pickoffs. You just can't give a player like this a hero like Hella. Maybe you could take the 1v1 if you've got another player of your team on the same caliber, but I feel to let this through into the protect phase and to not take the mirror is crazy. I can't believe, honestly, Chocket have gotten this far in the tournament if they're making such an elementary mistake in the ban phase. That's pretty brutal commentary, but honestly, come on, like, we've seen enough Marvel Rivals at this point to know what Hella can do, to see what the top players produce on the character.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be honest, right, Jake? I don't think it's worth sugarcoating really anything here at this level. We're so deep into the tournament that we all know these are all very respected players, right? All of these players have made it so far in the tournament, you know, like we said, to play weeks and weeks, that all of them deserve our respect. But in the same regard, you know, that also means we get to be, I think, as critical as they would be to themselves. So, you know, that matchup went it was pretty one-sided. It was, you know, like imagine a slap contest, but without weight classes. You just have this giant 300-pound man versus like a 105-pound child. Like that was one-sided. Doom just put the slapping on them, man. I don't know.
Yeah, he was slapping him silly, getting just pick after pick on the Hella. And when those headshots start raining in, I mean, it really is a thing of beauty. To speak more about that beauty, we're going to jump into a highlight package, see what Doomed and co were able to do on that last map before getting into the next one. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. If you're just joining us, we're in the middle of the series between Intergalactic and Chocket. Intergalactic just kind of stomped through that first map, it's fair to say, Dustin. Do you think there's any hope for Chocket in round 2?
We might have to say Chocket. I'll be honest. I mean, listen, I don't know. I mean, you just mentioned how the Hella wasn't touched. Please, if they banned the Hella, then maybe you got a chance. You had some solid Iron Man performances, but you know it's really hard to play well on Iron Man, like you said, with Hella on the other side. You can't really do anything where you're getting shot in the dome that often.
Yeah, especially with a player of the caliber of Doomed. I mean, for me, if they just first ban the hell up, maybe it's a different story. But we know what Doom can do on the Star-Lord, on the Psylocke, like any other hero he touches, just a strong player. So I think banning the Hela is going to help. And in fact, I think you must, assuming you're not going to take the mirror as you did in the last map, then at least you ban that Hela out. But still, there's more depth to Intergalactic. They are a strong squad. And I think Chocket, yeah, they're pretty close to getting chalked up right now.
We'll see if they can maintain at least some form of momentum maybe into this upcoming series. They're obviously the back's against the wall at this point, right? It's a BO3. It's just happened so fast too, right? At the moment, you know, later on in the tournament, I think it'll get a little bit better in terms of having a cushion. But you know, going down one is sort of, I wouldn't say death sentence, but it's definitely a really tough hole to climb out of. So you know, we haven't seen many teams, if any, really come down from losing that first map, right? It just seems to be 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. There is that rare 1-1, but generally a lot of these teams that go up one do win it all, right? I mean, I imagine the odds have been kind of crazy, right? It seems like if you win map number 1, you probably have like a 80-90% chance to just win the whole series. So it has been kind of that one-sided so far, but things can change. Like you said, for Chocket, they seem to have some, if like they have some semblance of compositions they'd love to run, you know, but please get rid of the Hela, right? I mean, that should be step number 1, right?
Yeah, from the pick ban perspective, that's why I'm worried about them. I do agree they had some good moments, but in the end, you got basically full held, and aside from Intergalactic doing a little bit of trolling in the first fight, is basically just one fight to cap on offense for them. And you can, you know, as you said, like I think the reason the 2-0s happen at this point in the tournament is that we talked about just how big the gaps there are at this level of play. Like even now when we're at kind of the top level of the game, you know, it's like the top 100 teams or, you know, coming to the round of 64 soon of the best teams in the region. Still, there's pretty big differences across that big of a pool. I think we're going to start to see closer and closer, more contested matches as we get to the very end of the tournament. But that's coming next week. So by the way, for all the fans watching, make sure you mark your calendars next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's when we're going to be having the finals of NA, moving from the round of 64 all the way to crowning our champion next Sunday. So if you're enjoying this tournament so far, be sure to give the stream a follow and mark your calendar.
Yeah, and you know, for these teams obviously moving into another map, we have yet to see what exactly it is. You know, they're probably looking back at the board, seeing what they can figure out. Obviously, it's double elimination, so if you go down now, if this is the upper bracket, then you're going to be in a decent spot moving forward. You still can kind of come back. You still, you know, make your run, obviously, in the loser brackets. We've seen teams in the history of esports do something similar. Even Nightmare in, you know, in other tournaments so far, they've been able to come back from those lower brackets, right? You talked about how, you know, in their case, they were in a grassroots tournament and, you know, they got knocked down into the lower brackets, but then managed to come back. So, you know, in this case, in a best out of 3, you kind of have to do a similar mentality, but right here and right now, you know, I think me and you have talked about this before. There's not really a lot of macro strategy you can kind of go over in a game sense right now, but at least, like you said, you can maybe pick the right heroes this
Oh
time.
no. Okay. Chenziate is marking the Hela. That's something. But does he have what it takes to stand up against Doomed? I'm skeptical.
I think you have every right to be skeptical, Jake. I think, you know, depending on how this goes, right? I don't even think Blue's Clues can find a clue onto, you know, where Chocket's strategy and coaches. Like, I don't know. Like, you got to figure out something here right now. It's on Chen, right? This entire map could be maybe too much pressure onto the Hela player, but if you have that Loki alongside the Hela, and if you run the Thor, I mean, that's the full team up. I don't know if it's as powerful as other team up shake. We talked about how, one of the strongest team ups appears to be the Iron Man Hulk. That's removed from Chocket's side, banning that Iron Man. You know, this Hela Loki-Thor team up aren't necessarily powerful because of the team up. So that's the interesting thing, is that it's sort of like an added bonus, like a cherry on top, right? But I don't know if it's as strong as just straight up giving a hero extra damage.
And I think the problem with that team up is it all relies on like your Thor dying and then your Hela getting a final blow. And it's just kind of like, it's kind of a tough condition. You don't get to choose when it comes online. Obviously, you'd always love to get a final blow on Hela, but like whether your teammates are dead at that moment and you get the res value, it's not, you can't really like go for max value, where when you compare that with Iron Man and Doctor Strange with Hulk, who are just like, I'm gonna do more damage now. How's that sound? It's pretty good. It's pretty consistent.
Trade-off, you get funny res that you need to actually go down for, and I get a giant hyper beam. Like that's not exactly a good trade-off, is it?
Both teams TPing in. It's going to be a very hot start to the engagement as Punisher starting to work through those shields. Senor Hoff on the Namor, see if he can get something done. Doomed elected to go for the wide flank, so not able to really start the fight just yet, but slips the damage in around the portal. It's a very awkward engagement, but Doomed is hitting shots. Even Luna Snow in real trouble. Hitting the flanking Hela play, and it's absolutely working out. That's 3 for Doomed in this fight. Senor Hoff gets 2. 3 and 3 for both of the duelists for Intergalactic. A great hot start for them.
Yeah, I think that goes to show, you know, if you're on Hela, if you're on any of these duelist characters, the hitbox is generally a lot bigger than you would think. So you saw that portal sort of blocking off part of it. Doomed, you saw kind of take a leap of faith, just spam that angle and got the double headshot. So if you're new to the game, maybe just throw those shots out, because as many as you can throw down range, it might result in KOs.
Unity trying to split these players apart. Thor goes in and just got absolutely worked. Playing that high ground angle pretty nice for Hulk. He can always threaten the engagement but never forced to commit. And Intergalactic just putting down a ton of spam pressure. Putting in good work here. Doctor Strange dropping low. Shield is also low. They're thinking about pushing into the spawn. I think that could be maybe a risk not worth taking for Intergalactic. Seems like they agree. They're going to fall back a little bit. Namor Whale gets one and clears a lot of these clones. A second pickoff as well from Senor Hoff. Getting the job done. Knocked out with the Mantis ult, maybe a little bit too much in terms of the ult commitment. Maybe the Mantis ult could have been held for the next team fight. But Intergalactic are feeling themselves. They're peeking the spawn now. This is unnecessary, but you know what? Playing the hard angle corner at the spawn is kind of a weird move. Oh, and it works? He is too crazy.
He's just holding W. He doesn't care. I mean, he's just holding W, getting the heal spin Luna Snow meanwhile with the guard too. Now pops the ultimate, gets the spawn camp. I mean, why not, I guess, at this point. Chocket. We might have talked about during the break. A Hulk ult too.
Oh, boy. I mean, you know what? Honestly, if you're dominating a team this hard, you got to have a little bit of fun. You're playing in this tournament, you're playing a ton of matches, and you got to start styling on your opponents at some point. Why not now?
Yeah, it could.
Gone.
I mean, it's a statement game, right? I mean, if you just absolutely dominate your opponent this deep into the tournament, you know, that bodes well for your players, for a lot of the teammates. However, now in this case, Jake, they're getting caught out. Maybe a little bit too far forward, get caught by the Eye of Agamotto. Nobody's even touched the point, though, so I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, now they wasted the Eye of Agamotto. Good bait from Intergalactic. I mean, it was just so big brain. What can you say?
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, as much as pushing into the spawn early when you're at like 60, 70%, I think is probably not a good play. I will say in the final fight, when it comes to like nearing that 99%, you're about to finish the round, I actually like fighting in the enemy spawn. I think that's a play from top level players, because they know, okay, you're going to send someone to touch the point and we're just going to fight you. At the very worst case scenario, it's a 5v6. We're happy with that. And in this case, Chocket just didn't distribute their resources properly, didn't send anybody to touch the point, and committing those ultimates for what? If you're not going to touch the point, it doesn't matter. You could get a 6-man team wipe. You're still losing the round if you don't touch that objective and get overtime going.
And to add on to that, Jake, just to sort of add another wrinkle onto it, I mean, you also can't even Doctor Strange portal to the objective in your own spawn, right? You have to walk out to do that. So there is some strategy benefit to holding the spawn so close, besides just, you know, obviously the only real threat you have is that Doctor Strange touching the objective. And, you know, Chocket, hopefully they can use these ultimates coming into this next fight, Jake, because they really need this first fight win.
Yeah, Window going to do an early Strange TP. Get his team out onto the midpoint of the map very early. Wants to keep Chocket suppressed in the spawn. Chocket, though, have a few powerful ultimates. This Judge Jury Executioner, something you've got to worry about for Intergalactic. Doomed on the low ground point. Kind of an unconventional position for Hela. Almost went down. Just barely survived. Forced an early dance floor out from Fidel. but it's pretty much matched even by Hella. Chen Ziye with the ultimate online could be looking to get aggressive. It's kind of his opportunity now. Doom tried to cut around the corner, but maybe it was just in a little bit too deep. The rest of the team wasn't ready to fight around him. And now Lancer's able to free fire, able to start really pressuring this cap down. Jalen Mans does find the kill onto Nuck. So Chocket are going to win a proper team fight here. Maybe a little bit of overextension for Intergalactic, TPing out to the middle of the point.
Yeah, they had a really good Luna Snow ultimate and then followed it through with Vexy on the Thor. You know, you would hope after those last 2 eliminations, Chen's has found some momentum and maybe Doom's getting a little bit overconfident. Intergalactic, though, coming into this fight with ultimates, Jake, and that spam composition, it's always going to be very difficult to deal with both this Namor and Hella from across the map.
Yeah, and Hella pressuring the off angle, already starting to make some of these high ground defenders a little bit worried. Thor tries to kidnap one, but Hella Unleashed already forced by Chen. Putting down damage, but there's a Nuck Mantis ult up in his face, keeping everybody healthy and stable. Chenzie not really able to find too much just yet. Senor Hoff in trouble, but Doom dies, bursted before he could get into the Crow. And so Chocket are really battling back this round, making it more competitive. Hold on, though, the Namor Whale on top of Doctor Strange in deep. But Doctor Strange gets a huge Eye of Agamotto onto the back line. Not quite having the damage just yet. Does get it over the line, but it's Chenzie winning the duel and taking the Hella duel has really made this game so much more competitive. Who would have known?
Who would have known except maybe everybody watching. Intergalactic, or maybe thinking to change things up. Senior Hoff over to the Hawkeye. Off of, I believe, the Namor from earlier. Kind of similar vein in terms of how the heroes play, but I don't think it's necessarily hero diff at the moment, Jake. It seems for Intergalactic, Doom is taking these off angles just way too soon. If he stays with a team like he is now, you're in a good spot as Intergalactic.
Yeah, I think for Doom, just playing a classic front-to-back style might be what the doctor ordered. He's so effective on the character. I think he's pretty confident he can just win the raw DPS trade. K-Jules has to pop an early dance floor. Doom is going to respond with the Hella ult. What an air shot. Cuts Hella out of the air, and Punisher focusing down these players away from the support ultimates, and they're all dying. The dance floor really for nothing here in this team fight. Wasn't able to keep people alive. Did stall the game a little bit. So Chocket are going to be all the way towards 95, 96% capture. But Intergalactic, that's a really nice fight. Not only regaining control, but also draining some key ultimates out of Chocket. Losing that dance floor is going to make it a lot more difficult for them to walk up uncontested. Dance floor advantage for Fidel for Intergalactic.
Yeah, I cannot understand how crucial that is, but the portal... Oh my god, they pick off Doomed again! Dance floor too late for Fidel. Chocket going to the objective, trying to get the flip as well. Already changed out to Intergalactic. They might lose even more after this dance floor is over.
Yeah, Fidel is super low, gets picked off. Hell Unleashed needed to come out, though, to keep Chen alive, but he's pretty happy with this spot, able to deliver a lot of damage down to the low ground. And the dance floor as well came out from the Loki copy, but it is a round. It is a round for Chocket, right? It's something from a series that was really giving them nothing up to this point. Chen Ziye really got active this round on the Hella. That was a really creative, strange portal as well, flanking the forward hold that Intergalactic was trying to put on.
I think the great part for Chen, Jake, and for Chocket in general, they were playing within their bounds. Intergalactic, this is a problem I see with a lot of very duelist-centric players, and in general, I feel like whenever I was scrimming the game early, and I remember playing some of these games, people are like, oh, we need to take off angles as these duelists. We need to go, you know, make sure we're taking these flank angles, in which I agree that flank angles are good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking a flank angle, but you have to be in position where people can help you, and Doomed, you know, obviously was in weird spots that I think his team couldn't help, and maybe his flock wasn't close enough to the rest of the team. So you need to be kind of within range at least, right? If you're taking those off angles, instead of maybe leaving your team out to dry. Doom, that last fight was kind of unlucky. That was a well-timed portal play, but would like to see him play a little bit more reserved potentially on this next round.
Yeah, Intergalactic gonna go with the Groot and Moon Knight combo, something we've seen really have a lot of impact in some other series where these ultimates combo together. Groot and Moon Knight can be almost a guaranteed team wipe. We'll see how Chocket elects to respond. Jalen does have that Eye of Agamotto, but Window strikes first with a 4-man Eye of Agamotto into the backline, cleaned up by Senor Hoff on the Moon Knight.
Yeah, I mean, that'll get the job done. Ace for Intergalactic before the point even unlocks. Usually we don't see Groot and Moon Knight until they, you know, we go to like a convergence map. We don't see it too often on Domination, although it can be good, but didn't even need it when windowed. Able to get a massive Eye of Agamotto, like you said, Jake.
as a Groot enjoyer, though, I actually really like Groot on this map. I think Groot is able to hold this forward. The two chokes on point are so close to each other. Groot can kind of play in the middle and hold down wherever the attackers try to come. Doom is putting a lot of pressure down now in the front line, and we see this ult combo almost online. Impunity, 98%. We'd love to find a big strangling prison on these attackers as they walk up. Thinking about going for it now. Luna Snow ultimate. Everyone, though, caught in that strangling prison, and the follow-up from Moon Knight just barely enough. It does get through, finding one, but without Jalen, that's the Eye of Agamotto down. And a big pickoff as well. Senior Hoff shuts down the Loki. The combo wasn't everything you would hope for, but it got the job done, right? It picked off that crucial Vanguard, denying Jalen the opportunity to cast his Eye of Agamotto. He's been sitting on that for a few fights now and just hasn't found the opportunity. Window, meanwhile, is very, very close. And look at that. They're trying to Strange Portal, but as you said, they're being attacked into the spawn. But the failure to find kills here is going to be really costly. With the point flip coming in, you were trying to stop the Strange VP, but it went completely against you.
Well, that was a little bit greedy from Window. I mean, he just went through the portal to come back to the side. Now Chen with the elimination of Doom, who switched over to Winter Soldier. And then they had Lancer as well onto the Hela. Chocket did a great job with the momentum. They used the again and again and the ult and the Eye of Agamotto. And Chocket come back through very early on too, Jake. That's a big deal.
Yeah, getting that flip so early. I mean, I like what Intergalactic was trying to do to stop the TP, but when they failed to stop the TP, you gave up the flip so early. Now Chocket are kind of right back into this round. Impunity kind of a ways away from that ultimate charge. Doom thinking about getting in here with the Hell Unleashed. Very important he doesn't go down here. Very safe with the commitment of the ultimate. But from this long range, it'd be hard for Strange to stop him. I kind of like this far back position. He's able to pour in damage from range. And with the help of an Eye of Agamotto from Window, once again doing just what the team needs. Senor Hoff throwing in the Moon Knight ultimate for good measure. Intergalactic is a very expensive point flip if they get it done quickly, which is crucial. However, now Chocket have a real opportunity to come back into this. It's only the Strangling Prison going to be online for this next fight. Fidel, 70% to that dance floor, really needs to get that online before some of these ultimates start to come out. But Chocket has just so many ultimates. They could go for a Luna Snow copy, double Luna Snow ultimate. They have so much staying power in these fights. Feels like Doom would love to find a pickoff right now early.
He's on that left flank. Very aggressive play from Lancer, by the way. He flocked in. That ain't really the play there. I mean, they get Groot ulted in the back, but where's the follow-up after you lose one? And Jake with 86% of the board now, Intergalactic. They already are up one. They use their Luna Snow ultimate as well to maintain this fight, and it's all in their hands now.
And Moon Knight does ridiculous damage in these long, drawn-out trades. And Lancer, I think he was trying to get in to pop the ult, but just got bursted so incredibly quickly. Moon Knight with the Onks, the ult coming down just as it finishes right into the choke. You're forced to come contest into it, but it's certain death for every player of Chocket that comes in. Lancer being focused, flocking in, nothing left here for the Hela. Solo fighting on point, and Intergalactic are going to finish off the map in the series. Chocket made it close. They made it interesting, but it wasn't enough. And Intergalactic stay alive in the upper bracket. Chocket, an impressive team, one that fought well despite maybe some poor strategic choices on map one. They showed that mechanically they do have what it takes to compete with the best. We'll see if they can make a run through the lower bracket and come back for more.
Love to see them again. Meanwhile, for Intergalactic, Jake, I mean, Doom was playing incredibly well on the Hela, but we've seen that throughout the tournament, right? We've seen really good Hela play. You know, there's multiple points that I want to make, but for Doom specifically, you know, we saw some fantastic Hela play. The ultimates was the big thing. I don't think I've seen these Hela play so far back with these ultimates so consistently. I think that's a great way to utilize that ultimate. It's obviously worked out for him, and using it more like a trebuchet instead of this sort of second life that a lot of Helas use. And then, meanwhile, for Senyu Hoff, you talked about it, Jake, combining with Groot on domination, it was perfect. 21,000 damage from the Moon Knight. You mentioned how much damage the character does. It is so much. On top of the ultimate, the Hand of Khonshu, I mean, that thing absolutely destroys. Even Luna Snow ultimate, you can't really out-heal it. It does, like, what is this, 150 damage on direct hits, throwing 10 projectiles down from the sky. I mean, it's just so much damage. It's hard to outlive when you get Groot ulted and then the Hand of Khonshu on top of you.
Yeah, and it's really powerful to have this tool that goes over the top of the Luna Snow dance floor. I mean, we've talked about how these strategist ultimates are really great at stabilizing the fight, at getting you through the choke points, and having a tool that just goes over the top of that strategist ultimate makes it much more difficult to plan around. It's like, do we even want to use a strategist ultimate? Should we just take the team wipe against this ulti combo? And it's only 2 ultimates as well, so I think that's a really powerful look that we're going to see more teams start to deploy or maybe even target with bans as we get deeper into the game. But I like what you mentioned about the Hela ultimate. I think one of those key interactions we've been seeing more and more when Hela is in the server is Doctor Strange flying right up in her face and just blocking all the damage, denying any of that splash value, where the Hela Unleashed, the single target focus on a shield, not what you want to be doing with the ultimate, right? You want to be getting kills. So Doctor Strange up in your face stifles that. The solution of just ulting from much further into the backline where Doctor Strange can't actually get up in your face, he's not able to be in that position safely. I think that's a great response and really shows a lot of depth and experience from Doom.
Yeah, Doomed, one of the best Hell players that we've seen in terms of everything. We'll have to see how they progress moving through this tournament, but we have another match ahead of us. Before that, we're going to go to a highlight package and go to a break, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. If you're just joining us, we're about to catch Fable in the next match, a team that has been pretty impressive, that looked like one of the stronger contenders in the tournament so far.
Yeah, Fable has been consistent thus far, like you mentioned, and a lot of teams can learn a lot from a team like Fable who has been playing well, but now we're going out to see Wendy versus Fable, and we'll see if Wendy can really knock the wind out of Fable, who has been playing well, like you said. And we're in the lower bracket now too, Jake, for this matchup. So either of these teams, whoever's going to lose, whoever will lose, is going home. So there's a lot on the line right now. It's still only BO3, right? So if you drop that at number 1, you're halfway to getting sent home. And, it means a lot, obviously, with that first map really changes a lot. Jake, I kind of want to see what you think about map number 1. Where would you rather play? Would you play on a convergence map? Would you play on a convoy map? Or would you play on a domination map? I know that you don't really have a choice in this case. It's all dictated, by what we want to see on broadcast. But if you had a choice, which map type would you want to go to first?
Well, I kind of like convoy and convergence the most. I kind of like the attack defend mechanic over domination. But in the end, you've got to have that flexibility. Fable, though, and both these teams, as good as they've been, they are in the lower bracket at this point, right? They are playing for their tournament lives.
Tournament lives in the line. And with it, they're going to ban Hella out first, Jake. We've seen a lot of Hella players pop off. Even the best team in the game, Amazing in Nightmare, obviously we'll see if they can continue their prowess and continue their run. Even they respect the Hella ban first. So it really adds a lot of chaos and a lot of divergence away from typical compositions. Meanwhile, Wendy protecting the Luna Snow, banning the Doctor Strange on their side. So difference in strategy already, whereas the Vanguard removed first.
Yeah, and Bobo was pretty strong on the Hella. So the fact that Fable are going to ban it first says they really don't want that smoke, not interested in seeing the Hella come out on the server. Another ban onto Punisher. Not a hero we've seen banned too often, but definitely a character that's been kind of growing in the popularity, even sometimes with that Rocket Raccoon team up.
Yeah, I'm curious if they have a one trick on the side of Wendy that maybe that made Fable think about that decision. But I mean, Jake, we both even if there is a one trick on the team, right? The Punisher one trick, for example, I'm sure you're okay at this stage in the tournament with dealing with it, right? If you are a team that can play around the Punisher well, why not just take that Punisher duel?
Yeah, I do think Punisher can be strong, but doesn't seem to be a necessity, especially on this map. I don't think this is the best map for a Punisher. Bobo is going to be on the Moon Knight, so we're going to see both teams with that Groot. Wendy, well, they're on attack, so they can always change at the last second, but so far not running the Moon Knight Groot combo. An interesting choice. Yeah, they are going to run it just as I speak it into existence. Cold Flame proves me a liar. And Realbone going to play the Hawkeye, a character that's been super strong, but not necessarily seen the most success at the highest level. Going to have to match up against Zachary on that Star-Lord, who, although they're lacking the Mantis team up, they do still have the Adam Warlock, so Star-Lord's going to be able to really push the limit, get aggressive, potentially get on top of this Hawkeye at times.
And it's interesting, Fable doesn't want to run that Luna Snow, right? Usually you see that hero played for both teams. So opting away from the Luna Snow this time, favoring the Loki alongside Bernice with the Adam Warlock. See if Fable can make it work versus a team running supposedly part of the meta with that Luna Snow's backline.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Mari and Bobo to farm those ults as quickly as possible. Quick Force on the Immortality field, but it's enough to turn the tempo against Light Wisp, and Mari started to charge forward, starting to entrap some of these opponents in those walls. Got to be careful, though. Don't want to overextend this close to the attacker spawn. You don't really have any room for error as Fable, and that's the error you can afford. Real Vuln finds one just as his teammate spawns and gets back into the engagement. Looking for more is this Hawkeye, and Mari dropping lows. Got to be very cautious. Got to respect the Hawkeye. He's outputting so much damage. Still, though, Fable keeping the fight in contest. Mari getting a ton of heal from those strategist supports. Dance floor coming out from Momo. Very aggressive, very early. The lack of a defensive ultimate really biting right now for Fable. They don't have any response to the dance floor. They're just getting walked over in this team fight.
Yeah, I'm curious if that changes the dynamic of the series moving forward, Jake. It's going to matter a lot for Fable. Maybe if they have the res. Unfortunately, Adam Warlock doesn't build the ultimate as fast as Luna Snow or Loki even, right? It's just that character, like we talked about with Throughput earlier, doesn't have that huge amount of healing that Luna Snow can bring to the table. They do have that Resurrecto coming up. Fable going to have a recontest here.
And they're going to go for it. Mari looking for that combo with the Strangling Prison, but it seems like maybe not enough of a connection, and they're not able to even come through the choke point. That last second recontest just proves to be too difficult, as the cap comes in relatively easily for Wendy with a great start, all off the back of that one pick from Hawkeye. You know, things just kind of fell apart from there, and that was Fable committing their most powerful ultimate combo that's supposed to be, you know, solidly winning you these team fights, but in this case, it just doesn't really get anything done.
I think this goes back to the Strange ban, Jake. I feel like Dr. Strange does a good job mitigating the power of Hawkeye, blocking off a lot of that damage coming in from Realbone, but Groot, I think, you know, that's a tank, that's a Vanguard that doesn't really deal with Hawkeye very well. Sure, you can wall off temporary, but realistically, if you are in the line of sight of a good Hawkeye player, you might just go down on Groot.
Magneto, whoa, kind of throws the meteor wide, though. Avery not finding anything, but Zachary with the legendary is starting to clean up from this high ground, forcing everyone else back, and with that tempo lead seems to be enough for Fable to charge forward. They don't want to lose anyone, though, because in the past, right, like this is where the mistakes happen, pushing forward, chasing kills. You got to be as aggressive as possible, but knowing the limit, because Wendy is continuing to fight back, continuing to make this difficult. Zachary, I like the off angle he's taking, making it difficult for the opponents to walk up, but they are facing down that Groot and Moon Knight combo, starting with the dance floor for both squads. Light Wisp is looking for a setup. See if you can find that big strangling prison with the Moon Knight combo. They're not going for it just yet. Now here it comes with the Eye of Khonshu as well. The Hand of Khonshu cutting them apart. 4K for Bobo XSL. And Wendy, I mean, I felt like they had opportunities there to pop the Groot ult and to pop the Moon Knight and to go for it. And instead it's Fable recharging that same combo before Wendy has used it once.
Yeah, I'm curious what Wendy's thinking. I mean, maybe they did get out some ultimates, so they want to hold on to them for this next fight, and they're coming back quickly, Jake, so they do have 3 minutes at the very least. Maybe we'll see if the strategy pans out, but if they lose this one, that does not bode well moving forward.
Yeah, here it comes. Strangling Prison comes in. Zachary trying to get something done on the flank, and the trades are going against them. Moon Knight, the Hand of Khonshu just wasn't enough. It only kills Mari. Pretty happy to be the lone sacrifice when it comes to an ult combo like that. Zachary escapes with his life. Wendy still trying to fight with the few players they have left, but it feels like they are being overwhelmed now. Magneto trying to back up to the waiting arms of Groot.
Yeah, that's the tough part, like you mentioned, Jake, with them, you know, playing with their food a little bit, or at least just taking too long to set up their ultimates that allows Zachary on that left flank to have a huge legendary. Maybe confuse everybody on the attacking side as they try to set up their own Groot ultimate with the Hand of Khonshu.
Magneto getting cut off for Avery, but he's still alive. Realbone finds the one shot onto Zachary, shuts him down with the Magneto Meteor over the top. Fable backing, very careful. Don't want to get bursted by that, but it seems the Luna Snow dance floor is enough. He wasn't able to get the one shots with the Meteor. Bobo finds his counterpart on Moon Knight and has ultimate available. See if he wants to go for it or elect to save for the combo with Mari. A lot of pressure on Moon Knight and a big pick by Realbone. Hawkeye putting in that work from the backline. Now Mari in a tough spot. Does she really want to commit that Strangling Prison with no combo? It seems like Fable are electing to just dry fight this one out on cart, get the trades they can, reset and come back another day. And they do force the dance floor though from Momo. That's a pretty painful usage of the ultimate.
Yeah, pretty painful indeed. At least you, in terms of Groot ultimate coming up, you don't have to throw that out there. When you get that Groot and combination, Fable, you know, now they can build up these duelist ultimates, get some big kills, but they always are KOs. They always have to worry about this Hawkeye though as they walk in.
Yeah, and we'll see if Hawkeye can find something he kind of needs to with this combo bearing down on their head. Zachary has switched over to the Psylocke, and it has an ultimate almost online. Mari, though, instant burst, insane value. Zachary into the back line, but it looks like it's countered by this Immortality Field. Realbone, another headshot. Critical pickups here. Knockouts coming through for Realbone, and he pops the ultimate as well, and Hawkeye starting to really pour that damage into the tanks. And he is just absolutely slaughtering them. Everyone who comes before him is cut down. A masterclass on Hawkeye.
Yeah, and that was all set up by Momo. Momo got the freeze on Mari. Mari obviously looking for that Groot ultimate to be combo with Bobo. But the freeze stopped Mari right in her place and then just got melted by the Hawkeye, like you said, Jake. So Realbone combining with the Luna Snow play of Momo. And then another shot on a Bobo, too. I mean, this is a disaster for Fable right now.
Yeah, Hawkeye's getting so much done with no dive tanks on the field. He has a lot of latitude to just go for plays, to find these pickoffs, and the aim is definitely on point right now. Fable looking to finally get a regroup and get something building here. Zachary on the Psylocke would love to stop this Hawkeye's reign of terror, but they're all caught in the Strangling Prison. The Eye of Khonshu over the top. It's a little bit late, but it's still getting the job done. Still picks off 2. and the cleanups coming through thick and fast. Zachary from the back line supports, keeping each other alive, being careful to deal with that Moon Knight onk early in the fight. And Fable finally get the connection they've been hoping for, but already on to third point with a minute 15 on the clock. Wendy are pushing into this. They've got both strategist ults. They could like to copy the Luna Snow and go for a double dance floor push.
Invisible looking for that Hawkeye. This is the tough part with Hawkeyes. You need a position with the team, and unfortunately, Real Vol, while looking for the pick, cost them their lives. And Wendy, do they even want to fight this with the Hawkeye? They've got ultimates to do so, Jake, so they could still fight if they want to, but at this point, it's just staggers coming out. They commit. Oh, no.
That's a rough stagger. Luna Snow dance floor, dancing all alone. Hawkeye's here to benefit from it, but Mari doesn't mind taking a bit of that damage, getting healed up. And Fable cruising towards 6 ultimates potentially for this final fight. 30 seconds on the clock, so one good chance for Wendy to get something done here. Oh my gosh.
How does Realbone keep doing this? Oh my gosh. Bernice is well taking some pressure. Realbone walks in towards this payload, and everybody else is here. They have ultimates to sustain through the Psylocke, and Avery comes down from the top rope with a cold frame and Realbone. However, Wendy looks like they're still in this with Cinnamon's copy.
Mari getting back in, is frozen, but now the Strangling Prison can come out. Moon Knight ready to combo. The Hand of Khonshu comes down over the top. Magneto finds nothing for Woe Nasty. The Meteor is shut down, and it all came back off the back of that Avery ultimate, finding 2 pickoffs with Magneto. So huge at that moment in the team fight. And Fable, it was a little bit rocky at times. Real Voln proved to be a difficult foe on the Hawkeye, but they do get the hold on third point, set themselves up with the win condition here.
Yeah, for as many times as Bobo got picked, it felt like Bobo would just come back and find an elimination or two, or have a big Hand of Khonshu. Generally, Fable doing a great job coming back in these fights, also making the swap. Zachary off of the Star-Lord and out of the Psylocke, and the Bernice swapping off of the Adam Warlock earlier on and back onto the Luna Snow. 2 characters that, you know, you could argue at points are probably stronger than Star-Lord and Adam Warlock. You never know. I mean, it's up for debate at the moment. They both have their strengths and weaknesses, but at the moment, Fable holding strong on that third phase. Considering how things went in the streets, Jake, I mean, they're probably not in that bad of a spot moving under their attack.
Yeah, I do think Loki's matchup against Psylocke really does make him a strong choice in this spot. And Real Vol, I mean, we've seen the issue with Hawkeye is when he's getting, you know, run over and there's a bunch of divers in his face, you know, picking him off early. Heroes like Iron Man over the top of him, you know, punishing him, maybe Hulk in his face. But with this comps, right, with both teams running the Groot and Moon Knight setup, feels like Hawkeye has a lot of room to work with and is really performing fantastically for Team Wendy.
Yeah, we'll see if Real Voln can keep it up. We haven't even seen too much of like the deflections that we see. I know a lot of people complain about how the Crescent Slash, the deflection, and then also the melee too can result in maybe getting rid of some of that damage. And now Fable on their attacking side, moving forward with a very similar composition as they ran towards the very end. Obviously feeling confident, and the same thing with Wendy.
Yeah, both teams still believing themselves. I mean, getting all the way through to third point's not bad for the offense. We've seen this first point choke. Sometimes even this choke point is just too much for the attackers to get through, as the Vanguards are all trading in the front line. Bernice, got to be careful. That Hawkeye damage is real, and there it comes in. Thackeray, though, already traded it out. Found the Loki in the backline, so Momo has their work cut out for them. Has to solo support through this, and it seems like that pickoff is going to be enough to get the cart rolling. Mari maybe overextended a little bit into the Hawkeye. Wendy feeling like maybe they can get back into this, stop the cart here and now. Without Groot, this front line is a lot weaker. Zachary's doing a good job, though, staying aggressive on the Psylocke, really contributing to that front line pressure. Ends up being another trade. Constantly, it's 1 for 1 in this series. Really competitive with both teams brawling very hard here on the front line.
It's tough because without the Moon Knight, now that combination is not going to be in play for Wendy. Has to walk back from the spawn. Fable waiting for Mari to build up towards that Groot ultimate, and surely that combination is going to come through. Meanwhile, Wendy, I'm sure aware of it at this point. The freeze comes through. Also, the Meteor. If they can get rid of the Groot, that would be big. They find Mari. That combination out of the books now. What does Fable do? They commit 2 ultimates to try to come back. Zach will be on to 1. Going to trade to Loki. Everybody in Wendy's trying to play it back until Momo can get back in this fight, but here comes that Psylocke ultimate. Jake, it's his Luna Snow ultimate to counter it on the other side.
A lot of skills still coming down. Zachary, though, onto the back line. Still the dance floor, keeping players alive. Chow with his own copied dance floor, allowing Fable to continue to get aggressive. And Mari and Bobo are looking for the combo. This Hand of Conchu didn't really find any connection for Cold Flame, who is shut down. Mari and Bobo considering whether they want to hold on to it. So far, they've been holding, but there it is. The big strangling prison followed up by the Hand of Conchu, swarming over the top of everybody, and Bobo has free fire condition from the high ground, pressuring down everyone. It's a late pickoff onto Bobo. It's going to finish the point for Fable. It was a hard-fought battle. I mean, picks were really coming in from RealVol. Mari is really feeling the pressure from this comp, right? With both Hawkeye and Moon Knight, the frontline pressure is really overwhelming, even for Groot.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Mari throughout the series. And I think you talked about heat maps before. You know, when we move on to a convoy map or a convergence map, whatever it may be, seems like players love to play around the objective, play on the payload a lot more than they do in domination, maybe looking for those opening picks. So maybe another reason why this Groot combination with the Moon Knight is going so well. But Wendy, Jake, they're going away from it. They have the Winter Soldier instead of the Moon Knight now for Wendy.
Yeah, dropping the combo to me seems like a mistake. Zachary, though, gets found out from the invis. Loki pretty great at splashing down those pesky flankers. Now RealVon starting to pressure, but man, Bobo is just keeping that spam on constantly. Mari as well trying to charge the ultimate. They know the threat of this combo. Avery's going to rip the meteor, absorbing a ton of that damage. Tries to throw it to the backline, doesn't find any pickoffs just yet. Seems like Momo in trouble under so much pressure, and the dance floor just comes out too late. Already 2 picks have come in, 2 quick knockouts. You're still trying to brawl on the payload, but that's a difficult test. Hand of Conchu comes down. That ends up being enough to overwhelm even the dance floor from Luna Snow. Momo trying to escape with their life, but doesn't seem like it's going their way. But a big pull by Cold Flame. Zachary maybe steps up just an inch too far. And now player advantage for the defenders. If they can get back, there's no time to work with, and they just don't make it. Now Fable cruising toward almost an assured victory on map 1. There's so little defensive margin here for Wendy, and yet they have to hold. Only 65 meters left to push.
They use Luna's ultimate to continue their aggression with the copy from Chow. Trying to find the stagger picks through it as well, make sure they get value out of the ultimate. But they've been, like you said, Jake, kind of rolling on through, invisible on the backside. Zachary forced to use the ultimate before they go down. Chow as well is going to fall. So Wendy doing a good job coming back into it. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I mean, it's last fight territory, though. It's so much time to work with despite what happens here for Wendy.
Yeah, they're going to get the cleanup. They're going to get the job done. It cost them a Loki copy. I think what we need to see for a defense to come through here is just a masterclass from RealVol and Cold Flame. They got to constantly find picks. The scary thing, though, is that combo, again, online, Mari and Bobo, right? They've been sticking to this all map long. It feels like if you get caught in that strangling prison from Groot, your death is just a foregone conclusion. It's so hard. Almost nothing in the game can survive that Hand of Conchu full duration.
Yeah, I don't think Wendy's been playing around it well either, Jake. They seem to constantly get picked off as a unit, but here comes Avery through the choke point to give themselves a new good spot. But look, everybody's grouped up now, Jake. Here comes the Hand of Conchu. Surely everybody's gonna fall. Bubble only onto 1 though, and they come back with their ultimate. But Jake, this time they don't have that combo.
Yeah, both teams dancing together on the floor. RealVol looking to find that one-shot headshot, trying to somehow desperately, in the chaos, put down that damage with the help of the dance floor. No, they're off the point.
2-2.
Oh, Mo. Mo. No.
Pain.
Jake, they don't. I mean, why do you give up the Moon Knight combo? That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't like. Why give it up for the Winter Soldier?
I agree. You know, Winter Soldier did find some pickoffs, some hooks, but in the end, that combo just gives you inevitability. And I think backing off that is a real mistake strategically that's going to hurt Wendy. I mean, you can always go back to it, bring it out now. But RealVol has got to be feeling that. I mean, like, he was doing so well in the Hawkeye, getting so much done. Look at Bobo's stats, though. 35k damage. Monster stats from the Moon Knight, doing exactly what he sets out to do. And Mari as well, 30k damage. Significantly more damage in the group matchup, which means he's farming that ultimate much more quickly than is expected, able to keep up with the Moon Knight, right? In a lot of these teams, I see the Moon Knight always having the ult first. They have to wait a long time for Groot to finish charging. I was wondering how Mari was keeping up, and I guess this is how. 30k damage, 50% more from the opponent Groot. Really impressive performance from Mari, even under all the pressure from Hawkeye, still getting great stats.
Yeah, still getting great stats. 100% Mari playing quite well. And on the other side, right, for Wendy, there was so much pressure from Bobo, like you said, Jake. I mean, there was just really hard on the strategists, obviously putting out, I think, both like another 10,000 more damage or 10,000 more healing, rather, to even 15 or 20,000 than the other team strategists. So obviously making sure the other strategists were on their end game. It was always going to be tough versus that combination and versus a team that is as well versed as the side of Fable. And Jake, obviously, I think the one maybe negative we could push, the one, you know, a critique we could have is I think at point Zachary looked like they were a little bit out of position, right? Constantly just trying to go a little bit forward, poke and prod without the team a little bit, maybe could play a little bit slower. If Wendy could maybe exploit that, then they'll look good moving forward.
Yeah, Zachary, though, a tough thorn in their side, still able to get a lot done. Let's jump into a quick highlight package before we come back for the next map.
내가 좋아지는 면
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. If you're just joining us, we're in the middle of a series between Fable and Wendy. Fable got it over the line in map 1 off the back of some huge combo plays from Mario on the Groot, Bobo on the Moon Knight. But I'm curious to see the series develop further, as it's a strat that we don't see on every map.
Yeah, and it's a series that is pretty neck and neck. I think like you said, we haven't seen too much Moon Knight. I know there's a few Moon Knight haters probably out there, maybe doubters to some degree, but new character to the game, obviously on release. There was a ton of new champions released, another ton of new heroes released, and Moon Knight being one of those, right? Moon Knight does so much damage and really does as much probably as Iron Man or really anybody else, maybe even more, with Punisher being involved there. Some of these characters that can pump out so much damage. So in that combination with Groot, really can be nasty. We'd hope to see the other side for Team Wendy maybe sort of mirror that again, but
the first ban Moon Knight.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
They don't want
it. Put it
away.
They
don't want it no more.
Curious to see if the Hellas will come out here. Maybe a Hella Protect. Strange protected instead for Fable. Curious if Wendy wants to see the Hella coming out.
Maybe. Wendy, what do you want to do? Decisions. You see Rilvon hovering over that, the team captain. Could definitely be a strategy, but the Doctor Strange Protect sort of makes sense considering that character seems to be a first ban, at least in this series. Make sure that you have your best Vanguard players on their best heroes, but it's a Punisher Protect. Oh.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the characters we've been seeing more and more of. Punisher has at moments looked really strong, but hasn't had the dominance of other choices like Hela. And will we see the Hela ban come out from Fable, or will they allow it into the series? No, it does get banned out. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think protecting the Punisher, I don't know if Punisher was going to get banned here, right? Like, I feel if you wanted to have the Hela in the series, you could have used the Protect there. It was open to you for Wendy. See if Real Voln comes out again on the Hawkeye. Has been untouched right now. And Hawkeye, very scary character to deal with. However, I think the comp Fable is lining up right now looks really strong and also super fast, super aggressive, going to be able to dive in on those backlines. So Real Voln, as good as he was in the last map, he faces a much tougher test on Symbiotic Service.
I do like for both teams, in fact, but you know, at the end of the day, it hurts only the strategist players. I like the priority bans on strategist characters, right? You banned out the Luna Snow, you banned out the Mantis. We've seen so many Mantis players today just pop off, Jake. You know, we'll see Wanted, for example, is a name I could throw out there, right? There's so many good Mantis players that this character just needs to be removed. You have to force the flexibility, I think, onto the strategist. I think it's great because there's not as many strategists in the game. Either you focus on the strategists or the vanguards, you know, because with the duelists, you know, you miss out on Hawkeye or Hela. Guess what? You still have Star-Lord, you still have Psylocke. So there's a lot of heroes that are in the duelist side that are pretty strong, whereas the strategist, you know, you ban out a few of the good ones and makes the strategist in a weird, put the strategist in a weird spot.
Oh, off-map TP being attempted right now. See if they're able to pull the Doctor Strange. He's building his portal, but look at the portal right. Oh my God! Watch out, Doctor Strange!
But he flies.
Is he able to jump out? That's hilarious.
Yeah. It's hard to do that. I mean, I know that a lot of Doctor Strangers just like to do that portal TP. Mari, oh my God, the damage Mari takes, but Mari somehow got the pick off, so it works out. It's hard to get that lower Strange TP elimination off the map, Jake, in the modern day. A lot of Doctor Strangers are aware of that.
Yeah, and they're able to jump out of it. It was a creative look from Avery trying to shut it down. Wendy are still in this position, but yeah, Mari got healed, came back at full strength there. And even with Rocket getting reses, pumping heals in this small rune, I mean, it's a good place to fight with Cloak and Dagger and Rocket. The AoE heals are pretty massive in this team comp. However, Fable are just still harassing you from all sides. And Rilvon all alone, caught after the pickoff. Zachary was very aware of the respawn threat. Light Wisp, though, that's 2 pickups for him. And it may be enough for Fable to be falling apart. They're snowballing over with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, with Momo getting the Cloak and Dagger ultimate. And honestly, these strategists were able to just farm ults like nobody's business in that small room.
I liked how Fable started that out with the link up and the barrage, but Wendy was able to sort of collapse on everybody else. Mari with another aggressive dive on Venom, but oh no, once Mari goes down, Jake, to give up the point. 5 minutes now for Wendy on the streets phase. Who looked to snowball here as Fable forced to use the invuln from Xiao early.
Yeah, I mean, to back off. Now, Fable started to build up a few ultimates, though. Didn't have any, and it just kind of fell to the overwhelming presence from the 2 ults back-to-back from Wendy. So Fable would love to see them get aggressive here with their ultimates. Legendary is available, is online. Light Wisp, though, does have that Meteor. Zachary, though, hitting from behind onto the Punisher, who's being targeted first. Quick burst comes down onto 1. A second for Zachary. carving apart the backline. Cinnabon reses one. It's Momo coming back into the fight. Lightwisp, though, feels like he's all alone, just fully surrounded by the opponents. Fable getting it done with only the legendary. That's really well executed. They had a big ultimate bank. They could have dumped everything, but instead they win with just one, the mark of a great team.
Yeah, we don't really see the Psylocke Star-Lord combination. We haven't, usually it's the Star-Lord player that plays the Psylocke, so it's cool to see both these characters in it, and Mari setting up yet again for another dive. Wendy had built ultimates, but can they deal with Mari and the divers?
Yeah, Mari finds one instant pick off onto the Hawkeye. We talked about this. This is the challenge for Hawkeye in this matchup, and also the strategist not having ultimates online. They're just getting cut to pieces now. This time it's by the butterfly dance. But Realvoln, I mean, he went down before even the butterfly dance came out. Mari, able to set up on these high grounds, can really get a lot done in this phase. Look, they want to go even deeper. Already over to the spawn, diving in on everyone. And an instant burst onto Coldplane and Realvoln.
Yeah, at the moment, I mean, Venom, in terms of the power level of Venom, it's not because of the damage that Venom can provide. It is that CC, right? Mari's sitting above, slam down onto everybody of Wendy, and you see that dash resets come through from Zachary, and it's happening again. I mean, Realball gets one at the very least, but Bobo and crew, I mean, they're getting the job done here, Jake, for Fable's side with the res.
Yeah, Mass Res is going to bring two back. Avery and Zachary getting into the engagement, trying to keep this fight going. Realball pops the ultimate, pouring damage down middle. Not sure if it's going to be enough to actually find pickoffs. Everyone is hiding well. Zhao copies the Psylocke, going to immediately rip that butterfly dance in. Eye of Agamotto came out from Woe Nasty, but so far hasn't really been converted. Avery low, Mari low, so these Vanguards kind of struggling to hold down the front line for Fable. Really need to get those heals pumped in. Mari, no one has time to really heal her up. She just goes right back in with the adaptive shield, and Fable are just continuing to snowball in this spawn camp. Momo with the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, though, maybe doing a little bit too much here. Should be overwhelming. These AoE heals so important, but once that ends, Zachary does have an answer. Bobo pops that legendary first. Maybe all they need is the focus fire from Bobo. Doctor Strange trying to get in his face, but it's not enough. And Mari's just dancing on him over and over again off the top ropes. Coming on and slamming. And Wendy just have not been able to get out of their spawn for minutes on end.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, they punish Ult to get out, but now they have to deal with the Psylocke. Zachary able to take down Cold Flame. No Shredder's ultimates to help support that, unfortunately, with Cinema being on the Rocket Raccoon. And without Momo, without the ultimate, you can't really save your Punisher. And Fable, I mean, they're sitting free. You mentioned how easy the spawn camp has been for them so far. Bernice and crew able to just play back, be free the whole time. You have to deal not only with the frontline Vanguards of Mari and crew, but you also have to deal with the right clicks from Bernice on Adam Warlock.
Eye of Agamotto potentially on the cards here for Avery. Wants to wait for some of the shields and heals to come through. And Avery, look at, he's waiting for the symbiote to recharge. Potentially looking in on his backline. Here he comes, Eye of Agamotto into everyone. Gets a couple connections, but maybe not enough with the Immortality Field keeping people alive. Chow goes down on the Loki. Dying first on Loki, not what you want. Bernice, though, going to go for the mass res. Keep the team committed to this position. Lightwing, though, finds two with the meteor, but they're both res. Bernice still got enough done here on the Adam Warlock. Momo commits good money after bad here with this Cloak and Dagger ultimate, but it's just her and the Penny Parker. Sure, they're tanky. Sure, they're hard to kill. Maybe this Spider Time can get something done. Adam Warlock, though, caught in the minefield. Does have self-res. He wants to get back in and keep this engagement going. Fable bending, but haven't broken just yet. It looks like everyone just cleaning up these clones. Done with the annoyance this causes. But Bernice with the self-res, keeping this fight in contest. Copy onto that Psylocke already instantly popping the ult. Zachary 90% to his own. Fable fighting incredibly well, incredibly aggressive. Everyone sharing the pressure very, very well. Cinnabon, though, gonna pop that legendary first. Sees a better opportunity to charge into this. Immortality Field keeping people alive for the moment, tanking through the legendary. But maybe Fable's reign of terror at the enemy spawn has come to an end. 30 seconds on the clock. That's the best spawn cap we've seen yet in Marvel Rivals.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was nasty. Nasty work from you too, Jake. That was a long fight. That was like a minute and a half fight just from both sides. It was
no breaks in the team fight.
Definitely done. And, for Wendy, I like the combinations from Fable, though, actually. Going back to their side, right, you saw Bobo commit early, understanding the res was there from Bernice, so they're back in the fight, using the cooldowns, making sure they can get the value out of their life before they go down and come back into the res, but now counter-engage from Fable. They're putting themselves in a great spot with it, unless they die for the Penny Parker.
Bernice does find one, or does get caught, rather, by the legendary. Now it's just Bobo trying to fight this out. There's a couple low targets. Avery getting in on top of the dive from Mari. Eye of Agamotto is huge, gets a ton of stuns into the backline. Bobo reses himself, getting back into the engagement. Venom with that secondary life shield. And I mean, come on, that second phase was undeniable.
You know, for as good as Mari is on the group, I think you talked about how Mari really good at those diving characters. You can see why today, right? Mari understanding the mission, create space for Bobo, create space for the rest of the team. As I'll just dive in, you know, I won't sacrifice my life, but I'm able to get so much HP off of the ultimate, off of the cooldowns that Venom is provided. And maybe you don't do that much damage on Venom. It doesn't really matter, right? You can get the final blow, sure, but as long as you're there, creating aggression, forcing everybody to look at you, I mean, job kind of done, right? As long as your duelist players, as long as your strategy players can follow up on you, right?
Yeah, and Venom just has the ability to not only set up for those kills, but even though your damage isn't crazy, it's mostly single target. So whatever your duelists decide to focus down first, you can kind of focus all your damage right there. Penny Parker coming out once again from Whoa Nasty, and they're going to go with a little bit more of a mobile choice as far as their damage dealers go. They're going to choose to go for Star-Lord and Psylocke, rather, mirroring the high mobility characters. I think you kind of need to at this level of play. You know, even if you're not necessarily going to dive yourself, just having the mobility to escape some of these tougher fights is super important.
I mean, I like that combination. To be honest, Cloak and Dagger, I think the character is really good. But, you know, compared to the other strategists, we've talked about this. Like, there's so many good strategists in the game. There's like a few that are maybe kind of mid-tier. Maybe one of the names that starts with a J hasn't really been seen today. Potentially, not gonna be a hater.
You would
today,
never, of course, be casting aspersions on everyone's favorite Marvel Rivals character.
I mean, no, I never. I mean, I'm obviously talking about Jordan, the new Marvel Rival hero not released. You know, obviously. No, I don't. At the moment,
little brother.
Jeff's little brother Jordan. Bobo already flying in. Jake early on. They use the link to keep everybody healthy as well. But once that cooldown is removed, Fable might be in a tough position, but Wendy right now, they're the ones with their backs against the wall. Everybody's still healthy. The strategist doing a great job for Fable too.
Yeah, and Zachary's just shotgunning everyone down in the front line, not even worried about necessarily diving into the back, just getting it done with a ton of frontline pressure, the power of Psylocke to really have that flexibility of style. Zachary wants to get in for more here. No res for Adam Warlock. He goes down. It is going to be final. Even Star-Lord falls in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was not really a good hold from Wendy there, unfortunately. They try to play back with the Penny Parker, allow those mines to get work done, but a lot of these good teams deal with Penny Parker quite well, right? They understand that the Penny Parker is just trying to play back with the mines. Once you delete that deployer, I mean, it's so hard for Penny Parker to get value. That's like half the kit removed, so Fable doing a good job dismantling the composition, and right now with 5 minutes left, pretty much last fight territory, they set themselves up well.
Yeah, I'll dive in from Mari, assisted by the butterfly dance from Zachary, and it's somehow cutting through everything with the additional flanks over the top. Bernice as well has the copy if he wants to keep committing to the fight. Trades are going both ways, but the attackers should feel pretty all right with this. They don't need a clean fight. Chaos is their friend, especially Bernice with the mass res, gets 2 players back into the fight. That should just be overwhelming. Whoa Nasty pops the spider time on Penny Parker. Double Psylocke.
I mean, you gotta swap outfits right now, right? I guess you can't really, don't have a choice, right? If you get staggered here, I mean, it's just over. It's just GG. Fable will knock you out of the entire tournament, Jake. Mobo gets one on the chow, but they can't even touch it. I mean, the tournament life's on the line. It's now going to be totally ended. Fable moving on. Meanwhile, Wendy, we'll see you next tournament. Hopefully that was a nice showing from them, but they're going home.
Yeah, Fable really showing how to get it done on the dive comp, right? I think like a lot of moments we saw, you know, Mari sitting up on high ground, everyone taking all these flanking angles, and when the enemy oversteps their mark, comes past a certain line, the dive just comes in explosively, always finding opening picks. And the pressure was just overwhelming. I feel this strategy of trying to bunker in the corner for Team Wendy and just try to endure it all just doesn't work at this level of play. You give up that level of map control. You allow players like Bobo and Zach and Mari to surround you and hit you from all sides. Your death is just a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stats as well. Just Zachary actually having a pretty standout game. And the help from the rest of the team was huge. But you talked earlier, I think, as well about compositions that maybe because they so early on, because there's so many new heroes out for Marvel Rival. I mean, it's only been a month. We still have yet to see the best compositions, right? We still have yet to see what is to come from the Marvel Rivals esports scene. Sure, what might be better now by next week, or even by the end of this week, right? We're probably seeing entirely different compositions leading up to the rest of the week. So You know, everything still can be flipped upon its head, even if we at the moment think that we're for sure about things. But what we are for sure about is that Fable pretty much dominated that series. Wendy put up a good fight. You said Invuln on the Hawkeye looked good. As a duelist player popped off, but unfortunately they're going home today.
Yeah, you know, there were some good moments for them, but you got to hand it to Fable, whether they were playing the slower compositions around the Groot and the Moon Knight. Their executions were beautiful. The dives, even better, honestly, on that second map, even more flawless and consistent. So let's just take a look, rather, at the highlight package, see how they got it done on that second map.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake, and we just finished up a series of Fable versus Wendy's Fable. You know, they just kind of 2-0'd Wendy in this best out of 3 format. They progressed further. You know, they were in that lower bracket. That was a big deal because now Wendy is going home. You know, they played well. I think they had some stand-up performances, and a lot of these teams, you know, that's their goal, to make it to the live broadcast. So shout out to Wendy, you know, for making it this far. Meanwhile, Fable, pretty happy, I'm sure, to keep the tournament lives alive. Meanwhile, we're going to watch one or maybe even two of the Euphoria teams in a second here. Jake, I know you watched those teams earlier play against each other. I mean, first of all, how was that to watch two teams at the same name play each other yet again?
It's definitely interesting to cast, but the match itself was pretty interesting, pretty competitive, despite being an A team and a B team. Honestly, the match was really back and forth, with both squads showing a lot of promise. I think they both have some pretty high aspirations as far as this tournament goes. I mean, I think they got second, the A team did, in the War of the Realms tournament. Now they're coming back here in the Marvel Rivals Championship, but the competition is much fiercer. They're going up against the Topsoil. See if I don't know if I recognize any of these names on the Topsoil. See if they can put up a fight against Euphoria, who, remember, I mean, they have been a top team here in Marvel Rivals, although probably a little bit behind Nightmare, especially in that invitational tournament last week.
Yeah, they've shown that they have a little bit to work on, but have a very talented roster. Meanwhile, Euphoria got to ban out that Hela. Obviously want to avoid some of that damage from across the room. Meanwhile, Topsoil respecting Light, who has been phenomenal on the Star-Lord. Maybe forcing Light to play something like the Psylocke. Maybe forcing Light to play even the Black Panther. But the Adam Warlock Protect for Euphoria side, maybe showing they want to run that Mantis and Adam Warlock despite not having the Star-Lord.
Yeah, Delos has been fantastic on the Adam Warlock. It is a little bit of an interesting Protect, though, right? Without the Star-Lord, you can't really get maximum value out of the combo. I thought we might see something like a Hulk Protect, maybe enabling them to run that Hulk Iron Man team up with the help of Doctor Strange. See what the Topsoil like to ban. They have a lot of power here with this final ban.
A minute now. 11 seconds left. The most tense ban of the tournament. It's Hulk. It's Hulk banned. Bruce Banner.
I was worried about this. I feel this is actually a strong point for Euphoria when they run the Hulk. They look really good on that with Spark Chief, with the Iron Man. I mean, even losing the Iron Man team up, I still feel Hulk, Doctor Strange is a pretty solid look. Can combo with other divers just as well as it can with Iron Man. Something like the Psylocke.
Loki ban. Interesting. I mean, Loki, we just saw him last tournament, Jake. I mean, a lot of people sort of discovering Loki's power throughout the tournament, and it's respected for Euphoria.
Yeah, and honestly, the Loki Luna Snow combo is a pretty nice strategist setup where you have that potential for copying your Luna Snow and having 2 dance floors back to back. There's just so much value, so much survivability in that support combo. I think Loki has just grown in popularity throughout this tournament.
Actually, no, I do recognize now on Topsoil Garchomp. I see, I've seen a few Twitter posts, X posts about Garchomp. Garchomp, I think, is the type of player in ranked mode from anybody in Diamond Plus will be aware of the strategy, Jake, where I think the Garchomp will be like, hey guys, they have a Storm player on the team. They have a Storm 1 trick. Let's ban Storm. And then it turns out they didn't have a Storm 1 trick, and they just gaslit their team into banning a character that didn't matter, didn't change.
We do a little trolling. We do a little trolling.
A little trolling. Euphoria on their defense. Jake, they love running Clone on Venom. This seems to be a strategy that Euphoria love to play around.
Yeah, and alongside the Magic and the Psylocke, I mean, if Cloneman gets in, takes the attention, the duelists have the follow-up damage to spare easily. Bully Bear and Super Haley will see what they've got as far as surviving and tanking through these dives. I think Lamore is also going to have a big role to play here. Euphoria really needs to hit hard when it comes in on that dive. Look at this great scouting from Garchomp, just like trying to check all these corners. I think that's the mark of a strong team. And oh, Magic caught out early, forced out of the fight, has to use all cooldowns. And that really prevents the dive from happening. Cloneman still in the backline, but he's just going to get focus fire. There's not really going to be much follow-up. He's already out of the engagement. Nectar popping the invis.
Oh, my Light came to the right side on a Nectar. Removes that character. Psylocke needs to live. I mean, the great part about Psylocke is how much damage they can pump out, but, you know, it's very easy to be overconfident on that character considering, you know, 250 HP, the ability to build up shields as well as Topsoil. Trying to push this card forward. Euphoria now want to go for their engage. Audios goes aggressive towards the Mantis player, but no one's traded out by Nectar, who came back for the peel. So Nectar coming back. Able to find one, goes invisible to the top right, takes this angle. Euphoria, I mean, they've got no ultimates. They just need to rely on poke, and Topsoil the ones to take advantage. Volibear on his Spark Chief does a great job taking that one out. And, you know, now I think we're seeing the weakness a little bit of this Adam Warlock Mantis combination. Sure, you have the reses, but in terms of the neutral game fight, Jake, I mean, they just don't win in terms of that throughput battle.
Yeah, and throughput is exactly the issue when you're going up against this Namor, who I think is probably one of the stronger throughput characters in the game, just pumping out raw damage. You got this great escape, so if you do get jumped on, and those dives just have not been coming through for Euphoria. This is a comp that you want to hit hard, hit all together, and they're being picked apart one by one. Adios goes down, further leading to more staggers here for the defenders, and Nectar just keeping it going, right? Keeping the aggression on.
Yeah, they are doing a good job doing so. Zelos also got slept up the height, so Super Haley, nice sleep. Eris going to use that res also to come back, so that cooldown won't be involved in this next fight, Jake. That's the benefit of running this composition. Part of it's already removed for Euphoria as they try to come back in. A lot of ultimates for Euphoria at the very least. They're going to need to pop them early, though, to be able to get them off. Mantis ultimate from Eris. Want to try to get some advantage with this. However, at the moment, they just forced Volibear's Luna Snow ultimate on the other side for Topsoil. Euphoria sitting still with those ultimates. Zelos also with the res available. Topsoil looking for that on a Warlock, making sure that res is not easy. Meanwhile, Light gets slept on the right side. Haley again doing a good job getting those sleeps off. Meanwhile, the Sky the Meteor goes, also Dance with the Butterflies looking for the back line. Here comes the Mantis ultimate from Super Haley and Topsoil, but they've already lost Nectar. Adios is the one to trade it back, and that's a huge advantage if they can stay healthy. Euphoria trying to do so. No depth just yet. You would think Euphoria would want to go in with the advantage to maybe utilize an aggressive res, but they're not doing so. Super Haley with the sleep. Again onto Adios on the left flank. And the health pack. And the shots! Oh my god! Super Haley. Those 2Ks could be huge. The res, though, comes back through. Bring everybody back into this fight so that just negates all of the damage that Topsoil just did. Back to the spawn they're going to go.
Yeah, the res combo just enough to stabilize the defenders, draining some key ultimates out, but the Topsoil committed super heavily to that fight. They're only going to have Iabug Moto coming into the next engagement, and Adios Light, they finally have the opportunity to slow the game down, to take the positions they're hoping for, and now set up the ideal positions for that dive. Dr. Strange tries to come through to clear the high ground, but a lot of support available to help those high ground holds.
Go Garchomp a little bit out of position. Bubbles used. Darkchild committed from Adios. He's going aggressive. Cooldowns up pretty much onto every single player right now. I mean, that's so much cleave from Adios. Topsoil. Goodbye. You're going to need to plant your seed once again. Euphoria. Get the full team wipe.
Yeah, great team fight from Adios and the Darkchild. Such a powerful ultimate when your whole team is charging forward aggressively. It feels like without the strategist ultimates, you're kind of hopeless when it comes to dealing with that. I think Nectar is all the way into the back line, which could assist, and Garchomp gonna join him with the rest of the squad. Strange portal to flip the map. This could be awkward, though. The divers may not be in position. I really like this, taking the defender positions here for the Topsoil.
Yeah, Adam Warlock trying to live. Takes that poke from Speed from across the map, who on the Namor has been playing very well. Flowman into the ground to sustain. Also looking for some damage onto the supports, onto the strategist. Nobody down just yet. Volibear eventually going to fall before the ultimate. Oh no, that is huge. However, it's traded back. Super Haley also has the Mantis ultimate if they want to use it. Does Topsoil want to come in? If they do. So somehow, some way, Euphoria actually down in this situation. Nectar now comes back through once the ultimate's removed. The trade back with the Dance of the Butterfly. Spark Chief trades back Haley. So no more strategists for the side of Topsoil. Garchomp as well, trying to find the final elimination with the Zelos. So they need to find the eliminations because of the lack of heals. Garchomp needs to back on another. They're waiting for, it looks like, Volibear to come back, which they will. So this has been a bit of a weird sort of ring around the rosies, Jake, as Speed comes back through with that final blow on the cart. Also, that Link was utilized by Euphoria. They're not going to have that in this fight. A lot of people talk about how that's like a mini ultimate. Zelos dealing with Nectar on the backside will not be able to do so. And Topsoil, and specifically Nectar, has been playing super well. Topsoil move on to the third phase of the map. I mean, they're finding these staggered eliminations now. Euphoria. Surely Spark Chief gets KO'd here. He does. Topsoil. We'll move on.
Yeah, I think Nectar's been just such a star right now for the Topsoil, getting so many pickoffs in the midst of these fights and just being a constant thorn in the side for Euphoria. Euphoria is the one running this aggressive dive-style comp where the Topsoil, in theory, are playing slower with shields. But Nectar, despite not having the most support in the comp in terms of the dives, still getting it done, right? Still picking off backliners. Geez, Zelos has to be constantly aware of the flanks here.
2 minutes and 13 seconds left. Topsoil. They've got the Meteor. But they have to deal with this ultimate at the moment. The Dance of Butterflies comes through, able to get one, can light get another. It doesn't look like a Nectar. Meanwhile, without any ultimate, able to take the trade. Bubbles come through to save life, but it's not enough. Nectar doing a great job coming back to the team. Board again comes through from Zelos to bring back 2. But they know exactly where that res is. The Whale also connects on the front line. Actually, don't know if it connected onto necessarily anybody. However, is the pressure there from top? So it doesn't look like it. Clone Man connects on the Nectar, removes that pressure. And then Adios and crew from Euphoria, after the Dark Child ended, able to get more eliminations. A minute 30 seconds left now.
Yeah, that mass res from Adam Warlock. Zelos, perfect position, perfect timing to get so many players back into the fight and also be able to deliver them the support they need so that they can actually really contribute to the engagement as they'd hope to. Super Haley with that Mantis ultimate, but Euphoria in a nice spot. Venom over the top, looking to set up a dive. You'd love to bait it on yourself as Namor, right, with that hard escape. But Venom straight to the backline, right to the strategist, and forces an early dance floor.
Yeah, let's see if they can live through it. Spark Chief able to get Garchomp before that dance floor can even reach them. That's huge because Garchomp had the Eye of Agamotto, but maybe, right, 90%, maybe with a TP could come back through. Now here's Cloman from the top. Down back onto the cart, onto the strategist yet again, but the freeze comes back through. Can Cloman live all of this damage? Is it enough healing from the strategist? Coming back through, Mantis ultimate committed now from top soil. That's both strategist ultimate committed. Spark Chief understanding that, looking for the one shot, does do so onto Super Haley. That's a huge pick as well, as now they can just kind of feast on this strategist back line of top soil. Bully Bear is going to go down. Everybody else is going to fall as well to the cleave damage from Adios and Euphoria. Down to 30 seconds left and no strategist ultimate for this next fight.
Still, maybe a bit of an overcommitment from Euphoria to deploy their own Mantis ult just to get the cleanup, right? You still have time for the top soil to regroup and get a proper fight. They've got Eye of Agamotto. They've got the Whale. If you get caught by a stun, you could be in really big trouble. Zelos, he's had big mass reses before. I like this Strange TP to the flank. Looks like it's only going to be Dr. Strange. Maybe Garchomp going to go for an Eye of Agamotto out of the high ground. So you've got to be very worried about trying to defend this cart.
Yeah, teams for the tournament. Not all of them can deal with said Eye of Agamotto. Born again to bring back Clone Man. And the side of Euphoria, same with Aris. Eye of Agamotto is here now, connects onto Adios, but the Adios surely will be brought back because of the reses. But now here's an ultimate from Nectar, trying to connect onto the low targets. Counter ultimate on the payload, on the convoy. Nectar trades back Adios, who was in the Dark Child form. Speed, by the way, came back onto this. Oh, no! They didn't touch the cart. But also, I mean, they were missing a lot of members, right, Jake? So Top Soil gets stopped in third phase.
Still a good push for them. Still a lot to work with. But yeah, I think you're right. Even without failing to touch the cart there, I think that fight was going against them. Euphoria found a good stoppage. The top soil, though, proving themselves to be a very serious contender, right? With Euphoria being one of the stronger teams, a team that has contended with the best. I think for the top soil to stake their claim on this series, just started off with a map 1 victory. It's definitely possible for them. I mean, we've seen this first point held many, many times on Yggdrasil Path.
I think this goes to show a lot of the top teams aren't necessarily out of reach from people who are maybe just picking up Marvel Rivals for the first time. So if you're watching thinking I could do better, you know, I'd like to see it. Maybe join up next tournament if you haven't decided to. You have yet to see when the registration is open for said next tournament. We are in season 0 of this championship series, hopefully with more to come. And Jake, Topsoil, like you said, I mean, they had some fantastic plays from Nectar. I was thinking Light was one of the best Psylocks in the game, but Nectar making a great case for themselves.
Definitely. I think Psylocke has been that character that has just so much difference-making potential because there's so much creativity with the playstyle. You know, you could be pressuring front line, you could be going for the back line, so much mobility, so much damage. It's hard to say what the right play is at any moment in comparison to something like the Hela that can be just played more straightforwardly. Psylocke just really, I think, speaks to a lot of players' creativity. I think that's why Psylocke's been such a popular choice for players at the high level.
Meanwhile, with Doctor Strange being unbanned, Euphoria opting away from it, maybe going more towards the comfort pick as well with the Venom. Obviously, the dive did work out last time. And also, in terms of momentum-wise, it makes... Zelos, and also Adios, the res in front of him. Nectar, could you get the 3K, wants to go for it, dashes forward onto Zelos, doesn't have the right click just yet. So you can't get the one shot, but Nectar, I mean, what a huge opening to force that passive out early.
Yeah, Nectar dominating the flank right now. Something you've got to respond to. I wonder if we'll maybe see Light take the match, try to clear that angle, defeat the enemy Psylocke, and take that position. Because if Nectar is controlling this flank, I mean, he's going to have the opportunity to hit your backline at any time. Speed, looking for a hook catch. Doesn't find anything just yet. still bringing out just a lot of damage, frontline pressure on this Winter Soldier. Something the Euphoria divers have to be worried about. Getting caught by Winter Soldier could be a death sentence, but there's Nectar cutting down his opposite number in light. Adios looks to be near behind him. A Mantis ultimate keeps the engagement going, though.
Yeah, the Mantis ultimate countered by the Luna Snow. Dance 4 on the other side. Also, Super Haley close to those. That Mantis ultimate, which you will need if the Adios did build that Dark Troll, but Adios going down early obviously has sent them back this fight. Meanwhile, Zelos close to that res. Link early soul bond. Can they find the eliminations? They do so onto Garchomp. However, Speed trades it back. Also, Nectar's here to stop this push from really happening. Zelos doesn't have this res, so that was a huge pick from Zelos. What a massive KO and the res to bring back Clone Man. Incoming Meteor, unfortunately, barely misses, but Super Haley was there with the follow-up. Meanwhile, Zelos will bring back Araris, who just got taken down by said Meteor, and Adios on a Super Haley. So Euphoria, and specifically the Adam Warlock player of Zelos, and then Adios coming back through, was absolutely massive. The top soul want to commit anything to this fight. Dark Child committed from Adios. He's understanding the kills, or the eliminations not coming through necessarily that fast. Garchomp tried to use the Eye of Agamotto, but got taken down during it, so at least it's an Dark Child for Eye of Agamotto. Meanwhile, Speed committing the Winter Soldier ultimate's going to get taken out. That's a full team wipe. Euphoria looking clean, moving onto the street state.
Yeah, and I love the commitment. Spark Chief is like always bubbling Adios, enabling this Magic, who can do massive damage, but sometimes it's a bit of a glass cannon, to be much more aggressive than is normally possible. That team play from Euphoria, I think, ends up paying big dividends, despite a lot of picks going against them from the individual heroics of the top soil. The coordination from Euphoria wins the day on point one.
Tom Soil slowly walking in. Light goes in for the dash, and then the Dance of Butterflies. Able to get one onto Speed. Also find the follow-up eliminations with Clone Man and Euphoria. So just with that ultimate alone, they're able to snowball further.
Yeah, well done. Late pickoff onto Nectar as well. So Euphoria lose no one, keeping total control. I like the stacking the cart for a few moments here. Not too much critical position to be taken. Top soil, though, definitely have the chance to come back and make a clutch hold. The dance floor is just the tool you need to come out through this choke point. However, Zelos with the Mask Res really does give a bit of longevity to this fight for Euphoria. I think the top soil need to deal with this Adam Warlock in the backline.
Adios dashing in, goes in for the uppercut. Gonna live for now as the Punisher. Meanwhile, Araris committed the Mantis ultimate. Ludus to counter that. Strategists both sitting on ultimates. Board again committed as well. Spark Chief's gonna fall, but will be board again. Nectar needs to find this Adam Warlock to get rid of him in this fight and that board again, but Zelos gonna go down. Does have the passive. Also, Spark Chief's gonna fall. Didn't get brought back by the Born Again in this case, unfortunately for him. And top soil, looks like they're gonna go hold on. Zelos is gonna use the passive in the lost team fight. Clone Man actually comes back through. They're coming Dark Child. Never mind. They want to win right here and now, but they lose Clone Man. Adios finds one. Can Adios find it anymore? Everybody's peeling. The damage comes through. It's traded, though. Volibear is going to go down to Light. Light traded out by Speed, so Speed with the shotguns there with the peel. Positioning perfectly. Erebus, however, trades back one. It's Speed again on the right side. Nobody expected him to be there. Just in the neutral game, Speed has been playing so well.
Yeah, Speed bringing out the Punisher, clutching up. I mean, a great character to come back in fast off the respawn with the power of those grapples. You know, you really do get back to the fight much faster than most of the other duelist options, despite Punisher typically seeming like sort of a low mobility hero. I think that is a critical element to the kit. Euphoria would love to get a closeout here, but easier said than done. I mean, you've got some ultimates, but no duelist ultimate, no Magneto ultimate. The best ways to get aggressive for this comp. Clone Man dives in first, taking a lot of pressure, though.
And that's the entire point of Speed's kit, is to get rid of Clone Man as he goes in for the dive, but unfortunately Speed's the one heading back to the spawn. Adios sitting free on the backline. Nobody's even looking at him. Meanwhile, Garchomp able to trade back Araris. Maybe that's why, if they can find the strategist. Nectar is doing so. Zelos is going to fall, and same with Araris, but do they have the pass that Araris does? And is back in it. We'll see if Zelos reses. It doesn't look like it, so it's even until the Luna Snow ultimate comes out from Volibear. That should give Top Soil some momentum. But can Euphoria live this? If they do, they're sitting pretty. Spark Chief goes super low. Do they find Spark Chief? They don't. They're going to back out of there for now. And maybe they're going to push back now.
Yeah, the open sight angle, though, is a bit of an opportunity here for the top soil. They're pushing forward, making it difficult for Euphoria to walk up. A lot of frontline pressure in this open angle with a lot of these buildings already destroyed. Nectar does have that ultimate online. This could be real trouble for Euphoria. Don't have a proper counter. If they force that Adam Warlock link out, hard to imagine how you can tank through the butterfly dance. Zelos needs to be careful in this fight. Wants to get off mass res, but he's going to be the target for Nectar.
Here comes the Dark Child. They're trying to set up their own play to top soil. Set up there as Nectar's in the back with the butterfly dance, trying to deal with Dark Child of all things. But Audios has those iframes. That might have been a mistake from Nectar, and that's a full wipe. I mean, that's going into the highlight reel for Euphoria and Audios. Amazing job by them. In top soil, they lose Garchomp last two, so no touch is going to come through as we're nearing overtime.
And the resource is just pumped into Magic. She's really making the most of it. Light with a very aggressive, very early ultimate butterfly dance, wanting to snowball into more pickoffs. I feel like they may have gone a little bit too far. I mean, is it really worth ulting to get this kill with the cart still pretty much uncontested? Well, they stagger it into more kills. It could become worth it. Light found one. Invis looking for more in the backline, trying to get a quick burst. Enemy Psylocke super low. Invis trying to get out of trouble, but Clone Man's snowballing in for more.
It seems like Euphoria is trying to make Top Soil react to them, but Top Soil's had some pretty good management of the ultimates, are staying disciplined. Meanwhile, Spee on the top right actually flew a bit far, but has the Punisher ultimate ready to go. Might want to play with the rest of the team as Clone goes for that dive. Everybody's looking at him. Sleep comes through. Punisher ultimate still there, but Spee falls so low. Meanwhile, Sleep on Nectar slows down the frontline duelists of Top Soil, who have 5 ultimates in this one. Mantis ultimate by Aerith. They don't care about how many ults are out. They want to win right here and now. Luna's the ultimate, Punisher, and oh my gosh, Super Haley stacked on the Mantis ultimate. That is terrible, but at least they're finding the eliminations to go along with it, not allowing Zealous to find a good spot for the mass raise. But that was 3 ultimates used by Top Soil. Jake, with 20 seconds left, can they find these eliminations? Here comes Clone over the top right, diving onto the, looks like, shotgunning Punisher in the top right room. Isn't able to find elimination, but this is dicey now. Nectar able to find one of the Zelos, who goes out again after the red, so his mass res won't be here. Meanwhile, Light on the front line, able to catch on one with the Dance of the Butterflies. Can they find any more? Might is down members of their team. Zelos and Cloman will not be here. In the Meteor, over the top, into Audios. He's going back to the spawn. Light also will fall. Do they able to touch? Zelos does have the Ras Res, but he's taking pressure and poke from what it looks like is Nectar in the 1v1. So Cloman still here. Spark Chief as well with the Meteor. Also Bor again here. Zelos did fall while doing it, so his ultimate is gone, and he's not going to be in this fight. Missing that backline. Strategist no longer here. Error is going to drop the Mantis ultimate, though. That's huge. 5 versus 5. Top Soil missing speed for this fight, so that's a lot of damage removed. And Super Haley close to that Mantis ultimate. Can they build them before they fall? No Audios. What a shutdown. And the sleep on a Garchomp, too. But here is a huge ultimate from Volibear. Going to maintain with the Luna Snow dance floor. Euphoria trying to find the eliminations. Audios through said dance floor, able to take down Speed, who is close to the ultimate. Isn't going to be able to get any value. Nectar, what can you do at this point? Everybody's here for Euphoria. Looking for one is slept. Oh my god! And the full right click comes through. Can't go for the ultimate. Haley, though, is staggering towards the cart. Mass Red's also here from Zelos. Top Soil and the rest of the crew trying to find something. They need to find the damage, but it's on the other side. Light onto Super Haley. That's one. Everybody else is here as well. The tank's on the cart. The Vanguard's trying to stagger, but unfortunately, Euphoria's all here, and with Audio swinging his sword on the payload, nothing else can be done. Euphoria will win map number 1.
Oh my god, what an unbelievable fight. The Top Soil making that so incredibly difficult. Euphoria have to bring out all the stops, but beautiful patience in that long final fight, able to outlast the ultimates one after the other. Audio so consistent, so clean with the Dark Child, no surprise, gets the MVP on Magic.
Dude, Audios. This guy is one of the best Magics in the game. I mean, we talk about Amazing and some of these other members, and by the way, I mean, that was just so back and forth for both teams. Audios, he came to my chat the other day, Jake, and he just said, hey, look at this highlight reel, and it was nothing but Magic. This guy only cares about Magic. I swear he's like super good at, so many heroes, hit scans and stuff, but he's a big Magic fan, and you can see why. 44 eliminations, 11 KOs on his side. The team gets the job done, and Jake, that was so close.
Yeah, really too close for comfort. Super Haley and Volibear, though, I really like the strategist play from them. I mean, Super Haley putting out pretty massive damage for a strategist, 15,000. That was down to the very last seconds, down to the wire. Doesn't really get much closer than that. Audios, though, yeah, I agree, definitely looks amazing on the Magic, especially when enabled by not only the Mantis, but getting sometimes the shields from Magneto, the distractions from Clone Man, assisted as well by Light on the Psylocke. So fantastically done by them, but that was a very close map one. Definitely for Euphoria, I think they are going to be definitely need to reel a little bit, need to chill out before going into the rest of this series.
Yeah, that match between Euphoria A team and B team earlier was close, but this one might even, be the closest match that we've had all tournament, I feel like. And it's awesome to see two teams that are highly competitive at the top of their game compete. Let's take a look back at that match, back at Aegiso Path, because, the highlights are going to be on both teams' sides. We'll be back after this highlight package in a short break. Welcome back over to the Marvel Rivals Championship. We are in the middle of a series between Euphoria and Topsoil. Jake, this series, map number 1, Intergalactic Path, was a barn burner. I mean, if you have anybody watching or interested in watching Marvel Rivals Esports, have them tune in now and try to change their mind because, Jake, this is a banger. I mean, that went down to the wire. Not necessarily, well, it was overtime actually in the very last portion, but Topsoil close to getting the job done. However, they didn't cross that finish line. At the moment, Euphoria are up 1 in the series.
Yeah, and it's a very competitive one, despite the two teams playing very different compositions, very different styles. I think the Topsoil have focused more on these like solid damage-dealing backliners, where their opponents have focused on, coordinating, grouping up. Euphoria, they love to dive in as a unit and just like cut you to pieces with these high mobility damage dealers.
Yeah, it's been clean at the moment. We'll see if any targeted bans come through in the ban protect lineup, because we're going to that right now. Topsoil getting rid of the Star-Lord again. Obviously, are respecting Light, it looks like. And for Euphoria, getting rid of the Hela so they don't have to deal with anybody on Topsoil popping off on that hero.
Love this choice to protect Hulk for Spark Chief. I think this does open things up for Euphoria, whether they go for a Strange or an Iron Man. I mean, even if the Topsoil bans Strange or Iron Man, there's always the opportunity to play the other, and I think the team up can still be very strong.
We'll see what Topsoil opt into doing. Luna Snow protected. We'll see if any strategists are banned at the end of this portion. Iron Man for Topsoil, like you said, Jake, that seems to be the strategy. Once you see that Hulk on the other side and you don't really feel confident playing against that Iron Man.
I wonder if we'll see another Loki ban, perhaps, with Luna Snow protected, denying like the double Luna Snow ultimate combo. One dance floor is just enough for me, thank you.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're in the minds of Euphoria right now, Jake.
I got the reads, Dustin. I got the reads. I'm starting to understand the meta game. Starting to get a feel.
Coach of Euphoria next season, potentially. Probably not. Probably not. We'll see. Probably Caster Jake will remain, I imagine. Euphoria. And we do hear that a lot. I will say that's a good read, because a lot of the pro players do say that Loki's a very annoying hero to deal with. You said that you can get 2 Luna Snow dance floors. I mean, you have those ultimates in the bank, and it's brutal to deal with.
Speed back to his trusty Punisher. This is a very different map, though. We're going to Convergence rather than a Convoy. But also, I feel this map is pretty unique, with a lot of these different spots on the map requiring a radically different approach. Light is going to be on Black Panther, so it's the Black Panther Magic team up. Once again, very aggressive, but the choice to drop Psylocke is an interesting one. I feel the deeper the tournament has gone, the more consistent Psylocke has looked for the top teams, right? Like, they're just always executing together off the back of her initiations. Seems kind of risky to drop the Psylocke, but the Black Panther is a really exciting hero to watch, so I'm hoping Light puts on a show for us.
If anybody can do it, it's definitely him. He's one of the best Black Panthers in North America. Has shown it time and time again. And maybe, obviously on the other side for Topsoil, they're, wait, Jake, they're running a triple Vanguard composition at the current moment.
Oh, interesting. No, Nectar is going to swap back off the Hulk. Maybe faking it a little bit. Oh, I love this. The counter TP to punish the Doctor Strange, trying to kill him out.
Garchomp! What is Garchomp doing? You got to react, right, at least.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to build the portal. I love this is like the new counter TP meta people have been doing. Rather than actually trying to like bait TP the enemy off the map, you put a TPN over the enemy Doctor Strange's head and just gun him down while he's standing still. And, he's so focused on his portal, he might not even realize what's going on.
I wonder what the comms look like for Topsoil. They're like, Garchomp, please. Garchomp, they're shooting you.
Cancel TP. Cancel TP.
He's like, I don't know what any of that means, guys. I'm in the middle of doing a huge TP. Light, though, with the resets, goes through. Everybody's gone immediately. That's the value of Black Panther, like you said, Jake. Light and crew get it done again. Minute left on the clock, or minute left off the clock for Topsoil. Back to the spawn they go.
Yeah, these coordinated teamfight attacks from Adios and Light on Black Panther and Magic just feels kind of unstoppable. For the Topsoil, they've got something to really worry about. I think Spee is going to go over to the Winter Soldier, offering a bit of lockdown to potentially disrupt any of these diving duelists as they come in. I kind of like this choice. Namor as well, offering the turrets and a pretty good defensive option, but these attacks are really scary to look at. I actually love this. They're clearing the objective a little bit off of some of these pillars, but already Euphoria comes in. Top Soil look like they're a little bit ready for this, but maybe enough. Trades go back and forth.
Yeah, a lot of CC on the board right now. Light somehow lived through all that. It's Adios that went down, even though the target of the CC was Light. But here comes the again and again from Speed. There's one. Can they find a second one? Mantis Ultimate, though, going to stave off this push for now. Meanwhile, Bast from Light makes everybody low. Reset available, but doesn't have the cooldown, so he's going to get slept. Doesn't get taken out, though. Light does a good job falling back, and also the strategist keep him alive.
Yeah, and that allows the Top Soil to take position on point. Euphoria trying to regroup, trying to get, one last solid dive off. But Areris oversteps his mark, coming out a little bit too early before the Vanguards are ready to protect him, having to self-res. But Garchomp has already struck for more, forcing the second self-res out. Light into the backline, got slept, got focused down. The rewind coming out from the team up. But all of that just to force some support ultimates.
How is Light still alive? Made it back to the rest of the team, jumped up to the high ground, and now Top Soil in position on the point, though, like you said, with the dance floor. Ayabakomoto does connect on to one, make it two, actually. Also, the Whale comes in to peel for Light, but the job already might be done. Also, the res from Zelos is there. So they'll have enough members to kind of come through and touch the point. Sure, Nectar is doing as much damage on Namor as you possibly can, but Euphoria's dive right now is looking clean. Jake Zello also finds the stagger KO onto Month. And they're back to the spawn once again with a minute left and 83% of the board.
Yeah, and these dives, I mean, if at first they don't succeed, they just try and try again. Euphoria is so great at getting out, even if the initial dive doesn't work. TP play from Garchomp, though. He's at 97% for Eye of Agamotto. Euphoria, they have the Dark Trial, but are they ready for the Eye of Agamotto? Could be a potentially scary situation.
It was max range on that hook from Speed. Didn't hit it. Meanwhile, Dark Chop from Adios goes to the right. Can you live? I mean, this is absolute PTSD for both of these strategists. Both going to fall. Don't also have that res. Adios. I mean, he's like ignoring his team. They all, like, a few players went down in Euphoria, but Adios wiped the board with Top Soil with 16 seconds left.
Feels like Dark Child is just like a surefire team fight win for Euphoria. They're so good at executing on this. Now Bast available for Light coming into the final team fight. Nectar has to go Spider-Man pretty much just for the desperation touch. Gets overtime, can get out. So they got a few seconds to work with here. That's really nice by Nectar. But he's got to get something done on this Spider-Man. Love to get in and catch a dive target.
Oh no! Yeah, he got the grapple onto the Mantis, but got stuck on the wall, and with that, tries to run away. They lose speed in this fight. Garchomp is here. They use the ultimate from Volibear, but we haven't seen value out of it just yet out of Top, so it's been a tough map for them. Overtime takes down. They got to send the point. Nice sleep on the Nectar. Everybody comes back through. They're eventually able to find Nectar as well. Keep everybody helping towards the point. Meanwhile, Bast is just running through everybody here towards the back left side. Light able to avoid even more damage from the top. However, Month and Garchomp combined for 2 on the point, though they're all low. And yeah, with that, nobody else here to touch. Top Soil gets stopped. Only 90% on this first objective. The mission area not controlled on the Convergence map.
And the dives are just so effective for the defense. Euphoria looking really sharp on this Magic and Black Panther, running the team up to great effect, getting in aggressively with the dives, and just being so resilient deep into the team fights, right? Like, sometimes the first dive is successful and they're just explosive, crushing through the team fight. But even when it's not, they're managing to stay alive. The Vanguards, the strategists, holding the backline down while Light and Adios reset. And when it comes to the ultimates, man, Light and Adios have really been just eating. Like, Dark Child feels like a guaranteed team fight win for Euphoria.
It really is. And, if you're Top Soil, tough spot to be put in now, right, Jake? I mean, you're obviously on the previous map on Aegis Panther, they looked very good, right? They had everything sort of figured out, and for Top Soil and the rest of the crew, for some reason, this Punisher really not working out as well. Maybe it's because of the map geometry. I mean, they tried to poke out these walls, but it feels like on this map, on Hall of the Jala, it seems like the walls are so much thicker on this map compared to some of the previously released maps. So even if you do know where the destructibles are and you try to break them, there's so many layers you have to break through to, ruin the cover of the Black Panther.
2, 1.
And Light queuing it up on the Wolverine right now with the Hulk team up. Are they actually going to go for this? Garchomp trying to find a way to portal them off the map, I think, here. See if he ends up going for that.
He might. Spark Chief, they want to do the funny. They've got the Hulk. They've got the Wolverine. Where are they going to go?
They could kidnap one of these defenders.
Here he goes. Whee! into the front line, actually. Kidnaps on Moth, but he doesn't fall off the high ground. Bubble shields them, keeps them healthy for now. Is his FPS high? He'll be able to get as much damage as possible. He's going to go down to guard chop. So it is traded. Maybe. Nope. Adios will fall to speed with the shotgun finally finding some value. Euphoria all low now. I mean, that was the brunt of their dive. Removed guard chop. Or sorry, Clone Man. Kind of just running at this point. Just wants to get taken out, I imagine. And regroup with the team.
We've seen so many teams attempt that Wolverine play. I don't know if I've ever seen it work, but hey, maybe someday it will. Light is going to go back to the Psylocke, something a little bit more conventional for this offense. Let you invis to get deep into the back line. Nectar prioritizing clearing some of the destructible territory there up main, making it a little bit easier to pressure the attackers on their walk up. Now Clone Man looking to send a TP all the way through to the back line. Take a better approach.
And also, interestingly for Euphoria, they're going to be missing that Magneto, so they're going to be using the Hulk shield kind of in a pseudo-similar situation. Light on the left side flank, trying to get around these shields. Hulk's off topsoil for now, who have regrouped on the point, so the high ground is in control for Euphoria, doing a good job sort of zoning. They're looking for these pickoffs, though. Look, they've managed to find Nectar. The Nectar on the left side. Oh, can you get the heals? They do. Comes back through with their own dance to the butterflies. Also, the sleep on Adios was perfect. Results in the elimination of the Magic player. So Nectar, great work from them. Also in Baby Bruce form is Spark Chief. Gonna get staggered out. No TP as well to bring these characters back. However, they are mobile, so Euphoria, they could opt to just stay and hide behind the backline of topsoil.
Yeah, and Euphoria trying to keep that position alive. Spark Chief was able to get back in online on the Hulk. Light going to be coming back as well, so it could end up being a decent engagement, but they are split. I mean, Magic doesn't want to be in this position. Caught all alone. Focus fired down. The topsoil are keeping Euphoria split. They're not able to really get back in and have a proper team fight. Light can't quite find the eliminations, but Month definitely can. Look at that on the Magneto, finding yet more. Herrera's going to pop the self-res, but really no good openings right now for Euphoria. They're being cut to pieces.
And that's not good. I mean, obviously, once you have the other team of topsoil, when you have Nectar popping off like that, getting the support that's needed, I mean, there's only a minute and 17 seconds left. There's not even a tick on the board, Jake.
Yeah, this has to be a decisive fight, but this is the one to do it for Euphoria. They've got a pretty decent ultimate advantage. Not enough to be too confident and too comfortable, though. They lack, crucially, a true defensive support ultimate. You've got that mass res from Adam Warlock, but we've seen sometimes when the tempo's against you, it can be hard to actually get healed up after the mass res.
Zelos trying to poke out Nectar from the high ground. Who's doing a good job poking, prodding. Light with a dash in. Forces Mantis ultimate. Nice job from topsoil to counter that ultimate. Also used the recall. Does have that alongside with a disc. However, Speed able to find Light. Nectar traded out on the backside. So both of the Psylocks removed. However, the board again is here from Zelos. Is Light in range though? Light might not be in range, so Light's not even going to be resurrected. That's kind of big. Light Darkchild. I have Okamoto Peel, and the Punisher deletes everybody. 23 seconds left now, and Jake, somehow Topsoil has flipped this map on its head. Right now, they're looking like they're in a dominant position.
Yeah, I think they're set up very well to close out the map. Euphoria are going to be forced into a desperation last-second contest. Might need to see a Spider-Man come out here, but Nectar, he's got the butterfly dance, and that could be all they need for the cleanup. Light gets scouted, touches point, but dies for the trouble. Overtime is proc, but you got to actually win the team fight, and that's where Nectar's going to come in. Dance of the Butterflies available very soon, and now there's nothing left to defend this backline for Euphoria. Chopped to pieces by Nectar, and that's a closeout. Topsoil, despite getting full health, they full hold back even stronger. No progress whatsoever on point for Euphoria. It's an Ultra Hulk for Spark Chief, but it's one against the world. Cannot stay on the point.
That's brutal. That's brutal. Jake, I have a receding hairline, and if I was on that team, it would be even worse today after that. I mean, that was they wasted about 4 minutes on the clock, man.
Yeah.
They try to get Q with it. You talked about they try to do the Wolverine combination with the Hulk. That goes out the window. Then they get, they try to just wait in the backline for too long. I mean, do you think that's just overthinking the position that they were in to close out on this first point? And Convergence is always tough, but man, they kind of didn't do well towards the end there.
Yeah, I think they really struggled, could never really get into a fight, but you got to give props to Topsoil, right? For just keeping that overwhelming pressure on the attackers, not ever letting them get set up. Nectar, I think, really want to give a lot of credit to the Psylocke, just kept Euphoria on the back foot constantly. always finding pickoffs, always cutting them apart, attacking them on the flanks, and just making sure that this dive from Adios and Light that we've seen be so effective, it could never really come in on the offense. They never even got set up. And that's kind of the condition that it takes to beat this Magic hero who, you know, if she does dive, if she's getting all the resources, it could be just too much to deal with. However, when she can't quite get set up, when she gets focused down first, when she's caught alone, she doesn't look very effective.
You know, hopefully for their team, you know, I imagine we just went on a convoy, now a convergence. You know, we'll see how things plan out. But if we go to a domination, Jake, I mean, that obviously could be a better map for them, considering, you know, they don't have to overthink their positions, I imagine, just kind of run towards the objective, you know, get the job done, just try to have a, you know, mechanically high skill game, really put the other team on their back foot. But that was an insane first point. I don't think we've seen two teams go head-to-head on convergence like that, as they both just kind of evened out on both sides. We're going to take a look back at the highlights, though, and then go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you for map number 3. Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championships. Currently, we're watching Euphoria versus Topsoil. Jake, it seems to me that Topsoil have planted the right seeds to tie up the series 1-1. We're headed to map number 3. It feels like we've had, a few of these now today, and it's getting closer and closer as we enter later and later in the tournament. I mean, this is how it goes usually, and you mentioned how, people have to tune in this week, end of today, and then also leading into next week too. I mean, we have so many exciting matches, especially towards the latter half of these tournaments. Topsoil got the job done on the previous map, but who knows? It's kind of up in the air right now, right? It seems like momentum could have shifted based on how things went for Euphoria.
Yeah, I mean, Euphoria, it felt like they were going to win that map. They got the full hill, but then Topsoil just struck back with a really effective and aggressive defense, stealing momentum back in the series. I mean, that's the type of map win that really gets your confidence up. You feel like, hey, even though that map was really close and difficult, like we got held on defense, we did an even better job on our defense, and that's got to potentially bite for Euphoria. Maybe they'll feel like, oh, we threw that one away. But I feel Topsoil, I mean, map 1 was super close too, so it's not like they just got lucky and Euphoria just threw it away. Topsoil is definitely a team that came to compete with the best.
Yeah, you can't really pull out trick plays versus them. It seems like they're prepared. We'll see if the bans and protects go this in a similar direction. I know in the previous map they kind of did. Star-Lord seems to be a priority for Topsoil. This time, well, they still have the chance to ban. It seems like Hella's banned on the side for Euphoria first.
Once again, the Star-Lord ban. I do like the bans that these teams have been using against Euphoria, right? Banning Star-Lord, Protect, sure, it's Luna Snow, and then you can always ban the Iron Man or the Hulk. So whatever Euphoria protect, they're not going to be able to get that gamma boosted Iron Man into the server. Almost, yeah, guaranteed, right? As long as you use that next ban on one of the two characters, you do shut down that team up. And I think that is like one of the crucial tools for a team like Euphoria.
Topsoil want to keep Volibear on Luna Snow. Volibear doing a good job keeping the team alive on Luna Snow, and obviously a strong hero overall, so I'm sure Euphoria is not too mad with that either. Meanwhile, Hulk Protect, maybe to force out an Iron Man ban potentially. Doctor Strange committed for Euphoria. Don't want to deal with Topsoil running that character.
And the Hulk Protect, I think in theory makes sense, but then when it's kind of seems a little bit countered out when you just ban Iron Man. Like, do you really want to ban the Hulk or would rather, do you really want to play Hulk when there's these two really powerful team ups coming in, or rather not coming in? You're not getting the Gamma team up from any of those combos with Hulk. I mean, Hulk's strong, but I really feel like that's the reason to pick Hulk over other options is the team ups.
It almost feels like, I mean, not to say that the protects don't matter, but it's kind of like we talked about the strategy where you want to throw out a ban or a protect, maybe force them to use a really bad protect. It's almost like the team that bans first is almost in a better position, right? Because you throw the protect out there, and then the other team is forced to react, right? So it's kind of interesting. Both teams having a little bit of counterplay. Maybe they didn't water on the Hulk, or maybe they did. Euphoria, doesn't matter. Jake, they're going to keep running that Venom alongside the Magneto, whereas Topsoil mixing it up a little bit potentially with Guard Chomp. Obviously, still have 15 seconds left, but they could mix it up.
I do kind of like, though, the Groot, especially against these duelists, high mobility duelists, where the Strangling Prison could be a really powerful way to deal with these duelists, right? If you could just, like, Darkchild might come in and then you can just CC her and focus her down. Maybe she's not such a massive, unstoppable threat. So Garchomp, I think, is going to have his work cut out for him on Groot. Wants to farm up those ultimates as quickly as possible. Euphoria definitely going to need to be very aggressive. This is a comp they need to get kills and get them fast. I think Spee is going to absolutely outvalue if he's able to get a long fight and just like keep putting out that damage. The Punisher, especially buffed up by Luna Snow, is a really serious threat.
Yeah, Topsoil have done a good job playing around Spee on the Punisher, and obviously meant to counter the Venom, who comes in, loses a big chunk of the HP, needs to back out. Oh, gets stuck on the side, but gets back to the health pack barely. However, Topsoil, Jake in position to cap the point first now. Euphoria need to heal up, stay healthy. Clone Man super low. Just has health packs to play around. Not close enough to a healer just yet. The throughput we talked about earlier, not really there for Euphoria with the Adam Warlock and the Mantis, and now Topsoil. Sitting pretty. Clone Man dives in, has the cooldowns back, but there's Audios here on the front line. Has to come back to the Magneto towards the point. Can they find the elimination? The KO about to come through, but the heals are there. It's Speed with a 2-tap alongside the Cosmic Yarn. Able to get the eliminations in Euphoria. I mean, they're all the way back to the spawn at this point. Topsoil kept the team alive.
Yeah, Spee, I think, really understanding his role on the Punisher, playing in that back line, knows the dive is going to come in and target him, and then he's just going to battle it out and try and continue pressuring out through Clone Man's health bar. Like, you got a lot of tankiness on Venom, but you have also such a huge hitbox. The Punisher shotgun is the perfect tool to respond. Light going to continue to commit to this dive, though, playing Black Panther. So it's full-on aggression for Euphoria. They're not backing down at all. They're not going to go to a poke style. But I feel this is looking dangerous. I think Topsoil are really starting to understand this matchup and their roads to victory.
Yeah, I love how they're playing the Psylocke at the current moment. There was no Cosmic Yarn, no Rocket Raccoon, by the way. Just saw red, assumed it was a Cosmic Yarn. It was just Euphoria with the damage boost onto Speed from the Mantis. And now Topsoil, they have 6 ultimates here, playing it back. Venom goes in, Moth. Meanwhile, Light, what do you do about that? I mean, you just countered with an entire ultimate. Meanwhile, Nectar committing the ultimate to the low ground. Zelos with a res. Brings back Light. That's big. Sparky Ball comes back with a Meteor into Speed. Doesn't get the final blow with the Meteor, but Speed will still fall to a shot from Sparkcheap, who is getting some great kills in the back line. 90% of the board now from Topsoil. Bully Player's ultimate will run dry. Super Haley Kennedy, the Mantis ultimate, but it's not going to save Garchomp, who is low. The Mantis ultimate, not enough to keep them alive. Also, the peel coming through because you have Nectar on the right side. It's so hard to deal with this character at the current moment. Zelos going to fall. Same thing with Light and Eris. Zelos will raise, come back into the fight, but Euphoria are all so low. Can they keep themselves healthy? Audios with a Dark Troll. He's been a hero before. Can he do it again in the 1v1 with a strategist? It looks like no. Luna Snow, such a strong hero at even dealing with this magic on the back left. Down to 45 HP, going to get taken down by Speed. And that was an absolute masterclass of counter dive versus Euphoria, right? They have people here kind of staggering towards the point. Topsoil, I mean, if they make a massive mistake, it could be over. But with the shotgun and the Punisher and the rest of the crew here on the objective, Euphoria get 100-0 once again.
Wow, Topsoil 100-0, really snowballing the momentum from that last map. That has got to bite for Euphoria, who've been so successful with this dive comp against so many teams, and now they face Topsoil, who are resurgent, who seem to have figured this thing out, started to get the download on how to play this matchup. Those strategists very aware, peeling each other, peeling the Punisher as well, who just pumps them full of lead with that shotgun at close range. And Euphoria, I mean, they just weren't able to connect the dives. The frontline trades going strongly against them, considering, well, I mean, Clone Man's basically not participating in the frontline fights, right? Like, always being part of the dive, always trying to get to the back line. If you don't actually get kills on those dives, Garchomp and Month are going to kind of push through you in the front line.
Ops doing a good job. We'll see if they can maintain it. Ultimates still in favor of Topsoil. No strategist ult here, Jake, for Euphoria. If Nectar decides to pop the dance with the butterflies, who, by the way, has been playing amazing. I think that there's been a lot of really good Psylocke players, but Nectar, to me, seems like the best simply because of the fact that I don't think we ever see them out of position.
Yeah, both teams very aware of the breakable walls and, like, all the different approaches to this map. I agree, Nectar has been lights out, been a key performer, taking this off angle, being very annoying here. Yeah, just has the power to back out at any moment.
Regroup through the team won't be here for now at the very least, but here comes Audios going deep with the bubble from the Magneto. Cloman's off the map.
Whoops.
Mistakes. Topsoil trying to take advantage of it. Now have to deal with Audios in their face. Also throw out Nectar's ultimate. Dance with the butterflies, but the Mantis ultimate was built because that took so long for Nectar to go for it. Maybe they didn't expect somebody to fall off the map because Clone Man, guess what? Even though he went down, is going to be back in this fight in just a moment. After the Mantis ultimate has sustained, so the Magneto ultimate goes in. No elimination found. Speed and crew coming back for Light, who is now on the Psylocke. Doesn't fall until just now. Nectar eventually going to track them down, but Spark Chief with a huge meteor.
And a big bring them back ult, though.
Oh my god, that was so much damage. That was disgusting, but Zelos brought back. Nectar, what can you do? Eventually the Soul Lock going to go away. Spree as well with the ultimate on the backside. We get one. I mean, they're just making it so dicey, so confusing for Euphoria. They've just been split. Their focus all over the place. Topsoil not going to control the point.
Garchomp in the strangling prison, man. That was huge. Caught 4. Turned that fight around. Looked like a sure thing for Euphoria. Euphoria did get the flip early in the fight, right? So they have a lot of capture progress to work with. And a lot of ultimates coming back into this next engagement. But let's see if they found the formula. I mean, look at the top soil hanging back so far. Strategist ready to peel this Punisher. They know he's going to be the target, but he's such a difficult target and such a risky one to go on when he's got that shotgun. He's so effective at striking back.
Euphoria's dive needs to be on point. Clone Man already going for it and removed by the shotgun. It seems like nobody was there to help out. Maybe Zelos going for the res. Could be big, but Nectar's there. He snuffed it out. Zelos' res is going to be removed. That ultimate now out of the game. Topsoil popped both of the Strategist ultimates, however, in that fight. Euphoria back out quickly.
Yeah, and Nectar continuing on for more. Takes down one strategist, comes down now to clean up the second, and the point control just ticking up higher and higher. The topsoil, they did have to commit a double strategist ult to secure that fight. So not going to be too upset for Euphoria with Darkchild and Mantis ult. They've got the tools they need to secure it, but once again, I mean, this big open sightline, where's the approach for Euphoria? How are they going to get into this? Clone Man's getting marked before the dive comes out. It's not kind of the fight he wants.
Darkchild committed early, immediately light dives into the back line. Nectar trades it out. Audio's on a speed, able to find one. No Stratus ultimates here to protect themselves against the Darkchild. They're able to do so much, but Nectar on the front line able to trade back too. So it's dive for dive, backline for backline. However, eventually, seems like Euphoria got the job done first. Come back through Magneto ultimate late. Maybe ill-advised at this point, unless these two could absolutely clutch up. Maybe with the Groot ultimate to strangle, like you said, Jake, they could have done something, but not today.
Yeah, they are going to get sent back, and Euphoria, that early 40% capture they were able to get at the start of the round, paying dividends now as they have a much shorter road to go, bringing this map back and forcing a decisive round 3 here on Domination. Audios, what a burst on the Nectar. He came into the wrong corridor.
Light got like some poke, but Audios just sniped him from across the map. I mean, I know that right click has a huge radius, but what a huge pick.
Speed, though, walking up with the ultimate. Strangling Prison as well online. Pretty scary prospect to dive into. Spark Chief Meteor missed, stuffed into the wall. However, Garchomp goes down just as he's firing the Strangling Prison. Didn't seem to get much value out of that.
Garchomp now has to come back from spawn. We'll see if they want to change heroes. 83% of the board. No, it doesn't look like it. Do they want to wait? Timer ticking down. Judge, Jury, Execution on Spark Chief. Does pull out the shield, though, which doesn't have a health pool. Just has a time limit on it. So he's able to back on another. Magneto doing a good job keeping themselves alive. And this Punisher, unfortunately, finding no value out of the ultimate besides positional advantage for the next fight. Overtime now ticking down. It is ticked. It is touched. Mantis ultimate committed from Super Haley. Keeps Topsoil alive for now. Euphoria, same thing on their side, but they have so many ults in the bank. Nectar going aggressive with the ult. Can find members of the other side. Borderhead comes through. They knew it was about to come out, rather. Spark Chief and Error is going to fall, but they're brought back by Zelos. Now here comes the other side. Light with the Dance of the Butterflies able to connect onto one, and that's huge because you don't have that ultimate in this fight. You don't have Volibear to heal everybody up. Super Haley going to find Error, but Euphoria, they might have done it on this round. Speed's just trying to dodge around, touch the objective, but he's not going to be able to. And Bird and Chala going to round number 3.
Wow, this is by far the closest series we've seen all day, going not only to map 3, but also point 3, Stellar Spaceport, to close it out on Burn and T'Challa. Both teams having success, one round after the other. See if there's any adjustments to be made for either squad. I think at this point, both teams are going to stick to their guns, go down with what's been successful for them. I think this does come down to those small details of execution. You think back to that month, deploying that meteor and the losing fight. But then again, sometimes that's worked for the Topsoil. They've clutched up and made things happen where maybe they shouldn't have. Light going to go back to the Black Panther. Off the Psylocke. An interesting choice. I mean, I think the Psylocke was a little bit more effective, but Black Panther is explosive in the small rooms on this point.
Yeah, that's a great point, Jake. I think that the only reason they want to change that is because the other 2 rounds we just saw. The other round was pretty close quarters, I would say, but maybe the Psylocke better in those neutrals and more open objectives. And the Magic also kind of struggled round number 1, as we saw it was 100-0. Euphoria sticking with the same composition, same thing with Topsoil.
Yeah, Topsoil wisely don't have any interest in fighting in this room against the dive comp. They're going to just go way out to point, get that wide side angle, hit from the flank. Light tries to slip around, tries to get to close range. I think his flank is going to be the go sign with Darkchild coming from the front, Black Panther into the back.
Yeah, Nectar there. Also the Soul Link to keep everybody healthy. They knew that Nectar was going to be in that position. But, oh, no. Clone Man goes down early. Everybody back for the Dark Sword. Here's the Meteor 2 from Month to separate the rest of the team. Dark Sword removed. Ultimates removed for Euphoria. They are trading out some. But Top Soil will control the point first. On top of things.
Yeah, and these strategists with their freezes are proving to be super effective. Nectar finishes off Light. Topsoil getting control, and as much as there are small rooms on this map, right, that have a pretty powerful prospect for diving, at the same time, the point is way out wide in the open, and the Topsoil can really play it slow and passive. Clone Man getting targeted down super early, needs to get a ton of resources just to escape with his life. Barely going to do that, and that's enabled Topsoil to bridge the gap to a lot of ultimates where Euphoria are going to be licking their wounds, waiting for a couple crucial cooldowns as the clock ticks against them.
What do they want to do? Seems like they actually just want to go through this choke. Everybody from Topsoil backing up, making sure they have much distance as possible. Dealing with the Venom who doesn't have ultimate, just the E. Oh no, Clone Man goes down even during it. I mean, that was a nice sleep to slow down the Venom. Also, you have Nectar to separate, and it's so telegraphed from Euphoria. They're staved off once again. Topsoil commits the Mantis ultimate and the Psylocke ult. Spark Chief, bit of an interesting choice to try to use the Meteor to try to clutch up. Garchomp, meanwhile, barely alive, actually, so there could be a clutch here. Spark Chief off the map. Nope. Back to the spawn they go. Last fight territory now for Topsoil and Euphoria.
And Euphoria just seems like they're getting read like a bedtime story right now. Topsoil so easily prepared for all of these dives. Feels like they're diving all the way through the open. Volibear and Super Haley have been fantastic on this strategist, consistently sleeping and freezing the divers as they come in. Light, out of desperation, is going to go over to the Wolverine, but Spee has the Punisher ultimate here. This could be really threatening. Clone Man elects to dive on the front line. This is a good choice in this spot, but look at the Punisher just carving them up from long range. Needs some support, though.
Definitely does. Garchomp, maybe a little bit sad that they couldn't have any eliminations with the ultimate. Spee from across the map, obviously playing back. I mean, that's what you want to do. Now they have to go forward, but here comes this Wolverine on the tanks. Tries to group him away from the Ludus no ultimate, get him away from the team, force the regroup around them, but Nectar able to take down Clone Man. Adios with the ultimate on the side, needs to go huge. Zealous brings back Clone Man and himself with the self-res. He's going to go down to Adios on the point, so Euphoria in a decent spot. Also, the Wolverine making everybody's life absolutely miserable on Topsoil's side. Overtime ticks down, but Euphoria have done it. They cap the point back.
They've done something. They've kept their game alive, but Auraris was forced to pop that Mantis ultimate in the final seconds of that engagement. That's a costly usage because now the Topsoil have the opportunity to get back in, and it's an uncontested butterfly dance right now for Nectar. Like, that's worst case scenario. How do you survive this for Auraris and Zelos? They're going to have a really tough spot, especially Zelos, no self-res available. Nectar could really blow this wide open with an ultimate. Adios would love to shut that down.
He's back with the team. We'll see if they opt to use it. Oh, no, it's in fact a Wolverine ultimate from Light, able to get the pick off before the Mantis ultimate can pop. Here comes Nectar. One. Oh, no, but it's on a target that can res. However, Zelos is found on the other side. Clone Man's also traded, so we're in an even fight right now. Nectar 1v1 with the Mantis player. Drop down below. Everybody from Topsoil rotates back to the point. Spark Chief with the ultimate. Tries to get the KO. No way! We'll find Spee, and Month is stuck in the corner. The freeze on the Spark Chief slows them down, and that's two crucial elims. Nectar! Oh my god! Could absolutely carry this team right now for Topsoil. They can end it right here and now to keep their tournament alive. Nectar on the left goes invisible, takes down Spark Chief, traded by Clone Man, and look who's on the point. It's Light on Wolverine, trying to put it to rest that his character is not that bad. Garchomp, though, with the ultimate, able to get two. The Ludus ultimate is here as well. Euphoria, they've got nobody else here. Topsoil, tap the point. I mean, what do? They're against the Punisher ultimate. You stagger in. Punisher blasting down everybody else in Topsoil. Get it done. Win 2-1 in the closest series we've seen so far.
What a clutch performance out of the Topsoil, finding the adaptations that worked for them throughout the series, and then where they found a crack, they just continued to hammer away. Euphoria are going to be sent back to the drawing board from this match. I really feel that they've been kind of found out and discovered with like top strategist players able to shut things down. Nectar with a very well-deserved MVP performance. Not only top damaging the server with a 6-kill streak, 31 final blows. Man, Nectar just put on a huge clinic. And I think it's because he's just not under so much pressure to get in and dive a backline. He's just like pumping out damage onto absolutely anyone who comes in his way.
Yeah, people will mention Oh my god, 30. Yeah, that's absurd. 31 vital hits. Holy, like what the? Poor clone mid on the side, trying to go for dives, just constantly deleted. And that's a tough map. That's a tough map for that dive to pull, right? Burn and Chala. You said that it's a super long range map, and you know they took advantage of it, right? Constantly just playing all the way at the back of the map, and they were not changing up the strategy as well from Euphoria. They just obviously were going for that dive. It was incredibly telegraphed every time.
Yeah, and I felt they were a bit off sync. Top Soil punished it every time Cloneman would come in and the dive wasn't right behind him. I mean, Cloneman only lives for a few seconds with how good Spee was. Instantly onto that shotgun with Punisher, just pounding down on the Venom, sending him packing, sometimes finishing him off before the fight has really begun. We're going to send it to a highlight package and see how the Top Soil got it done in that series before a quick break in the next match.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake, and we've got one more exciting series in the North American region before we send you on to the Asia side. And But who's the matchup, Jake? I gotta double check it.
It is
we gotta-
Arise taking on Fable. Fable, a squad we've seen a bit of in this tournament that has impressed us, with Mari and Bobo having some pretty sweet combos. Across the board, Avery having big moments on the Magneto. And they're going to open, interestingly, with a Star-Lord ban for Fable.
Star-Lord ban. Seems like a lot of teams love to prioritize that, considering, I mean, Star-Lord, a lot of people, a lot of players are incredibly talented at that hero. Maybe for the side of Arise, they've got a Star-Lord one trick or somebody that plays a lot of the hero. In fact, we've seen them before. Yeah, Medium was pretty much good on everything, and I think Melophobia was a really good Magic player. So we'll see if Arise want to change things up. This is going to be an actually insane matchup as well. Both of these teams are incredibly talented. Arise, as you mentioned earlier, was a top team in one of the amateur tournaments in the Infinity War. Previously, they placed relatively highly and also beat Team Euphoria. So it's going to be a fun matchup as the Adam Warlock is protected for Arise.
Yeah, both teams getting some team ups, but protecting the Adam Warlock with Star-Lord already banned. I mean, yeah, you can still run the Mantis. The respect ban onto Mari's Groot, understandable. Mari had a massive stat line last time we saw her on stream playing Groot.
Yeah, Mari, we'll see if they can flex over to something else, and it's the Venom. Like we saw in the previous round with Clone Man, we're now going to see Mari onto that Venom, prioritizing those more divey heroes, and also avoiding that Hulk team up too. So you can see a lot of Vanguard removal in this matchup, Jake, already.
Yeah, 3 Vanguards taken out. Not too many choices left. Probably Venom and Magneto are the top Vanguards left so far. Definitely a lot of focus going to be on the Hela matchup. We've seen Bobo look pretty strong. Amadian. See if that's a duel that they're willing to take, one that they can be confident in. I agree, though. Magic is a very off-meta choice. I feel Magic we've seen a lot when you're full committed on diving, right? Like you play Magic plus Psylocke or Magic plus Star-Lord, and you're just like really diving into the enemy backline with absolutely everything. But with the Hela on the server, I'm kind of a little bit worried for Magic. I think she could be in trouble facing down that stun. Bobo, though, if he slips up at all, if he makes a mistake, maybe the Magic, the Dark Child itself could be overwhelming.
Melophobia is a very talented Magic player. You know, these series really tell us a lot about the current meta and maybe how potential heroes are overrated too, right, Jake? I mean, considering we talk about how good Psylocke is, a lot of teams are like avoiding the Psylocke and still playing relatively well. So it's a lot closer maybe than people like to think at the moment.
Yeah, this will be a big litmus test for Magic. I like the choice to break the wall here. Look at Bobo, though. So aggressive, so confident on this high ground, not even letting the enemy Hela peek with the help of Venom right next to him. Not worried about this engagement at all.
Now look, forcing away Amadian on that Hela. Nobody down just yet. Cooldowns used, though, from both sides. The defense still in a solid position, however. Now that Magic's trying to create some space on the height, has to drop on down. That shared link used with Shocker. Now you're not going to have a lot of that takiness, and same thing with the Venom. Being forced to use that early, though, Fable. Chow has to commit the invoke. One tick given, Arise with a minute off the clock, able to get the job done at the moment. Dive comes through from the Venom, but drops down to the health pack, and it's just such a nice job rotating between the height and the low ground. Zachary gets staggered, and same thing with Bobo. I mean, that was clinical from Arise. Now they regroup on the height. They already have a 2-person advantage, able to track down the rest, and now it's just a Median on the point, free to do whatever they want with Melophobia.
Yeah, and Melophobia is really making the most of that freedom. It's a quick cap on A and snowballing into the second point already. Magic paying dividends, and look, I really got to give him credit. I mean, was so annoying on that Venom. Took so much attention, was keeping Bobo XXL constantly busy, and eventually Arise was able to slip in through the corners. That's a notoriously difficult point to attack, but Arise made it look easy.
I'm trying to decide if Melophobia is a reference to the fear of music or if they're just a Cage the Elephant fan. Regardless, oh my god, Canadian. What a nice shot on the Bobo in the back. Stun as well. On the front line, backs out. But I mean, the job's already done there. You forced out cooldowns and you got the picks. Meanwhile, Melophobia is just kind of doing whatever they want on the front line. That's the strength of Magic. You get all of those invuln frames. Able to do whatever you want. Here comes a huge meteor. Nobody's shooting it anymore, but they have the Soul Link, so they wouldn't die to it anyway. Melophobia trades back for an ace. Mari onto one. Zachary and crew from Fable come back through to get those eliminations. Here's the board again, but guess who's there? It's Zachary on the flank, able to take him down, so nobody's going to be able to heal this the people who were just resurrected, and Zachary able to get another one after that resurrect comes through. However, the person that he found was somebody that could be resurrected as well. And now Melophobia in the Dark Child's trying to change the narrative. Fable, though, gonna use their old ultimates. Chow copies, looks like the Mantis, and then uses the Mantis ultimate to maintain their aggression onto Amadian and crew. Arise are missing the Adam Warlock, so a lot of heals are gone. Zachary has to reload. 1v1 Amadian. Can he hit those shots? No. Zachary makes it a little bit too tough. Dashes in, removes the Hella, and now guess who's free on the back? It's Bobo XXL, forcing Fable to be in a good spot, forcing Arise to back out for now.
Yeah, Halleck drew a ton of attention to himself. Seems like defenders are stabilizing a bit here, but now with very few ultimates on the field, it's up to the Venoms to make a difference. Halleck strikes first, and a quick kill on the Bobo, who's just a little bit too greedy, holding that flock a little bit too long. Halleck getting a lot of resources from the team. Mari can't say the same. The rest of her squad isn't able to help her. She gets cut down. Amadian smells blood in the water and is just walking forward like the Terminator right now.
Yeah, that's a great description of this player at the current moment. Arise didn't really need anything, and now, oh man, they might find a stagger onto Zachary. Ugh, that's not what you want to see if you're a fan of Fable at the moment. This card's getting awfully close to the end of this Streets phase to move on to third. They have to come back through without Zachary now, who is close to that ultimate. Fable, though, do have Mantis and Bobo in the neutral, takes out a Venom? Where was the healing? I'm curious what was going on there to result in that demise. And now Fable, obviously up 3, commit the Mantis ultimate, because why not at this point? Arise are sent back to the spawn.
Yeah, and Arise, they had a lot of momentum coming into this, but this is the toughest point on these convergence maps to be losing a fight, right? Is like near the end of the checkpoint. You're so far away as the attacker spawn. You've got a significant clock rundown just walking up, and you have to come out through the open, which is always a risk in the Hella duel. Definitely defending Hella has a bit of a positional advantage. I mean, look at this building. I don't think I've ever seen this central building so destroyed.
They've done a good job at removing it. Making sure Rise is in a tough spot and doesn't have cover. Shocker going to go down. The Shocker to us. Zachary commits the ultimate as well. Forces the Mantis, or actually has the Mantis to support on the right side. Rise now without Stratus ultimate until Shocker's going to get the resurrect, but some of the more defensive ones are not going to be applicable. Dark Child from Melophobia. Madian able to take advantage of the distraction that is Melophobia. 2 eliminations for them. No resurrect as well because you're on Loki and you copied the Mantis. That's going to be gone now. Madian's free on the payload. Free on this to do whatever he wants. Left side of the map forcing away the Venom. Zachary as well, caught out in the open, needs some support, is going to get it. However, positional advantage no longer in their favor. Here comes a Meteor, left. Oh no, doesn't get the final blow. Until it looked like Rain Guy, back of the map. Zachary trades back onto Madian though after the ultimate. Able to get one. Meanwhile, Haluk getting a ton of value on Venom so far. Nobody's really looking at this Venom until Bernie's comes back for them. Great job by the fragger of the Mantis player. Shocker, though, gets taken down to the backside. Do they have the self-res? It doesn't look like it necessarily. They brought back Haluk with the mass res. Coming back through with Rain Guy's ultimate. Maybe they could do it without a strategist. Fable's Hella ultimate, unfortunately, not going to find as much value. However, they come back through. Melophobia goes to the health pack. Can't grab it. Necessarily gets left from the backside. Everybody's sort of low on Fable, but nobody's gone just yet. Bend, don't break strategy coming into full effect right now. Meanwhile, on the front line, aggression from Zachary. Commits to the dance of the butterflies. They will find a Madian, and that's crucial with 16 seconds left. And Arise is sent back to the spawn once again.
Yeah, and getting reset at this long range now with so little time on the clock. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do this. Probably up to Halleck on this Venom. He's going to swing in, try to force that overtime, but Mari has already struck first, diving into the back line, finding one. Halleck forced to stay here, forced to contest the payload, but it's going to be costing his own life here. Now Magic. Iframes on the card are one thing, but it's not enough to stop Bobo.
I mean, we've seen teams get it done on Convergence, on first point, but 100 meters, that's not exactly a ton. I mean, I like what Halleck did, Jake. He tried to touch the payload, press the E to get the Venom bonus health, and then he went right to that health pack because he knew that they weren't going to have any teammates there. However, I mean, it was perfectly read by Fable. Everybody secured that objective. You know, and at the moment, Fable in a pretty good spot, Jake, although, you know, we just saw a game where the team that full held on Convergence on Hall of T'Jala, I mean, they got 100-0, right? It could happen to anybody.
This first point, a very strong defensive position. See if the attackers can get something done. I like the choice to not play full dive on this attack, though. I think that was kind of the mistake from Euphoria last series, is like the full all-in committed dive with no long-range poke. I don't mind it on defense, where you can kind of set up, let the attackers walk into a certain zone, and they just hit them super hard. But on attack, when you have to walk up through the open sight lines, I really like some of these duelists that just put some more pressure down from long range, that, you know, can kind of break a Vanguard who's left on their lonesome, or just spam away or have a powerful ultimate to close thing out. Hela's the perfect example of that. Arise, though, despite Hela being available on the server, they're going to drop the mirror, and Amadian is going to go onto the Psylocke. Interesting to see the Hela player go to a Psylocke. I mean, that's not the normal way of things, and it definitely means now the defenders have got to stay very aggressive, stay on top of the enemy Hela, but it's so scary with Hela's stun, right? It really does change the dynamics with these divers. You might get on top of Hela, but she could just as easily win that fight.
I think it's exactly what you said, Jake, where maybe committing to a full dive could turn out poorly for you. Shocker doesn't even get to live, though. I mean, what a dive by Mari. Nobody there to even help them. That was a bit of an odd position. Obviously, you have the self-res, but now you lose Ricky and Melophobia on the other side. So Amadian and crew, I mean, they're trying to bring it back. And they actually do. Halleck and Amadian able to find those two as well. So both teams sort of in very crucial 1v1s. And Shocker wins it. Self-heal on himself to keep themselves healthy. Meanwhile, Avery on the point, able to take down Rain Guys. So you remove the Mantis player. Also, you have 2 ticks on the board. You have some point presence by the tanks, by the Vanguards. Amadian comes back through. Bernie's going to fall. Can Amadian stay healthy on the objective, though, without the Mantis? It looks like the answer is yes. Same with Melophobia. Using the iframes to get away. Ricky able to take down Avery. And 2 ticks were taken by Fable. However, the space has to be given up for now.
And Fable, it looked promising. They did get 2 ticks off it, but it's not enough to secure the capture point. I think both teams can feel decent about that. The defenders can feel like, hey, you know what? We've got another lease on life. We won at least one team fight. Fable, though, if they can pressure the point at any point, not much margin for Arise to work with. They really have to keep contesting the point if the attackers get on.
And this might be one of the most difficult first mission areas in the game before you can start that convoy moving forward. Here comes the Venom on the right side. Forces Loki to use those cooldowns. Here comes his aggressive play from Zach and Chow. 3 gone for Arise. Fable, maybe they've done it. I mean, that was very clinical from them. Able to remove Arise. I mean, Hollock just staggering themselves to this point. Back to the spawn they go. Still pretty long first hold, though, for Arise.
Yeah, they ran the clock down decently well, but Bobo now has a lot more freedom to work, right? At this point, things have opened up drastically. First point, walking through that tiny choke point looked pretty scary, but now they really have the chance to see some of these divers coming. Especially, I'm eyeing that top left high ground. I think that could be a position that the attackers would love to take. Zachary, whoa, what a burst on the high ground, and gets magic. Unbelievable kill.
This is why we talk about Psylocke being as broken of a hero as she is at the moment. Backs out. Now comes back for the Venom. Hollock going in. Was on the wall, so they just were able to go for that dive. Meanwhile, Mady able to take down Bobo XXL. So the trades do come through. Arise doing a good job finding the weak link of Fable, whether they'll be out of position or not. Meteor, where's it going to go? There's a Mantis ultimate, so the job's already done by Ricky. Can Ricky live, though? Needs the healing desperately. Meanwhile, Bernice and the rest of the crew from Fable playing around this front line. Copy as well runs out from Chow. Here comes the Madian. No ultimates to counter this. You do have the shift, but it wasn't there in time to save Bernie. So Madian perfectly timed that. However, Chow able to get the trade. Darkchild, can they deal with the magic Darkchild? In the previous series, the answer was no. Ricky on to Zachary. And with that, is this Darkchild going to find anything else? I mean, the pressure was already there. Fable wants to back out for now, it looks like.
A lot of cart progress in the meantime. Melophobia, though, doesn't want to let any players escape. Bobo, though, gets one. Somehow stayed alive. Insane saves from the strategist. Shocker is forced to res himself. Doesn't want to give up any kind of tempo in this position. But I think Bobo has an opportunity to get aggressive. Double strategist ultimates for the defenders. They need to be careful. Need to not get picked off right now. Zachary would love to force those out early.
None of the Mantis. Soul Link plus Mantis used the Madian also with the opening pick, though. So Zachary sort of did the job. However, without these ultimates, the strategist ultimates, is very hard to live for Zachary. Zachary's going to fall. Ricky as well, but take down Mari. 2 minutes and 20 seconds off the clock. Arise looks like they're going to hold yet again. Fable not committing any more ultimates as well. It looks like it's back to the spawn for them.
Yeah, and Amadian going back over to the Hela. I like this decision here. Close to the end of the map on second point. I think Hela can be particularly powerful on defense. A lot of wide open angles to work with. No one has elected to clear off that high ground and take the top left control. But Bobo struggling to even walk up now with some of the cover deleted. Amadian really putting a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, Bobo's going to have to go insane if they want a chance here. Also, Zachary not able to get set up, which is a big deal. The Psylocke always tries to go for that strategist duo. Hollock, meanwhile, slowed down as their dive is stunted for now. Loki already using the shift. That could be crucial moving forward because here comes the Meteor. There's nothing to counter it necessarily. It's back into the Mantis, who is ulting. It was Chow with the copy, and the Bernice is going to fall, but it's traded immediately by Zachary with the Dance of the Butterflies. And in the sky, Bobo's was there to resurrect Chow. And they're finding the staggers as well. This payload's so close to the objective now.
Arise made it so difficult, but I'm not sure they have a final touch. Halleck is going to have to desperately run to the cart, but it's just too little too late. No fast heroes available, and Fable gets it over the line for map 1.
Yeah, so close. Minute 11 left on the clock, though, so Fable, you know, they were able to kind of regroup, figure things out on the map, and get it done. Go up 1 in the series as well, considering Arise is a very good team. That means a lot for Fable to beat them in the tournament at the moment. Still, that's only map number 1. Zachary had an insane performance, obviously, Jake, but it was a team effort for sure. Also, interesting decision on the other side to only play the Hela till the very end.
I also really liked Chow's use of the Loki this game. I think the Loki has a great matchup into the Psylocke and even Magic to a degree, right? You know, you have so much versatility on Loki being able to like slip away, teleport out of the range of these short-range diving characters. And also we saw that Immortality Rune being hugely effective, sometimes countering Butterfly Dance or the Magneto Meteor kind of all on its own, which is just so much value to be having on just a cooldown like that. Loki, I think for me, is the stocks are just rising with time.
Yeah, that character seems to be better and better. And, you know, with the Loki players that are consistently throwing out the clones and then immediately getting that invul down, like we saw with saving Bobo, you called that out. I mean, that was so clean from the strategist players and from the Loki players that we've seen so far. This character, you're right. I mean, seems like you have every ultimate in the game because you just do. You can do whatever you want and also have the throughput that the character does. But I'll have to take a look at the highlights and then go to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this highlight package.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon and time wander. If ever there was a time that we were friends, the night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Bleeding out from angel cries, raising up with fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts were done yet, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till
Welcome back, and we're going immediately back into it with this series between Fable and Arise. At the moment, Jake, it was a close matchup. Hall of the Jala eventually. Seems like this map has like the craziest matches so far. I don't know about you, Jake, but this seems to be a great addition to the game. It's been so iconic so far in the tournament, in the championship series.
Yeah, I think a lot of the new maps to the game, you know, a lot of these teams have seemed to be experimenting on, trying very different things. We see a lot of compositional mismatches, not so many mirror matches where teams maybe have like kind of already got the download on the best way to play. They're still trying to innovate and find those answers, and that's what's exciting to watch here at the Marvel Rivals Championship.
Yeah, exciting indeed. We'll have to see if Arise can make a comeback. It is the best out of 3. Tournament lives on the line currently for both of them in this double-elimination tournament. $15,000 on the line, and both teams obviously full of experienced players in the hero shooter genre, but Marvel Rivals, still being a new game, obviously has a lot of players still figuring things out, still learning and adapting, maybe playing some things that aren't as quote-unquote meta, like you mentioned earlier with the magic being played a lot for the side of Arise being forced with Melophobia. In this case, it seems like the Psylocke again wins in that matchup.
Yeah, Zachary got way too much done on the Psylocke in that last map, but you got to give him credit. I mean, he's finding so many pickoffs, forcing so many ultimates, and just, I mean, to be top damaging the server while your team has a Hela is no mean feat. I mean, that's really impressive from Psylocke. It's a character that I think some of these players are really continuing to improve at, where Hela, maybe a lot of players have already maybe mastered Hela or gotten to a really high level on her. She's been out for a little bit in the previous playtest, but Psylocke being kind of this newer character with all that movement ability, I mean, so much skill ceiling available. Top players are really taking her to the next level, and Arise putting a respect ban on Zachary already.
Yeah, Groot as well to counter Mari. I like that. I like the Psylocke ban for sure, but we'll see if the Hela is taken out. Looks like no, it's the Hulk. Also,
wow,
is
Hela untouched in the pick ban phase. I think this is the first time I've seen that. It's always either protected or banned. Just not even looked at right now. Amadian, though, kind of, I think he wants that smoke on the Hela mirror. I think Amadian was pretty impressive to me in terms of the 1v1s. I don't know that Bobo was like necessarily dominating that matchup.
We'll see if Amadian can sort of come online. Obviously, was playing a bit of the variants with other heroes instead, but like you mentioned, want to play that. Also, they're on the attacking side, so they have some time. Meanwhile, for Fable, we could see for the first time in a while a bit more Hawkeye. Again, the Loki also going through untouched is quite interesting, Jay, considering both teams loving to run it. But in this case, Arise get the Luna Snow Mantis duo, which a lot of teams seem to love.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Luna Snow Loki strat come out. I think when these strategists are available, the double Luna Snow ultimate from the Loki copy, to me, looks very powerful, very significant. Fable are thinking about what they want to do. Oh, Zachary, is he disconnected?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Zachary, get the hamster running on the treadmill again, please. You got to come back and play the series, Fable. On the defense, too, Jake, right? At least on attack. Maybe you can be a little bit quirky with how you do things. Maybe you have time, at least on the attack. If you are on the defense, you can wait for spawns. Mari somehow got a pick, by the way, on the Drake in the 5v6. That's kind of fun and interesting. But the Hawkeye, meanwhile, still given free reins as Fable desperately wait for one of the extra members to come back.
Oh my god, Bobo just got slaughtered. Zach is going to be back, but I feel like this has already cost the defender's first point. Fable trying to fall back and just get some kind of a regroup off, get some kind of a decent fight. Mari being hunted to the ends of the earth right now on Venom. Can't quite get out. The focus fire too clean, and Melophobia standing and delivering on Hawkeye. If you don't get on top of this guy, if you don't dive him, you are going to be in real trouble. And Amadian wants to find some pickoffs before the fight really begins.
Yeah, portals used. I'm curious where those were. Was that not like a spawn trap that was probably just by Avery to come back for Fable? Yeah, looks like Mari's going to be back. Totally free. Sleep is unfortunately missed, but Mari's forced to use those cooldowns. Really low. Just, oh my god, just constant dink and body shot from Melophobia, and then Amadian as well. These are two characters that I know a ton of people, Diamond plus rank, are complaining about right now, and you can see kind of why. Arise in the crew. 5 minutes now into second phase. That was dominant. And now, Jake, Zach, instead of Bobo, is on the Hela.
I gotta say, for Arise right now, I mean, the damage output is pretty disgusting, right? Like, think about, it's hard to think about a much higher damage output composition that's still in that 2-2-2 framework. So, like, trying to push into Hawkeye plus Hela. Now the sniper duel is going to be taken by Fable. You can maybe just write that first point off as, like, unlucky. I was disconnected at the start. I think that's fair to say. Magneto, though, getting a lot of pressure. Went out alone. It was Mari. Got focused down. Picked off. And now, snowballing forward is Ricky with the Meteor. Nice jump away, but it's not enough for Bobo.
Follow up there. Fable. Adios. Catch you later. And this is where it's interesting that you don't have Bobo on the Hela. Bobo is going to be on the Hawkeye alongside Zachary, where Zachary, while the Psylocke was contesting Arise, maybe without that dive, opting for a bit of a strategy. Portals used, by the way, to block the bottom left, but it looks like Fable avoiding it intelligently. making sure they don't go through a choke point that they can't actually enter through because of Doctor Strange. Mantis ultimate committed from Drake. I have Automoto from Holla. Do they have the sustain to deal with it? Doesn't look like it at the moment. Drake able to get one. Avery trades back Holla at the very least, and Zachary on Melophobia, so they do have the ult from Chow, and the rest of the crew able to play around that. Ricky, though, on the low ground, able to take down Zachary. Avery still sitting with the Eye of Okamoto. Could definitely use it to bring his team back into it. Able to use it. Doesn't actually catch on anything because Lunastow was still in the ultimate, so nobody down from it necessarily. However, it kind of created space for Fable and crew to finally stop the bleeding, arise back to the spawn they go.
It was a hard-fought battle, but now they find themselves off the back of some big performances in a position where now they have the ultimate advantage. Get the stoppage near the end of the checkpoint. A little bit of deja vu right now for Arise. We'll see if they can change the script from the last map. But Fable have looked really effective. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And look at Zachary. Whoa, what a sick flick shot on the Melophobia.
That's what you want to see if you're a fan of Fable. The Hawkeye, so easy to shoot for these top-tier players. I know a lot of maybe players new to the genre and stuff don't recognize Hawkeye in this instance. Just jumps up in the air anytime. His sort of mobility is just to jump straight up. Very easy to track that if you're a good aimer. Meanwhile, immediate top left angle. Looking for some shots, but oh my god, Bobo into Ricky. Ricky caught out with no cooldowns too. I mean, they're just setting themselves up. Amadian looking for a pick to trade it, but Chow's able to find Holoc as well. Back to the spawn. Arise is going to head 2 minutes off the clock. Fable stabilized Jake after having such an unfortunate start.
Yeah, and taking control of all these long angles. Fable are just winning team fights without deploying ultimates. Arise struggling to find a way back into the series, back into the map. Full control available for Fable right now as they're kind of just setting up however they please.
Jack's going for some very aggressive flock as well. He's just like constantly going top left. Meanwhile, Hella ultimate. Bobo used the Hawkeye, so that's going to counter the duelists. Now comes Drake with the Mantis on the low ground. What does Fable want to do? Can they live all this damage? They're going to use their second. But the Hawkeye has the support from the Magneto. Everybody's low now. Can they get the healing from the Lunastow? Is it enough to keep Holoc alive? It looks like the answer is no. Drake will go down, trying to keep the Vanguard up. Mating as well. Going to get found on the left flank. Back to the main side. Arise is going to fall back to Fable. Holding on 1 minute 20 seconds left. Also, there's some ultimates still for them.
Mari and Avery are really starting to dominate in this Vanguard trade, frontlining so effectively, getting that big damage out, and pushing in to the Doctor Strange with the Eye of Agamotto is a scary thing to be doing at this point. Arise looks like they're going to go for a TP, flip the map, change the story of this defense. Now it's Fable who find themselves in an awkward position. Meteor is blocked by Doctor Strange. Melophobia gonna pop that Hawkeye ult, try to get into the fight. Enemy Hawkeye already down.
Nice trade, Mariana Melophobia. Meanwhile, duel, Maiden wins. Zach, goodbye. See you later. Luna's the ultimate dance force from Shocker keeps Arise healthy as well. Fable now pushed towards the attacker's side. Everybody's sort of regrouping around the car. This is a little bit messy. Holla comes in with the Avagomoto. He's had enough onto everybody, basically. Closes it out. Arise. They finally have some purchase here in this second phase as Melophobia is on a Spider-Man.
Avery, though, I think we'll have the TP. Looks like Fable have the option to go for this. Amedian, oh, one headshot would be a pick. Oh, just barely missing. Had an opportunity there onto Zachary. Spider-Man going in for the distraction play. Everybody's looking at him. I think he's kind of doing his job right there. No one's ready for the touch.
Oh my god. Nobody could take down Melophobia. Everybody should be scared of them, not music today. I mean, Arise shutting down the rest of Fable as they are just a little bit lost now. Minute 20 seconds, however, because it was near overtime for Arise, they don't have exactly a ton of time in the bank as Avery finds the stagger pickoff.
Man, Holoc is just eating here, farming through the backline on this Doctor Strange. Big damage from him. Avery hasn't found a window to get in there with the Eye of Agamotto in the last couple team fights. It's kind of been wasted just sitting there in the ult bank. Now counters available. Drake, of course, having that ultimate available for Mantis, able to stabilize. Zach would love to flip the script onto Amadian, but Amadian has really been getting the better of the sniper to the last couple fights.
Yeah, these mini fights sort of before the team fights are a bigger deal when Hawkeye and Hella are your duelists. Anybody can go down with how much damage is out there. Hella ultimate to the sky blocked. Magneto ultimate from Mari. Hella ultimate counter on the other side. Or in the support of it, rather. Trying to find damage. Mantis ultimate from Drake to counter all of that. Playing it slow for now. 16 seconds left. They're obviously buying themselves some time, but everybody's low. Is Melaphobia going to hit a shot? Swapped off the Spider-Man. Yes, they do! Bobo goes down. Ricky is one as Zach. Both duelists removed. Ricky's going to fall into the side, though. A lot of damage. I am going to booped away by the Hawkeye. Melaphobia, are you kidding me? Jumps into the skybox. Has the Luna Snow. Pops the ultimate as well. Everybody else is running from Fable towards this card at this point, saving ultimates for next fight.
Yeah, and they're going to need to regroup, but getting out of the spawn could be tough here. Halak has another Eye of Agamotto online, and you're forced to make this telegraph move straight to the payload. It's going to be difficult. Yeah, we could see a spawn block even.
No.
Seems like attackers are going to be able to get out, though. Oh,
no, they did it. They did it. It's over. It's over. I mean, you have to wait this out. There's no way out of this double portal side. It's so smart on both sides. They can't walk out. They can't touch because of the play from Halleck. Oh my God. They couldn't walk out, Jake.
We've seen so many players attempt that, but that was just literally perfection from Halleck. Perfect placement. You're trapped in a portal room, cannot escape. That is a really rough way to be going down.
Please, devs, do not change that. That is hilarious. That is... You have 2 ways to leave the spawn. Both get blocked by Doctor Strange. Dude, that's brutal. Oh my gosh. All right, we're going to be seeing that a lot, obviously, on Aegis-O-Panth. I mean, this has been a map that's been in the game for such a long time. For these Doctor Stranges to pull it off. I mean, you're right, Jake. That was perfectly timed. They weren't even around that first bend of the corner. It lasted so long.
Yeah, seriously. And honestly, decent offense, right? Like throughout there were many moments where the defenders, I felt like it looked like they were going to stabilize, looked like they were going to get a full held, but Arise just kept the pressure on and finally, find the way through. And it's honestly been rare to see a match where the duels between the snipers are so back and forth, with both Median and Melaphobia having these big moments. But honestly, neither team going down easily right now. Despite getting the full cap, I kind of have a feeling this could be going to an overtime round or maybe even a decisive map 3 in the series.
You'll have to see a rise. We're very fortunate that Zachary's processors or whatever it may be stopped working temporarily. But now that they're back in the series, Fable maybe feeling good that they at least have everybody there. I mean, that's got to feel bad not even being able to walk out your own spawn, Jake, but they're setting up now on the attack.
Zach taking this wide left angle. Very risky to try and duel that Ella. Drake maybe a little bit overconfident here. Magneto comes to mark the flank, but the damage has been done. Zach found the opener. Avery with the second. And despite being an actual 6-on-6, the attack is just as easy for Fable on first point.
Showing that they have it in them when you have everybody here on Team Fable. But do you get the recontest here? Halleck's going to respawn in 3 seconds. Portal will be available, Jake, so they could still touch.
They could go for it. That's a big opener onto Zach. Zach overextending, looking for a kill secure, but instead dies for his trouble. Magneto as well. Shut down on the flank. Not what you expect to have happen, and the portal's going to come in. Things just fell apart right now. This looks so good for Fable, and now they're sent packing.
They're slipping. So poor, so bad right now. Avery does trade back 1, but everybody's here now. Drake shutting down Avery with 3 minutes left to go. Jake, this is the tough part. Like, Zach is such a talented player, but that pickoff there was so big for Rise.
Yeah, took a bad risk there. Overextended around the corner. Thought he could get out, but the Median just shut him down. Maybe caught him with the stun there. Hard to say. But now Arise have a new lease on this first point, and with only 2:30 on the clock, the attackers got to get something going here. Have a couple more seconds to look for a pick before the ultimates start coming online for both squads.
Shots into the double vanguards, playing around that right side statue. Not a ton of cover here. Besides that, Ricky shuts down Zach again. And it's not what you want to see, considering the Hela is a huge part of this composition. Median gets 1, showing why that character is also strong. But Magneto with another 1. Takes some shots from the Hawkeye. Understanding that wants to bob back and forth, make sure they don't give some easy shots. Fable's backing up once again. 2 minutes now left on the clock. In a riser, in a position where you don't want if you're Fable. They're stabilizing back left with ultimates.
Yeah, players returning. Melaphobia is going to be back into the engagement. Median looking for another clutch factor. Eye of Agamotto in, but neither. Strange finds the opportunity.
Not just yet. Counter Meteor. Mantis ultimate. Shields also used to keep everybody alive from set. Ultimate 3's committed from Arise. I mean, it's just absolute chaos on the low ground. Amadians booped out of the Hela ultimate. Aya Bakamoto patches on to Hela. And finds the elimination on the Zachary as well. The huge KO. Shuts down Zachary yet again. It seems like Zachary's spawn has become a home for them. Chow trades back Drake at the very least, so no more Mantis. Although that was used in the last fight. Chocket also commits the copy in the Luna Snow ultimate. So they're going to back on another for now as Fable will regroup.
Yeah, Melophobia has been fantastic on the Hawkeye in this defense, and Madian as well. Now that all the destructible buildings are gone, fighting on this high ground is a scary proposition. You don't want to get into a peak fight with a Hawkeye, even as Hela. It's a pretty tough spot, and Ricky's been great on this Magneto, applying tons of pressure to the enemy duelist. A nice backline ultimate from Zachary, but the focus fire from Hawkeye and Hela is just too massive. They get rid of him so quickly, and Amadian finishes him off.
Yeah, Amadian finishes him off, backed out of there. I mean, Amadian's been MVP this map so far. Really feels like they've been free. You know, on the other side, Fable, 20 seconds left from what looked like a decent defense once Zach reconnected. 15 seconds left. Avery's about to get staggered. One of the worst members you can have get staggered too, because that portal won't be available until 7 seconds, basically when the map is over.
Yeah, someone has to hit a fast touch. Mari is over to the Venom to do just that, to get the overtime going. There is going to be some kind of possibility. Melophobia gets sent packing out of the flank here. Wisely not overcommitting there, but Madian standing strong.
What are you doing? What is Birdie's doing? Right side flank takes the duel with the Madian in the ultimate. Nobody else gets the value out of the ult. Everybody else is gone. And Arise have arisen on Igizel path. Nobody else is here for Fable at this point. Because of an absolute feed play, Fable gets shut out. Arise tie the series 1-1.
Wow, a shutout on the second map. I didn't expect this, but going to a decisive game 3 should be no surprise with how closely matched these teams are. I do feel Amadian, though, came absolutely alive on that defense. I mean, that is not what you want to see on the other side, as the Hela is starting to take the game over. At this point, I kind of want to see a Hela ban come out. I think you kind of don't want Amadian on this hero going into map 3, decisive in your tournament life. I feel like that's just not a risk you can afford to take. Wow, both duelists, heavy outperformance when it comes to that raw damage stat.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but feel, but maybe, you know, they mentally boomed after Zachary had to reconnect. Potentially could have impacted that. You never know. Maybe in an alternative universe. That's going to give Arise, a good team, momentum back into the series. That's so tough. Maybe if you keep the Hela, Jake. We saw Bobo play very well, right? You could have Bobo back on the Hela instead of Zachary. That might be something that you want to change up if you do want to keep that hero, right? That could be an entrance back into the series, right?
Yeah, and Zach was fantastic on the Psylocke, but you gotta remember, it was first banned out this series, and you know, I think for Arise, they're probably gonna run with that again, since Zach was a lot less effective off of the Psylocke. Curious to see what other options he has. Maybe has a little bit more depth in the pool, maybe would do better on the Hawkeye, but I don't really love your prospects going into the double sniper duel against Arise. They look really good, really well practiced on that. One little hiccup on defense, but then the mistake is thrown right back against them, and they lose the map off of it.
Yeah, it's tied up 1-1. We're going to go to a short highlight and then come back to map number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It's tied up 1-1 between Team Fable and Arise. Obviously, Digital Path wasn't exactly how Fable wanted things to go, because now we're going to the map number 3. As a fan, as a viewer, Jake, now we're in that all tied up series, maps tied up 1-1, going to that third one. You know, this is exactly what you want to see as a fan of the game, right? This tense, incredibly close last match.
And they ban a Hulk out, huh? That is an interesting move. Interesting move.
They be hating the Hulk today, man.
I guess it denies the Iron Man team up, and I wonder, I mean, did Arise show any intent to bring out a Hulk team up? Maybe. A Psylocke ban comes back again. I think that makes sense with Zachary after the great performance they had in map 1. You want to shut that down. You want to take it off the board. Now, a tough consideration, I think, for this next ban. Do you ban Hela? That's a big question. They are going to protect the Groot. I like that for Mari.
I think it's going to be a strategist. Something tells me, because they played the Loki, they want to get rid of either the Luna Snow or the Mantis team up, right? No Star-Lord ban, by the way, too. Oh, you're right, Jake.
I like the Hela ban, actually. I mean, Amadian was too good that last map on Hela. Like, you can't let somebody get hot like that and then not throw a disruption at them with the hero bans. I mean, that's like the perfect spot for the hero bans. I like the Moon Knight ban, though, denying this incredibly powerful combo with Groot in the hand of Khonshu. That's just a little bit too much to deal with here. A little bit too much of a threat that, you know, we know Mari and Bobo know really well how to deploy, how to get the most value out of. But like you said, that full team up is available. Star-Lord, Mantis, and Adam Warlock getting those reses for one another. Amadian going to take the mirror on the Star-Lord. We'll see if they've got what it takes on Star-Lord as well as the Hela. I feel like this does put the ball a little bit more back in Zachary's court, though, where, you know, he looks a little bit stronger playing these high mobility, flanking DPS duelists with the tracking element. I'm sure Amadian's no slouch, but I think Star-Lord does come a little bit more down to game sense and positioning than just the raw mechanical aim.
We'll have to see both teams still evenly matched. Also on domination as well, where there is a ton of that mechanical prowess that needs to be shown. Like you said, I mean, earlier we did see Arise play this composition to a high degree. In Fable, interestingly enough, I mean, both teams sort of running, I wouldn't say like off meta, but the Groot in the Venom, bit of a difference than running that Doctor Strange, right, consistently alongside Arise, right? They have that, the bubbles from the Magneto and stuff, instead of having Doctor Strange and Groot. So both Vanguards on either side, just the opposite.
I kind of like Arise's strat. They're going to like a very fast, aggressive dive comp, where Fable looking to play a little bit more of a stable, solid front line, poke down and trade. Arise, I think if they can execute the dives well, we've seen how effective they can be.
Early rotation onto everybody back here. Zachary backs on out of there. Oh, needs some healing. Everybody here. Soul Link actually popped early, but now after the Soul Link is used, the damage is gone. Amadian flies in with the blasters. Removes Zachary, Bobo, Bernice, and everybody else out of Fable. That's a full team wipe. Bernice actually using the res as well. And Chow just wants him to die. I mean, these are now stagger picks coming out for Arise, which is huge. Now you know that passive's not going to be in it as well.
I feel like that's a bit of a misread of the situation from Fable, right? You know, given that you're running Namor, you're running Groot, and Doctor Strange, I feel like you have a better long range, you know, long distance and extended team fighting capability when it comes to that damage trade. But instead they push into the small room, which I think is really the strength for Arise, that they can brawl out with their magic and Venom in a close range engagement.
Venom sitting above the choke, goes for the dive, and now everybody has to come back and heal. Soul Link utilized and Haluk again. Bernice going down. Mari, those trades it back. Melophobia gone. That's a lot of damage removed. And also Arise does have a lot of members of the team low, but Amadian farming up the ultimate. The legendary also goes in with the blasters. Peels onto everybody. They're all incredibly low. Drake's gonna fall, and as is Bobo. I mean, we might have doubted Amadian, but not anymore. This man has been popping off for Arise.
Yeah, and on this map, it's proving to be a real struggle, I think, for Groot to be effective, to get through the chokes, especially with Arise having the map control that they do. I think on the mid fight, it could have been a little bit more difficult for Arise, but now they're able to hold forward, deny these chokes, and anywhere Fable go, they're going to be meeting a dive from all sides. Melophobia almost to that Dark Child. We've seen what Dark Child can do in other series today. Certainly an ultimate not to be trifled with.
Avery and Fable walk on into the right side of the map. Legendary committed as well, nothing to counter it. Support ultimates.
Zachary struggling to get out.
Struggling to get out, barely. Not making it out there. Now Legendary counter. into the Magneto ultimate to counter and eat all the bullets out of the sky. But everybody's caught by a Groodle, and then the whale comes in on top of it. Insult to injury. Fable.
Mass res.
Oh, the big res by Shocker, you're right. Brings it back into it, potentially. Ricky also brought back as Arise sends in Melophobia and the Dark Child. Connects onto Bernice. That's a huge opening pick. And the follow-up is there. The res from Shocker was disgusting. It was a shocker to Fable, that's for sure, as Arise come back. They clean up onto everybody else towards the point as well. And with 5% left, Avery desperation TP. I don't think it's going to be there even in time. They just want to go next. Arise came back. I thought they were gone, Jake, but that was like a WWE moment. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we saw that in some of the top games in the Invitational, right? Like, especially from Nightmare, shades of their play style where, like, when they have this mass res available, sometimes they're setting the whole team in, knowing that they're going to die. Like, they go soak, tank the ultimates, all die at once, and then just get this insanely high-value mass res, get the whole team back into the fight. The enemy probably is low on cooldowns, not ready for the engagement, and then they just strike back hard with ults of their own. Really well played by Arise, right? Showing that this team has a lot more depth than just raw mechanics.
There's actually some interesting tech, too, with Adam Warlock. I don't know if I talked about it before, but Adam Warlock, you know, the position where everybody gets resurrected to is where the Adam Warlock uses the ultimate at. But he can, like, even while dead, even while running around in the ghost form, can move where, to dead bodies and just pick them up and res them back towards the other position. So, you know, it's interesting how many plays Adam Warlock can do, and not a lot of people are good at this character yet. It's a hard to master character.
Yeah, very high skill ceiling. Fable, gonna go with a more conventional TP. I hope they play the fight a little bit slower, defend the chokes rather than push through them. I think that's the strength of Groot, holding down this choke point. They are electing to challenge just a little bit outside, but here, this is the strength of Groot, right? Walling off the choke point, making it so difficult for Arise to get through. They have had to use that immortality field. Bobo being very aggressive as well, and then Amor looking for early pickoffs. Seems like early point control going the way of Fable. Arise gonna have to come in a different direction.
Dive in. Look onto both strategists. Finds found the Loki clone, or the original Loki rather, amidst the clones. Zachary also gonna fall to Shocker. And those two KOs, I mean, Fable's in a tough spot, losing a lot of their healing. And at this point, I mean, they're just back to the spawn again. Arise, what a job.
Yeah, they're playing so well, and this is a map with these close-range engagements. I'm really just liking the comp that Arise is bringing. Like, their ability to dive in and brawl aggressively seems to me to be more valuable than the power of Groot to hold down a choke point, especially without that Hand of Khonshu, you know, combo of death that we've seen make Groot such an effective pick on some other maps.
I'm with you. Definitely feels like a compositional difference. Walk on through. Ricky, the strategy so far seems to be just bubble a Madian with Ricky, follow it up with the Soul Link from Shocker, and then just make a Madian basically a tanky god. Fable, they try to walk in, right? But they're so telegraphed in how they do it. Here comes a Madian, legendary over the top, forces Luna's ultimate. That's maybe what they wanted coming out from Mari. Mari doesn't have any support towards the point, looking for one, but the Meteor on the other side, legendary, has to wait to come out because of the Meteor. Unfortunately, Zachary's not found the value that a Madian's found on the other side. Arise. Nobody's really taking that much damage, on top of Shocker having to resurrect if they need it. So Fable stuck at the moment on the high ground. You need Bobo to find those picks. Zachary as well. They're both sort of fanning out, but nothing is found necessarily just yet. Fable looking at all angles, and unfortunately it costs Chow their life. Bernie trades it out, however. But you still have the pressure from Haluk. Also the resurrect from Shocker, who's going to bring back a Madian. They went aggressive, like you mentioned earlier, Jake. Doesn't matter if you go down now, because you're brought back immediately by the res. I have Akamoto. Does it connect onto people? It does, but they have the Soul Link from Shocker. Arise, all grouped around this point, 80% left. Fable, you have to use ultimate. It's now or never. A Madian takes out Bobo. The whale removed. A Madian onto Avery as well. In Arise. I mean, what else can you do on Fable's side? You copy? Is that the Mantis? You're left alone from Chow? I mean, you're desperately trying to touch at this point. Arise looked absolutely insane. It turns out you didn't want to give Arise that triple team up with a Madian, Shocker, and Drake. They finish off the series to win 2-0.
Arise, what an impressive performance, sending Fable home. And Fable was a team that we were talking about throughout the tournament as looking impressive, as putting up big moments. Arise just come out of nowhere here on the Marvel Rivals scene. That's what the Marvel Rivals Championship is all about. teams just qualifying through the game client. You know, anybody who wants to compete can show what they've got. And well, Arise have got a lot. A Madian, clear superstar in the making on this squad.
Putting their name on the map, but also Haluk, I think that's some of the best Venom play we've seen. So this too, this tandem,
agreed.
Jake, like you said, with the Madian absolutely popping off, the support from Shocker too. I mean, this team is going to be dangerous. I think that, well, they didn't have as many eyes on this team necessarily from the grassroots tournaments they've played in, but now that they're on the main stage, like you said, Jake, they're putting their names on the map, and overall look like a tough team to beat. I mean, this team is looking like they're even in contention to win it all, right? I mean, that was a great performance, at least in that specific composition.
Yeah, Fable is a team that has, you know, sent a lot of teams packing. So for Arise to come up against them, especially on domination, and kind of not only like out mechanic them, but frankly just outstrat them on that domination map, playing a beautiful, highly aggressive dive comp with the Venom and the Magneto bubbles, comboed with Magic and Star-Lord. Great team ups as well. I mean, honestly, Arise looked like the more experienced team with the deeper strat pool. You know, if you had come into this series, I would have said probably Fable is the team that's got a little bit more experience in the game that we could expect to maybe have more strategies unlocked. But Arise proved that expectations aren't reality here, that they can absolutely compete on any composition.
Yeah, I mean, moving forward, you got to feel nice if you're a fan of Arise as well. If you're potentially a new fan, take a look back at these highlights. I'm sure you will become one. We'll be back after this short highlight package. Welcome back, and what a series out of Arise, and what an end to the day too, Jake. We've had so many amazing games, and it turns out the best ones were waiting for us towards the very end. We had some earlier ones earlier as well, when we had our boy Hank in this week. I mean, obviously, what a way to end the week too on this Sunday. You know, generally Arise closed it out with such a fun matchup with them in Fable, Jake. I mean, what are your thoughts on that series? It was amazing.
Yeah, it was really well fought by Arise to bring the series back from a down 1 to winning 2-1 in the series, staying alive in the tournament. And that's what, for me, the Marvel Rivals Championship, I knew what was going to happen, what I knew it's going to be all about, and I'm excited to see is just all these new teams and players coming into Marvel Rivals, getting their hands on the game, and showing what passion and motivation can bring in the tournament. As you were saying, we're just getting into that phase of the tournament where the matches are getting more competitive, the stakes are getting higher. So looking ahead to next week, be sure to mark your calendars, be back here on the same stream. We will be streaming those 3 days next week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, for NA, EU, and Asia regions, from the top 64 to eventually crowning our champions for each region on that finals.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly exciting, so make sure to stay tuned. And also, make sure to check out our new skins on the shop as well. Just came out on December 27th. We've talked, I mean, in mass about the Snow Symbiote skin, and same thing with the Magic Frozen Demon skin. I know, Jake, that a lot of people will be checking out these skins in the shop, as well as the ones that have already come out, right? You talked about the Groot one previously, so make sure to check them out as they are limited time before the season is over.
The devs are geniuses. They knew the meta shift would come before we did, and Venom and Magic looking so strong in the top teams. I think especially next week, we're going to expect to see some more teams rocking these new skins. But Dustin, thank you so much. It's been such a fun weekend for the viewers, for the fans, for Netties. Thanks for putting on the tournament.
Thanks for putting the tournament. We'll see you guys in the next week. So we'll catch you guys later. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.